Chapter 1, Full of Life. Stone Village was located within a vast mountain range. All around it were tall peaks and huge ravines, and endless groups of mountains towered over. The sunlight passed through the dyed clouds, and it scattered a golden radiance as the people warmly bathed within. Dozens of children gathered together in a group, and the ages varied from 4 years old to those over 10 years old. They faced the sunlight in an empty courtyard in front of the village and were training their bodies with HMPH and Ha sounds. The young and tender little faces were all serious. The older children gave off a power like that of a tiger, while the younger ones still practiced with good form and style. A middle-aged man with a body as well-built as a tiger or leopard wore clothing made from beasts. The color of his skin was like copper, and his black hair was spread over his shoulders. His bright and lively eyes scanned over every single child, and he sternly gave out instructions. When the sun rises, all living things begin to move, and the air of life is the most vigorous at that time. Although we cannot take the sunlight as meals and eat air like in the legends, there are still great benefits by training oneself while facing the sun, as it can fill one's body with energy. A day's plan depends on the morning. Every day, rise early and work hard. Strengthen your muscles, tendons, bones, and circulate your blood. You must do that to survive in this vast mountain range. The middle-aged man who stood at the front and instructed the group of children had a face of strictness. He seriously warned, then yelled, "Do you understand?" "We understand." The group of children had plenty of vitality as they loudly replied. There were many appearances of prehistoric life forms within the mountains. Occasionally, huge wings that covered the sky would pass over and cast giant shadows on the ground. There were also some desolate beasts who stood on mountain peaks, howling after swallowing the moon. Of course, the various types of poisonous insects moving about could not be forgotten, as they were also abnormally terrifying. "Understand," the little guy, who was clearly distracted and was half a beat slower, babyishly yelled out. It was a very young child, roughly 1 or 2 years old. After learning how to walk for barely a few months, he had already begun to train with everyone else. Obviously, he went over by himself and mixed himself along with the older children, and was clearly not supposed to appear in that group. HMPH, ha-ha. The little guy made sounds from his mouth, and his tender little hands tried their best to wave around. He tried to imitate the older children's movements, but he was too small and young. His movements were slanted and twisted, and his steps were unstable as he staggered around. In addition, there were white-colored milk stains on the corners of his mouth, making him appear quite foolish. A group of older children were looking at him, and all of them were moving their eyebrows and eyes, causing the atmosphere of the originally strict morning exercises to relax. The little guy was quite beautiful with his white and tender skin as well as his big, black revolving eyes. His entire body looked like a porcelain doll, causing him to look quite cute. His young and tender movement and the yee-yee-yee sounds coming from his mouth made him seem lovable and naive. Within another piece of land, some older people who sat cross-legged on huge rocks while breathing in and out also revealed smiles. Even the male adults who were robust and half-naked with shiny muscles also looked over with smiles. They were the strongest people in the village, and they were also the most important powers who hunted and guarded the village. They were also training. Someone held a big bone club from an unknown huge beast's skeleton, and there was also another person who held a black-colored, metal-casted broadsword. He powerfully waved it, and the noise created from the wind was like thunder. Their living environment was extremely nasty, and because there were various floods, fierce beasts, poisonous insects, and difficulty in gathering food for survival, many males died in the wilderness before they even matured. If one wanted to live, they could only strengthen themselves and work hard in the morning. No matter if it was adults or elders or children, it was a habit that was formed since they were young. Concentrate? The middle-aged man who was responsible for supervising and instructing the children's training loudly yelled. The group of children hurriedly went back to being serious, and they continued to train in the soft and dazzling morning sunlight. "Who ye tired?" The little guy exhaled, then he sat down on the ground as he looked at the training of the older children. However, after a while his attention shifted. He stood up and while staggering, he rushed towards a 5-colored sparrow that was jumping and bouncing around nearby. At the end, it did not go well. He fell on his butt a few times, but he did not cry. As he huffed, he climbed back up to chase again with HMPHS and sighs. "Okay, stop." Following a loud shout, every single child cheered for a while. They massaged their aching hands and feet, then while shouting, they separated and charged towards their own homes to eat breakfast. The older villagers all smiled as they climbed down from the huge rocks. As for the adults who were as well-built as tigers, they also laughed, and some of them followed their own children back home as they held their bone clubs and broadswords. Stone Village was not too big. There were around 300 people if you added up the old and young males and females. The houses were made out of huge stones, and they were plain and natural. At the front of the village, there was a huge tree that had been struck by lightning, and it had a diameter of 12 meters or so. At that moment, the light from the only willow branch remaining on the tree was already being concealed by the morning sunlight, and it became quite ordinary. "Oh, you have dirt dragon meat. Hand me some." Some children were lively and restless, and as they ate, they didn't have much etiquette. Many of them came out from their homes to gather together while hugging their pottery bowls. Grass and trees flourished around Stone Village, and although there were many fierce beasts, they had guards protecting them from the big mountain. The amount of food was not that abundant for the villagers. They only had some rough wheat bread, wild fruits, and rare meat in the children's bowls. In fact, insufficient food was always a very serious problem for Stone Village. The mountain range was extremely dangerous, and the abnormal beasts and fierce birds were too strong and terrifying. Every time they went out to hunt, it was possible that someone would lose their life. If there was a choice, the villagers would not be willing to enter the mountains, because entering the mountain indicted blood and sacrifices. To them, food was always extremely precious, and wasting was not allowed. Every single child were taught that since they were young, hunger, food, hunting, life, blood, they were all interconnected. The courtyard of the old chief, Shi Hao, was located at the front of the village. It was pieced together by huge stones, then tightened up with huge burnt willow wood. Within the courtyard and in front of the kitchen, a white-colored liquid inside a pottery pot was boiling. The fragrance of the milk pounced towards one's nose, and the little guy was currently simmering milk from beasts. Other than that, occasionally, he threw some medical herbs in and slowly stirred it with a wooden ladle. After a short while, the old man yelled, "Little guy, come over and eat." The little guy lost his parents when he was half a year old, so he grew up by drinking the milk of beasts. At that moment, he was already 1 year and a few months old. If he was a normal child, he should have already weaned, yet he still drank the milk quite deliciously. He was unwilling to stop drinking the milk, so he was teased by some older children. "Yee-hoo, I can't run anymore." He kept persistently chasing after the 5-colored sparrow, and he was already out of breath. At that instant, he fell and sat on the floor. "Little guy, drink your milk." A bunch of older children clamored together. Pub Future ads. "You little monkeys, didn't all of you also pass through his age?" The old chief smiled and reprimanded them. "But we didn't still drink milk at the age of 1.5. Hee. The little guy made a silly smile as he faced the teasing of the older children. His big, bright, and black eyes squinted into a crescent moon, and he didn't seem to mind. He sat in front of the pot and scooped with the wooden ladle, drinking the milk quite delightfully. After breakfast, several extremely aged old people in the village gathered in the courtyard of the chief, Shi Hao. Although their hairs had all turned white, they were still very vigorous. "Something's wrong recently. Late last night, a giant creature passed by and created a massive disturbance. Something must have happened deep within the mountain range. I woke up from my sleep a few times last night, and my skin and bones were chilly. Undoubtedly, some cruel beasts or huge insects must have passed by." Several old people spoke one after another. They were either frowning or in deep contemplation. They discussed some hints of danger recently, and they felt that something different happened. "I feel that in the deep wilderness, Something impressive must have appeared to attract the attention of the surrounding areas or ancient remains, so all of them quickly went over, said Chief Shi Yunfeng after thinking. A mountain treasure wouldn't have appeared, right? Another old person instantly widened his eyes. His hair and beard all stood up, and he expressed his surprise. Others also expressed unusual expressions, and their gazes were burning, however. They quickly put out the flames in their eyes. Things like those were not something that they could get. No one would enter the deepest parts of the faraway mountain range. For all these years, not a single person was able to survive after entering such a place. All sorts of overpowering things appeared within the mountains, and even if every single person in Stone Village went in together, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Chief, we haven't entered the mountain in quite a few days. Just at that time, a powerful adult male walked into the courtyard. He was the leader of the hunting team, and he was also the chief who was going to serve Stone Village next. It hasn't been too peaceful recently. Chief Shi Yunfeng furrowed his brows. But there really isn't much food left, Shi Linhu said. His build was extremely tall and big, being over 2 meters tall. He carried a broadsword that weighed 300 jin or so, and his entire figure looked like a human-shaped bear. Chunks of copper-colored muscles were all over his body, and they were moving around like a python. The little ones need to grow, and they cannot starve. We must think of some methods, spoke an elder. Although it isn't too peaceful and quiet at night here, on the other hand, there aren't many abnormalities in the day. I'll bring some people out, and there shouldn't be many problems if we are careful, Shi Linhu said. In the end, dozens of males at their prime gathered at the front of the village. The chief, Shi Yunfeng, brought them in front of the lightning-struck wood and seriously prayed towards the old willow tree. Guardian spirit, please protect my clan members. Let them hunt some plump prey for the children and safely return. With devout hearts, we offer sacrifices and offerings to you for generations to come. 1 Shi equals Stone Chapter 2, Bone Text. Under the prayers of the chief and a few elders, all of the males revealed solemn expressions on their faces as they conducted worship. Many women and children also quickly rushed over, silently praying that the relatives who were about to go hunting would come back safely. The mountain range was simply too dangerous. It was a completely different world outside, once one left the protection of the village and the willow tree. It was one filled with terrifying birds of prey and huge beasts. And just like that, the village's strongest group of individuals, carrying giant bows and broadswords on their backs, set off and entered the mountain valleys, creeks, and huge lakes. Momentarily after, there was a large waft of a desolate smell. Watching as the hunting group left, the old chief Shi Yunfeng led the group of children towards the grass patch located at the entrance of the village. He sat cross-legged and said, "All right, you little group of monkeys need to sit down and study hard." The group of children immediately became distressed, and all of them had dispirited expressions. They reluctantly sat down, as if they were wilted leaves. "Grandpa Chief, those bird languages and turtle writings are complicated like hobgoblin symbols. It's too hard to learn. What is the point of studying it?" "Exactly. It's not as useful as the archery my father taught me." The group of children all had sour expressions on their faces, and they all felt conflicted. "You group of little bobbies really don't know anything. The bone text consists of tyrannical symbols on bones that were passed down naturally by terrifying archaic descendants. Embedded within are mysterious forces in which many people could not learn even if they wanted to. Even if you are just somewhat successful in learning it, who knows how many times stronger you would be compared to your parents." The old chief criticized them for not meeting his expectations. "Grandpa Chief, demonstrate for us the power of this bone text." A slightly older child spoke. "Little guy, come here," the chief shouted from afar. The little guy had just finished chasing after the 5-colored sparrow and was currently putting a lot of energy into pulling a big yellow dog's tail. Turning his head in confusion, he released his grip and ran over while shaking his buttocks. Opening his big bright eyes, he said, "Yeah, Grandpa Chief, what do you need?" "I want you to use the things I taught you from the bone text," Shi Yunfeng said. "Okay." The little guy was very obedient and stretched out his two little hands. He closed his mouth, and his entire body was constantly using energy, causing his little face to become red. With a wang sound, his palms emitted a bright light, and a strange character emerged. It looked like it was made out of casted metal, and it possessed a metallic luster. Soon after, it appeared on his other hand as well. The little guy walked up a few steps and lifted up a boulder that was taller than him. "So powerful," exclaimed the group of children. This was the little guy who was a bit older than one. How could he possibly lift up such a big rock? "Little guy, did you use all of the strength you got from drinking milk?" The older kids all teased him. "Yeah, yes, I used up all my strength." The little guy dropped the stone and sat his butt down on the floor and smiled without a hint of worry. He was extremely pure, and quickly, the characters faded from his palms. "Grandpa Chief, is this the power from that mysterious bone text that you studied for more than 10 years? The group of children's eyes were all shining, and their previous lack of interest no longer existed. "Don't get too excited. This can only be considered the basics. Compared to the heavenly bone text that appeared in legends, it is still too far off." The old man nodded, then shook his head. "Can Grandpa Chief tell us about the outside world?" The group of children had hopeful expressions. Everyone within the village knew that when the chief was younger, he left with roughly a dozen individuals for the distant Mother Earth's limits and explored the outer world. However, 10 years ago, only 2 managed to come back while drenched in blood. One of the 2 died soon after, and only Shi Feng was able to survive. He spent these past years studying the bone text, and from time to time he would test it out on the strong individuals within the village. These kids all knew clearly that when their parents, who were like tigers and dragons, were called over, they would all make howls and shouts that made hearts tremble within the stone courtyard. This made these children feel worried, yet at the same time admiration. Only in recent years had the old chief's research gradually begun to lessen, no longer frightening the village's residents. Moreover, that little guy who drank the milk of wild beasts was raised by him, and he became his best research candidate. "The outside world," the old man began to reminisce. After being spellbound with regret, he said, "The world is too big. It's vast and boundless. Just from one region to the next would cover millions of li one. No one really knows how vast it was, as a person walking on foot would not completely cover a single region in their lifetime. It is simply boundless and desolate. Different regions, residents would find it extremely difficult to contact and communicate with each other, because it is simply too dangerous. The land has too many different tyrannical beast species, and they are all formidable and mysterious. Regardless of whether it was a tribe of several 100,000 or a magnificent and enormous city, there was still a chance that they would be destroyed overnight by some ancient species. Of course, there were still humans who were unimaginably powerful and comparable to that of archaic descendants. They possessed matchless divine power. And these humans were the most gifted ones amongst the human race. The group of children all felt reverence within their hearts, and at the same time, they felt a sense of yearning as they were all curious about the outside world. Someone asked, "Within this land, are there any earthly gems or legendary elixirs that could enable one to undergo rebirth? Also, the human race's strongest geniuses, how strong are they exactly?" The old man laughed and said, "If you want to know, then you must first become strong. If we can master the bone text's mysterious power, would we be able to explore the regions under the sky?" Some of the children began to reveal their yearning. Shi Feng petted a child's head before saying, "Not mentioning other regions, anyone able to travel across half of this region can already be considered incredible." All of the children were dumbstruck. "All I can do is guide you towards the correct path, however. Where you end up in the end will depend on you. The things I have taught you should not be inferior to the things taught to children of similar ages in the outside world." When the old man finished what he was saying, his eyes revealed a different light, and he rubbed the exotic jade bone in his bosom. The group of children who sat in a circle around the old chief finally concentrated and began to focus on the lecture. Only at noon did they finally disperse. It's too hard. Chief actually said that it required a few years for the bone text to slightly enter one's body. In addition, most people won't ever succeed at it. But that pea-sized little guy actually did it. The little guy innocently blinked his eyes, and then once again began to pull at the tail of that big yellow dog, and the big yellow dog began to bark innocently. The sun began to set in the west, and under the sunset's afterglow, the entire stone village was infected with a faint golden sheet of brilliance. In the distance, various apes and lions cried out, and a large number of stone houses at this moment were like divine ancient temples, holy and peaceful. Roughly a dozen people gathered at the horizon, and their shadows were being stretched out by the setting sun. Their bodies, outlines appeared golden within the sunset glow, making them appear incomparably tall and powerful. They were each dragging the head of an enormous and ferocious beast as they returned from their bountiful journeys. They're back! The village's women and children who stood at the village entrance waiting for a long time burst out in cheers, and the uneasiness and fear within their hearts vanished at once. They shouted in a loud voice. Father and the others returned safe and sound. Heavens, to come back with so much prey. This time we reaped a rare and great harvest. The hunt this time was extremely successful, and the dozen grown men all returned with their good harvest. Within the prey was the enormous body of a dragon-horned elephant, which was a beast with excessive meat similar to that of a cow. Furthermore, the buckets were filled with thick and thin flying pythons. The old folk within the village all had shocked expressions on their faces. These beings were normally very hard to deal with, and some of them were even called fierce beasts. For so many of them to be hunted today and covered in blood, it was simply too unexpected. Take, for example, that dragon-horned elephant. The elephant's body was like that of metal, and it was difficult for even iron spears to pierce through. The pair of dragon horns were sharp like knives, easily splitting apart boulders. For that one-legged Kiwi beast, if it managed to make its way up close, it could shock people straight to death. As for those flying pythons born with enormous wings, they were known as mountain killers. They would leave the mountain tops and abruptly dive down to kill, causing them to be extremely terrifying. Within the prey were some beings that were even more formidable, such as the scarlet-bodied two-headed flame rhinoceros, which was an impure-blooded mythical creature. These were all genuine fierce beasts. If they happened to meet one of them, they would normally take long detours to avoid them, and yet they were able to hunt them today, completely defying common sense. This time we really were extremely lucky to return from such a rewarding journey without a single casualty, laughed Shi Hao, the leader of the hunting group, as he explained to the chief and villagers. During these past few nights, there were many supreme enormous beasts passing through the mountains, moving the earth and shaking the mountains. They trampled everything to death and harmed many mountain beasts. During these past few days, many fierce beasts were hurt, and those heavily injured beasts were pursued and hunted by them, becoming easy prey. These were all tyrannical creatures that the village men would normally run away from. The enormous footprints within the mountains were similar to those of humans, but they were simply too huge, with each of them nearly 100 meters long. "That large," exclaimed the village members. This really was shocking news. Even the elders who heard this could not help but draw in a breath of cold air. They were increasingly realizing that something happened within the mountain range abyss that ended up attracting the archaic descendants around the large, desolate areas. In any case, it was a one-time plentiful harvest, and everyone was full of happiness. Stone Village was filled with the sound of children's laughter, and the atmosphere was joyful. Chief Shi Yunfeng brought the group of people to the willow tree, and brought the dozen dead, enormous beasts to the stone platform that was clearly a large altar. 1 li is a Chinese mile, equivalent to roughly 500 meters. Chapter 3, Guardian Spirit. The sacrificial platform was made from layers of huge rocks. It was quite wide, and its establishment neighbored the old and broken willow tree. Upon it lied a small mountain of fierce beasts. Sanguine beast blood dyed the large stone platform scarlet, as it trickled along the engravings on the face of the stone. A brilliant red shone on the tough and long beast's fur, and cold light flickering on their scales' malevolent horns as well. It was a horrifying scene that shook one's heart, and there was a bitter, desolate air assaulting everyone's nostrils. Under the guidance of the old chief, Stone Village's residents all gathered to pray and request for the willow tree's protection. This was a solemn event of offering sacrifices, as well as a type of usual practice. This was carried out each time a hunt ended. The scorched black tree's body stayed just as quiet as before, as if it didn't react in the slightest. It never used the offerings as always, but some of the village residents knew that it actually had a spirit. Finally, the sacrificial procedures were finished. The villagers all released a large breath of air and once again happily smiled. They began to move the bodies of those fierce beasts in preparation of draining their blood and cutting them up. Many years have passed already, yet the guardian spirit hasn't moved once after our offerings. Do we still need to offer sacrifices every time? A youngster murmured in a low voice. You stinky brat, what kind of garbage are you spouting? His father's bronze eyes opened wide and lifted his huge palm leaf hands to beat him. The old chief gestured with his hands and stopped him from doing so. In a soft voice, he said, "We have offered sacrifices towards this guardian spirit, and it has provided for us. Only by remembering it sincerely within our hearts and treating it piously would it guard, bless, and protect our village." The youngster's face was completely red, and hurriedly replied, "Chief, it's not that my heart is not sincere. It's just that I think that the guardian spirit does not really need all of these offerings, as it has never moved or utilized them." "As long as your intent is good, then that's enough." Shi Yunfeng patted his shoulders and carefully explained. The guardian spirit was also called the Spirit of Sacrifice. It was an abbreviation for the tribe, Spirit of Sacrifice and Support. It protected the village, and it intimidated the great desolate area's vicious beasts, keeping them away. The village's elder still remembered that this same guardian spirit was not quite the same 10 years ago. There was instead a rather strange rock, and each time, the offerings would quickly lose more than half its blood essence from its absorption. One day deep into the night, however, the old willow came, and that block of stone decided to go far away, and everything completely changed after that. Thinking back to that rainy night, the old chief felt slightly distracted. That was when he was still a young youth, and at that time saw for himself that shocking and frightening scene. During that late night, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the heavy rainstorm was majestic. The rainstorm was violent till its utmost limits, and the mountains were heavily battered by the thunder and lightning. The mountain torrent seemed like an ocean, and vicious beasts were running away frantically like the tides. The scene was terrifying. And right at that time, a large willow tree broke through the boundary of the heavens and appeared within the clouds. It bathed in the sea of thunder and allowed the lighting from the mountains to course through itself. Tens of thousands of willow branches formed strips of burning divine chains and pierced into the heavens as if it was battling something. Finally, the large willow tree snapped, and its entire body was charred black. It was reduced to its current size before it fell down and took root within Stone Village. At that time, the lightning disappeared, and the downpour of torrential rain retreated. That night, the stone that the villagers sacrificed to and received supply from left. Every time he recalled this scene, the old chief would always feel his heart tremble. The old willow tree was not created from a random root within the mountains, but rather descended from the heavens. The reason it was damaged was due to the endless seas of thunder, and within the village, not many people knew about this. In its first 10 years, its entire body was scorched black and didn't have a single hint of life force. It appeared as if it was completely dead, and only 10 years ago did it finally show a single tender green branch. Since then, it has yet to undergo another change. Stinky brats, you all should be careful. We rarely reap such good harvests of vicious beasts. Their blood essence, muscles, vessels, as well as parts of their bones are all extraordinarily precious, so don't waste their precious properties," the old chief warned. The villagers in their prime chopped with silver knives. While they were disassembling the giant creatures, there were sonorous sounds as sparks flew everywhere from hitting the giant creatures, shockingly hard skeletons. Someone had prepared a large jar long in advance to collect the special blood essence from within the beast's body. This was a refined blood medicine, extremely rare and precious. Among this pile of beast corpses, the most precious one was the Pai Ziu one. Although it was just a descendant and was quite far from a pure-blooded Pai Ziu king, it still possessed a portion of the true blood that had astonishing value. It has already been 2 years since they last caught a mythical beast type like the Pai Ziu, as they were excessively savage and large. A single swipe from their claws would easily take the life of a strong individual, making them simply too horrifying to handle. One could say that the harvest this time was so luxurious, it made them speechless. Wu, the true blood flowing from the two-headed flame rhinoceros's horn really is quite extraordinary. It's not inferior to the Pai Ziu at all. An older grandpa personally used his knife to remove the rhinoceros horn from the flesh. It was as tough as metal and stone, and from that area dripped out a gush of scarlet red true blood, making the carcass look like it was releasing fiery light. Suddenly, the blood unexpectedly changed into a clump of red radiance, and a palm-length two-headed flame rhinoceros appeared before everyone's eyes. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it was vivid and lifelike as it let out an angry roar. Good stuff. This true blood's medicinal qualities are extremely strong and are not inferior to those of mythical beasts. The old grandpa who held the knife laughed heartily and quickly utilized that jar to collect that rhinoceros blood before firmly closing the jar cover. Chief, this dragon-horned elephant's horn is also good stuff. When we found it, it was already close to dying. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. A youth spoke. Shi Yunfeng nodded and said, "It really is quite a rare sight. The dragon horn growing on its head has already matured. Once it is carefully extracted, it can be used as a precious medicine that can repair bones. The one-legged demon beast's leg has really tough and durable strips of muscles. Even axes cannot chop through it. This is all good stuff. You stinky youngsters need to be careful. Don't let the precious blood from the flying python's 2 wings go to waste." The villagers were all happy, and their faces were full of smiles. Only the children withdrew their necks before quickly disappearing. They knew that the majority of these blood and bone medicines would be used on their bodies, causing them to once again need to suffer. Only after an entire half-day passed did the precious treasure growing from the fierce beasts' bodies get plucked clean. The chief, as well as several other elders, nodded their heads in satisfaction before collecting the jars and storing them. There is so much prey. In a little while, we should preserve a portion, and afterwards smoke them and make it into meat jerky, some of the experienced elders were saying. With the fierce beasts piled up like a small mountain, the villagers could not finish it even after many days. If they simply allowed it to rot, then it would be too much of a waste. For the villages that have faced food shortages, there was no way they would permit that. The women from each of the households came up to divide the meat. All of them had sincere smiles on their faces, since previously they felt anxious with all the men outside. Now that they all returned peacefully, and with such a luxurious harvest, it was truly one of heaven's best gifts. Smoke rose in spirals from the household's chimneys, and after half an hour the fragrant smell of meat began to spread. The household's iron pots had almost finished stewing the meat chunks until they were soft, and the children couldn't wait any longer. In addition, the beast meat roasting atop the bonfires were also beginning to develop a golden and oily luster, and as the oil dripped onto the fire, sputtering noises were created. Those sturdy men all could not hold themselves back any longer, and began to tear off strips of meat. With big appetites, they bit into the meat, releasing a mouthful of juices. Small child, this is Pai Ziu meat. Eating a lot of it will give you big strength. It's truly a rare type of meat. Stinky youngster, eat more. This is meat from the two-headed flame rhinoceros. Eating more of it can help your skin and bone become tough like iron, so stop eating that useless tree pig meat. All types of different fierce beasts made up the villagers' rich evening meal. The enticing meat fragrance wafted through the streets, drawing in the appetites of the residents as waves of merry laughter rang throughout the festive village. Chapter 4. Medicinal bath in this cruel, great, desolate era where fierce beasts rampage about, and life is always under constant threat. The villagers' needs were rather simple. All they wanted was enough food to satisfy everyone's stomachs. The bonfire was jumping about, and Stone Village was currently bustling with noise and excitement. Males and females, both young and old, all had smiles on their faces. They were all filled with cheer while talking and laughing. Little children, don't run about carelessly. We are about to conduct the medicinal bath soon. Sleep well at night, and in the future you would definitely be stronger than all of the vicious beasts, said an elder while laughing. Awa, I don't want to. The group of kids who heard this all stood up and screamed miserably, running away and hiding within different parts of the village. You bunch of melon bobbies, you really do not know what is good fortune. These are rare tonics. If we could have this medicinal bath continuously, your muscles and bones would be able to match that of those giant creatures. The adults all criticized them, and like grabbing little chicks, they began to catch their children. It hurts. I don't want to go into the medicinal bath. Last time, it felt like I was getting cut by blades. Dad, let go. I don't want to be boiled. The group of children intensely resisted, but their small arms were no match for the adults' strength. In the end, they all were caught. Inside of an empty space within the village, 8 large copper cauldrons had been previously set up. The inferno below them raged, and the liquid within the cauldron was boiling. Several elders threw stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs inside, and from time to time, they would also put in foot-long centipedes and fist-sized spiders. This made the originally clear liquid dark and cloudy as if it was ink. It was extremely frightening. The faces of the group of children all turned green. They all wanted to escape and run away, but they were all helplessly held in place by the adults. Soon after, a few villagers arrived with 10 jars. Several elders gently and carefully opened them before pouring the dark red liquid into the large copper cauldrons, causing the dark black liquid to boil even more furiously. This was the scarce true blood from the slain vicious beasts' bodies. It was extremely precious, and regardless of whether it was an adult or a child using it, they would all gain tremendous benefits, enhancing their physiques. In addition, with the villagers' understanding of several ancient prescriptions, as well as adding some medicinal herbs, etc., this true blood could become even more effective. Besides the true blood, several elders also used the flying python's wing bones, the one-legged beast's foot bone, as well as several other materials, and pulverized them with a great deal of effort before tossing them into the boiling water. When the fire died out and the cauldron's contents no longer boiled, the water temperature finally somewhat dropped in temperature. Screams along with pudung sounds rang out as the first batch of kids were thrown inside, and each cauldron held roughly 2 or 3 individuals. It hurts. This water can completely cook us alive. Save me. My body feels like it's being cut by blades, and my skin and flesh are being split open. They were all grimacing in pain, and their hands grabbing their legs. One by one, they all rushed for the outside, only to be pushed back inside as they endlessly screamed. In this way, the several dozen kids were thrown in batches into the cauldrons. The majority viciously howled and struggled constantly. Only 7 or 8 kids were somewhat better, and although they were aching and their brows were soaked in sweat, they endured it and didn't utter a single word. As for the little guy, he couldn't escape either and was thrown into a cauldron with special treatment by himself. Only a little bit of clear water was added to the cauldron, but other than that, all of it was true blood and broken down bones. The villagers did not feel that this was inappropriate, and did not feel that they were favoring him over others either. This was because their own children already couldn't withstand the pain and were crying out heart-tearing screams inside the normal medicinal cauldron, but this little guy could actually handle it. In addition, when the little guy was within the black cauldron's thick and boiling liquid, the old chief even opened up 2 special jars and poured the contents into the cauldron. Pouring out of one of the jars was a scarlet cloud that formed a palm-sized paizu. It was mighty and malevolent, as if it was about to tear everyone apart and escape, and its nature was extremely vicious. From within, Shi Yunfeng's palms shone a character, and the bone text began to rise. A slap made the Pai Ziu scatter and turn into blood, and it dripped into the cauldron. From that other jar rushed out a scarlet-red two-headed flame rhinoceros. It was terrifyingly brilliant, and with its head high it angrily hissed, and was similarly released into the black cauldron by the old chief. When the temperature slightly dropped, the little guy was picked up and directly thrown into the cauldron while struggling. Because he was still little, he would choke on the water when sitting inside, so just as he fell inside with a gyudong sound, he immediately drank several mouthfuls of the liquid. The other children all showed sympathetic expressions towards him and suddenly felt quite fortunate. There was only a little water added, and the main portion was the special true blood, beast bone as well as muscle lumps that formed the medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid would definitely make one's skin and bones feel even more pain. The little guy was truly pitiful. Even some adults couldn't bear it. The little guy was exerting as much strength as he could muster while struggling and grimacing in pain, and from time to time, he would even drink mouthfuls of the viscous fluid. The adults watching really began to feel quite worried. There's no problem since it's not his first time. Since he could do this before, then he could live past this as well. Drinking more of the medicinal liquid is not bad either. If he can absorb it, it'll allow him to absorb great benefits. The old chief spoke, as his care for the little guy's health was quite expansive. His constitution is quite strong, and the bone text's mysterious power might also be at work here by helping him refine part of the medicinal strength. The little guy should not feel that much pain. Another elder spoke while stroking his beard. The medicinal bath continued for quite a while, and the group of children were soaked until they looked like red monkeys. All of them looked rather miserable, and while looking at each other, tears dripped down with hua-hua sounds. Only when the medicinal bath finished did they stop sobbing and finally feel relief. While within the black cauldron, the little guy did not cry. His big eyes were looking around, and his face had a bit of a red blush, resembling a big apple. When he was lifted out, he looked as if he was drunk, swaying back and forth. "How do you feel?" an elder asked. The little guy burped and said muddle-headedly, "I drank a lot full now." Hearing this kind of simple-minded and pure response, the adults were all provoked into laughter. Tired, the little guy staggered from side to side, and his little body fell into Shi Yunfeng's embrace. He lightly mumbled something and slightly squeaked before sinking into deep sleep. "Bring these children back and let them sleep well. By tomorrow, their strength should have increased by a significant amount," said Chief Shi Yunfeng. Finally, several elders put away the leftover liquid. They didn't let it go to waste, but rather once again lit up the copper cauldron with fire and added some more medicinal herbs. They were going to cook until the medicine dried up and became medicinal power. Not only was this a type of tonic, but it was also a type of precious healing medicine. Bringing it along for the mountain range hunts could save lives. With vile environments and difficult to hunt magical beasts, true blood really was rare and precious. They couldn't afford to dispose such precious medicinal powder even after it was used by the children, and weren't willing to waste any of it at all. Naturally, the strongest villagers all didn't care about this, since as long as it could close up a wound and save their lives, it was enough. That night, all the children slept deeply. The next morning, many of these little guys were crying out loudly, as the old skin was being shed off in chunks, making their beds filthy. "Go, get a bucket of water and wash yourselves clean. Afterwards, lift that lump of millstone." "Dad, that is what third brother uses to train his strength. How could I possibly lift that up?" "Stop speaking nonsense. If I tell you to lift, then just lift. Are you telling me that we wasted all that true blood and bone medicine last night for nothing? If you really didn't make any progress, then I'll spank your butt until it turns into 8 fragments. Early the next morning, Stone Village was active like birds flying and dogs jumping. All of the children were forced to move large rocks and copper cauldrons as they whined repeatedly. The results were clearly obvious. The children all gained a significant amount of strength, and their physiques revealed an increase in power. However, if one were to say that they were reborn, then that was still a bit far from reality. Kacha. The village head, Chief Shi Yunfeng's palm symbol glowed a brilliant light, and within his hand was the shaft of an golden-alloyed hammer. With it, he smashed the most precious part of the dragon-horned elephant's dragon horn into pieces. Following that, he retrieved a portion of the Pai Ziu's amputated claw bone, as well as a small section of the flame rhinoceros, red horn, and similarly pulverized them until they became fine powder. He then mixed these crushed bone powders with several fierce beasts' true blood and put them together into the slow-cooking beast milk. At that moment, the fragrance began to rise in spirals. Afterwards, the elder threw in stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs. Soon after, the liquid within the pot became muddled, and the fragrance became even richer. Time to eat, little guy. Within the stone house, the little guy heard the yell, and with a gulu sound, he turned around and then stood up. His eyes that had just woke up were still blurry, but as the fragrance leaked in, he quickly took a quick whiff. He immediately felt excited and began muttering in that direction. Smells really good. Of course, this is genuine precious medicine, so don't waste any of it and eat all of it. Shi Yunfeng laughed and said. The little guy consumed it like a wolf, and before long, the pot's kanji was completely gone. However, the negative consequences immediately appeared since he really was too small, and the medicinal strength was too strong. In this ordinary morning, the adorable little guy suddenly began to act like a problem child. His 2 eyes turned red like a white rabbit, and he began to run all over the place, shouting "ah-ya" non-stop. The pitiable large yellow dog's tail was once again grabbed by him and was continuously being pulled. The tail was almost pulled off, and it howled with tears for half a day. It disturbed all the villagers and caused chaos. Way, little guy, why are you pulling up my brother's wife's fence? What happened to the little guy? Why did he run up to my family's roof? Quickly, stop, don't tear off the tiles. The villagers were all stunned. The ordinarily extremely obedient little guy transformed into a little vicious beast. He ran all over the place as he wreaked havoc while using all of his strength. The pot of medicine was completely absorbed, and the results are not bad. Shi Yunfeng and several other elders were standing together, and they were currently quietly commenting, nodding their heads in satisfaction. In the distance, many children saw the scene in front of them and became even more frightful of the chief. All of them were quivering and trembling as they stayed far away. Gathering together, they muttered in a low voice, "The little guy is really pitiful." The little guy's palms shone, and he lifted them up towards the sky. From those small arms appeared the bone text, and it flickered continuously. It was truly quite mysterious. In addition, his physique got stronger, and his speed and power were both promoted by a large margin as well. This was also the reason why the old chief was so satisfied. Only after 2 hours did he finally quiet down. He scratched his head in a daze and said in a low voice, "Yeah, I'm in trouble." Chapter 5, Lifting the Cauldron. As time unknowingly flowed by, 2 years had passed in a flash. The little guy was now already 3.5 years old and had his own name, Shi Hao. When he was only 1.5, he could only run along behind the others, and now that he was 3.5 years old, his physique became astonishing. He was always running around together with the other big kids. At this moment, a piece of previously empty area of land in Stone Village was currently filled with people. It was so packed that even water could not trickle through, and everyone within the village was watching the youth practice martial arts. The group of children had extremely sturdy muscles, and their upper halves of their bodies were naked. With sweat flying in all directions, they were all working hard. Some of them could unexpectedly lift up maces that weighed more than 100 jin. They waved it around, making hoo-hoo sounds in the wind. The ages ranged from 6 or 7 to 12 or 13, and all of them looked like small, fierce beasts from within the mountain forest. They were extraordinarily strong, and their bodies were astonishingly strong and rugged. "Quickly come and look, that is my family's baby." He's only 6 years old, but he can lift up a limestone weighing over 100 jinn and use it as a shield. How many people can compare to him? In the future, he will definitely become an amazing hero in the great desolate area. My family's baby is the powerful one. You guys can all see that the bow made from the rhinoceros tendons that can only be pulled by adults is being used by him. In the future, he'll definitely be able to kill fierce beasts with one shot and even defeat an adult Paizu. Although the villagers were all rather down to earth, when they were grouped up together, they all still loved to brag about their own child's strength. After comparing with each other, the group of strong individuals would clench their fan-sized palms and continuously wave their fists around, smiling in delight. All of the females within the village could not hide their smiles, as this group of children really were quite outstanding. All of them had a dragon's vitality and a tiger's ferocity. Having unlimited strength, the future of Stone Village will surely to be great due to this generation. Moo! A fat cow howled, and the sound shook the village. Quickly come and look. Meng is only 8 years old, and he actually flipped over a fat cow, impressive. Within the large area was a black fat cow, and his whole body appeared as if it was covered by black silk fabric. It was releasing a muffled thunder-like roar, and just before it was about to go crazy, it was stubbornly knocked down by a not very tall child, triggering a gasps of admiration. Our efforts were not wasted. Several elders gave them the true blood from fierce beasts every few days and let the precious medicine repair their bones and refine their bodies. It seems that the results were quite effective. The children are all quite strong. In the future, there might actually be quite a few people who can venture out and kill those great desolate species within the mountain range abyss. With a loud dong sound ringing out, an extremely skinny child in the distance tossed a grindstone plate that flew out roughly 10 meters. Ayu, hey, the 8 or 9-year-old Paihu who looks so dry and thin actually has that much strength. People really shouldn't judge others by their appearances. Pub Future adds. That's for sure. Without looking at whose child he belonged to, I named him Shi Hao. In the future, he will leave the great mountains, and he will have a great reputation. He will be bestowed the title of king in front of a large, prosperous race. The grown men were all bragging towards each other, and they all thought that their own children were the most outstanding. Honglong. The ground began to shake severely, and a shroud of smoke and dust began to rise. Everyone's eyes were attracted towards that direction, and to their astonishment, someone was trying to lift up the enormous cauldron. In the center of that empty space was an ancient cauldron that was over 1,000 jinn in weight. On the cauldron were engraved with the designs of the beasts of the land and birds of the air. It was overflowing with an ancient feeling. The walls of the cauldron were extremely thick, possessing an extremely heavy atmosphere. The legs of the cauldron were always being lifted, and so they were quite glossy. They were polished almost as if they were mirrors, and on them were branded the images of the vermilion bird. Little Shi Hao, you almost sprained your back just now only to lift it a bit off the ground. Right now you are still too young. Even in 4 years you would not be able to lift this. Some of the older adults made fun of him good-naturedly. The 1,000 jinn copper cauldron was not something that you could casually mess with or else you could hurt yourself. Normally, no child was able to raise it, and they were not allowed near it, as it was simply too heavy. Let me try. An extremely robust lad walked forward, appearing to be around 12 or 13. One hand was on the cauldron's ear, while the other one was on its leg. He grabbed it with fierce strength, and the large cauldron began to shake a bit before leaving the ground. However, it immediately fell back towards the ground with a hong sound, creating a cloud of dust. It was an obvious failure, but fortunately the child wasn't hurt. Me too. A child walked up to the front, and he was the one that previously knocked over that fat cow. His name was Shi Meng, and within his family he was number 2. His nickname was Meng, and he actually had quite a rather thick and sturdy figure. In addition, he was only 8.5. With a wang sound, the copper cauldron left the floor and was gradually lifted up into the air, causing everyone to be shocked and startled. This was still a child. Yet he could actually lift it to such a stage. It was extremely shocking. Hong. Unfortunately, he was not able to lift it above his head, and his two arms were already shaking. He released it with a honglong sound, and a large pit remained where the cauldron stood as granules of earth flew everywhere. Since someone decided to try it first, all of the other kids were eager to give it a try as well. In this way, each kid walked up and tried to move the cauldron. However, not a single person succeeded. A big child with thick eyebrows and big eyes called Shi Hao walked forward, and after taking in a huge breath, he used his strength to grab one of the cauldron's handles and one of its legs to fiercely lift it up, and only then did it successfully get lifted above his head. Although his arms were slightly shaking and both his legs were slightly swaying, he finally succeeded, causing all the adults to exclaim in astonishment. This was because this child was merely 9 years old and could be claimed as being naturally born with divine force. Dazhuang performed really well. In the future, he will definitely be incredible. Pub future ads. This is only a 9-year-old baby. Being able to lift roughly 1,000 jins worth of weight, there aren't many people of his age who are comparable to him. In the future, he will inevitably be one of this region's most powerful individuals. The adults were naturally not stingy with their praises, and even gave Meng endless encouragement and praise. This was because he almost succeeded as well, and his strength was astonishing. Several elders were smiling as well. The amount of effort they put in over these last few years were not wasted, since these fierce beasts, true blood, were often used to forge and discipline these children's bodies. Now that these results were visible, in the future, Stone Village will have many ferocious individuals. Little guy, you are sticking your head out and looking around. Can it be that you want to try it out as well? Teased some of the adults. Within the crowd, there was a little guy curiously looking around, and that was precisely the little guy. Now, he finally received a name, and he was named Shi Hao. His figure was still extremely small, and he had to tiptoe while pushing into the crowd to see the big kids lift the cauldron. That's right. Everyone says that little Hao has so much limitless divine force that it is astonishing. Although his age is a bit young, he should come and try it as well. Don't lift up the cauldron first. Come and grab this stone lock. Someone lifted his head and said, listening to my child words, little Hao's strength is not any less than theirs. I never believed them, and now that there's an opportunity, the little guy should come and try it out. Shi Hao was now 3.5, and his jet black hair fell down to his shoulders. His big eyes were black and brilliant and were extremely lively. He was white and clean, pretty and cute. The little guy looked toward the several elders who all had smiling expressions on their faces. Shi Yunfeng said, Go, I also want to see how much strength you currently possess as well. Yeah, hey. Shi Hao was still extremely small, and the sounds he made while using his strength were naturally soft and immature. However, he effortlessly lifted the big stone roller. Not simple, the others all nodded their heads. Afterwards, he also lifted up a stone grindstone plate and suddenly threw it. With a soo sound, that heavy stone tool looked like it was a common piece of rock that was casually tossed aside and flew a total distance of over 60 or 70 meters. With a hong sound, the grindstone plate smashed into the ground and produced a huge ditch, causing sand to fly in every direction. The dust rose everywhere, and the ground violently trembled. Everyone stared blankly and were unable to say anything. Following that, the little guy suddenly ran towards that black fat cow and quickly used his strength to grab one of its horns, directly caused it to fall towards the ground. Although his strength was used with skill, it still meant that his strength was extraordinary. Accompanied with the sound of cold breaths, the villagers felt that they were looking at a small, fierce beast showing off its power, shocking their vision. You have to understand that the current little Shi Hao was still really young and was the shortest inside the village. No matter how you looked at it, he still looked like a small baby, and it was hard to associate his body with his immense strength. Under the shocked expressions, Shi Hao walked towards the large cauldron and tried to stand up as tall as he could. It was impossible for him to grab the cauldron's handles, and so he directly crouched down his little body to prop up the base of the cauldron. Soon after, he abruptly used his strength, and with a honglong sound, the bronze large copper was lifted up above his head. Everyone there was stupefied and could not believe what they were seeing in front of them. A 3.5-year-old child could actually lift up the 1,000 copper cauldron. This was simply too ridiculous. What in the world is this? This is like a child of the legendary golden-winged Peng 1, almost like a pure-blooded Pai Ziu emperor's son. Little Shi Hao might be comparable to a real young, ancient, fierce beast. Chapter 6. Preparation. The villagers were all petrified, and were all in a stupid daze. Although they had already heard about this previously, and knew that the little guy's physique far exceeded his peers, no one could have imagined that it was so abnormal. He shouldn't have even used the bone text's mysterious powers yet, right? Someone asked. No, he didn't. I saw very clearly that he purely utilized his body's strength. The hunting group's leader, Shi Linghu, replied. Pong. The little guy Shi Hao threw the copper cauldron to the ground, and as it smashed into the ground, smoke and dust polluted the air. He quickly took a step back, avoiding the rising dust. This loud noise once again made the villagers' hearts tighten. This truly was a little devil. The results were really hard to believe. A 3-year-old infant lifted up 1,000 cauldron. Not to mention within the mountain range's vicinity, it would be difficult to find someone like him even within the limits of this earth. The villagers were all mind-blown, and even Chief Shi Yunfeng was startled. He did not believe that Shi Hao could lift up such a large cauldron at his current age, and never expected it at all. Is this real? How could that little brat Shi Hao have such a ridiculous amount of strength? I have never heard of a child like this one. It really is quite inconceivable. If he did not have the body of a human, I would have thought that some ancient beast's child came here. All of the villagers turned around, and they were commenting on the little guy's striking performance. Chief, you've been to a few prosperous regions, right? Have you met any children like this one? That's right. Yunfeng, you've been to many powerful tribes. Have you heard about anyone like this little devil? Even some of the elders couldn't hold themselves back any longer and had to ask. Shi Yunfeng replied, I was once at a clan that had several million members and met several of their extraordinary children. They all had unlimited amounts of great resources that would cause anyone to be stupefied. Although they were quite formidable for their ages, compared to the little guy, they were still somewhat lacking. The villagers who heard that all blanked, and then all began to laugh. This was heaven showing favor towards Stone Village. A young child that had power similar to an archaic beast's descendant. What would happen once he properly grew up? Stone Village would become prosperous because of him. An elder said while analyzing, those large, rich, and powerful clans have as many experts as trees in a forest. They must have killed fierce beasts that were beyond frightening, and used the true blood of rarely seen archaic beasts to refine and baptize the bodies of their especially talented children. Otherwise, the difference when compared to the little guy would be even greater. There are various limitless fields, vast and boundless. Those great clans and aristocratic territories from legends might have even more formidable children. After all, the world is too big, and the things we understand are merely a small corner of what is truly out there, said Shi Yunfeng. The display of martial arts this time made all of the villagers extremely happy. The children were all quite strong, and the potential for growth was great. As for Shi Hao, that was a happiness beyond their expectations, since his performance was truly too shocking. While everyone began to scatter, several clan elders as well as Shi Linghu and some other important individuals did not leave. They continued to seriously discuss like before, as if the discussion they had previously never ended. When Shi Hao grows up in the future, in a one-on-one situation, won't he be able to defeat a ferocious, pure-blooded juvenile Suan Nai with his bare hands? As long as even one of those legendary archaic beasts comes out, then even an extremely powerful and large clan would be easily destroyed. TL, the Suan Nai is a mythical lion. It was mentioned in Coiling Dragon. One of the elders extinguished his burning thoughts and said, Having potential while you are young does not necessarily mean that you will become a powerful individual that will shock the world. You have to know that there are countless geniuses who faded away while they were young. Everyone was speechless, and soon after nodded their heads. Shi Yunfeng frowned and said, "Now that you mention it, Shi Hao was born in this village, so he was not born with the physique of those other children with Xianshan parents. He had a worse start than them, and we cannot provide for him like those major clans with archaic true blood, mountain treasures, panaceas, etc." Shi Linghu said, "Right now he is still young. If it was before, then maybe he really would have been too late to catch up to the children from those great clans." Shi Yunfeng thought for a bit before saying, "According to my understanding, once a talented child reached 5 years old within one of those great clans inside the Great Earth's limits, they would enter their life's first crucial baptism. They would be placed inside of a copper furnace, a good deal of panaceas, as well as archaic true blood, and a few other ingredients to slowly refine the body, allowing it to increase in strength." The others all softly sighed. After all, this was only a small village. Was it really possible for them to compete with those great clans? It wasn't even possible for them to procure those panaceas and the archaic true blood from legends. "We'll just try our best to kill some giant beasts and extract some of their precious blood. We'll accumulate it bit by bit and prepare for the little guy's 5-year-old baptism," sighed an elder. Shi Linghu frowned and brought up another issue. "In order to be able to compete with those powerful kids from legends, besides shedding your body and building a strong foundation, practicing an inherited cultivation technique is also an important issue." Chief Shi Yunfeng nodded his head and replied, "I will look for a solution to this issue." Everyone at that time became stumped for words. They all knew in the past, the chief left to explore the distant regions, he had entered quite a few sects. In the end, through the price of blood and lives, he brought back some bone texts. Could it be that those were comparable to the ones passed down by those major clans? 10 or so brothers went through life or death struggles together, and only 2 of them returned while immersed in blood. In the end, only the chief survived, yet he still contracted some strange disease. His past was something that he never talked about, and none of the villagers asked him about it either. What exactly happened that year? There was obviously a secret that he didn't want to reveal. In the following days, Chief Shi Yunfeng was always extremely busy and would often be slowly refining medicinal herbs. Within the courtyard, the stove cauldron never ran out of fire, and the smell of medicine was extremely strong. "Grandpa Chief, you don't need to work so hard and be so tired. You need to rest too." The little guy's eyelashes were rather long and were prettier than those of little girls as he thoughtfully advised the old man to take a break. "There's no need," Shi Yunfeng laughed while shaking his head. Several clan elders, as well as Shi Linghu, and the other people who were familiar with the situation didn't tell Shi Hao too much. He didn't know that Shi Yunfeng was actually preparing for his 5-year-old baptism. With the setting sun came the returning hunting troop. Each of them had a wild beast on their shoulders. Although there were some that were wounded, they were still all talking and laughing. The chief's stone courtyard was located near the village entrance, and Shi Hao was currently standing in front of the courtyard entrance while looking at everyone who was returning. "Uncles, you've all returned." He lifted his small, innocent, and tender face. His eyes were clear and were a brilliant black as he politely greeted the returning group of individuals. "Come here, these are your favorite berries. Uncle picked them especially for you." Shi Linghu handed over a package wrapped in animal skin. After opening it up, the inside was a bright red. A sweet scent traveled around, and each round fruit were like sparkling and translucent carnelians. "Thank you, Uncle." Shi Hao blinked his big eyes and happily received the berries. At nightfall, the villagers once again offered the beast corpses to the willow tree as sacrifices. After finishing the ceremony, some of the more spiritual prey was delivered to the chief's courtyard. Soon after, the smell of blood began to spread from the stone courtyard. Several fierce beasts were lined up over there, their bodies trickling with blood. Moreover, the beasts' bodies were gradually drying up and were flickering with symbols, making them appear strange and mysterious. That was the bone text, and at this moment, it was interwoven within the blood as tiny streaks of electricity streaked across. It looked as if Shi Yunfeng was performing sorcery, and he was currently using a mysterious force to slowly refine the best features of the beast's blood to obtain the blood medicine. After undergoing continuous smelting and refining, the amount of beast blood decreased more and more. At the end, there was only a single drop of blood left, and it was collected into a jade container. The blood bead was sparkling and translucent, and was brilliant like a blood diamond. According to what is recorded in the bone text, during the 5-year-old baptism, the panacea, true blood, and other mysterious components will have a mystical effect on one's foundation, greatly affecting one's future. Chief, Shi Yunfeng softly spoke. He did not want to waste Shi Hao's talent, and did not want him to fall behind the other major clan's geniuses. He was always thinking of ways to save up the materials needed for his baptism. It's better to go without than to go with a bad option. Only high-quality true blood is useful for the little guy. Unfortunately, it really is simply too rare. In addition, if it was excessively powerful, it might be too difficult to handle. He quietly said to himself. Chapter 7. Black Wood Nest. Originally, the lush mountain forests were permeated with an overcast aura. Poisonous insects roamed about, and the roaring beasts were oppressive like thunder. There were vicious tigers, poisonous snakes, as well as other creatures that left behind distinct smells that attacked one's nostrils, making people's skin and bones tremble. Roar. From within the mountain range, a thunder-like roar could be heard, causing the mountain stones to tumble. The rumbles echoed, the forest violently swayed, and leaves madly flew about. In the distance, large and ferocious beasts roamed about. A group of kids' faces were turning pale. There was already some distance between them and Stone Village as they were hiding from the adults. They entered the old forest, but luckily they didn't enter the vicious beasts' true dwelling areas. Brother Dazhuang, the mountain forest is too dangerous. We are still too young. We shouldn't go forward anymore, a small child said with a trembling voice. They grew up near this mountain forest and naturally knew the dangers associated with it. There were many types of vicious beasts, and even their parents had to be extremely careful when venturing inside this mountain forest, as even they could easily lose their lives. The children in this group were still young, and there were a total of around 10 kids. The leader of that group was precisely that Shi Dazhuang who lifted up that 1,000 jin copper cauldron. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, as well as thick and bulky arms. Moreover, his height almost overtook those of some adults. He looked towards another person and asked, "Pai Hu Wan, how much farther is it?" Pai Hu's birth name was Shi Zhonghu, and he was born dry and skinny. However, he had great strength as well as being clever and quick-witted. He replied, "I heard from Uncle Linghu that Cliff Village is not very far and is in this direction, so we should be there soon." "Shi Hao, what's your opinion?" Shi Dazhuang asked. In the past, Shi Hao was only the group of kids Bum Beetle and Simple tagged along wherever they went. Ever since he lifted up that copper cauldron and made all the adults look at him like he was a little freak, there was no need to describe the reactions of the kids. He immediately became one of their group, backbone members. "It will be very dangerous if we keep walking." Little Shi Hao's voice was sharp and clear, and his clear black and white eyes were darting back and forth as he realistically spoke. "But the distance from here really isn't that far," Shi Dazhuang said. More than half the children moved and wanted to keep going. "If you guys want to go, then I am going too," little Shi Hao said in a young and immature voice. Just like this, the group of children once again continued their journey and traveled roughly 1 li. The big trees began to thin out, and the vegetation became more and more scarce. Vicious beasts appeared more and more frequently, and waves of ominous energy permeated the air. Within the rugged stone mountains was the large stone forest. It was quiet and noiseless, and scattered on the floor were a few large beasts' dead remains, snow-white and astonishing. Pai Hu looked around and said in a soft voice, "It's right here. I heard Uncle Linghu talk about it before. Their hideout is located on a cliff in the abyss of Stone Forest." Shi Dazhuang also lowered his voice and reminded all of the children. These beast bones are most likely the remains of a beast's meal. Although at this moment it should not be inside of its nest, we still need to be careful. You absolutely cannot be discovered, otherwise, it's highly likely that you will lose your lives. The 10 or so children all grew up within the great desolate area. Their vigilance was extremely high, similar to those of small mountain beasts. They quickly and nimbly hid within the cracks of stone forest to cover their bodies. They briefly surveyed their surroundings and utilized the wind to scout out odors. Afterwards, they mutually nodded their heads, and with the vigor of apes and monkeys, they charged into the stone forest's deepest parts. Along the way, they encountered many skeletal remains. There were ordinary bones that were snow-white and enormous, covering roughly 5 to 6 meters in length, as well as large millstone-sized beast skulls. They all came from the various vicious beasts and birds that were feasted upon, causing the place to develop a dead atmosphere. It needs to rest here for a bit after all. If it reproduces and produces descendants, when our stone village's residents enter the mountain range, they will definitely be faced with this deadly threat. Uncle Linghu and the others have already discussed this for a few days and observed its characteristics and habits. These children were mumbling while speeding along. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were like 10 little tornadoes as they charged into the stone forest abyss. In front of them was a stone cliff. The area was barren, and it became increasingly more silent. There was a huge nest built at the top of the cliff out of strips of black wood, and it emanated a gloomy feeling. The children, all distantly separated, were hidden between the cracks of the mountain rocks. The black nest was gigantic, and its diameter stretched 10 meters long. Anyone could see that the nest belonged to a vicious bird. So it was here. This green-scaled eagle wandered for a long time before finally building this gigantic nest. So what Linghu uncle said was true, and it's going to have bobbies. The eyes of the group of children sparkled. This was their main goal. These were all types of really aggressive and powerful birds, and their bodies possessed magical blood. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and if the bird decided to prey on any beast or vicious being, they would be dead. It would be difficult for them to escape alive. Under Uncle Linghu and the others' observations, that male green-scaled eagle had not shown itself lately, and there was a chance that some unexpected accident happened within the mountain range that caused it to perish. Every day during noontime, a female bird would appear to hunt prey. If we want to get any closer, now is the best opportunity, Pai Hu said. The group of kids clenched their fists tightly, and it was obvious that they were quite nervous. At the same time, however, there was a look of anticipation and excitement. These kids who all grew up within the mountain forest were all bold and daring. Otherwise, they would not have acted on their own and traveled to a dangerous place like this. Everyone hide inside these stone cracks. I'll throw a stone to test things out. A dark-skinned child spoke. His name was Shi Meng, and the villagers all called him Meng. During Stone Village's martial arts practice, he directly knocked down a fat cow and almost lifted up that 1,000 copper cauldron. Within this group of kids, he was second only to Shi Hao and Shi Dazhuang. With a hoo sound, a large piece of rock took flight and charged into the distance before a dong sound finally rang out. It dropped in front of the stone cliff, and it fell onto a pile of rubble, making a large noise. All of them were startled, but luckily, there weren't any signs of activity on the mountain cliff. Meng, don't be so reckless. Be a bit more careful. I wanted to test to see if it was currently inside of its nest. Now that we know that there's no problem, let's hurry and check it out, Meng said while hinting his intent to rush forwards. Brother Meng, let's first wait a bit. Little Shi Hao spoke as he grabbed a decently sized rock and threw it with force. With a soo sound, it flew towards the stone cliff and landed near the nest with a loud echoing noise. After a short period of time, the mountain cliff became very peaceful again, and the green-scaled eagle did not actually appear. Let's go. The group of children were like a group of beasts, and with loud shouts, they charged at lightning speed towards the rocky cliff. Brother Dazhuang and the others wait here. "Let me go up there and take a look first," said Shi Hao. "You're a little baby that hasn't even stopped drinking milk yet. It's enough if you just stand on the side and watch. We'll go." Shi Dazhuang spoke, and the group of children laughed. Even now, the little guy still drank milk and was constantly being teased. "I started eating meat a long time ago. I only drink it sometimes as water." The little guy was acting upset and wrinkling his nose. He stared with his big eyes that were like large black gems while trying to defend himself. Of course, the little guy was very smart and knew that the bigger kids were not really mocking him, but were rather looking after him. They were not willing to let him be the first one to take the risk of going up. "I am faster than you guys, so if there is danger, I will also be able to quickly escape." The little guy did not wait for their response, and like a little monkey, he rushed over with a sus sound and began climbing the stone cliff cleverly and nimbly. "Don't let it notice us. We are going as well." Shi Dazhuang, Meng, and Pai Hu all followed closely behind and similarly chased like monkeys. The cliff had many cracks, and the children borrowed them to quickly climb up. They grew up within the great mountains alongside the jungles. Naturally, their climbing abilities were formidable and were not inferior to the mountain range's fiendish apes by much. I finally climbed all the way to the top. The stone cliff was 300 meters high. After the little guy arrived, the other 3 individuals arrived shortly after. Only when all of them stuck out their heads did they walk towards that huge nest. "What an enormous nest," Pai Hu gasped in admiration. Standing a bit closer while watching, they all felt that it was shocking. The nest was 10 meters wide and was made out of a black wood. It occupied the majority of the cliff's apex, and it was even bigger than one of Stone Village's houses. Outside of the bird's residence, there were also some large, sticky blood-covered bones on top of the cliff. Each one was taller than an adult and was absolutely horrifying. In particular, on top of that millstone-sized beast bone, there were still some terrifying claw marks. There were still some bloodstains left on them, making them appear extremely sinister. "These are the skeletal remains of the dragon-fanged elephant. It really is scary. A single winged beast could actually feast on such a huge elephant." Meng cried out in alarm. "Let's not worry about these things for now," Shi Dazhuang said, and began to climb the blackbird nest. Arriving on top of the nest, they immediately felt waves of dense odor as well as a bloody odor. The edges of the nest were a dark red color, and it was evident that the green scaled eagle ate its meals at the edge of its nest. After being contaminated with all types of beast blood for such a long time, this place developed an extremely deep, baleful aura. "That ferocious bird is not here. Come look, there are several bird eggs." Several children cried out in alarm and were extremely reckless. From what they eavesdropped in the village, the flying beasts all came from eggs. "Perfect, let's quickly carry them out and raise them within the village. In the future, we will have giant, ferocious birds to help us hunt. Bring back the prey," Pai Hu excitedly yelled. The inside of the nest was layered with soft golden silk grass. It looked really comfortable, and the sparkling and translucent jade-like eggs peacefully emerged from inside that area. On the outside of the egg were net-like patterns as well as scattered dots, and its luster flickered in the light. These ferocious bird eggs were all as big as water basins. Beneath the flickering glare, they were dark green like cornelian, and under the sunlight, the stripes were bright and dazzling. 1. Pai Hu literally means Skin Monkey Chapter 8, the green-scaled eagle. The dark-skinned Meng was giggling foolishly to the point where his saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. He quickly walked forward and said, "This is the biggest nest I've ever stolen from, and the biggest egg I've ever seen." Hee, that's right. It's only when I steal from this kind of nest that I feel a sense of accomplishment." Pai Hu insipidly laughed like a mountain monkey. "Truly beautiful." The little guy Shi Hao's eyelashes fluttered as his large eyes blinked. He watched the 3 warm bird eggs that were full of luster glisten like crystals. He could not help but rejoice. Being the youngest, he was extremely curious and wanted to hold the eggs to examine them closely. Shi Meng approached closer, but right when he reached out his hand to touch the giant egg, he let out an AU sound. He felt like his arm had gone numb, as if it had been shocked by electricity. What is going on? The several children were alarmed. On the jade-like eggshell, spots and markings shone beautifully like a star glowing in the sky, and a mysterious power was flowing around it. Truly powerful. The green-scaled eagle is the descendant of an archaic beast, and although its bloodline has not been pure since long ago, inside its life imprint were still several bone texts that had been passed down. The little guy said this with a crisp voice. He studied the bone text every day and managed to draw an inkling of insight from this. The children were all startled and happy. The creature who gave birth to these eggs was rare and powerful, and so the hatchlings would definitely inherit its rare and precious bloodline. In the future, they could protect the village and be comparable to a village's guardian spirit. The brilliant radiance only flows about the spots on the eggshells. Be careful not to touch those areas and put them into the animal hide pouches. We need to hurry and leave. Shi Dazhuang was tall and strong, as well as very sturdy and solid. He urged the others to hurry up, as now was not the time to be idling about. Naturally, they had already made preparations earlier. Each person carried an animal skin pouch, and they quickly opened it and very carefully placed the vicious bird eggs into them. Altogether, there was 3 water basin-sized jasper eggs, and other than the little guy, each of the other 3 individuals carried 1 pouch. This is great. We actually succeeded. Meng was very happy, and he laughed until a snot bubble almost formed. Pai Hu was also giggling, and he said, "In the future, our stone village will have powerful, vicious birds as guardians. The chief, Uncle Linghu, and the others will all be convinced that we have done great and look at us in a different light." "Ayu," Shi Dazhuang staggered and almost fell, but was propped up by the little guy. The vicious bird's nest was covered in golden silk grass, making it really soft. However, in the center, there were a few hidden scales that gave off flashes of chilly metal luster. Shi Dazhuang wasn't paying attention to the ground and stepped on one. It pierced through his shoe, causing some blood to drip out from his sole. Fortunately, only the skin was scratched. Such sharp scales! The little guy Shi Hao took the green scales and collected them with his hands. They were each the size of an infant and flickered with cold light. This has to be the mature, vicious bird's scales. No wonder it is out of the ordinary. I reckon that even a broadsword nearing 100 jin in weight would not be able to split open these scales, Pai Hu said. The few kids did not dare dawdle around, and they rapidly descended along the cliff like lizards. They reached the ground extremely quickly, wiped off their sweat, and let out a deep breath. "How was it? Did you guys gain anything?" The group of children all gathered around. "We succeeded. We smuggled out a bunch of bird eggs. Ha-ha!" Meng laughed loudly. The children opened the animal hide pouches and looked at the contents inside. They all gasped in admiration when they saw the eggs that were as large as water basins. The eggs were shining like gems with mysterious clear specks. "Awesome, we succeeded." These are actually the powerful, vicious bird's eggs. Our stone village will have flying battle birds in the future. Let's leave. They were happy and excited, and they pranced around like a group of little mountain beasts. Moving swiftly, they soon left Stone Forest and the green-scaled eagle's home. This time, things really went smoothly. Let's leave this place quickly. The mountain forest was dense with plant growth, and the dead leaves piled up into thick layers, providing soft ground to step on. Large trees reached high into the sky as they covered the scorching sun. Old vines were like dragons as they snaked around the trees. In the distant area, various beasts roared from time to time, shaking the mountain area. The distance from their current location to Stone Village was not that far. They were in a relatively safe area, and they did not actually go near the dangerous areas within the Great Mountains where ferocious beasts roamed about. "We're almost there. One more burst of energy. Let's run back to the village in one breath." Although the group of children were extremely excited, they still felt a bit of worry within their hearts. After all, it was a green-scaled eagle that even made all of the strongest and fittest adults from the village feel fear. They successfully made away with the green-scaled eagle's eggs from within its nest, and it didn't feel real. Suddenly, a bird cry rang out within the vast sky as if it could pierce gold and split stones. The sound was extremely sharp and intense, and had a type of penetrating nature, causing the group of children's eardrums to hurt. Oh no, that green-scaled eagle must have returned and gone mad after discovering her 3 eggs missing. One of the children cried out. Escape quickly. Little Shi Hao's eyes were very bright and could see through the cracks between the huge trees. He saw that in the sky there was a shadow circling about and heading this way. High up in the sky, the gales were howling. A huge bird casted a huge shadow over the mountain forest and dove down with an extremely fast speed. Its entire body was flowing with a cyan-colored cold light, and the vicious chi was astonishing. By now, all the other kids had seen that in the distance, an enormous bird was flying in the sky towards the mountain forest. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was like a star falling from the sky. The speed was frightening. Holy shit, what a huge bird, run for it. The children were all crying out in alarm and felt fear grow within their hearts. Its body was 7 or 8 meters wide, and when it expanded its wings, it would cover 15 meters. Its entire body was covered in green-colored scales, and they were flickering with a chilly metal luster as its fiendish aura oppressed everything. The group of kids were scampering off in all directions, madly trying to escape by relying on their familiarity of the mountain forest. They specifically ran towards the secret areas to hide from the vicious beast that was covered in scales and radiating cold light. Pong! Several towering great trees were smashed to pieces by its steel wings, causing the branches and leaves to fly all over the place and fragments to fly everywhere. It appeared as if it was forged out of metal, and while diving down, it crushed all obstacles in its path. This made people horrified, and the children were all screaming loudly. Their faces were all pale, and they were running away as fast as they could. This huge monster was extremely scary, and with its steel wings smashing about, it destroyed everything. Its scales were flickering with the forest's cold radiance, and with a single dive, it destroyed a large part of the mountain forest, causing wood fragments and ruined leaves to flutter about. It was too powerful. Its body was incomparably solid, and its 2 wings were like wide blades. It was completely capable of breaking apart a mountain peak. Those forest trees did not stand a chance. It was similar to a huge eagle, however its body did not have a single feather. Thick scales covering its body, making it look like it was forged out of molten metal, full of shocking power. The curved eagle beak gave off a black light and was pointed like a spear. It was almost a meter long, and there was still the blood of vicious beasts on top of it. It was obvious that it had just returned from its hunt. In addition, its claws were even more intimidating. They gave off a cold radiance in the forest, and they were extremely sharp. They were almost a meter in length, and they could easily tear apart an enormous elephant. On its head were some plume-like protrusions, but they were definitely not feathers. Instead, they were sharp bony outgrowths. Like a row of thorns, they could easily tear open a large, vicious beast's chest. This was precisely the green-scaled eagle, and its body was covered densely in ice-cold cyan scales. Its body was full of boundless power as if it was forged out of steel. It was sweeping across the mountain forest, causing the large forest to become empty. Pong! Within the rumbling sounds, the towering large trees were being broken tree after tree, and many of the trees were so thick that a dozen men could wrap their arms around it. The green-scaled eagle directly swooped down, and its steel wings broke apart all obstacles in its way, making branches and leaves fly everywhere. There was a loud peng sound, and a giant mountain rock that was in its path was completely obliterated. Sparks flew everywhere and stones scattered randomly. Many 100 jin-heavy rocks smashed in all 4 directions, breaking many huge trees. It was an extremely shocking sight. All the kids felt cold from their hair all the way down to their bones. This green-scaled eagle was simply too strong. If not for that piece of mountain rock blocking its attacks, many of them would most likely have been killed. After the green-scaled eagle destroyed a large area of the mountain forest, it flew back into the sky and hovered in midair. Its sharp eagle eyes coldly stared downwards, preparing to dive down once again to kill the children that were currently escaping. "The village is not far from here. Let's rush there quickly," the children shouted loudly. Chapter 9, Vicious Power. "There's not enough time. Its speed is too fast. There's no way we can escape back to the village," shouted Pai-Hu. He was grimacing in pain as he had just been pelted in the arm by a rock as a result of the chaos. A huge chunk of flesh was broken, and blood flowed directly from that wound. "There is a rather deep cave over here. Let's hide in there for a while," the little guy Shi Hao yelled towards everyone. They were fleeing within the mountains, and after bypassing some large rocks, they charged into a group of giant vines. The little guy stealthily slipped in, and when the other kids saw this, they all followed closely behind. This was a very damp cave, and it was covered with vines. A vague water-dripping noise could be heard, and the lighting was extremely dim, making it almost pitch black. The cavern was incomparably serene and hidden, and after entering, none of the children wanted to stand still. They all madly rushed in, and only after running 10 meters did they stop. Within the darkness, there were heavy breathing sounds. After running continuously for 500 meters, the 10 or so children were all exhausted. Just now they were frightened and scared. That green-scaled eagle was too powerful. If that vicious bird caught up, one claw swipe would turn them into a pile of bloody mud and crushed bones. "Who, so dangerous? Just a bit more and we would have been finished." After escaping the calamity and getting a renewed life, they all sat their buttocks on the ground. "This cave entrance isn't too large, so that vicious bird should not be able to enter." Although the children began to relax a bit, they did not forget to take precautions. The experience they faced this time was truly dangerous, and their corpses were almost buried within the mountain forest. After escaping that archaic devil bird descendant's claws, they finally began to feel a bit more tranquil, and their backs were covered with a layer of cold sweat. The cave was extremely deep and was linked up to an underground river. Cold wind swished by, and the children were looking at each other in dismay. Some of them were anxious. How were they going to return to Stone Village? None of them dared to exit this cave. "Yi, that's right. Little guy, how did you know that there was a cave here?" After they calmed down a bit, the group of children remembered that at the crucial moment, the little guy found this path of life. "Yeah," the little guy was a bit embarrassed and shyly played with the corners of his clothes. In a small murmuring noise, he said, "Last time, I ran out of the village while chasing after a scarlet sparrow and almost got lost. I accidentally stumbled here." The group of kids became mute. The little guy was great at everything, but he was too restless and was extremely curious about everything. When he was little, there was a time when he also ran out of the village chasing the chief's big yellow dog. He, the 3-year-old little Hao still drinks milk and chases after everything. The older kids were all teasing him. The little guy felt embarrassed and was puffing his cheeks. Pouting with rage, he innocently said, "Stop laughing, you guys. That was a sparrow completely covered in a blood-red color. It looked exactly like the archaic divine vermilion bird recorded in the bone texts." "Chi, forget about those legendary existences. Even a red cloud bird or a later generation would all be able to eliminate a super clan. If it really was a vermilion bird, would it allow you to chase after it? Just a yawn from it would obliterate an emperor's territory." But it really was exactly the same as what was recorded on the bone text. It was a deep red and extremely beautiful. The little guy was trying to defend himself, and his small white hands were gripped tightly. His little flushed red face was a bit emotional, and his black jewel-like big eyes were radiating in the darkness. Dong! Suddenly, an oppressive sound rang out and roused all the children. They turned their heads to look, and saw a ice-cold and metallic radiance flickering at the cave entrance. The green-scaled eagle's head appeared, and its pupils were astonishingly cold and deep as it stared at the children within the cave. "Heavens, he's coming!" Many of the children's faces suddenly lost color, becoming incomparably pale. "There's no problem. The entrance is not large. There's no way he can enter." Meng was quite brave, and while speaking, he picked up a face-sized rock and threw it with all of his strength. Peng! With such a huge rock thrown with his 1,000 jin strength, the speed was fast, and the power was formidable as well. It immediately smashed into the green-scaled eagle's head. However, the only thing that happened was a few sparks flew, and a sound began to echo. That metal-like green-colored scale flickered with cold light and was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the rock split into 4 pieces before falling to the ground. Everyone took in a cold breath. This vicious bird had copper skin and metal bones, and it was too powerful. It made people tremble inside. Pooh! With one claw, it instantly easily grabbed several hundred jins' weight of rock, as if it was a sharp iron hook clawing at mud. The group of children were dumbstruck. Could it be that not even the cave's entrance could stop it? Catcha! The sound of rocks shattering once again rang out. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and streaked across the sky like a knife, splitting the rock walls into pieces. Huge rocks rumbled and tumbled, and that huge body stubbornly forced its way in. Too scary, it could blast open a low mountain like this. It won't actually collapse this cavern and flatten this area right. Pai Hu took out his bow and readied an arrow. That was a dragon horn hard bow, and it was cut from the dragon-fanged elephant. Normally, only the adults could pull back the strings, as it was made from Stone Village's best bow materials. Zoo! An arrow flew out with extreme speed and great power. The arrow flew like a meteor, swift and fierce. Dang! However, what caused people to be shocked was that the arrow shot towards the green-scaled eagle's head only created a string of sparks. Its scales were truly difficult to penetrate. Even this type of hard bow and sharp arrow were not effective. Everyone felt scared and upset. What were they going to do now? Even such a strong bow could not harm it. Other than this, there was simply no way they would go up and fight it in close combat. They were stuck in a desperate situation. Yeah, let me try. The little guy borrowed an iron spear from the body of a big child that was only 40 or 50 jin in weight. He burst it into a small run, and then he suddenly gained speed as he rushed towards the entrance. At the end, he ferociously tossed the iron spear, and it appeared as if a strip of lightning pierced the air as cold light charged towards the entrance. Shi Hao, who could lift up the 1,000 jin copper cauldron, used all of his strength to throw the iron spear. Its penetrating power was frightening as it shot towards the green-scaled eagle's pupil. The iron spear covered the sky, made a whistling sound, and pressured air followed it with booming sounds. The green-scaled eagle continued to loathingly claw at the children. And right now was the first moment where it actually expressed a hint of amazement. It quickly moved its head and did not dare let its eyes get pierced by that iron spear. After a large kiang sound, the iron spear shot out with astonishing speed and power as it smashed into the green-scaled eagle's head. As if 2 slabs of metal plates were grinded together, sparks flew everywhere, and the emitted sound was extremely ear-piercing. Finally, the iron spear fell onto the floor, but a scale on the corners of the vicious bird's eyes also fell. A stream of blood trickled out, and it was extremely eye-catching. A reverberating sound rang out from the green-scaled eagle, and it felt as if lightning was hacking away at one's soul. It was grand and massive at first, before transforming into a sharp and penetrating sound. It was like a dragon's roar, extremely terrifying. Several kids were so startled, they took a few steps back before falling with their buttocks onto the ground. They used their hands to cover their ears at once, otherwise, their eardrums would have been damaged. The vicious bird carelessly allowed itself to get wounded, and thus as a result went mad. The eagle's eyes were cold like sharp blades, and he stared at little Shi Hao. Brandishing its huge claws, it madly clawed at the cave's walls and vigorously forced itself in. Rocks rolled everywhere, from 10 jin to more than 100 jin, and were crushed as if they were rotting wood. The cavern was being torn open, and the green-scaled eagle angrily cried out as it attacked. "Shoot, this giant bird is going crazy. We won't be clawed into pieces by it, right? Pai Hu and the others were all scared, and some of the children were beginning to regret it. No wonder the adults never acted blindly without thinking. This vicious bird was too frightening. This place is quite close to Stone Village. Grandpa Chief and the others will definitely hear the activity and send people to rescue us. Little Shi Hao spoke. That's right, let's use all of our strength to attack and infuriate it, causing it to make even more sounds. Chief and the others will definitely discover it sooner, Shi Dazhuang said as he picked up a large rock and ferociously smashing it towards the vicious bird. Pub Future ads. The bird's cry became even more terrifying and shook the cave until dust began to fall everywhere. Rocks rolled everywhere, and that large and densely covered body approached step by step, furiously tearing open the stone walls. The group of children used their bows and arrows to shoot at its eyes and delivered their iron spears to Shi Hao, Meng, and Shi Dazhuang. They allowed the three most powerful individuals to shoot the spears at the green-scaled eagle's eyes. The mountain forest rocks collapsed everywhere, and leaves madly danced about. The vicious bird closed its eyes and retreated several steps from the cave, completely flattened the surrounding mountain area. What's going on? What caused that green-scaled eagle to go so mad as to come to our village and cause such a ruckus? The people inside of Stone Village began to notice the abnormality and began to become suspicious. They quickly sent people to report to several elders, and a group of people arrived at the village head's high platform area to watch from the sidelines. Chief, today I saw Meng, De Zhuang, and the little guy skulking around furtively. This trouble should not be their fault, right? These brats, Shi Lin, who smacked his thigh, suddenly remembering that while they were discussing about the green-scaled eagle, Pai Hu and a few other kids were sneakily eavesdropping. Chief Shi Yunfeng immediately understood the severity of the situation after obtaining this information. In an extremely decisive manner, he said, "Quickly go fetch the two ancestral artifacts. We will go together." The strongest men within Stone Village all took action, and for the sake of the children, their eyes all became red. Who cares if you are some archaic devil bird's descendant? We will still fight. Some of them carried 100 Jin wolf fang poles, and some carried super bows that were as tall as people. Some of them even carried black iron broadswords that were almost as tall as them. They looked ferocious and murderous. Relax, nothing will happen to the kids. If that featherless eagle dares to do anything, I'll definitely slice it into pieces and feed it to the pigs in the village. These men consoled their wives, loudly shouting before rushing out the villager in a clamor. The group of robust men were like a group of ferocious beasts, and they had powerful, imposing manners. From afar, they had already begun firing arrows, and the thick arrow shafts were like javelins. They were also all iron arrows, and their might was astonishing. Dongs dong. After the giant arrows were fired out, many trees were pierced through and broken. They were extremely mad and tyrannical. It was like as if a group of tall and savage people screamed by as they loudly berated the vicious bird. The green-scaled eagle had long withdrawn from the cave entrance, and its ice-cold pupils were staring at these virtuous fighters. It did not know the meaning of fear because it was a top-notch predator within this area. As long as it did not enter the depths of the mountain range, it could do as it pleased. Extending its wings, the furious wind howled. Many of the heavy arrows and metal spears that were shot towards the eagle were blown away. Amidst the clashing noises, sparks madly flew everywhere as the eagle raised its head and cried out loudly. The fury in its eyes grew, and after flapping its wings, it shot towards the group of people. It had a 7 to 8 meter long body that reached 15 meters after extending both its wings. Such a giant figure charging over had an extremely terrifying demeanor. Broken and battered twigs and leaves exploded into pieces, and before the eagle even approached near, the horrifying air currents already made the people's faces hurt. Everyone should defend together. Lin Hu, you go get the sacrificial artifacts, Chief Shi Yunfeng said. With such a terrifying devil bird descendant powerfully shaking about, it would definitely cause disastrous damage. Only by using the ancient treasure artifacts intimidation, passed down from the village ancestors, would we have a chance of making it run back in fear. "Featherless eagle, come here, charge towards me," Shi Hao shouted. Being at the furthermost point, he raised his head and watched as the fierce bird swooped down. Meanwhile, he took out a piece of animal bone that resembled the arm bone of a vicious beast. The pupils of the green-scaled eagle glistened as if it had some sort of reaction and halted its attack. Unwaveringly, the eagle glared at the lusterless bone. It began to take precautions, and its half-meter black beak suddenly released a brilliant light. A symbol appeared, and it began to emit a frightening oppressive power. "Good fellow, this green-scaled eagle is surely one of a kind. Its body possesses blood that carries the symbolic mark, representing its formidable strength," Old Chief exclaimed admirably. "Roar." Meanwhile, Shi Hao roared while understanding the emergency situation. He persevered and used all his strength to move forward. His left arm glowed, and a bone text appeared and dazzled brilliantly. Suddenly, he took that piece of arm bone and pressed it towards his own arm. Bang! He exhaled powerfully into the air, and it was as if there was a frantic hurricane. It seemed as if the king of beasts has resurrected, and it even frightened the vicious bird in the sky. It rapidly rushed towards the sky to increase the amount of distance between them. Shi Hao's left arm radiated, and that piece of the vicious animal arm bone fused with his own arm. It became a part of his body and mixed with his flesh mysteriously as if there was no distinction. Not only did that left arm's radiance become increasingly more magnificent, it also condensed an ancient symbol, as if there was a vicious beast that wanted to escape from the symbol itself. Chapter 10: Ancestral Artifact. This was an ancient item condensed from the precious remains of ancient and powerful vicious beasts, and the bone texts grasped by the humans were precisely developed from these rare and precious bones, and it was the root of the mysterious power. The arm of the vicious beast fused with the arm of Shi Hao's, causing a bright light to be emitted. As a result of this, his power increased sharply, and his body, which was previously 2 meters, unexpectedly raised to 3 meters. He became quite a bit stronger, and his entire body was surrounded by slips of lightning like light beams. His blood chi was astonishing. Although the green-scaled eagle was terrified of the air released by that beast bone, deep within, it was unwilling to resign. The black bird beak that was similar to a curved blade assembled a bright luster. The symbol became more and more powerful, and it was getting ready to attack. This type of mysterious power was accumulating at the bird's beak, and it became increasingly brighter, causing all the other birds and animals at the mountain to shake with fear. "Fei Jiao, you come as well." Chief Shi Yunfeng ordered another strong male villager to use the second ancestral artifact. Shi Fei Jiao was exceptionally strong, and he threw the big wolf-toothed club from his hand, using his mysterious power. His chest suddenly lit up with the light from the bone text, and the light flickered as though they were shining stars. He quickly retrieved an old and blood-stained beast hide from his bosom and fiercely pressed it onto his chest. Pong! A fierce aura spread out, terrifying all the nearby living animals as if an archaic beast descended nearby, and even the green-scaled eagle in the air became terrified. It once again halted its dive and displayed a hint of nervousness from within its eyes. Shi Fei Jiao's chest flickered with light, and that old piece of ancient beast hide fused into his chest, becoming a part of his skin. Emitted a formidable life force and started to release a bright radiance before a mysterious symbol finally appeared. A faintly discernible beast head appeared from that symbol, as if trying to free itself from that symbol. Another face seemed to have appeared on Shi Fei Jiao's chest. With the ancient beast hide embedded in his flesh, the text slowly started to take shape, and a figure of a vicious beast appeared. And majestic force pressured and engulfed the entire mountain forest, stunning many people. This was precisely the stone village's other ancestral artifact, a piece of ancient beast hide. It wasn't clear which era this beast hide was from, but it was still evidently shed from the body of an archaic beast, and was also able to form a rare and powerful text. The bone text that mankind possessed was mostly copied from the precious bones of vicious beasts, but it didn't mean that all vicious beasts had their mysterious powers embedded into their bones. Some had it embedded on their skin, and there were even some in their heart. The light on Shi Jiao's body grew more and more radiant, making him look like he was ablaze and resplendent all over. From his chest, a beast howled like thunder, causing the entire mountain forest to shake and create landslides. This wasn't an ordinary bone text that mankind simply copied and later developed, but rather an original source of precious beast hide. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary village couldn't possibly have this, let alone having two ancestral artifacts. It was quite evident that there was a period of time when Stone Village was quite great. Shi Linghu and Shi Jiao stood shoulder to shoulder and looked towards the sky at the vicious bird before releasing all the strength of the ancestral artifact. A violent stream of air blasted towards the sky. The bushes and brambles nearby were all blown away in front of their eyes. The cold eyes of the green-scaled eagle was bewildered. It did not dare approach any closer and appeared to be frozen in fear. Both parties faced each other, and there was a short period of serenity. "Ow," the village head arrived. "Uncle Linghu came to save us." A few children poked their head out from within the deep cave and began to cheer. "Let's go. Village head and uncle came to take us home." Within the stone cave, children came running out like a swarm of bees and ran towards the adults. Even now, Shi Linghu and Shi Jiao relied on the ancestral artifacts to provide support as the children and adults quickly came together. "Children, nothing bad happened, right?" A bunch of adults came rushing and held their own children and rotated them around for inspection, fearing any injuries that might have occurred. "It's nothing, we're all good, and there are only a few scratches on some of us," the children responded. "It's good that nothing happened." The eager adults finally calmed down and immediately with their palms spanked all their kids' bottoms. "OWW, it hurts. Why are you hurting us? Didn't you just care about us? Why did your face change so fast?" the children screamed. A strong man said, "This is this and that is that. Since you're not hurt, then there must be punishment. You guys didn't even grow any hair yet and you dare to provoke a demon bird. If I don't spank your butts rotten, then I can't be considered your father." The hostile green-scaled eagle was in midair as it revealed a hint of ominous aura. However, it never dove down, and rather vigilantly staying there without taking any immediate action. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng shouted, "Let's hurry up and leave. Linghu and Fei Jiao's understanding of the bone text isn't too profound and can't use the ancestral artifacts to their full effect. Let's take advantage of the current situation and return." He himself secretly had a disease and was not suitable for big battles. All the children were found, and nothing unexpected happened to anyone. This is the best news. A group of adults held large clubs and armed their huge, gigantic bows while carefully returning to the village with their children in the middle. "Wow, Uncle Linghu, you're so awesome. All these years Grandpa Chief always experimented on you guys and unexpectedly obtained such wonderful results. You're geniuses." "It's true, and also, Uncle Fei Jiao, what kind of weapons are you using? Why haven't we seen this before? Is it because you have to understand the bone text to be able to use it? Uncle, you guys are so majestic and powerful." On the path of retreat, the kids ignored the vicious bird in midair, taking advantage and flattering the adults in fear of being further reprimanded upon returning. "Less smooth talking, turn around and you'll be cut." Pihu's father's eyes widened. The green-scaled eagle followed on the entire way back until it saw the old willow tree near the village, and it didn't dare continue further. It circled them in midair and cried out angrily. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. After being followed by the tyrannical descendant of an archaic devil bird, their hearts were always tight because if they messed up even a little bit, many people would have died. "This time we use the ancestral artifacts. Hopefully, this doesn't result in some complications," the village chief said. "It's okay, Chief. who would pass through this wild and mountainous region. No one could have saw that, Shi Hao said. Hopefully it's as you say. The stuff we inherited from our ancestors had been gathering dust for a long time. It would be great if no unforeseeable incidents arrived because of this, Shi Yunfeng said lightly. The anticipated bloodbath did not occur, and they safely returned to the village. The devil bird's descendant was still in midair, crying out sharply enough to split rocks. After entering the village, everyone started jumping around, and the women rushed forward and immediately embraced their own children. After receiving the news not long along, they couldn't stop feeling apprehensive, and the men immediately started finding planks, preparing to beat up these naughty rascals. You little brat, who told you to go cause trouble, stand there now. Dad, stop hitting me. I know I'm wrong. A group of children hurriedly scampered, and finally all escaped to the chief's yard and begged for his help to not let their parents punish them. After arriving at the chief's yard, the group of children were all angry with envy. The little guy didn't receive any punishment at all. Instead, they discovered he was holding up a small bowl of milk and drinking out of it with a small wooden spoon. Wah, little guy, you're drinking milk again. You're 3.5 now, a bigger kid said. Yeah, the little guy was majorly embarrassed as he held his little bowl and hid it away from the eyes of the bigger kids with his delicate white hands. His was flushed red, and his eyelashes were trembling, and said, You're just seeing things. I'm actually drinking water. Ha ha, the group of children exploded in laughter. We're all being beaten up. How come you, on the other hand, have milk to drink? Pai Hu inquisitively asked. It's because I told Grandpa Chief a story, and he thought it was good, so he didn't blame me at all. The little guy's big eyes slowly shifted. What story? The story of Little Red. Who's Little Red? Little Red is the baby scarlet sparrow. I told you guys. The little guy was clearly unhappy. The group of kids rolled their eyes, hissing. If the chief actually believed that, then he's naive. The vermilion bird was a myth even in the ancient times. How dare there possibly be one right now, and even chased by you? Woo, 2 years ago, there was an unknown mountain treasure that appeared in the depth of the mountain region. It drew in many tyrannical ancient species, causing an unimaginable battle. A scarlet flame swept across the sky, and we could see the faintly discernible traces of a 10-day fire even from our village. The chief came and said, Clearly, a fire beast hides in the depth of the mountain region, but it shouldn't be a mythical vermilion bird since it's not very realistic. At this moment, Shi Linghu arrived as well. 2 years ago, that battle was extremely frightening, yet we truly didn't know what kind of gigantic and ancient beasts had arrived. One day late at night, I saw a towering man-like figure carrying a black stick, and with one step it crossed a mountain ridge, but I didn't clearly see its face. Shi Feijiao sighed. Till this day, he's still horrified by the scene. The adults arrived. The group of children's faces suddenly turned bitter, as the adults were here to pick them up after chasing them all the way to the chief's place. Chief, we found a nest full of the green-scaled eagle's eggs and took them so that we can raise archaic devil birds. Perhaps in the future they can collaborate and protect our village. Right, in the future, our stone village could have flying warbirds. These are 3 eggs from the descendant of an archaic devil bird. The kids were all trying to show off as much as possible for the sake of receiving forgiveness. Do you know how much meat a single vicious bird consumes a day? Even for us, food is always a bit lacking. Where do we find extra food to raise 3 huge monsters? The children frowned. Also, you think we're done with this fiasco? Look outside the village. A village elder sighed. The children stepped on a tall platform and peering outside the village in astonishment. That terrifying green-scaled eagle was perched on top of a huge rock. Its eyes were cold, and its green scales shined brilliantly as it guarded the outskirts of the village without any intent of leaving. This type of vicious bird is quite vengeful. You stole its eggs. How could it let such a thing go? In the future, even hunting for our village will be difficult, Shi Feijiao anxiously said. The children's faces turned white, knowing they caused a disaster. Yeah, let's just return its eggs. The green-scaled eagle is quite pitiable without its eggs. The little guy winked and quietly said, "This eagle is really terrifying. If we don't return its eggs, perhaps it will bother us to no end. Our village will never be at peace. Even if we have ancestral artifacts, it will be difficult to deal with as no one here can truly activate these priceless treasures, true effects." The villagers decided try and deliver the eggs outside. If even that didn't work out, then they would find another method. 3 big water basins were brought out, and each of them held a jade-colored egg. They were sparkling all over with a beautiful translucent radiance, and the mysterious symbols, strength filled the air, appearing godlike. Right when everyone had just left the courtyard and hadn't even taken many steps, the altar near the chief's house, that old black willow tree, suddenly trembled. A single branch clad in a divine green aura dipped down, and like a divine chain, it gently brushed the surface of an egg, instantly creating rays of radiating light. Chapter 11: Ancestral Inheritance. Everyone was dumbfounded. Outside the village, that seemingly metallic vicious bird was also shaken, and suddenly raised its head. Its eyes shot out lightning-like beams and vigilantly stared towards the altar. The egg brushed by the tender green willow branch shined in 1,000 splendid colors and was surrounded by a dense aura of light. In an instant, it looked like a divine object, bright, sparkly, and extremely shocking. On the eggshell, the spots radiated light like small suns and emitted a strong burning sensation, as if an exuberant life force became more prominent. Furthermore, there were many mysterious patterns that appeared near the spots, and they looked like awe-inspiring divine serpents. The whole scene appeared as if a vermilion bird was bathing in fire. That egg changed indescribably, and the mysterious patterns interweaved. After a short while, the entire egg was covered in a gorgeous pattern. Godly splendor flowed in all 4 directions. The life force in this egg just became many times more powerful. The ancient devil bird's mark is recovering a lot in this particular offspring. If this egg hatches, the offspring's strength will definitely far surpass the green-scaled eagle. "Chief," Shi Yunfeng said shockingly. This egg was a bit special, as it could potentially inherit many of the ancient devil bird's imprint fragments. An ancestral inheritance phenomenon was taking place, and its bloodline would definitely be of an extremely high quality, far surpassing its parents. The scene of the old willow tree, branch lightly brushing the egg, caused people to be mind-blown. Did the willow tree find the egg special, or was it due to some other mysterious force that caused the egg to mutate? The entire village was shocked, and after looking at that splendid and shining egg, their eyes shone brightly. This was a rare warbird, and its potential was limitless. Outside the village, the green-scaled eagle covered in glistening scales perched on top of the huge rock. Both of its eyes staring intently, and didn't dare to believe what was happening either. It really wanted to rush into village to get a better look, but after seeing the old willow tree, it instinctively kept away and stayed outside to cry. That lovely and jade-like willow branch no longer moved after displaying its lifelike movement of brushing the egg. Clearly, it wasn't that interested, it just merely brushed the egg. The villagers all reveled, and only calmed down after a long while. "Chief, do we keep this egg?" asked Shi Linhu. Right now, the villagers were all moved and full of passion. This was a magical and precious egg, and it would be a shame to let such an opportunity go. "Don't you see the vicious bird outside the village? If we keep the egg, it will go crazy." Shi Yunfeng frowned. The old willow tree was very mysterious and powerful, constantly protecting the village and obstructing ferocious beasts from destroying the village. Stone Village was its domain, but it was only defending. It would never even move outside the village, let alone voluntarily attack something. That green-scaled eagle didn't dare enter, but it only needed to block the village exit to make Stone Village's people feel tormented. After all, the villagers still needed to go hunt in the mountain range. "Forget it, let's return this egg to that big furry bird," an elder said. The villagers were all disappointed, but there was no other way. The green-scaled eagle was too powerful, It was this region's apex predator. If creatures that lived in the depth of the mountain range didn't come out, it could definitely be considered the overlord. A villager, careful and prudent, used the two ancestral artifacts as protection to deliver the 3 eggs to the village entrance. He laid it on the grass before quickly returning. Right now, that mutated egg's burning aura and radiance already dissipated and was no longer dazzling. However, the newly formed mysterious patterns never faded away, differentiating itself from the other 2 eggs and making it seem as if 2 different species of birds laid the eggs. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and let loose a violent gust of wind and threw itself over in an instant. Both wings spread and suddenly protected all 3 eggs. Afterwards, it stared intently at that striped, lustrous, sparkling special egg. After letting out a long hiss, this vicious bird seemed extremely excited. Its voice cracked the skies, trembled the fields and forests, and left leaves fluttering wildly in the air. After a long while, it raised its head and left a strange look in its eyes. Its fearful radiance had long vanished and stared at the old willow tree in the village, but didn't dare take half a step inside the village. "Hurry up and leave with your eggs already," a few adults shouted, as if chasing away an epidemic. However, beyond all expectation, the green-scaled eagle spread its wings, and after flapping furiously, released a violent gust of wind that pushed the 3 eggs back into the village towards the willow tree. "What? It doesn't want them, it's giving them to us." Everyone stood there in stupor. What was going on? Strange things were happening one after the other. It saw a mutated egg covered in dense, mysterious symbols. In the future, the offspring will far surpass it. It wants to offer it to us as a sacrifice and wants us to raise it, Chief Shi Yunfeng said. It had these sort of thoughts. A group of people were amazed. "Don't forget, this is a vicious bird that condensed mysterious symbols within its body, and it possesses an overflowing mysterious power within its bones. Its wisdom should not be lower than that of a human's." The old chief spoke. The more formidable and unique the vicious bird was, the more wisdom it would possess. Legend has it that there were some archaic beings with intelligence that were vastly superior to a human's. They overlooked various tribes as if they were deities. The village chief loudly inquired whether or not it really wanted to leave its descendants here. That green-scaled eagle actually nodded its head in response. And with its gaze flickering, it looked towards those 3 eggs before once again glancing at that old willow tree. "Who?" After creating a violent gale, the green-scaled eagle spread both its wings that spanned roughly 15 or 16 meters and rushed into the air. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Everyone was stupefied. It left just like this. There were 3 sparkling and translucent eggs left on the ground, and no one had expected that things would end up this way. "Uncle Linhu, what should we do now?" Meng asked. "What to do? This situation was caused by you kids, so you little brats need to take responsibility." Shi Linhu scowled. "Ah, no, save us." The group of kids began to miserably shriek. The 3 eggs were beside the great willow tree altar. Some people were assigned to protect them and to quietly wait until the birds hatched. After all, these were the eggs of a powerful, vicious bird, and they were extremely precious. After roughly a dozen days, a clear catcha sound rang out, and a crack appeared on one of the eggs. The jade-colored shell split open, and from inside tumbled out a little guy covered in green flashing scales. Following that, another egg also began to crack open, and what struggled out was another little guy. It stuck its head out and looked around, eyes bright while examining its surroundings. The 3rd egg was extremely special, and when the egg began to crack open, rays of multicolored light shot in all directions. Afterwards, a chirp rang out, and the solid egg was suddenly completely smashed open into fine powder, and the hatchling possessed a divine splendor. A young hatchling appeared, and its body did not have any green scales, but rather purple scales. Light sparkled all around its body, as if a ball of fire was currently burning. It was quite a bit more mystical and mysterious than its 2 brothers. After a long while, the purple ball of light dissipated, This spiritually astonishing hatchling was shrouded in brilliant purple scales. Vivacious, large eyes, as if they could speak, curiously looked at everyone. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that this was an extraordinary bird. They hatched. A group of children cheered, ran home, and took some meat to feed the 3 new hatchlings. Suddenly, a long bird cry sounded. A huge, vicious bird dove down from above the clouds, rapidly approaching Stone Village and casting a large shadow. It disappeared for half a month, and now the green-scaled eagle returned once again. Is it going to break its promise and take back its children? Some villagers cried out in surprise. Wrong, what's that? People were shocked, showed amazement in with their eyes. Hung, dust flew up into the air, the green-scaled hawk loosened its claws, and a colossal monster smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Earth, smoke, and dust all flew outwards. This was a huge dragon-horned elephant, 67 meters long and 56 meters tall. The pair of dragon horns gave off a splendid light, and the extremely heavy body easily snapped the ancient trees that reached into the skies. It had been dead for a while already, and its huge skull already had several claw marks embedded into them. Blood was rushing out. It must have been killed almost instantly. Green-scaled eagle, what do you want us to do? Is it actually to feed the 3 hatchlings? You really are like a human, full of mighty wisdom. The villagers gasped in admiration. After a short cry, a violent wind erupted and roiled up the huge branches and leaves. The green-scaled eagle once again soared towards the heavens. Chapter 12. Mysterious Bone Scripture. The villagers could no longer contain their happiness and laughter. This was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. No one could have thought that the green-scaled eagle would deliver them a fierce beast. These types of vicious birds were all intelligent and wise. In the following days, the green-scaled eagle unceasingly presented them with fierce beasts. From flying pythons to gigantic elephants, all kinds of fierce beasts from the mountain range were delivered. After only a month, the 3 little tykes fattened up like balloons. They were almost 2 meters long, and their food consumption was also extremely shocking, increasing day by day. The eldest is called De Peng, the second is called Zio Qing, the youngest, Zai Yunwan. These were the 3 names given to them by the children. Needless to say, these 3 green-scaled eagle were all very intelligent, extraordinarily magical, and they all excelled at understanding human nature. No matter what was said to them, they would understand. The only difference was that they simply couldn't speak the language of humans. Especially the youngest, Zai Yun, as it was the most intelligent. At the same time, it was also particularly powerful. After just reaching 1 meter long, it decided to flap its wings and run out the village. It came back after shredding a few tiger wolves, leaving the villagers stupefied. Little Zai, come quick! Shi Hao ran in front. Zai Yun eagerly chased from behind. This made all the other children very envious. This mystical sparrow was extra amiable towards the little guy. Chirp, chirp! Zai Yun ran towards the front, using a scaly wing to help the little guy massage his back. It's very hard to associate this with the behavior of a vicious green-scaled eagle. What a suck-up! Isn't it just because the little guy is teaching you bone text? A group of kids angrily pouted. The little guy took another approach and insisted on teaching the 3 green-scaled eagles the bone text researched by humans. This mutated Zai Yun was actually very enthusiastic in learning. It was smarter than humans and gradually became increasingly close. Zoo. The little guy raised his arms, and the symbols on them lit up. Both arms were covered densely in a net-like pattern, and they were brilliant and resplendent. After pointing in a direction, a small scarlet sparrow flew toward a large tree trunk and instantly burned it. Pa-pa. Zai Yun used both wings to clap, letting out a paw sound, as if it was applauding. A pair of large, vivid eyes blinked, incessantly chirping and expressing his excitement. Wow, this little bird is so refined. Only a month old and it knows this much already, much stronger than a month-old human. A group of kids shouted. Kangchai, Kangchai. The other two green-scaled eagles, De Peng and Xiao Qing, also ran close, head-butting the little guy. Wise, vicious beasts thirsted for power much more than humans, especially after learning that these bone texts could help accelerate their growth. In these past few days, the little guy Shi Hao also gained a lot. Because the green-scaled eagles were a descendant of the archaic beasts, their bodies naturally contained tons of precious bones and shockingly powerful, mysterious symbols. He was constantly observing them. These ancient and precious bones gave birth to powerful and mysterious patterns exclusive to one type of species. The stronger the archaic descendants were, the stronger their desire to hoard the power of their own mysterious symbols became as well. Otherwise, others would use all their strength to try and gain these powers. These three hatchlings were special, and they were raised by the villagers, so they were much rarer than primitive, mysterious symbols. Their symbols far surpassed that of an ordinary human-researched bone text, and to not spread out the secret, they were only called treasured symbols. It's possible that these types of mysterious symbols were comparable to a strong man-made bone scripture, but all creatures with natural-born mysterious symbols were extraordinary. Stone Village's two ancestral artifacts were both made from the carcasses of two super high-leveled archaic descendants. Only after undergoing some polishing and smelting did they become the treasures they are now. During this period, Shi Hao always hung out with the three hatchlings and was able to break through a few barriers. Chief Shi Yunfeng was also very happy that they were always together. Especially Zai Yun, as he underwent the phenomenon of ancestral inheritance. Even if it only inherited a small part of the original archaic devil bird's imprint, it was still extremely terrifying and had an astonishing amount of prospect. The mysterious symbols in its body would definitely be worthy enough to be called a mysterious bone scripture. If this news got out, this would definitely arouse the other tribes' temptations. At dawn, a red sun rose from within the fog, and a soft and comforting light spread out. The mist in the mountains began to develop a red hue as it flowed ever so slowly. The air was very fresh, and dewdrops tumbled along the grass and vines. A group of robust males were planning to once again leave Stone Village to go hunting. "Uncle, you have to be careful in the mountains." The little guy Shi Hao was leading the three hatchlings in making noise as he eagerly ran to send them off. He raised his little face that had two bright eyes and sent his regards to them one by one. He went to bed early and rose up early as well. The group of male at the prime of their lives laughed heartily. They came towards him and pinched his little face that was blushing like a big apple before heading off towards the mountains with big steps. "Little Zai, let me see again. What exactly is happening with the mysterious symbols forming within your body? I still don't really understand." After the event, the little guy extended his white and tender hands and intimately embraced Zai Yun's neck. It made it rather relaxed, exposing the treasured bones' imprints so that he could easily look around. "Chirp, chirp." De Peng was a bit discontent, and so it scooted over while head butted his palm. "De Peng, stop that. I'll examine your mysterious symbols afterwards. Xiao Qing, I'll help you catch a fish later as well. Don't disturb us right now." The little guy embraced their necks in a similar fashion to appease them. In reality, the three hatchlings were a head taller than Shi Hao right now. Whether it was the past or present, he was always the little guy in the village. "Wow, so this is how it works. It's so complicated, similar to constellations." The little guy looked at the mysterious symbols that appeared on the surface of Zai Yun's treasured bone. His eyes were wide open, and he finally understood much more. "Chirp, chirp." De Peng and Xiao Qing were also quite curious and looked at the mysterious symbols on their brother's body. Their eyes never blinked, and it was almost like they wanted to memorize and work hard to digest all the information in their head. "De Peng, Xiao Qing, let me look at your treasured symbols." The little guy turned around and put his attention on the other two green-scaled eagle. He unceasingly felt about while making contact with their treasured bones. Sparkling light emerged and mysterious symbols formed, and even their scales were adorned in a splendid fashion. The little guy pondered deeply, perfecting what he acquired over many days, and then shut his eyes and muttered. So it's like this, complicated, mysterious patterns interweaved like so. Evolving and shining, the mysterious strength would emerge forth. Zoo. The little guy's left hand lit up a bit, and a glistening crescent moon rushed out and rapidly flew towards the distance. It snapped a towering tree right in half, and the tree fell to the floor, rumbling and filling the air with dust. Wah, the little guy, he succeeded. He succeeded in studying the green-scaled eagle's innate skills. That's their treasured symbol right there, so strong. Not far away, a group of kids saw and were instantly alarmed. Stop talking, the chief appeared. Naturally, all this commotion made him appear, and had to shut all the kids up so that they did not disturb Shi Hao, who had gained a sudden insight and was currently pondering. Little Zai, let me see again. I pretty much understood the imprints from De Peng and Zio Qing. Shi Hao held Zai Yun's neck, eyes bright as if he suddenly understood so much more. Zai Yun let out a long chirp, and revealed his brilliant splendor on his body appearing divine. Although it was still young, it already gave off an atmosphere that was high and mighty, moving the hearts of the villagers. Mysterious and complicated, the ever-changing mysterious symbols on the surface made its purple scales appear sparkling and translucent. It was extremely magnificent. The little guy's eyes shined brightly, and as if they were shining jewels, he stared at the treasured symbols. After a long while, he raised an arm. A burning light was moving on his arm and rushed into his palm before shooting out. Qiang. That light shot out like an unsheathed sword and made a metallic sound. A divine and bright disked moon flew out. It was embedded in a huge 56-meter-tall boulder as it spun in place. Catcha, that huge boulder was instantly cut in half. The cut was smooth, and after a rumble, the top half of the boulder weighing over 1,000 jin fell to the floor. Rubble flew up and dust rose. In the distance, the group of people who were watching became petrified. How strong was this power? A bright disc-like moon was able to chop straight through a boulder that was as hard as metal, completely startling everyone. Such an incredibly strong, mysterious symbol. This purple hatchling indeed inherited the archaic devil bird's imprint fragments, once again proving that fact. Chief Shi Yunfeng emotionally said, "The little guy really is formidable. After only a month, he was unexpectedly able to feel out this ancient treasured symbols, secrets. How shockingly talented." Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing were all surprised. They were all young and still couldn't activate their innate symbols' strength yet. They were all excited after seeing the result. "Grandpa Chief, I think I understand." The little guy's eyes lit up and happily yelled out. Shi Yunfeng quickly came over, complimenting and said, "The primitive symbols you just used, it absolutely could be called mysterious bone scripture. It is extremely rare and powerful beyond belief. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to." The little guy blinked his big eyes before scratching his head and asking, "How strong can it be? It's not even perfect yet. I feel like a tree and a palace should appear on that disc-like moon, but I can't do that yet." "At the very least, right now you should be as strong as your uncle Linghu and Fei Jiao. Mysterious bone scripture was a treasure that all tribes absolutely desired," the chief solemnly said. The little guy acknowledged it and consciously nodded, and then giggled innocently. Today, he trained relentlessly and was a step closer to perfection. Even the chief was in admiration, unable to be of any help. At sundown, the horizon was doused in red, and the group of hunters returned. There weren't that much prey, and there were also people being carried home. "What's going on? What happened?" The villagers rushed out nervously. "Relax, no one lost their life, but Pai Hu's father suffered heavy injuries. He was shot near the liver by an arrow." Shi Linghu showed an ugly face. "How'd this happen?" A few elders appeared and inquired. "It was caused by the wolf village 10 li 2 out. We haven't seen a trace of them in half a year. We don't know the reason why, but they came into our hunting area and fought over our prey and almost shot Pai Hu's father dead." 1. The literal definitions of the names are Big Peng, Chinese mythical creature, little green and violet cloud. 1 li equals 500 meters. 1 jin equals 500 grams. Chapter 13. Fury. Dad! Pai Hu rushed out of the village while wailing and threw himself towards his father. He held one of Shi Hao's arms while tears rolling down. What happened? Who injured you? His mother ran over with tears dripping and grabbed another one of Shi Hao's hands while crying on the side. Why cry? So what if I got shot by an arrow? I often get hurt when hunting vicious beasts. Bleeding a bit like this is nothing. Shi Hao stared right at them and did not cry. He was a strong-willed man. Half his body was blood-stained, and an iron arrow pierced through his iron armor. It penetrated his right lung right through the back, and a 1.3-meter-long arrow shaft, shiny, cold, and stained with blood, stuck out. This was a ghastly sight. Elder sister-in-law and nephew, don't cry anymore. Brother Shaoshan is still in a critical condition. After supporting him for a while, he will be as strong as an ox. He will get better really quickly. Fei, Shi Hao urged. This was not a light injury. Even though Shi Haotian had a strong body, he could not be incredibly careless, or else he might suffer a grave condition and lose his life. Fortunately, Shi Linghu and the others had already treated his injuries using crushed medicine from within the old mountain and applied it to his wound. At the same time, he consumed the medicine made from a fierce beast's true blood that the elder provided. Stop crying. Being able to return alive is already a fortunate event. Chief Shi Yunfeng approached and suddenly pulled out the iron arrow. A stream of blood spouted out. He rapidly flashed his hands, and mysterious symbols that were as bright as constellations immediately pressed down, closing the wound and stopping the blood flow. Shi Yunfeng took out a jade jar from his chest and poured out 2 fragrant purple medicinal pills. He squeezed one of them into powder and applied it onto the wound while giving Shi Haotian the other to swallow. Shi Haotian was lifted back home. The village's men and women, both young and old, gathered to visit him, and they brought all kinds of different supplemental medicine and dried meat as gifts. It was bustling, and the villagers were all sincere and warm-hearted. Uncle will certainly get better soon. The little guy also gave his kind regards and brought him a basket of his favorite red berries. All right, what happened? In the chief's courtyard, a bunch of important people gathered. Shi Yunfeng furrowed his eyebrows and asked, Chief, it was certainly Wolf Village causing trouble. They overstepped their boundaries into our territory and plundered a 6-footed camel that Shaoshan killed. There was a clear killing intent, but thankfully, Shaoshan promptly dodged. That was indeed a shot aimed at the heart, Shi Linghu angrily said. Everyone's complexion changed. This was an intent to kill. To go this far, they really are ignorant of what is considered upright and honest. Although our 2 villages are only separated by 10 li, we both have our own territories to defend and almost never meet each other. However, we both live on the same mountain range, so no matter what, we should still give each other some face right. It definitely was not like this before, an elder exclaimed. Shi Feijiao said, a child shot the arrow, at least 14 or 15 years old. His outward appearance wasn't bad, as he was rather fair and attractive. However, he truly had a vicious heart, as he shot the arrow straight at Shaoshan as if he was killing a wild beast. There wasn't a hint of wavering in his eyes. They were cold and fearsome. At that moment, Stone Village's villagers were all infuriated, and all of them rushed forward together. However, their opponents were not weak either, and roughly 10 individuals from the opposing party gathered right away while unyieldingly holding their ground. Fortunately, from within the mountain range appeared a mad Suan Nai whose roar made the mountains tremble. Both parties were anxious and rapidly retreated. Otherwise, a blood battle might have occurred there. Why are they being so aggressive? Don't tell me that they feel so superior that they can ignore our feelings. How could they take advantage of people like this? A few elders were also furious. As they all lived within the mountains, strong and robust males were all extremely important to a village. The other clan unexpectedly acted in such a fashion and dared to kill whoever they wanted. A few people added, that child was not very simple. He gave us the feeling that he was up to no good. Looking at him felt like facing an adult Pai Ziu, strong, savage, and callous. It seems like Wolf Village has developed an exceptional youth and have strengthened by quite a bit. Right now, they are flourishing, so their ambitions are also growing," the village elder said while squinting his eyes towards the wolf village. Soon after, he turned his head towards Shi Linghu and the others and said, "We do not want to cause any trouble, but we are also not afraid of trouble. Be mindful of them in the days to come. If they act up again, do not hesitate in taking action." "I understand," Shi Linghu nodded. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Wolf Village overstepped their boundaries so often to the point that they even set up many traps for the fierce beasts. Many of Stone Village's people accidentally set off the traps and were almost stabbed by the iron spikes underneath. Precisely because of these events, blood was almost shed. Ultimately, however, Wolf Village retreated. "How can you be this crazy and hunting fierce beasts? Even if their population increased, acting in this way is quite abnormal. A major event must have happened within their village," Chief Shi Yunfeng inferred. After several conflicts, Wolf Village's people mostly disappeared. However, the villagers of Stone Village were not relieved one bit. They decided to send some people over at night. The spies heard yelling from within the village. It was quite strange. "Do not take action first. As long as they do not go overboard, there's no need for bloodshed. Living in this mountain range is not easy," an elder said. Just like this, peace was restored again. After a few days, Stone Village's luck was pretty good. Hunts were rather successful. In the mountains, they came across several carcasses of fierce beasts after internal conflicts. There were many strong, mysterious beasts that engaged in battles and brought disaster within the mountain wherever they went, causing many wild beasts to suffer. In the depths of the mountain range, archaic descendants conflicted from time to time. They were fighting with the intent to kill each other, causing irreparable calamities. This was the case, but fortunately it did not spread to the village. Chief, just dragon-horned elephants alone accounted for 8 of the bodies, and there were also several snow white moon rhinoceros, as well as other types of huge beasts. If we made them into dried meat, it could feed us for a long time to come. Shi Linghu brought people to drag some pieces home, and gathered even more to once again transport those fierce beasts. Good, good, good. The elders were all elated. A large part of the villagers all left together to provide support in the mountains. "Ow, so many huge beasts, let's go too. We can certainly gather a lot of true blood," a group of children clamored and shouted. After seeing the little guy's skills improving more and more over these past few years, none of the children could bear it any longer and no longer resisted medicinal baths. They were all very cooperative and obediently baptized themselves within the copper cauldrons. Now that they found out a large amount of precious blood was available, they were naturally all rather excited. "I'll go as well. Depeng, Zio Ching, Zai Yun, wait for me in the village and behave yourselves." The little guy Shi Hao also followed. However, when everyone were just halfway to their destination, they all saw Shi Feijai covered in blood returning with a group of villager. Their appearances were in a mess, and they miserable. "Feijai, what happened?" Shi Linghu asked loudly. "Brother Linghu, it's Wolf Village again. They wanted to chase us away and take away all the leftover fierce beasts." Shi Fei clenched his teeth in anger. "What? Truly intolerable. We've been putting up with them repeatedly, and they take our good temperament as a sign of weakness." Shi Linghu was furious. Stone Village's people could no longer ignore this matter. Again and again, the opposing clan arrogantly took advantage of them. This was not the first time the other clan provoked them. "Did any of our brothers lose their lives?" "No, but there are a few with severe injuries. Their spleens were penetrated by iron arrows, and we do not know if their injuries are fatal." "What? To commit such fierce actions, if it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get." The villagers immediately exploded. After repeated humiliations, even a reserved person would be somewhat angry. That 14 or 15-year-old child was truly vicious. All of those arrows were shot by him, and had it not been for one of their village elders shaking his head at him, he truly would have killed many of us. Meng's father said, while his entire body was blood-stained. He's just a child whose hair hasn't even grown yet. How strong can he be? Don't tell me that you guys are unable to do anything about it. A crippled villager resentfully spoke in support. Naturally, we are not scared, except they have much more people. Their numbers are many times more than we have. That child is quite formidable. Despite having a rather attractive appearance, he truly has a ruthless heart. Do not be careless. A few brothers were covered in 3 layers of iron armor, yet they were still all penetrated by his arrows. In our village, only Shi Hao and I can do that, Shi Hao added. We need to take back what is rightfully ours. We absolutely cannot take this lying down. Everyone felt as if a flame ignited within their hearts, as if their 5 viscera were doused with oil, burning with anger. A formidable group of people rushed into the depth of the mountain. This time, Wolf Village truly went too far and crossed the bottom line. Uncle Fu, you're hurt too. Everything will be all right. It will get better quickly. The little guy looked at the bloodied body of Shi Hao, who helped him pick up his favorite berries every time. He clenched his tiny fists, and after comforting him a bit, he began to chase after the group that went ahead. Chapter 14, Barbaric. Everyone from Stone Village quickly marched forth and arrived at the depths of the mountain range. Here, trees that touched the skis were snapped in half, 1,000-year-old vines were destroyed, and all kinds of beast carcasses were scattered in a large mess. 2 mysterious beasts were currently engaging in intense combat, invoking riots and causing many ordinary beasts to die. In addition, Wolf Village once again chased away Shi Hao and others. This area was currently in absolute chaos. Those beast carcasses were stacked up on a small hill and were later all carried away by the Wolf Village, completely emptying the stack out. After Shi Hao came back to the area, he could only grit his teeth in anger. This was truly intolerable. The villagers' hard work of gathering up all the prey was in vain. The pile of corpses were stolen, just like that. Chase. They hardly stopped and continued to follow the tracks of Wolf Village and expected those people to be slower when carrying such heavy, huge beasts. There were obvious tracks left by them on the mountain: fierce beasts' hair, blood, scales. These revealed the route that the Wolf Village took. Careful. Shi Hao, who led the way, waved his hand and signaled everyone to come to a halt. He pushed aside a large chunk of withered grass and leaves in front of him, revealing a large black hole. Inside of the hole were many steel spears that pointed towards the sky. If anyone fell in, they would immediately have all their innards skewered out. This child of the Wolf Village is truly savage. Everyone from Stone Village grew increasingly furious. This was still within their territory, but the Wolf Village actually dared to do as they pleased. If things continued like so, a bloody tragedy was inevitable. After quickly advancing 8 to 9 li, suddenly, a strong gust of wind flew towards Shi Hao's throat. A cold light resembling something from hell flew over with a soul-crushing and lightning-fast killing intent. This was a 1.3-meter-long thick iron arrow. The terrifying power and speed of this projectile could undoubtedly penetrate a dragon-horned elephant's armor. Unsurprisingly, this was the reason why they were able to penetrate the 3-layered armor that the Stone Village men wore, and it was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, from within the depths of the mountain jungle, a similarly terrifying and cold arrow shot out. It was impossible to effectively defend against it. However, Shi Hao, who was brave and ferocious, surpassed all expectations. With lightning-quick reactions, he moved sideways. It was beyond dangerous, and this ice-cold iron arrow scraped his neck, carrying along a string of blood with it. A little bit of skin was ripped open by the arrowhead. Just a bit more and the arrow would have instantly bore through the neck. Just now, a sharp whistle sounded. This was the sonic boom caused by the iron arrow, much slower than the arrow itself. This showed just how terrifying the speed was. Kyang. The iron arrow did not enter the lump of boulder far away. Instead, it went straight through it. The friction caused sounds of metal clashing and sparks flying, and it was extremely terrifying. What kind of tyrannical strength was this? This type of heavy arrow, how many people dared to oppose it? If you were actually hit by it, then it would definitely make your heart stop cold. The scene was absolutely silent. Shi Linghu felt the scraped skin on his neck, and his cold eyes flickered. He barely managed to avoid death. In a faraway mountain region, a youth held his bow on the ground with a cold complexion. A grim light flickered in his eyes as he stared in this direction. "It's that child again." At that moment, Shi Hao and the others' anger broke through the heavens. This indifferent youth successively inflicted serious injuries to all the capable men of the village. This was a 14 or 15-year-old youth, and he was rather tall-bodied with soft, black, shiny hair. His skin was fair, and he was quite handsome, only that his eyes were unremorseful. This took away from his beauty and gave people a kind of wild and cruel feeling. Behind him, 70 or 80 people were currently dragging huge beasts one after the other, leaving a trail of blood on the mountain floor. Grass and bramble were all being crushed underneath. Child of Wolf Village, besides shooting some scary arrows, what else can you do? Come here if you have the guts, I'll peel off your head with one palm. A few people furiously roared. That pretty youth blinked his cold eyes, drew his bow, and aimed straight at him. Upon seeing this, Shi Linghu did not utter a single word. His hand held a large black bow made of a dragon's horn that was roughly half a person long, and quickly extended his bowstring. He armed his iron arrow and immediately released it. Dang! 2 thick arrows collided in midair, causing sparks to fly out and extremely sharp, ear-piercing sounds. The 2 arrows simply neutralized each other before falling straight to the ground. Everyone took in a breath of cold air. That youth's archery skills were too abnormal. Not even 20 yet, and was able to fight toe-to-toe with the village's strongest male, Shi Linghu. Kiang. In the forest, sparks flew in all directions. Over 10 iron arrows all collided with each other and made metallic sounds. Like a meteor shower, one after another fell to the ground, rupturing people's eardrums. These godly arrows startled the entire desolate forest. The strongest male in the village, Shi Linghu, was evenly matched with this youth, and neither had the advantage over the other, startling the group of people watching. Using both his arms, this youth could probably lift up a copper cauldron at least 5,000 or 6,000 jin. This made people take in a breath of cold air. Such a formidable genius. He was a later generation youngster, yet he was able to produce such shocking godlike strength. This made people fear for their lives. Friends from Stone Village, forgive us. This time we require a large amount of ferocious beasts. Give us the prey this time, and you will be rewarded in the future. A middle-aged man appeared and yelled out in a loud and clear voice. In order to steal our prey, you ran our clansmen out of our own territory in the middle of the road with such vicious intents. Each arrow you shot penetrated our organs and gravely injured us many, yet you ask for forgiveness. Such a malicious act, and you act so passively. What is the reason behind your actions? Shi Linghu angrily rebuked. After a dispute, conflicts would arise, and there would naturally be bloodshed. Even a negligent child would understand this fact. Wolf Village's hunting squad captain said. Unaccepted, bring it on. An even tougher lower-ranked male from Wolf Village said. The people from Stone Village all felt as if they were going to explode. Wolf Village ruthlessly attacked and even stole Stone Village's prey. Yet they were still so overbearing and didn't even try to reason. There really weren't any good things to say about the current situation. Then let's fight, Shi Hao bellowed. Why would we be scared of you guys? The captain of Wolf Village's hunting squad replied. He appeared quite imposing, and with a height of 2.34 meters, he gave off an oppressing aura. Kiang. The sound of weapons clashing unceasingly rang out. Groups of people heaved around broadswords that were roughly half their height, and with the flickering of cold light, murderous aura permeated the air. The shockwaves caused the leaves in the forest to scatter down from the trees. We urge you to return to where you came from. If you dare take another step, I'll kill you all with one arrow. This time there won't be any mercy, the handsome youth from Wolf Village said. His words incited anger and made people wish he were the one shot by an arrow instead. Shi Linghu angrily said, Child, you're not even an adult, yet you're so skillful and already quite formidable. However, by acting so domineering and in such a heated fashion, this won't end nicely for you." At the same time, he arched his bow and shot straight ahead. Since communications between them had already reached such a point, what else could they do? Only war. Dang. The iron arrows collided once again, causing the mountain to buzz and vibrate. Kill. Everyone from Stone Village extended their huge bows, held their broadswords, and spun their wolf-toothed clubs. They were as uninhibited as fierce beasts as they swept up gales while rushing forward like leaves dancing in the breeze. The people from Wolf Village were all tall and strong. They rushed head on as well, and a battle royale was on the verge of unfolding. At this time, a small silhouette similar to a small sparrow rapidly dashed to the front and yelled out in a loud voice, "You people steal the food that we depend on to survive and also wanted to kill my uncle. Uncle and the others are such kind-hearted and good people. You people are all evil." Shi Hao's little face was flustered red from being so stirred up. His hands were clasped tightly together, and his eyes were filled with a fiery anger. Since childhood, he had been raised in Stone Village and had been surrounded by warmth and comfort. Never had he faced such barbaric people before. Everyone within Wolf Village was astonished. And then they began to laugh loudly. They did not expect that apart from a few youths, Stone Village also had these kind of children following along. Won't this just be an inconvenience for the rest of them? Zoo. An iron arrow flew out as if it was splitting apart the air. That 14 or 15-year-old youth from V was still cold and indifferent. He extended that terrifying large bow and aimed it straight at the little guy. Everyone from Stone Village shot flames out of their eyes, and they could not be any more furious. This was only a child, and the little guy was usually clever and cute. The enemy actually treated a child with the same evil intent, making their hair stand up straight. Shi Linghu armed his bow with a large arrow at once. He destroyed that youth's iron arrow. However, his expression instantly worsened. This was because this time, the youth shot 4 arrows at once. 4 streaks of cold light flew through the air as fast as lightning, but Shi Linghu only had enough time to break 3 arrows. The enemy was even stronger than he imagined. Dang's dang. Among them, 3 arrows collided together, dropping straight to the floor. There was still another 1.3-meter-long large iron arrow heading straight towards the little guy's throat. The cold tranquility made people fear. The little guy used his hands to grab the iron arrow, shocking the villagers, and exclaimed, "Stay out of my way." They knew that Shi Hao was gifted with incredible natural talent, but he was not even 4 years old. Although he lifted up 1,000 Jin copper cauldron, the enemy's experience was even greater. His force was alarmingly strong, able to lift 5 or 6 cauldrons, on par with Shi Linghu. You even made a move against a child. Stone Village's people's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Dang. However, even more astonishing was the fact that the little guy's left hand chopped the arrow shaft in half, making it fly away on a tilt. It made a group of people mouth agape and speechless, unable to utter a single word. There were only a few people who had seen symbol flashing on his palm before it rapidly faded away. Whoosh! The little guy jumped forward and directly threw himself towards that youth from Wolf Village. Chapter 15. The Little Guy's Might. The youngster revealed a startled expression. This was only a child, yet he was able to brush away the arrow with one hand. The youth could not help but feel that this was a bit inconceivable. One must understand that just by raising his 2 hands, he was able to lift 5 or 6 copper cauldrons. With thick arrows that could split rocks and crack gold, that tyrannical strength was not something an ordinary person could resist, as it was enough to kill a dragon-horned elephant. The people from Wolf Village were all shocked. Nobody knew better than they did how scary Bei Feng was, as he was gifted with superior natural talent and an extremely rare divine strength. How could such a young child block Bei Feng's iron arrow? "You are courting death," the young Bei Feng lightly scoffed. The light beams within his eyes shot out as if they were two streaks of lightning. He loudly exhaled, drew his bow, and began to continuously shoot out arrows. Kai kai. Iron arrows pierced through the vast sky with woo-woo sounds, as if they were ghastly sounds from the 9th level of hell. The thick arrow shafts emitted a metallic radiance that made people's heart tremble as it rapidly flew over. It was extremely terrifying. Bei Feng continuously drew his bow until he released 8 iron arrows. As they whistled through the air, each and every arrow were extremely terrifying, targeting only the little guy's vitals. Shi Hao, like an alert ape, dropped down onto his 4 limbs. With natural movements, he quickly dodged 5 of the arrows. Afterwards, he used both hands to hack apart the other 3 arrows as the others embedded themselves deep into the mountain boulder with keng-kiang sounds. This performance completely shocked everyone there. Even Stone Village's people were stupefied, as Shi Hao's display far exceeded their expectation. To do all this at such a young age, this really made them feel as if this was surreal. Bei Feng's mouth lightly shouted, and he furiously drew his bow. Those iron arrows shot out like a torrential rain as it poured down, and thick and long iron arrows penetrated one after another into the mountain forest. Although Shi Hao was quite young, his speed was incredibly fast. Leaping like a tiger and soaring like a dragon, he evaded the rain of arrows. At the same time, he used both hands to smack the arrows, knocking the arrow shafts into each other. As the arrows collided with each other, dang-dang sounds rang out, causing the arrows in the sky to tremble. His quickness did not resemble that of a child at all. He closed the gap in between them in the blink of an eye. His motions made him look like a young gold-winged peng and exerted an atypical imposing manner. Dong! The chaotic rain of arrows became more and more concentrated. The little guy shouted loudly and kicked 1,000 jin boulder along the way. With a loud bang, it soared through the air straight towards the cold-faced youth, Bei Feng. How can he have this much strength? This child isn't even 4 years old yet. The people were terrified, as this simply made them flabbergasted. Only a few individuals have vaguely seen Shi Hao use his incredible strength. With his symbols lit up, he was too fast. The 1,000 jin rock shrouded the sky and smashed straight down. Bei Feng's eyes suddenly became cold and stopped releasing arrows. He spun his large bow that had the height of half a person, and with a hong sound, this heavy rock was instantly ruptured, dispersing in all directions. However, Shi Hao had already grabbed a hold of this opportunity. He leaped forwards before angrily saying, "Why are you so rude and unreasonable, shooting my uncle with such killing intent and also stealing the prey that we need in order to survive?" Bei Feng let out a cold grunt and dropped his large bow before grabbing a faint red-colored bloody iron-forged lance. With both hands gripping the lance, he spared no strength and thrusted towards the little guy's chest. However, at this moment, Shi Hao's body was still facing forwards in midair, making it rather difficult to dodge. The onlookers from Stone Village's hearts almost bursted out of their chests. They all endlessly hated Bei Feng because all of his actions were incredibly malicious. Kiang! The metallic sound vibrated through the air, and Shi Hao's expression was bright and clear. With a rotation of his right hand, he drew a graceful arc with flawless technique. With a kiang sound, he cut the pike in half. Those white and tender small hands did not seem to have any injuries on them at all. The results left everyone dumbstruck. The young Shi Hao was against the tyrannical Bei Feng, yet he was not at a disadvantage at all. As he closed the distance between them, his performance was incredible. Whoa! Bei Feng furiously flung his snapped pike, piercing it straight toward the little guy's right eye, firm and strong. At such close range, this attack was extremely dangerous. Shi Hao tilted his head to dodge. While his body was still in midair, he delivered a roundhouse kick with his right leg, aiming straight for the side of Bei Feng's face, bringing along with it a strong gust of wind. Despite his small stature, his body was quite graceful. His movements were flowing naturally like a spirited swallow gliding through the air. Bang! Bei Feng used his left arm to block, the dull sound of it echoing through the air. It shook the nearby forest, causing leaves to fly wildly like an autumn wind sweeping through. Such strong power. The wolf villagers let out a look of disbelief. They were fully aware of the astounding godly strength that Bei Feng possessed. He was still young, and within a circumference of 1,000 li, few could match him. Right now, however, he did not have any advantage. Shi Hao dropped to the floor. He was still young and was much shorter than Bei Feng. However, he was not afraid at all. His small face was fuming, large eyes wide open, confronting his enemy. Both sides stopped fighting. They were more interested in the confrontation between the formidable youth and the shocking child, waiting to see the results of the fight. Bei Feng's face grew gloomy and showed a hint of coldness out of his eyes. He was already 14 years old, but the previous collision against a child who wasn't even 4 yet did not determine victory or defeat. To him, it was utter humiliation. Bang! Bei Feng's body was tall and slender. He fiercely displayed the strength of his legs, and like an iron pillar, he swept across. The strength was so fearful that it caused a boom that sounded like a huge monster striking. Shi Hao fell back. He had always been raised in Stone Village. Although he had 0 actual experience with combat, he knew quite a bit about it. He dodged the spear point and hopped back several meters. However, Bei Feng had killed many fierce beasts, slaughtered strange birds, and shot formidable humans to death. In terms of actual combat experience, he did not lack any. Naturally, he understood the advantage of striking first and maintaining the upper hand. He leaped in the air and distanced himself by a couple of meters in an instant. He then rotated his right leg, and like a whip, he hacked forward. It was impossible to defend against, and a strong wind scraped against people's face, causing injuries. Behind him were a few ancient trees that blocked his retreat path, making dodging difficult. With his back against a huge tree, Shi Hao crossed his hands and did everything he could to support himself up. A few symbols shined momentarily. Boom! Like 2 huge beasts colliding into each other, rocks and sand were sent flying everywhere. Dust and smoke rushed to the sky, and leaves withered instantly. Both sides shook heavily. When Bei Feng's legs pressed down, the tree trunk with a diameter of 1 meter behind Shi Hao was cut right in half. With a rumble, the trees that reached into the sky snapped off and fell within the mountain with a sound loud enough to shock everyone. This time, the wolf village clearly saw that in the middle of Shi Hao's palm was a shining symbol. It was this type of strength that was able to resist the innate strength of Bei Feng, who attacked with the strength of over 1,000 jin. Treasured artifact, that child holds a rare treasured artifact, they all shouted out. No matter what, they could not believe Shi Hao had already familiarized himself with the formidable strength of mysterious symbols. They believed that it was because of the effect of the beast tooth bracelet around his wrist, because there was clearly a sparkling light flowing through. The wolf villagers' eyes all reddened. Although this was not an ancestral treasure, it was still a pretty good treasured artifact. It can augment a child's strength so much. Clearly, it was extraordinary. After breaking the huge tree with one kick, Bei Feng's approach did not change one bit. His assault became even more ferocious. With both legs sweeping like an iron pillar, he constantly broke down giant trees. Broken branches and withered leaves flew about. Shi Hao did not back down and began to retaliate. Although he was small in stature, every time he jumped, he could reach a height of several meters. He flew forward like a baby peng spreading its wings. Pong! The wind around Bei Feng's fist flew forward like thunder, and after Shi Hao dodged his strike, it struck the 1,000 jin mountain boulder behind him. He immediately blew it up into pieces and sent rocks weighing hundreds or thousands of jin in all 4 directions. This scene was simply astonishing, as a youth that's just over 10 has this kind of fearful strength. All the onlookers took in a breath of cold air afterwards. The little guy was still small, and although his power can already be considered astonishingly godlike compared to his peers, his absolute strength was still less than Bei Feng. However, with the assistance of the bone text's mysterious powers, he had nothing to fear either. Rabbits rising and falcons dropping, the two people were extremely nimble. Each strike carried terrifying power, and the wind around their fists were like thunder, creating rumbling sounds. The vibrations caused the forest to collapse and boulders to split. After exchanging 10 strikes, Bei Feng's expression turned morbid. He was a genius blessed with talent from the heavens. He couldn't believe that he did not even have the upper hand against a child who was not even 4 yet. How could he endure this? Peng. After attacking with all of his strength this time, he suddenly bent down and lifted his head. Behind him, a wave of crossbow bolts flew over while flashing in a cold light, heading straight for the little guy's eyes and face. All the people of Stone Village cried in alarm. This was too sudden. The group of people were all furious, as Bei Feng was simply too savage. This was merely a small child, and yet they were so shameless and had to commit such underhanded methods. The little guy was startled, but he was not scared. He waved both hands, and mysterious patterns appeared at his fingertip, forming a small crescent moon. He held the moon in the middle of his palms and threw it with all his might. Specks of light spread out and broke in every single crossbow bolt. The people of Stone Villages all let out a deep sigh of relief. The situation just now truly covered their bodies in cold sweat. This youngster is too vicious. Letting him grow up will definitely be a disaster, Shi Hao angrily said. Bei Feng cursed inwardly. He still didn't manage to hit Shi Hao yet. He fiercely jumped 6 or 7 meters high, and from this advantageous position, he stomped straight towards the little guy with an unblockable force. Who? Shi Hao's large eyes were clear as he decided to charge upwards. His palms were open like an eagle soaring through the sky. His movements were domineering and strong. His stance looked extremely similar to a green-scaled eagle breaking through the clouds. Hong! The crescent moon in the palm of his hands shined once again, and with glorious splendor, it flew straight out, meeting Bei Feng and heavily smashing into him, creating a tyrannical explosion. Pooh! This time, Bei Feng spat out blood. His body flew out horizontally, smashing many branches off of the huge trees before dropping onto the floor. The little guy immediately followed him. Chapter 16, Admitting Defeat. Just when Bei Feng wanted to get up, Shi Hao flew over from the sky like a young peng, then dropped a foot right on Bei Feng's stomach. With his eyes lit, he looked down. With a hong sound, the entire mountain floor lightly trembled. The formidable youth, Bei Feng, was once again on his back. The wolf villagers were all shocked. Bei Feng was an outstandingly talented youth, and he was revered by his entire clan. They could not believe that he lost just like this. Furthermore, he lost to a young child. Many people from Wolf Village armed their bows with the intent to kill Shi Hao, wanting to improve the situation. Shi Hao and the others were furious, and they all armed their own bows as well, aiming at the other party. This was the beginning of a rough battle. With a hoo sound, Shi Hao grabbed Bei Feng's collar and lifted him up in front of him like a shield. He placed the body in front of the people from the wolf clan to protect himself. Bei Feng was incredibly angry. He could no longer maintain his usual gloomy and cool-headed composure, and could no longer control himself. Today, he was inflicted with extraordinary shame and humiliation. Being caught like this by an infant was a feeling worse than being killed. Struggling with all his strength, he punched towards the little guy. Although Shi Hao lacked sufficient experience, his hands and eyes were quick. With a wave of his hand, symbols rotated as he slapped Bei Feng on the stomach first, vibrating his entire body. Bei Feng's mouth filled with blood and his fist lost its strength. The little guy didn't stop here. He lifted Bei Feng, who was a lot taller than he was, and rapidly rushed towards Shi Linghu and the others. Bei Feng's body was slender, and more than half his body was being dragged across the ground through thistles and rocks while being carried like this. With disheveled hair, compared to that handsome, cold youth from before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He couldn't bear the current situation. While he was still a distance of around 8 to 9 meters away, The little guy fiercely tossed Bei Feng out of his hands, and with a splat, Bei Feng landed in front of Shi Linghu and the others. He rolled a few times before he spat out some blood. His eyes were filled with anger. "Child, weren't you acting quite vicious before? Keep acting arrogant, why stop?" After Shi Feijiao finished talking, he took large steps and then stepped on Bei Feng, making a cracking sound. Bei Feng's sternum immediately snapped. Their strengths were similar, but right now, Bei Feng was a lowly prisoner who naturally could not resist due to having his sternum broken. The pain was so intense that he began groaning and sweating profusely. "Little guy, you're too kind-hearted. Just then, when facing the enemy, you had plenty of chances to injure him and missed them all. Then after capturing him, your methods were too light. Doing things this way is very dangerous." Shi Linghu was teaching him on the side. "Yeah," the little guy a bit embarrassed, and almost seemed to be a completely different person from the little tiger before. This was the first time he fought with all of his strength. And the only reason he acted this way was due to seeing his uncle wounded after almost being shot to death. The enemy was too barbaric, and that's why he urgently engaged in the fight. "Greetings, friends from Stone Village. Show some mercy. Ask for whatever comes to mind. We can talk things over." The wolf villagers were anxious. This kind of potential was shockingly desolate in a youth. If he were to die, their clan would suffering huge losses. "Now you want to talk? You steal our prey that we worked so bitter and hard for and attempted to kill our clansmen. When you ruthlessly and cold-bloodedly shot at us, why didn't you think of the consequences?" Shi Linghu angrily said. "Peng." On the other side, Shi Feijiao directly stomped his foot again. Catcha. One of the bones in Bei Feng's arms was snapped off, causing his face to become twisted. However, he still didn't mutter a word. Stop. Everything is our fault. Can't we apologize for our crimes again?" An elder from the legendary wolf clan yelled out anxiously. Even their hunting squad captain yelled loudly, wanting to negotiate. He was a towering individual of 2.34 meters and was normally an oppressing and imposing person, however. Right now, he was no longer the unyielding and overbearing person he was earlier. "Your mom and dad we talk. We don't care about anything else, we'll beat him up first." Meng's father said this in a spitting rage. These days, everyone in Stone Village held back a stomach full of fire. How can this end in just one sentence? Pong. His fan-like palm dropped down in an arc and slapped right on Bei Feng's face. It directly lacerated a part of his flesh, and his whole body flew over 10 meters horizontally. "You brat, you dare to scowl at me. 4 or 5 of my brothers were almost killed by you, each arrow malicious and penetrated their inner organs. Where's your arrogant strength now? Show me." Peng. When Bei Feng rolled under Shi Linghu's feet, he also used his legs to kick out with the force of several thousand jin, which was enough to kick a ferocious beast to death. Despite Bei Feng being so strong, he also had a few bone broken. His mouth twitched, and blood spilt out like water. Not long ago, his arrogance was insulting, callous, and tyrannical. Right now, he became a prisoner under their feet. His head was cracked, his hair was messed up, his body bloodied, and he was completely silent. The discrepancy was too huge. Peng. Everyone from Stone Village hated his previous attitude bitterly. That type of grim and arrogant person made everyone's teeth itch. Now, everyone got a chance to give a piece of revenge. You get a kick and I get a kick. Living in such a desolate place, every person had a well-built physique. After a round of this, Bei Feng was almost tore apart. Who knew how many of his bones had snapped or had gone soft? Stop. The wolf villagers grew increasingly anxious and armed their huge bows, and wanted to exert pressure to alleviate the situation, because if this continued, even Bei Feng will become a cripple and lose all hope in rising up as a genius. "All of you, stop and go stand on the side. We are not done with him. Let us take out our anger on him before we talk," Shi Feijiao said. Everyone gave a kick and a slap. Not long after, Bei Feng was tossed so much that he quickly lost a human form. His nose was bloodied, his face was swollen, and bones were broken everywhere. He had a miserable appearance and no longer had a trace of that callous expression. At this precise time, a group of children rushed up, especially Pai-Hu. He kicked him with all his might and said, "You almost shot my father to death. Who cares if you are arrogant, so what? Weren't you still captured by the little guy?" "Our clan's little guy is only a bit older than 3 years old. You're over 10 years old. You are not even able to beat him. Do you still believe you can act violent and stand above others?" The group of children were beating him up while taunting him. Now a group of people surround Shi Hao, and were not stingy in showing their praise. Not even the people of Stone Village thought that he was this strong, and was able to directly capture a youth whose terrifying strength was on par with Shi Linghu. "Friends from Stone Village, did you get rid of your anger yet? This should be good enough, right?" Everyone from Wolf Village was getting worried. If this continued, a genius would be turned into a cripple. After that, what difference would there be between him and a dead dog? "All right, fine, let's discuss then." Shi Linghu sat his buttocks on Bei Feng's body and completely made him his horse. This made the people from Wolf Village want to rip their own hearts out. That strong man, nearly 2.5 meters in height, using that much strength to sit, even an oxen would collapse. But under the house of another, they had to yield and could only use kind words to persuade. They did not dare show their resentment. "We are friends that live in the middle of this desolate land. Even if we had a few disagreements, we will still see each other often. We beg you to forgive us of our recklessness this time." A rather eloquent man from Wolf Village's hunting squad said, "My ass, what do you mean we meet with each other so often? Everything is so easy to say. What were you doing before? Why did you want to kill our clansmen?" Shi Feijiao criticized. With a wave of his hand, Shi Linghu said, "Stop speaking bullshit, we don't want to hear it. Tell us, how will you compensate us?" The Wolf villagers all frowned. The captain of the hunting squad said, "We will make amends and apologize here, and we will give all the prey to you. How about that?" Meng's father rolled his eyes and said, "The prey was originally ours. You injured so many of us. You think just gifting us some stuff will make us even?" "All right, fine. From now on, we'll leave this part of the mountain and we'll never cross into your territory again. We'll also return all of the prey back to you. How about that?" A person from Wolf Village said. "Bullshit. These were what we had before. After all this talk, you do not have a speck of sincerity." A person with poor temperament from Stone Village shouted. Shi Linghu waved his hand and said, "I don't want to talk with you guys anymore. It's all right for us to release this youth, but in addition to everything stated before, leave behind all the weapons you have on you. Only then can you carry him back, and don't ever appear in front of us again." "What? No way," the people from Wolf Village shouted. To them, weapons were like their second life. Living in the middle of the mountain, they could not survive without these weapons. One must be aware that there are very few metal deposits here, and it was very difficult to extract any. It was very difficult to obtain even one handy weapon, and it took a long time to smelt and polish. "Then there's nothing more to talk about. Someone come and chop this kid's brain off for me and bring it back to Wolf Village," Shi Linghu bellowed. "Okay," a youthful and loud voice responded, and with a broadsword he swung down to behead Bei Feng. "Don't do it, we agree," an important person from Wolf Village shouted hurriedly to stop him. The faces of the other people from Wolf Village turned ugly. "Do we really have to give away all these weapons?" "If we don't have weapons, we can make more. Although it is time-consuming, in the end we will still have some hope, but people, we cannot resurrect them. Bei Feng's potential is extremely high. In these large and desolate lands, a person of his caliber is rare. In the future, it will be him who protects our clan." The people from Wolf Village all compromised and piled up the iron arrows, dragon-horned bows as well as the sharp broadswords one after another. Their hearts were all bleeding. Originally, there should have been a blood battle, however, with the sudden appearance of the little guy confronting the dreadful innate talent of Bei Feng. The battle changed, and a bloody conflict was avoided. Otherwise, no one knew how many people would have died. The group of people returned from their bountiful journey back to Stone Village. The following days, Stone Village was quite peaceful. However, the depths of the mountain was certainly not calm. Often, the cries of beasts shocked the sky and shook the entire mountain, causing avalanches. Chief, sooner or later that dreadful Suan Nai from the heart of the mountain will die. Recently, it continuously roared and struggled. A person came and reported directly to Shi Yunfeng. That is perhaps a true species of an archaic descendant. It could be considered powerful even within the depths of the mountain. If we could somehow obtain its remains, extract its true blood, and copy down its skeleton's primitive symbols, then it could undoubtedly be considered a heaven-shocking treasure. Chapter 17, Precious Technique. A creature such as the Suan Nai, whose monstrosity and fearsomeness would shake even the heavens. Even after its death, the creature's whole body could be considered to be a treasure trove of wealth and precious resources. In the face of such a goldmine, who would not be tempted to snatch the precious resource for themselves? Such a treasure really makes one's eyes glow with greed, almost to the point of charging in right away and snatching away both true blood and original precious symbols in one fell swoop. A group of adolescent youths were eager to get in on the action. Even if that Suan Nai is gradually growing older, it's still not something we are capable of handling. Do not act rashly and wait patiently. The chief's face revealed a concentrated expression and solemnly warned. Haha, this time the reaped rewards are truly great. The little guy has really outdone himself this time around. It's thanks to him that we managed to avoid a bloodbath, a group of people praised. Ah, the little guy put on an embarrassed face and scratched his head in confusion. A loud noise emanated in the distance, drawing the attentions of Zai Yun, De Peng, Xiao Qing to run to the spot. Boom! Atop the clouds, a giant bird swooped down and scales flickered with a cold light. The great green-scaled eagle had appeared. With a great hung sound, it dropped from its talons a giant fire rhinoceros in the village outskirts. Every so often it would come back and drop a huge prey. The hatchlings had been born for almost 2 months now, and their bodies grew rapidly, approaching 2.5 meters in size. Its body grew sleeker and stronger, and with both wings fully extended, they could almost fly. Little Zai and the others, quickly grow up. When you guys grow up, take me with you to see what the depths of the mountain range looks like. The little guy stroked their necks, and their eyes flashed a glimmer of hope to what they one day may become. Afterwards, he once again started examining the ancestral treasured symbols of the 3 birds in front of him, in hopes of understanding the unique and mysterious power belonging to their species. Wang! A noise shook the air, and soon after a soft yet wholly silver moon emerged from the center of his palm and began to spread its clear splendor. Afterwards, the silvery moon began to rise before rotating to the back of his head, making the little guy seem extraordinary. During the last confrontation with Bei Feng, he only formed a part of the precious symbol into his palm and did not use the complete silver moon. Otherwise, its power would be even more formidable. The silver moon rotated and revolved around him. Pure white light scattered around him, making the little guy appear unspeakably holy. Yeah, I figured out a bit more now. On the moon, there's a huge bird living within a palace. Could it be that that's Zai Yun, De Peng, and the others' ancestor, that archaic devil bird? Shi Hao muttered to himself. On that silver moon rests a tree, as well as a palace with mysterious and complex patterns. Currently, the little guy had already made some progress while studying the secret bone texts and was able to understand a bit more about the patterns. He released the silver moon, and the complete precious moon disk was brandished in bright and shining light. From within the palace rang a bird cry, and that tree began to shake and scatter out its clear splendor. The silver moon did not look like it was constructed from the symbols and appeared too real. It was as if the moon in the sky fell down, truly lifelike. Yang! A metallic sound rang out, as if the bestowed ancestral treasures that had previously been gathering dust were reborn. A kang-kyang sound rang out, and the radiance was pure and holy. The silver moon circled around a 5 or 6 meter wide boulder, and with a catch of sounds, the boulder split open, making a clean and glossy cut. It didn't disappear, and once again shot out and cut 2 more boulders before fading away. Yeah, last time it only managed to split a single boulder. Now it can cut 3, how powerful. The little guy opened his mouth in amazement. The silver moon flickered with symbols and became much more concentrated compared to before. The palace and the tree were vaguely visible, sharp and lifelike. Its strength increased by a whole level. The little guy is so formidable. He can release such a powerful disc. I feel that his strength is sufficient to face those desolate beasts within the mountains. After seeing this display, some of the children began to become incredibly envious. Woo, after seeing how terrifying that archaic devil bird was, if it manages to pass down its imprints intact, it will definitely be a divine skill. However, this is quite a rare event. The chief spoke. This type of powerful attack can be considered a precious technique. A technique that will usually be kept as a precious secret. After such a long time, my clan can finally be considered to have a precious technique. Some of the elder were beginning to feel a bit emotional. These types of precious technique would normally only be in the hands of powerful clans. If not for the little guy raising these green-scaled eagles and carefully researching them from a close distance, it would be impossible to obtain it. We still don't know what the situation regarding Suannai. If it really is dying from old age and we manage to obtain its remains, then that will signify us obtaining another precious technique. The stronger the archaic descendant species, the more it would protect its secrets, especially the imprints of its ancestral treasured symbols, which would likely be destroyed before death. Shi Yunfeng frowned. It is precisely because of this reason that ancestral treasured symbols were so rare and precious. It was truly uncommon, as it represented a species, major inheritance, and that there was a chance of obtaining a precious technique. I really hope that Suannai doesn't destroy its own precious bones, as those are from a genuine archaic descendant. The precious technique it holds must be astonishingly powerful, Shi Linhu said. The chief shook his head and said, "Don't be too greedy. For our clan to unexpectedly obtain a precious technique is already quite fortunate." 4 days later, a world-shaking roar rang out and shook all of the mountains and ravines. All of the wild creatures were trembling with fear as they groveled on the floor, and all of the vicious birds fled to the skis. The mountain boulders rolled about, and thousands of trees swayed back and forth as the entire forest trembled. That Suannai came out from within the depths of the mountains and arrived in the surrounding area. Since it was on the verge of death, it wanted to find a place of rest. Its power and influence were extremely frightening. It really is about to die from old age. Most likely, it will be within 1 or 2 days. Stone Village was bustling. If they managed to obtain that Suannai's corpse, then that would be a tremendous treasure deposit. The quality of its true blood would be astonishing beyond belief, and that would truly be blood medicine. Woo, it really is an archaic descendant. If the blood vessels are pure enough, then the little guy's baptism will depend on it. Even Shi Yunfeng couldn't remain calm anymore. He paced back and forth rather excitedly. He really wanted to go and take it right now. Send some people to carefully scout the area. We need to prepare well and be ready to leave at any time. Several of the elders couldn't sit still any longer. They were nervous, excited, worried, and it was hard for them to calm down. As for Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, and some other robust men, they were even more anxious, and their eyes were turning red. I saw that Suannai tear apart a bunch of vicious beasts and turned that area of the forest into a forbidden zone. There aren't even any tracks of beasts or birds left. A day later, a villager ran back to the village and reported the terrifying scene that he saw when he stood far away on top of a mountain peak. Chief Shi Yunfeng suddenly turned his body around and said, "Let's go, we need to start moving. However, we must carefully prepare this time, as we will most likely not be the only ones. There will be other creatures and villagers fighting over it." "Grandpa Chief, I'm going too," the little guy begged. The villagers did not object, as his current fighting strength was already quite frightening. Although he was extremely young, he was already able to grasp a precious method. At a crucial moment, he could display his divine might. Juju. De Peng, Xiaoqing, Zai gathered in front and rubbed their heads against his arm. They showed their intimacy and wanted to tag along as well. Be good, don't be so noisy, it's very dangerous within the mountains. You guys haven't grown up yet. And cannot go take such risks. Wait for me here at home. When I come back, I'll bring you guys to catch and eat some fish. Shi Hao pacified the three little birds and at the same time warned them. He needed to persuade the green-scaled eagle to help him again when the time was right. Since the expedition to seek out the precious body of the Suan Nai was quite dangerous, if he had the help of a formidable vicious bird, everything would become a lot smoother. Let's go to the mountains. A group of people entered the mountains with their head held high towards the cemetery of the Suan Nai. Pong! The entire earth shook and the mountain quaked, and it seemed as if an earthquake occurred within the depths of the mountain, making the entire mountain tremble. It was truly a terrifying scene. Chief, the Suan Nai is at the end of its lifespan and at death's door. It entered a mountain cave and caused a cave-in. A few villagers ran back to rapidly and loudly report the circumstances. Go, we need to move faster, Shi Yunfeng shouted. Chapter 18. Rebellion within the mountains. A group of people rushed straight towards the heart of the mountain. The Suan Nai's life force had been completely exhausted as it passed away, meaning that an entire body of true blood and precious bones had become priceless treasures. How could they not be excited? Faster, we are moving too slow, Shi Linghu and the others were anxious. They feared that they would arrive late since the early bird catches the worm. Lofty mountain peaks surrounded them one after the other. The mountains were endless, and the ancient forest was extremely astonishing. The treetops towered into the towers as they reach over 1,000 meters tall. They overshadowed some of the mountains, and were hiding the sky and covering the earth. Even vine grew for who knows how long, and even several adults could not wrap themselves around them. They grew alongside the mountains like a vigorous and young horned dragon. The people of Stone Village madly rushed to get there, and when they arrived near the place where the Suan Nai perished, they felt a baleful aura. The aura was overbearing, and it was what the king of 10,000 beasts left behind. So quiet, everyone felt that something was abnormal. This place was too tranquil, and not a sound could be heard, making it feel as if they were in a graveyard. There wasn't even a single bird present, let alone ordinary beasts. Even the bugs and ants hid themselves within the caves in seclusion. The mountain forest was desolate, silent, and had a death-like tranquility. Before the Suan Nai died, it killed many vicious beasts and started going crazy. The birds and animals here have all fled, Shi Linghu said. Something's wrong, Chief Shi Yunfeng suddenly said in fright and immediately said in an urgent voice, Linghu, don't be in such a rush. The carcass of a Suan Nai is rare and precious, and I don't think we're the only ones here. A few vicious beasts here are spying on us, so let's retreat for now and not act recklessly. He felt waves of dangerous aura, as if some powerful and desolate huge beast was approaching from afar. Its eyes were ice cold, and the old chief felt a chill on his spine and immediately ordered the villagers to retreat. The little guy also felt this. His hairs stood up and he clenched his fists. Shi Hao also told everyone that he felt this sensation. Everyone rapidly scattered away and did not approach that crumbled rock mountain. We're just giving up like this. This is really as difficult to bear. Shi Feijiao smacked his own chest as he felt an incomparable urge to choke. Let's not rush in first. We must wait for an opportunity. A person's life is the most precious thing. Despite a Suan Nai's blood being incredibly frightening and possessing precious techniques that defies the heavens, we must still keep our lives to use them, Shi Yunfeng solemnly said. They sped up faster and faster and climbed up onto a vantage point on a tall mountain. They surveyed the surrounding from afar and paid close attention to the circumstances from there. There were a few traces of people. Sounds came out from that mountain nearby, and 3 groups of people came from different directions. Although they came from different directions, their goals were the same. They all rushed towards that crumbled rock mountain, wanting to excavate that Suan Nai's carcass. As expected, It wasn't just us who lusted over the ancestral descendant Suan Nai's remains. Everyone who lives in this desolate area all paid attention to this. The three groups of people came into contact, and without any provocations, they immediately conflicted, causing sounds of murder to disperse from within the middle of the mountains. AWOOs. Suddenly, 5 ferocious beasts appeared one after the other, and all of them were as big as houses. They all exposed their white carnivorous teeth and suddenly pounced onto those groups of people who had the intention of fighting over the Suan Nai's carcass. At the same time, long cries could be heard from the birds in the sky. Violent gales erupted, and many vicious birds flew over. Each of them measured 5 to 6 meters long, and with a wingspan of over 11 or 12 meters, they dove down. Right away, over 6 or 7 people were ripped apart as blood spilt everywhere. This bloody scene was horrifying, and not to mention the people who were personally experiencing this, even the people of Stone Village who were observing from afar were all scared. Soon after, the vicious birds and the ferocious beasts all retreated. This was an absolute disaster. AWOOO. Sure enough, beast cries could be heard occasionally from all over the mountains. The vicious birds and ferocious beasts who were scared away by the Suan Nai all came back. Their goals were to obtain the carcass of the Suan Nai and making themselves more powerful. Not only did this happen in this part of the mountain, even other mountains from afar had movements from tyrannical living creatures. Cries of birds and beasts were occurring all over the place, and the entire mountain range was heating up. All of the beasts began to revolt. The larger ones measured 10 meters, and the small ones measured a few feet. In just a blink of an eye, over a few hundred of them appeared. These were all formidable species, otherwise they would not dare to rush over. They resembled a flood as they swarmed over, violently howling along the way. The same situation was happening in the skis as well. All kinds of bird species fluttered about with their steel beaks and sharp claws, hiding the skis and covering the earth. It was like they were a gust of wind rushing towards this piece of the mountain as scales and feathers fluttered in the breeze. Run! Those 3 villages lost over 40 people, and they all jumped into the middle of a river. They used the water as a means of escape, otherwise no one would be left alive. On the peak of the mountain, everyone from Stone Village who were observing all had a blank expression. They had previously thought there would be vicious beasts fighting over the remains of the Suan Nai king, but they never thought that there would be this many. Those who thought they were safe after jumping in the water let out a blood-curdling scream. There were several snakes over 10 meters long rolling about. They opened their bloody mouth and instantly swallowed 4 to 5 people. Catcha. On the other side, a gold-colored crocodile over 10 meters long showed its presence. It opened its vacuum-like mouth and instantly tore 5 or 6 people apart. Blood flowed through the cracks of its white teeth, dyeing the river red. This sight made everyone's bones shiver. The survivors quickened their pace and didn't dare slow down again. So terrifying, luckily we decided to temporarily retreat. Otherwise, we'd likely end up in the situation as them. Ling Shihu still lingered in fear after finding out his back had been doused in his own cold sweat. Looks like this Suan Nai's body is much more precious than we thought, or else why would groups of birds and beasts fight over it with their lives? Shi Hao said. Over by the crumbled rock mountain, there were several hundred vicious beasts and birds of prey. They all fanatically battered ahead, wanting to dig one huge boulder after another to dig out the Suan Nai's precious remains. They were also fighting each other at the same time. The smell of blood entered their nostrils, and all kinds of roars and cries were deafening. There is too many fierce beasts. We're not safe here. We can't say for sure, but we might get involved, an elder exclaimed. AWOO. After his words just finished, a violent gale erupted on the mountain. 2 huge beasts suddenly appeared together. They were 70 or 80 meters long each and were covered in brown fur. The long and fearsome beasts appeared side by side. It was actually terrifying tigers, and 2 of them showed up at once. The tigers' upbringing were strange. They were disdained by their mothers and never drank any milk. They were discarded since their mortality rates were extremely high. If they weren't starved to death, they would just be fed to other mountainous beasts. If by chance one survives to grow up, its power would shake the entire mountain, eating all kinds of fierce beasts. Now there were 2 tigers that appeared. This was truly shocking. They were much more difficult to deal with than normal fierce beasts. Huu, a violent wind blew by. One of the huge tigers took action and dove down. It opened its bloodied mouth and all of a sudden bit 2 villagers. Catcha, one of them had their body snapped in half, blood spewing out violently, and it was truly a tragedy to behold. Shilin. Ah Yun. The villagers all voiced out their sorrowful anger. Like rain, iron arrows were shot out. This was all too sudden. These savage tigers could fly, and they measure 70 to 80 meters long. These kinds of huge monsters, sudden appearance wasn't something they could protect against. Naturally, they brought with them a bloody massacre. Bastards! Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao roared loudly. The others brandished their broadswords and rushed forward. They brought with them a few strong, able-bodied males and charged in the direction of that huge tiger. Despite the fact that these species of animals did not have ancestral treasured symbols on their bones, their corporeal bodies were extremely strong and fearsome. Their killing power was unbelievable. On their normal hunts, the villagers made sure that they avoid these creatures at all cost. AWWWWOO. The other tiger fearsomely roared and pounced from a different angle. With a wave of its claws, cold light flickered, and the sound of ringing could be heard. Sparks flew in every direction, and broadswords as well as huge clubs flew out of the villagers' hands. Pooh! Among them, 2 people dodged a bit too slow, and their stomachs were tore apart. Blood spilled on the ground, and they suffered an unimaginably heavy injury. They were dragged towards the back by the other villagers. You overgrown cat, give my Uncle Yun and the others lives back. Shi Hao grew anxious and charged in with symbols on both arms lit up like a shining constellation. In the middle of his palm, specks of light formed and a disked silver moon appeared. This disked moon appeared very real, as if a godly moon fell from the 9th level of heaven. Holy light radiated everywhere and rapidly rushed towards a huge tiger. Dang! The huge tiger waved its huge fan-like claw, and cold light spewed everywhere as it clashed against the silver moon. The sound of metal could be heard, shaking the entire mountain. One must know that this silver moon could split huge boulders. Its strength was limitless, but just now, this huge tiger used its claws to shake it off. In this brief deadlock, with a poo sound, this tiger let out a world-shaking roar. One of its claws finally broke off, and blood poured out, painting the ground red. At the same time, that silver moon's strength did not decrease. With another poo sound, the moon chopped towards the tiger's head. All of a sudden, it cleaved a huge crack, and a terrifying wound continuously bled out. The beast's roar shook the sky and trembled the forest. This huge tiger shook violently, and with a look of disbelief, the light within its eyes gradually faded. With a rumble, it dropped into the middle of a pool of its own blood. This was in fact a precious technique of the green-scaled eagle, and its power was astonishing. With Shi Hao's one strike, it beheaded a terrifying huge tiger. Good shit, little guy, do it again, Shi Feijiao shouted. Shi Hao turned around and charged towards the other tiger. With the light on his palms lit again, the terrifying power of the precious technique showed its horrifying might again. The silver moon streaked across the sky, and that 70 or 80-meter long huge tiger's neck started to bleed profusely. The silver light turned around and chopped straight towards its head, and with a gyudong, it dropped onto the floor. That huge beast's blood spouted out like a river, splashing all over the villagers' bodies. Such a terrifying precious technique. This type of attack method was held in reverence by many of them. After the little guy killed the 2 huge tigers, he was caught in a daydream. This was still his first time in the forest killing a beast. He looked down on his white and tender little hands and spent a long time speechless. It's nothing, don't fear the smell of blood, child. Which male growing up in these desolate mountains didn't come in contact with blood? Everyone's like this. Shi Hao walked past and patted his shoulders. Shi Hao lifted his head with some effort. Even though his heart wasn't at peace, right now, he tightly shut his mouth and didn't speak too much. If he didn't just kill those huge tigers, many more villagers would have suffered death. Precious techniques are truly difficult to comprehend. It can kill huge beasts and save people. If we can obtain the Suan Nai's ancestral symbols, it would truly be a great fortune. After a long while, the little guy finally muttered to himself. A loud bird cry sounded from the middle of the clouds, and a green-scaled eagle appeared before rapidly descending, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind. The little guy jumped up before waving his hands and yelling loudly, "Anti-green-scaled eagle, help me. You're the overlord of the outer mountain region, and I can also help you a bit. Let's fight over the Suan Nai's precious techniques together." Chapter 19. Battle for Supremacy. The green-scaled eagle glanced sideways, and the scales all over its body shined with a cold light as if it were made out of polished metal. It appeared cold and frightening, and the look in its eyes was deep as it gazed downwards. "Ant Green, faster. There's not enough time." The little guy was on the mountain peak, fiddling with his small hands as he shouted out in a loud voice. Violent gales whistled as the green-scaled eagle rapidly descended with its wings spread out to roughly 50 or 60 meters long. Like a black fog pressing downwards, it casted a large shadow, making the people's hearts palpitate. Shi Hao, with a whoosh, jumped 5 or 6 meters high and landed on the back of the eagle. He immediately felt a hard surface, and each of her scales were as cold and hard as metal. "Little guy, don't be too adventurous," the chief loudly yelled. Everything happened so fast, and there wasn't any time to prevent Shi Hao from leaping upwards. "Grandpa Chief, relax. We won't take that many risks. We'll only take action when we find the chance to." Shi Hao waved his little hand, signaling that there was no need to worry. "Little guy, you have to be careful," Shi Hao yelled out. He knew that he couldn't prevent this little guy and could only loudly warn him. "Uncle, I know. Grandpa Chief, you guys go back first. This place is too dangerous. There are too many clans on the move, so opportunities won't be abundant anyway." The villagers all immediately understood. This was a fact. Right now, even if all the males at the prime of their lives were to go, they would drown in a sea of several hundred crazy and vicious beasts and join the bloodbath in the mountain. "Let's go." Chief Shi Yunfeng waved and gave his command. Otherwise, he might attract another disaster. "Little guy, you must be careful," a person from the village yelled, warning him with his large voice. "I know, Grandpa Chief. You guys must be careful, too." The green-scaled eagle hovered and took off near the side of the mountains. Its speed was incredibly fast, and the wind sounded like thunder as it scraped their faces until injuries ensued. It was practically impossible to open one's eyes. The little guy Shi Hao laid flat on its back, and his 2 small hands tightly clung on to its cold, chilly scales as he squinted his eyes to view what is in the distance. "Ant Green, be careful. There are many vicious beasts down there." The green-scaled eagle was exceptionally fast. With a flap of its wings, it quickly crossed over from one mountain peak to the other. The mountain trees collapsed, and huge trees were snapped. Broken branches and withered leaves flew everywhere. Over 100 formidable vicious beasts were in combat, and over 100 vicious birds smacking their wings as well. They didn't hold anything back, and even many boulders were smashed, causing a huge mess. The beasts roared, and the cries of birds echoed throughout the mountains. Blood spilled over the surface, dyeing the mountains a deep red. There were many enormous beasts that collapsed and were trampled on until they became a bloody pulp. The area reeked of blood. In front of the crumbled mountain, it was completely filled with dense living creatures that madly fought for superiority. Blood unceasingly spilled 10 feet into the air as the creatures tried to dig out the huge boulder that was hiding the Suan Nai's body. There was a leopard in particular who measured over 10 meters long that had a horn growing out of its head. It used its tyrannical strength to rip apart a huge beast's body with each strike, soaking it in blood. Its two incomparably sharp claws glittered with a metallic sheen as they doused in the blood of its prey. Eowowwow. An especially large, Kiwi, one-legged monster roared like thunder. Its huge body measured an enormous 20 meters long as if it was a small mountain. Its weapon was its sound wave, and wherever it passed by, ferocious beasts were knocked out, and blood spilled in all directions. TL, Kiwi. Peng. An 8 or 9 meter long silver pangolin bore an immense and sharp horn on its head, and it was able to overcome anything. It dug out the mountain rocks and ruptured them one after the other, directly digging through into the middle of the mountain. There were too many species, and they were all incredibly formidable. Otherwise, they would not have decided to participate as they were all intelligent. The huge beasts fought for supremacy, and the group of tyrannical creatures attacked each other as they all lusted over the carcass of the Suan Nai. If they were to devour it, they would become the king of the mountain. Who? A mighty gust of wind whistled as the green-scaled eagle quickly rushed over. With both its huge metallic claws stretched forth, it grabbed straight for the 8 or 9 meter long silver pangolin, with over half of its body was hidden under the surface, since it was highly possible it would obtain the Suan Nai carcass first. With a poo sound, even though the pangolin's skin was akin to iron, it could not avoid being penetrated by the green-scaled eagle's cold and shiny pair of claws. Its blood sprinkled out of its body. A large bellow passed through the middle of the mountain, and the silver pangolin went mad. It crazily swung its tail, and at the same time, it dug itself out of the rocks. It stood up and thrusted its 2-meter-long huge horn towards the green-scaled eagle. However, the green-scaled eagle had even once forced the people of Stone Village to use their ancestral artifacts. One must know that these were treasured artifacts made from the kings of archaic descendants passed through the generations. Both its wings struck the sky, and in a flash it rose up. Of course, its 2 claws did not let go. Like before, it held the pangolin by the tail and rapidly ascended up to the clouds. In this course of events, winds rolled as if it were thunder. The pangolin's struggles were all proven worthless, and without using the floor to assert its full strength, it was hard for it to wound the fierce bird. Suddenly, after ascending to the clouds, the green-scaled eagle released its huge claws. The pangolin dropped rapidly from the sky as if a streak of silver light. Bang! A miserable sound rang out from the middle of the mountain, and dust and smoke filled the surroundings soon after. That 8 or 9 meter long huge pangolin was smashed on sight, and many of its strong and tough bones were snapped as his body became a puddle. Even if its body was as hard as steel, it would not have survived. "Big Ant, you're so strong," the little guy gasped in admiration. The green-scaled eagle dove down towards the mountain again. It was the outer mountain range's apex predator. Naturally, it could show disdain on the groups of beasts. When, this time, without using its corporeal body's strength, it spat out a streak of azure moonlight. There were a few disparities between this attack and the little guy's silver moon. Its diameter was 2 meters long as it targeted straight for the 20-meter-long Kiwi. With the activation of this ancestral precious technique, the area was suddenly thrown into chaos. Many vicious birds and fierce beasts were terrified and decided to flee in all directions. However, there were some fierce and violent ones that were extra bloodthirsty and decided to sweep away the huge mess. Pooh! That disked azure moon gloriously dazzled, and with incomparable sharpness, it directly chopped off the Kiwi's huge head. Blood spouted out over 10 meters high, and that headless body dropped to the floor with a rumble, vibrating the surface. Blood flowed out like a small river. Meow. A sound that made people's heads shiver was heard. It was that huge leopard that measured over several meters long. It hid behind a mountain boulder that was located at a higher terrain, and it fiercely leaped forth from behind with intent to kill the green-scaled eagle. On its head was a huge black horn, and it thrusted perfectly straight towards the back of the green-scaled eagle's head, as it used both its huge claws measuring over half a meter to tear towards her back. This was a perfect ambush, and it was going to be successful, as the green-scaled eagle's steel-like scales might not be able to protect itself. After all, this was a leopard that possessed the original archaic blood. At the same time, the sound of flapping could be heard. 7 or 8 vicious birds descended from all directions. They all grabbed towards the green-scaled eagle since they felt it was the most threatening, and acted together to defeat the overlord of the skis. A hazy light was activated and a round silver moon rose up. Symbols flickered, and the disked moon with the palace and ancient tree emitted a brilliant splendor. With a ween sound, that fearsome leopard's horn was split into pieces, and its skull was cleaved into 2 pieces. It screamed miserably as it dropped to the floor. "Auntie, don't worry, I got your back," little Shi Hao spoke with his childish nature. The green-scale eagle shrieked in a loud voice and flapped both its wings. It swept away the other vicious birds, and immediately, scales and feathers scattered about as blood spouted out. In just one breath, it ripped apart several large birds of prey that were at least 5 meters long. However, they were all killed with the green-scaled eagle's bodily strength. This was precisely an archaic devil bird's descendant. Without using any precious techniques, its corporeal body can sweep away everything before it on the mountains. The wind whistled, and this time when the green-scaled eagle rushed downwards, most of the other fierce beasts all avoided it and did not want to provoke it, as its attacks were truly tyrannical. "Auntie, let's dig out this mountain rocks. The Suan Nai is just under it," the little guy said. The green-scaled eagle landed, and with just a claw, it immediately split apart a huge boulder weighing 1,000 jin. With its wings spread, it swept them flying with a hoo sound. It rapidly excavated since this place was still dangerous. Even something as strong as the green-scaled eagle did not dare to stay for too long. Rubble collapsed, and a deep hole was quickly dug out. Suddenly, a purple light flashed and a splendorous whip was shot out, directly flying towards the green-scaled eagle. Ding! The purple light whip shot out around the green-scaled eagle's left wing, making sparks fly. This made the vicious bird burst out in anger as it felt pain on its metallic wings. "Yeah, it's a purple snake," the little guy cried out in alarm. This snake was too fast, and they couldn't react to it. It employed a hit-and-run tactic, and it was only as thick as an adult's leg. However, it was 6 or 7 meters long. It was much more refined than a huge beast. However, it was really strong. Purple scales glittered with light all over its body as they flowed with a brilliant splendor. It was incomparably sturdy, and using its strength, it could even bite off the metallic scales of the green-scaled eagle. Furthermore, the green-scaled eagle's wounds were dripping with black blood. Evidently, it was poisoned. Pooh! The archaic devil bird's descendant was also straightforward, and from within its mouth it spat out many small crescent moons. With a poo sound, it ripped off that scaled flesh weighing several jin, and immediately blood started to pour out. "Auntie," the little guy was shocked. No one could have thought that a terrifying snake hid within the middle of the mountains. Clearly, it was formidable as it dared to engage in combat with the green vicious bird. The green-scaled eagle shrieked, several symbols flickering on the wound to rapidly staunch the bleeding, stabilizing the injury. Afterwards, its pupils shot out 2 streaks of awe-inspiring cold gaze as it stared at that huge, violet and smooth slithering snake. Hiss! This snake was sensitive. It was extremely wise, rather than impulsive. Moonlight appeared, and light radiated out of the green-scaled eagle as it activated its precious technique. It rapidly aimed towards that purple vermin, and it hummed as it traversed the air, causing booms to sound. What was astonishing was that this violet snake's speed was extraordinarily quick. With a flick of its tail, it rapidly leaped over 20 meters away, avoiding the attack. The green-scaled eagle brandished its wings and tried to go in for the kill. It opened its beak, and once again, the azure moonlight appeared, this time even more lustrous as it whirled towards the violet snake. Dang! It finally hit its mark. However, what made people even more flabbergasted was that this violet snake wasn't cut in half. Only a large piece of its scale was destroyed, exposing strands of flowing blood. It struggled around in pain and quickly leaped, retreating over 20 meters away. Kai. The little guy took action, and a silver moon appeared on his right palm. A pure and holy disk appeared, and like the setting sun, it caused vapors to rise into the air. With a kai, it flew out straight towards that shaken snake's wound. There, many scales had already peeled off. Its defense had dropped, and the shine of blood could be seen. However, just like before, it could not chop the bewildered snake in half, only cutting further in by a thumb's length. Its flesh and bones were extremely hard and solid as it resisted the attack. The green-scaled eagle's pupils dilated. If it did not enter the heart of the mountain, it was not likely for it to be injured. Today, it unexpectedly suffered this huge tragedy. Naturally, it would not spare this opponent. It continued to pursue to attack. Unexpectedly, a scarlet body shot out from the side, and it was over 2 meters long. Dazzling and flickering in a sanguine light, it appeared suddenly, making it impossible to defend against as its body dropped onto the green-scaled eagle's back. This was a blood sable that was over 2 meters long. Its entire body seemed as if it was made out of sparkling red agate, and it also had a pair of scarlet wings. Despite its body size appearing minuscule next to the huge beast, it was still especially formidable. It had extraordinary strength and was as fast as lightning. It rushed by in a flash and almost tore the little guy's chest right open as it scraped against his abdomen. It immediately followed with a claw to inflict a half-meter-long wound on the back of the green-scaled eagle's neck. The little guy lightly chanted, and a silver moon appeared, startling the blood sable, making it retreat. The vicious bird trembled. Its entire body radiated light, and it was completely angered. It had suffered tragedy after tragedy, causing all of its anger to be curled up as started to murderously chase after the other 2 strange beasts. The violet snake and the blood sable's teamwork was impeccable, as if practiced. This caused the little guy to be surprised. These creatures were actually so wise. Hong. A silver alligator rushed out from the middle of the river and arrived here, simultaneously smashing a piece of mountain rock. At the same time, 7 or 8 tyrannical creatures appeared, far surpassing normal huge beasts. They were all frightful opponents. Finally, as if they all came to a tacit understanding, they stopped their attacks and rapidly excavated the mountain rocks with the intention of seeing the Suan Nai's carcass before determining the victor. The green-scaled eagle also halted its attacks. Its body covered with huge traces of blood, and its green scales flickered in a cold light, seemingly very terrifying. "Aunt Green, are you okay?" The little guy had begun to worry. There were hundreds of huge beasts. There were even a few that were stronger than the green-scaled eagle. The difficulty in obtaining the Suan Nai's corpse was simply too high. Boom! The silver alligator went crazy and successively tore apart the huge rocks. Suddenly, a beam of brilliant golden multicolored light blossomed, and as if a small sun was rising, it caused the mountain rocks to sparkle. Those leg was as thick as pillars, strong and robust. Densely clothed in dazzling gold fur, it looked like it was made out of gold. It was glistening and dazzling, and its terrible aura reached the heavens. The treasured body of the archaic descendant, Suan Nai, was discovered. On its body, there were ancestral symbols flashing. This caused all the tyrannical living creatures to shake. Their eyes were red-hot, and all of them wanted to rush forward. Chapter 20. A shocking turn of events. This was the gold-colored leg of a beast. It was splendid and dazzling, thick and strong like that of a mythological beast. Even after death, it still had a dreadful influence. There were gold rays of light flowing out, making people's hearts revere. At this moment, not to mention the hundreds of vicious beasts, even the hundreds of vicious birds, silver alligator, blood sable, and violet snake couldn't help but take a step back as if affected by that terrifying aura. Finally, it was the green-scaled eagle that advanced first, followed by a few other beasts. There was a seemingly strong fire unicorn, as well as something similar to a one. They were all overlords of the outer mountains. However, apart from the green-scaled eagle, the others were not from this area. With a rumbling sound, the green-scaled eagle extended its wings, shaking many mountain rocks as well as sending rocks and sand flying. This exposed a large chunk of the Suan Nai's precious body. The few other vicious beasts acted similarly as well. They grouped together, immediately causing rubble to fly into the air, shocking the other vicious beasts into retreating. A piece of brilliant and godly gold splendor trickled out. What appeared was a huge monster, and its appearance was that of a godly lion. On its head was a huge golden dragon horn, and golden scales covered its forehead. Its whole body was lustrous, shining brightly with golden silky fur. This was a Suan Nai, a genuine archaic descendant. Despite that fact that its noble blood wasn't the purest and not as heaven-opposing as its archaic ancestors, it was still the most respected within the depths of the mountains. Its remaining carcass was not considered the largest, and was only 6 meters wide. However, a huge beast's strength wasn't determined by the size of its body, and the Suan Nai in front of their eyes was the proof of this. Its entire body seemed to be cast in gold. Despite being dead, its might was still present. A dense and vicious aura filled the air, reflecting a golden radiance, brightened the entire region of the mountain. The old Suan Nai, a strong and terrifying creature. Who? The green-scaled eagle, leopard who, fire cloud unicorn, and several other birds and beasts of the same level immediately took action. Since the precious body of the Suan Nai was confirmed, now everybody was fighting over it with all their strength. Yang. That leopard who let out a long hiss, and from its back shot out a streak of lightning-like silvery light. Its body unexpected held ancestral symbols. Pooh. A huge beast let out a scream. That light was incomparably sharp, and it penetrated through its chest. The front and the back was shining, exposing that broken, bleeding heart. The green-scaled eagle took flight a long time ago, and it started diving to execute its crazed attacks. Green moonlight spread out like light rays, sweeping across the mountain forest. A huge beast was hacked in half on the spot. It attacked without any mercy, targeting the strongest enemies with its attacks. The other several hundred huge beasts and birds of prey were not a big problem, as their numbers could not threaten it. The area immediately reeked of blood. Some huge beasts already began to recklessly charge forward and tear at that Suan Nai with the intention of eating its precious flesh and blood. Several huge beast overlords violently roared, including the green-scaled eagle. They executed their attacks to inhibit others, creating a huge array of chaos everywhere they went. Zhai. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded, making people's souls feel sore. A purple rat, as large as a youth from the stone village, leaped onto the back of the green-scaled eagle. "Aunt Green-scaled Eagle, be careful," the little guy cried out in alarm. To the eyes of the purple rat, the green-scaled eagle posed the largest threat, and it wanted to eliminate it first. Its body compared to the green-scaled eagle was very small, but its offensive power was quite strong. With just a strike of its claw, it directly tore off over a dozen jin of flesh off of the green-scaled eagle's body. Unexpectedly, it was able to peel off the green scales. The little guy lightly chanted and attacked with all his might. The silver moon rotated before pursuing and attacking the purple rat. Although the green-scaled eagle was angry, it did not lose reason. It knew that in a faraway part of the mountain, there lived a creature who was feared by hundreds of beasts, a mouse king. It consumed metal for food and had unstoppable teeth and claws. The green-scaled eagle's entire body shined. Symbols interweaved, extending over its body like streaks of lightning. It confined the rat for a short duration with the goal of using ancestral symbols to wring it to pieces. Shi Hao acted as well and used the silver moon to attack the immobile mouse king. With a loud clunk, it was unable to break through. The little guy shockingly widened his eyes and shouted, "Yeah," again. Kiang kiang. Sparks splashed in every direction, and that silver moon struck consecutively, causing that mouse king's fur to finally split open. Blood splashed out, But those bones were as hard as treasured artifacts and extremely hard to chop apart. The little guy did not stop there. After the first silver moon dissipated, a second one came and incessantly hacking away. Finally, a catcha sounded, and the Mouse King's bones were broken apart, causing serious damage. Pong! At the same time, the green scaled eagle used the might of its interleaved symbols, causing dreadful bloody scars to appear all over the Mouse King's body. Its injuries were fatal as it dropped towards the mountain rocks below. At the same time, a vicious bird overlord was also killed. Now, there were no more threats to the green-scaled eagle. It rapidly ascended, waiting for the mess below to clear up a bit before taking action again. In reality, not only did the green-scaled eagle act in this way. After attacking for a bit, the other beast overlords also decided to retreat a bit in order to not get taken advantage of, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, every scale on the green-scaled eagle's body expanded up before rapidly contracted, as if it was met with a huge fright. It fiercely descended downwards against the side of the mountain and before quickly disappearing. At this moment, the little guy felt a chill on his back, and it felt as if he fell into an ice cellar. Only after experiencing the green-scaled eagle's rapid flight for a short while did that feeling slowly disappear. "What's that?" The little guy never palpated like he did today before. It felt like his whole body needed to stop breathing. His face turned white. The green-scaled eagle flew far away and then rapidly ascended above the clouds. It hit its body and watched intently at that region of the mountain. The little guy used the strength of the bone text, and both of his eyes glowed. Lying on the back of the green-scaled eagle, he also gazed towards that direction. "Who?" A whistling sound shocked the skis and vibrated the earth. The entire mountain range trembled, and leaves streamed downwards in great disorder. In this entire region, the heaven and earth started to chill. A terrifying aura flooded through, wreaking havoc. Instantly, the heated noise in the mountain calmed down. The birds and beasts all stopped their clamoring for a moment, as they were all trembling with fear, shivering all over, and didn't dare to make any sounds. Even the blood sable, purple snake, and the fire cloud unicorn did not dare to make any moves. A black silhouette emerged, as if an unparalleled devil king was descending. It emitted a terrifying power throughout the heavens and placed the entire mountains and ravines under a deathly stillness. This was a vicious ape. It wasn't too huge and was only 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in half a foot of long black fur, shiny yet terrifying. What was even more shocking was that it actually had a pair of black corporeal wings. Not only could it walk, but it could also fly, and just like that, it descended from the sky. Yeah, don't tell me that's a demonic ape. Moreover, its noble blood has an extremely high density. Otherwise, it would not have grown demonic wings that were capable of flight. The little guy astonishingly opened his little mouth in a circle. Demonic apes were too tyrannical. Its awe-inspiring appearance halted 10,000 beasts. Its icy gaze swept through, and not a single thing could resist. Additionally, a black fog curled up around its body, emitting a bitter aura as if it had killed a myriad of formidable creatures in the past. This is a king from within a region within the heart of the mountains. It's not too far off from the Suan-Nai. Su, the demonic ape, tread forward with both feet and leapt over 100 meters high, before diving down and landing on the skull of a massive bear bird. The bear bird was over 10 meters long and was an absolutely rare and vicious beast. With a man-like body and a pair of bird wings, it was able to rush into sky, making it quite formidable. However, right now, it was trembling with fear and did not dare to make any movements, prostrating in place. The demonic ape calmly sat on top of its skull and extended a claw. With a paw sound, it tore open that skull. With a smack of its lips and without any regard for others, it wanted to use it for food. The bear bird left out a whimper, but even if it were to die, it did not move. It was suppressed by that terrifying heaven-like overwhelming aura into completely immobility. All the vicious bird and ferocious beasts all trembled. This was an ape king not much weaker than the Suan-Nai. It walked out from within the heart of the mountains, So how could it not instill fear into the others? Peng. The demonic ape only ate a few mouthfuls before pushing off with its feet and soared into the sky. He landed in front of the Suan Nai, and behind it, that 10-meter-long vicious beast, Bear Bird, collapsed. That wasn't a particularly huge black ape king. It suddenly stomped its feet, causing rubble to fly into the sky and that rock mountain to collapse. The ground split in all directions, and the rocks in the vicinity of the Suan Nai was cleared up instantly. Moo. Suddenly, the roar of a bull was heard, and a blazing figure rushed in from the mountains far away. That was a huge, scarlet-colored bull. With a height of over 10 meters and a length of over 30 meters, it charged over with hooves covered in raging flames. Its entire body was doused in a fiery light. Its fur was silky, and it flickered with scarlet rays of light. Could it be that this was the mythical flaming devil bull that Grandpa Chief mentioned? The little guy stared with his large eyes in disbelief. Now Chief Shi Yunfeng was gradually growing older, but when he was younger, he once heard the elders say that within the depths of the mountains lived a flaming bull. Its godly power startled the desolate lands. Unexpected, it was still alive. With a cry, the demonic ape spread out its wings and rushed towards the sky to confront the flaming devil bull. An overwhelming heavenly aura exploded from within these two like a hurricane, flattening an entire mountain. Ow. Moo. Following the two huge roars, they immediately charged into each other and directly fought with their lives on the line. In an instant, earthquakes shook the mountains, ancient trees collapsed, and boulders flew. Suddenly, golden light flourished and radiance spread, causing the entire mountain to brighten. The forest and mountain rocks were all doused in a dim gold color. No one could have thought that the Suan Nai would jump suddenly with an overflowing vicious power. Who? The surprising turn of events was like thunder in the ninth step of heaven, and it trembled the entire mountain into chaos. Like a golden flash of lightning, it pounced towards those other two king of 10,000 beasts. Pooh! It was too fast and too sudden, making it impossible to guard against. A flash of gold light rushed through, and despite the demonic ape's lightning-quick reflexes, it still tore off one of its arms. Fresh blood spouted over a dozen feet high. Catcha. At the same time, the mythical flaming devil bull whose flames soared into the heavens had its horn as well as some flesh torn straight off before dropping onto the floor from a strike of the Suan Nai's claws. This scene stupefied all of the vicious beasts and birds of prey. They all immediately turned soft, shuddering slightly. 1. Hu Chapter 21, Suan Nai. In the middle of the clouds, the silhouette of the green scaled eagle trembled as its heart was terrified. The Suan Nai unexpectedly had not died. They were just fighting over its carcass. How could such a terrifying turn of events occur? Yeah, how is it alive again? The little guy scratched his head, puzzled. Who? A world-shaking roar came through the mountain. That demonic ape angrily howled. Its wings got torn off while it was still alive, causing it to go mad. Fresh blood was still spilling out from its wounds. It used his remaining arm to attack, smashing the old beast shining in heavenly golden rays with its fist. The Suan Nai did not appear to be slowed by its age at all, and with a flash, it instantly reappeared over 100 meters away. With a hong sound, the demonic ape smashed through the other remaining half of the mountain with a godly might that shocked the desolate forest. After hitting only the air, it did not stop. With one leap, it jumped over 200 meters high with the intention of spreading its wings and flying away. Although it was angry, it was clear-headed enough to realize it wasn't the elder Suan Nai's opponent. The Suan Nai's pair of golden eyes were extremely cold. Cloud vapors surged from its entire body like a tsunami. Moreover, it rushed forward like a golden streak of lightning, and an explosion sounded as it struck the back of the demonic ape. Alhu! The demonic ape howled loudly, and its entire body shuddered. Blood blossomed 10 feet into the air, and just like before, it once again suffered a great tragedy under the effects of the Suan Nai's horrifying precious technique. A shining hole of blood appeared on the front and the back of its chest. The formidable demonic ape immediately dropped down. It opened up its bloody mouth, exposing snow-white fangs. It charged forward with one arm, and its entire body lit up with symbols as it began activating its precious technique. On the other side, the mythical flaming devil bull's entire body was covered in a scarlet fire with a texture similar to a silky fabric. It also went mad, and its entire body was lit up with symbols as well. Its intention was not to battle the Suan-Nai to death, but to take advantage of an opening to escape. However, the Suan-Nai was too fearsome. It shot 2 light beams out from the depth of its eyes. Following that, it struck the body of the mythical flaming devil bull with a thundering sound, causing its symbols to dissipate and streaks of bloody scars to appear. Moo. The 30-meter-long scarlet-red devil bull became furious. The flames on its body reached the heavens, and its mythical flames were ignited. It rose up, spread open its huge mouth, and spouted out a stream of flourishing scarlet red in all directions, causing rocky peaks to become magma. With this attack, there were unfathomable numbers of vicious birds and ferocious beasts that turned to ashes on the scene. They did not even have time to scream. The Suan-Nai yelled, and the golden light rays on its body intensified. Its gaudy magnificence caused the entire mountain region to become a sea of gold. A mist surged out and blocked the mythical flames. In the cloud banks far away, the little guy murmured to himself. The Suan-Nai was actually feigning its death. Wanting to eliminate its enemies, it deliberately attracted the demonic ape and the mythical flaming devil bull to come. As expected of a wise race, it is sharper than a human. Demonic cries rang out, and mythical flames overflowed the heavens. Mist and lightning interweaved, and the area was already boiling with intensity. In this confrontation between 3 archaic descendants, the noise shocked the heavens and moved the earth, shaking this entire desolate land. On the Suan-Nai, mythical flaming devil bull and the ape king's bodies, mysterious patterns interweaved. They were densely packed together, and light rays burning fiercely like an electric snake fluttering in the breeze. Tyrannical strength began to stir, causing the weather to become unstable as the precious techniques began to activate. Pong! Ear-splitting noises spread out one after another, as if an immortal lightning was descending onto the 9th step of heaven. Red lights rushed into the skies as clouds and mists filled the air as electricity and fire fused together. The Suan-Nai demonic ape and the mythical flaming devil bull all trembled. The entire mountain region ruptured as if the end of the world was near. Pooh! The demonic ape flew out horizontally from the mountain with godly golden splendor. Its entire body was bloodied, and many of its bones were broken. However, it finally broke out of the Suan-Nai's mist-controlled region. With a dong sound, it split open the earth with one step, and with a spread of its demonic wings, it transformed into a hurricane. Bringing with it a black mist that overflowed the skis, it charged towards the depths of the mountains. The demonic ape not only had one of its arms snapped off. Several of its internal organs were smashed, and even more of its bones were broken. It needed to immediately find a calm place to rest and heal. Otherwise, if it was found by some old enemies, its death was certain. Moo! The mythical flaming devil bull shouted out, and the oppressive roar shook the entire mountain. Its entire body was covered in blood as it escaped with great difficulty. Fiery rays of light cooked the entire sky red. It knocked over a mountain peak and treaded on lava before escaping to the mountain abyss as well. There was only a Suan-Nai left at the scene. Its entire body covered in gold fur dazzled as it loudly whistled in high spirits. Like the appearance of a tornado, grass and bramble were lifted off from the earth. Huge trees were snapped in half, and mountain rocks tumbled down, causing a huge mess. The Suan-Nai swept its indifferent gaze through the surviving formidable lifeforms. With a low groan, it immediately caused them to scramble into every direction as if they just received amnesty. In a flash, they all escaped. In reality, 80% of the birds and beasts were already dead here. Especially after the Suan-Nai, mythical flaming devil bull and the ape king battled. The effects were widespread, causing an unexpected calamity. The mountains were quiet again. Lava began to cool, only leaving behind the smell of blood on the ground. The old Suan Nai stood alone over there with its huge, godlike body enveloped in a godly splendor. It was a bit lonely. The radiance in its pupils gradually dimmed, and from his mouth spilled some blood. After this shocking sight, the radiance on its body exploded, and its body cracked as it collapsed onto the mountain floor with a rumbling sound. Ah, it died again. Is it for real this time? On the back of the green-scaled eagle, the little guy widened his eyes. It's truly too old and already at the end of its lifespan. It's a pity that after using its ultimate technique, it still could not kill its foes. The green-scaled eagle flashed rays of light from its pupils and wanted to throw itself downwards, but it was still scared that the Suan Nai was not completely dead. If it was really like that, then it was simply suicide. That region of the mountain was tranquil, and not a single thing dared to approach it. All the vicious birds and ferocious beasts were scared away by the Suan Nai and did not dare to turn back, and ran without knowing how far out they should escape. Ant green-scaled eagle, this time the Suan Nai should really be dead. Let's go take a look, Shi Hao quietly spoke. The sound of wind whistled through, and green scales flashed through the clouds. How could this wise creature not be aware? It still moved prudently and carefully, circling for a while before descending downwards. Yeah, it's really dead. The little guy and the green-scaled eagle arrived in front and poked the Suan Nai. Right now, its body had already cooled down, and its life was already definitely gone. The green-scaled eagle was incredibly roused up, and clapped his wings with great force, causing sand and rubble to fly everywhere. Quickly, it came back from afar with the demonic ape's arm. This was also an archaic descendant filled with rare true blood. Kangchai, the little guy carried that mythical flaming devil bull's several-meter-long horn over and laughed simple-mindedly. His eyes quickly took the shape of a crescent moon, because this was also a priceless treasure. Auntie, let's leave quickly, the little guy reminded. The green-scaled eagle was especially excited and showed a different side of it than its normal fierce nature. Right now, its eyes were half blind, practically drunk. Aya, what happened, Auntie? The little guy cried out in alarm. The green-scaled eagle grabbed the Suan Nai's body and wanted to flap its wings, and never thought that with a stumble, it almost fell onto the floor. Ah, Auntie, you're poisoned. You have not been completely dispelled yet. The little guy's large eyes were filled with worry. In that fight not long ago, it was bitten by that purple snake. Although it decisively cut off a large chunk of its poisoned flesh, it could still not completely block the spreading of the poison. Also, it was attacked by the blood sable as well, the fearsome mouse king who consumed metal as food. Its injuries were not light, causing its body to be much weaker. As a result, the poison spread even faster, making it hard to contain. Auntie, let's hurry up and leave. Let's go back to Stone Village and let Grandpa Chief help you cure this poison, little Shi Hao anxiously yelled. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and attempted to fly again. This time, it finally lifted up that huge Suan Nai and took to the skis towards the direction of Stone Village. En route, it shook several times and nearly dropped down. Its body was incredibly weak and almost ran out of strength. On normal days, it could easily lift prey that were twice as heavy as this. Catcha. After flying through a rocky cliff, its steel wings collided with a huge boulder, hacking open a huge chunk of the cliff before almost dropped head first into the ground. The little guy anxiously said, Auntie, if you can't do it, let's throw the Suan Nai or the mythical bull horn down here first, and then look for it later. The green-scaled eagle was strictly against this idea right away. It told him to sit on its back and hold that several-meter-long scarlet horn and that demonic ape's arm, not wanting to leave anything behind. In addition, both its claws tightly held the Suan Nai and trembled the entire way. It flew close to the mountain and rushed towards Stone Village. Finally, Stone Village was near. The little guy carried the scarlet horn and the demonic ape's arm. His heart was filled with happiness and laughed heartily. This time, it was very dangerous. They almost lost their lives several times, but they actually brought back the Suin Nai's precious body. In addition, they also brought back the extra ape king's arm and the mythical flaming bull's horn. Their harvest was truly magnificent. Grandpa Chief and uncles, you kept hiding from me your worry about my 5-year-old baptism, but I actually knew everything. All is well now. We have 3 archaic descendants. There is definitely enough true blood. He was incomparably happy, and his expression was brimming with happiness. His sweet laughter was so pure. In the middle of the sunset glow, it was especially splendid. Chapter 22, Enemy. The magnificent red sun was setting in the west, dyeing the entire mountain range with a layer of bright red halo. During the twilight sun, it was tranquil and auspicious. They were quickly approaching Stone Village, and this area did not many ferocious beasts. Being a village situated in the vicinity of the mountain range, it was considered fairly peaceful. We're finally back home. The little guy was finally relieved and let out a long breath. Peng. However, just at this moment, the green-scaled eagle began to fall, causing its wings to snap off a few towering trees. It was gradually becoming exhausted, and its wounds continuously bled black blood. It could no longer continue. Auntie, just hold on a bit more. We are almost home, the little guy Shi Hao encouraged. With a huge cry, the green-scaled eagle had finally been exhausted. Its huge body fell down, making leaves fly everywhere in disorder. Many ancient trees were smashed apart, resulting in the destruction of many large trees. Fortunately, it glided downwards and did not drop from the sky. Otherwise, if it fell from such a high altitude, broken bones and snapped muscles would have been inevitable. With a loud rumble, the Suin Nai under the green-scaled eagle's claws dropped to the ground first and split the huge boulders in the middle of the forest. Afterwards, the huge body of the green-scaled eagle descended into a field of vegetation. The little guy who carried the scarlet horn also tumbled down. Fortunately, his body was light and healthy, so he timely dropped the several-meter-long precious horn and did not injure his own body. Auntie, nothing bad happened, right? Shi Hao quickly got up and ran towards where the green-scaled eagle was. The archaic devil bird descendant situation was terrible. From its wounds dripped blood as dark as ink, emitting a fishy smell. Its entire body was lacking strength, and getting back on its feet was difficult. The green-scaled eagle cried towards the sky. Its voice was resounding, entering and splitting rocks. It even shook the little guy Shi Hao so much that his eardrums started hurting, so he had to quickly cover his ears. The surrounding leaves fell in a disorderly fashion. Right, Auntie, if you're hurt, just use all your strength to cry out. With a few bird cries, De Peng, Xiao Qing and the others would definitely hear it and lead the chief to rescue us since we are already quite close to Stone Village. The little guy was talking while running towards that fiery red horn. He chopped off a piece of the flesh attached to it and delivered it to the green-scaled eagle's beak. Auntie, I heard that these rhinoceros horns have the ability to cure poison. This is a horn of an archaic descendant, and although it belongs to a cow, it should still have some effect. He helped feed it into the green-scaled eagle's beak and helped close it. Only now did this vicious bird hold a gentle gaze towards him as if he was its own child. The archaic devil bird's descendants had extremely high intelligence. Auntie, you must hold on. Grandpa Chief and the others will be here soon. Time passed by slowly. The sound of beasts roaring was heard from afar. The little guy started worrying because he did not know if the people of Stone Village heard the cries of the green-scaled eagle. If he went back by himself first, and by chance a fierce beast come, given the current condition of the green-scaled eagle, certain death awaited it without any chance for retaliation. Even if they did not hear it, Grandpa Chief will certainly dispatch people to rescue us. Auntie, please wait patiently and persevere. All will be well soon. The little guy used his youthful and tender voice to give it encouragement. Muffled beast howls seemingly neared, and rustling noises came from afar. The setting sun almost disappeared, and the sky darkened. This part of the forest seemed especially ghastly and terrifying. "Auntie, eat some precious blood again." The little guy once again cupped his hand with a piece of the mythical flaming devil bull meat and delivered it. Suddenly, the hair on the little guy's back stood up. He quickly sidestepped. An ice-cold iron arrow scraped past his throat and entered a mountain rock with the sound of a bang, and a metallic sound was heard. Only at this moment did the sonic boom pass by. The speed of the iron arrow was too fast, much faster than the speed of sound. Its strength was shocking. If the little guy reacted even slightly slower, the arrow would have penetrated his throat. A streak of cold light flashed through, and the second iron arrow was shot. The little guy dodged, and with a poo sound, blood splashed out. That piece of meat that he originally wanted to feed the green-scaled eagle was penetrated. "Too wasteful for a vicious bird that's about to die. You might as well give it to me." A rough male voice came through. "It's you guys." The little guy was shocked and angry. After seeing the Wolf Village people, the person who shot the arrows was their hunting squad's captain. His height was a massive 2.34 meters. His muscles were sturdy and strips of tendons that looked like snakes. For 4 weeks, there were vaguely any signs of them. Now, over 20 of them appeared. Each of them held a stiff bow and aimed at him with their iron arrows. The little guy was very angry. His eyes wide open, and said, "Last time, our stone village let you guys go, and you guys established your blood pledge. Now you want to kill me, you." "Truly a cute child is an oath worth more than that Suan Nai's rare precious body, and more than that archaic descendant's precious scarlet horn." A middle-aged man from the Wolf Village sneered. "Happy." A silver-white sheen shot out in all 4 directions. The little guy no longer exchanged words. Both arms spread and cut out a dazzling disked moon, just like the descent of a heavenly moon from the 9th level of heaven. He held the moon and rushed towards those people. He no longer paid heed to reason and only thought of fighting. Although he was still a small child, he had often heard of the fierce beasts' cruelty and dread in this desolate land. Right now, the little guy treated these people like fierce beasts, and no longer saw them as people of the same species. He rapidly advanced with the intention of fighting them and protecting his aunt, the green-scaled eagle. Because in his heart, this group of people were far from as kind as the ordinarily vicious green-scaled eagle. He would never sympathize with them again. Whoosh whoosh. As concentrated as rain, these iron arrows flew towards him. Each shot had 1,000 jin of force behind it, and they were incomparably frightening. Even huge beasts would die from a single shot. So many people simultaneously shot at such a young child. They were simply cold-blooded and ruthless. They showed no mercy and only held a cold and cruel smile. Dang. The silver moon rotated and knocked down a row of iron arrows. Jabang jabang, even if they were iron poles, they still wouldn't be able to bear the attack. They were thoroughly split in half. Don't underestimate him. Even though he's still a child, he has a precious artifact on him. He is truly powerful. Cooperate and shoot him down. A sturdy and built man loudly roared. Whoa. The silver moon whizzed past and rotated around the forest. That man who was just shouting was directly hacked in the shoulders, dismembering his arm. Fresh blood spouted out, and with a blood-curdling scream, he fell onto the floor. Such a powerful child. Quickly retreat and throw the iron spears. Wolf Village hunting squad's captain loudly shouted and scattered his men before retreating towards the back. They began to utilize even more formidable power to throw their spears, and their spears were even more fearsome than their arrows. Woo-woo. One spear pole after another emitted cold light as they ripped through the air. Each pole, roughly 2 meters long and 10 jin in weight, could easily penetrate the skin of a fire rhinoceros as they whistled straight ahead. Dangs dang. The little guy used his silver moon to intercept the attacks, snapping one pole after another. Ear-splitting clanking sounded, sparks flew, and the situation was dire. Kill. Little Shi Hao's eyes immediately straightened out. Although he was kind-hearted and honest, he was not weak. If others wanted to kill him like this, he naturally had to retaliate and defend himself. Wang. The silver moon shuddered, and he hurriedly advanced with all his strength. Using his precious moon to block the arrows, he ran 10 meters forwards before striking with all his might. A snow-white light flashed past, and in front of him, blood-curdling screams rang out. 5 or 6 people's arms were cut off and blood splashed high into the air. A few iron spears flew past the little guy's body, barely scraping him and piercing his clothes. However, he simply ignored it, and with all his might, he activated a second disked silver moon. An ancient tree appeared on it, and it flickered magnificently as it sprinkled down some of its brilliance, making the moon appear even more splendid. Pooh! This time, the silver moon flew a huge distance of over 10 meters and almost split the wolf village's hunting squad captain and a few other people in front of him in half. They were all seriously injured, and their captain's stomach was cut open, causing his intestines to almost spill out. Go! The captain shouted with all his might. After giving this command, his complexion whitened and he started to sweat profusely. A group of people shouted, and they quickly gathered the injured before scattering and retreating into the forest. This child is very odd, he's too strong. However, we already sent a letter back. The chief and the others are not too far away, they should be rushing over here quickly. Auntie Green, you're fine, right? The little guy ran back. After seeing the green-scaled eagle's injury pierced by an iron spear and a few iron arrows, he was so heartbroken that tears almost dripped out. The green-scaled eagle had a gentle expression. It lightly shook its head and didn't let out any sounds. It was very quiet. Auntie, I'm really useless, aren't I? Just then, that sort of thing happened, and I still was not able to kill anyone and only wounded their shoulders and arms. The little guy wept and blamed himself. He was only a child in the end. Even though he matured early, he could not viciously massacre and spill blood like an adult. Although he attacked, his heart and hands were still trembling. However, there were those who were injured to the point of completely losing their fighting strength and could never be considered a threat again. Most of them lost their shoulders and arms and were destined to become cripples for life. Roughly 10 li away, the wolf village quickly assembled. They charged towards this direction, and among them was a youth on a stretcher who was half sitting and half lying. His expression was pale, and his eyes were ice-cold as he held a beast teeth bracelet in his palm. An elderly person lightly spoke. He is actually this strong, capable of wounding over 10 of our clansmen. Don't fear, this time we'll use the precious artifacts granted to us by our guardian spirit and see how he'll create any more disturbances. The Suan Nai's precious body is right there, and the guardian spirit will personally come, another elder said. Several li away, a group people of Stone Village also moved out like fierce tigers, rushing towards the part of the mountain forest where the little guy was at. Taking the helm of this expedition were the 3 hatchlings, Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing. They were anxiously fluttering their wings. Chapter 23, To Behead and Kill. At sundown, the lights within the mountains and forests began to fade away, making the surroundings seemingly serene. In this darkness, pairs of eyes watched attentively. The smell of blood wafted through the air, drawing the attention of a few fierce beasts. Fortunately, this was the outer region without too many fearsome and vicious beasts. Awuo. A tiger-striped bug scuttled over, and the patterns on its body made it resemble a big silkworm dyed in a strange color. It was 5 to 6 meters long and had the head of a tiger, sinister and fierce. This big bug smelled the true blood of an archaic descendant and wanted a bite of the Suan Nai's precious body. Pooh! The little guy tossed out an iron spear, directly penetrating the bug's head. With a scream, blood splashed out, and the tiger-striped bug rolled on the ground. Not long after, its life ended. Soundlessly, a flying python as thick as a water bucket pounced over from the precipice of a boulder. It spread both its wings, and a fishy smell spread through the air. When it almost neared, it opened up its huge, bloodied mouth to take a bite. Kyang! Facing this violent, large snake, the little guy did not dare to act carelessly. He directly activated the silver moon and whipped it like a rainbow, cutting the snake directly into two halves. Blood sprayed everywhere like rain. This all happened in just a few short moments, and Shi Hao had already killed 6 or 7 monsters. He kept close to the green-scaled eagle and guarded its body. However, if this continued, vicious beasts from the heart of the mountain range would soon take notice. Wolf Village's people will be here soon. Don't tell me that Grandpa Chief did not hear the eagle's cries. The little guy started to worry. He could escape, but he would never leave behind the green-scaled eagle. Wild birds soared into the sky, and the little guy suddenly raised his head. Right now, there was a torrential downpour of iron arrows concentrated straight at his body. Murderous intent filled the air. The trees in the forest were all twisted and broken into pieces, and the densely packed blanket of iron arrows shot towards them. Even if it was a huge dragon-horned elephant blocking their way, it would still be shot full of holes until it turned into a sieve. The little guy exhaled and loudly shouted. From between his nose and mouth, he spouted out a stream of concentrated air. His entire body was shining, causing symbols to interweave. A silver moon like a knife blocked the front, and clanking sounds rang out. Iron arrows unceasingly fell, and arrowheads continuously broke. They piled densely on the ground, emitting an astonishingly cold metallic luster. People of Wolf Village, don't force me. The little guy's eyes reddened because a few iron arrows landed on the green-scaled eagle's wounds. The iron arrows that were like howling winds and torrential rains finally stopped. In all directions, over 100 people appeared. They had him surrounded from afar and stared at the Suan Nai and the precious scarlet horn, anxiously breathing. Even though they had never seen one before, if one lived in these desolate lands long enough, they would how precious the true blood of an archaic descendant was. It was simply invaluable and priceless. Little child, this Suan Nai's body is a valuable treasure. You can't guard it by yourself, so be obedient and just leave. We won't make things difficult for you, an elder said in an amiable manner. The little guy was immediately angry. They went through hell and back to be able to obtain the precious body of the Suan Nai, and soon they would have brought it back to Stone Village. To be killed off halfway by this group of people who wanted to snatch away these archaic descendant corpses, how could they resign themselves to such a choice? He clenched his tender white fists and said, "You guys are going too far. Child, life is always like this. We are fighting in this desolate land. If we're not a bit cruel to others, then we're being cruel to ourselves." The Wolf Village elder let out a long sigh. "Just hurry up and leave." The little guy started at him, without saying a single word, and waited for reinforcements to come from Stone Village. Woo, truly shocking. This is actually a real green-scaled eagle. At first I thought this was a spotted unicorn bird. Unexpectedly, this overlord in the sky would submit itself to Stone Village. Amazing. The Wolf Village elder was not just saying empty words. His amazement came from his heart pity. It's poisoned, so we need to kill it. Shi Hao heard what he said and held back his tears. He could also see that the green-scaled eagle's circumstances were far from reassuring. Seeing his expressions, the Wolf Village elder squinted and said, "Truly a pity, otherwise it'd be a match for our guardian spirit. Let's just send it on its way and release it from its suffering." "You dare!" The little guy's eyebrows stood up and clenched his fist, blocking in front of the green-scaled eagle. "Hee," the Wolf Village elder lightly laughed. "Looks like you're really a good child, with a kind-hearted temperament that is unable to let this vicious bird go." After saying this, the expression in his eyes became cold. He waved his hands and said, "Release the arrows, kill this green-scaled eagle first." The Wolf Village's people were startled, but they did not hesitate. Listening to the command, arrows like rain whizzed by nonstop towards the green-scaled eagle's wounds. The little guy's eyes were completely red and spared no effort to resist. He took out that disc-like silver moon and swept the iron arrows away in all 4 directions, guarding the archaic devil bird descendant. However, the green-scaled eagle's body was too large. There were quite a few wounds that were impossible to block effectively. The little guy shuffled back and forth while moving the silver moon to block. He was so tired that sweat flowed profusely. So far, the people of Wolf Village all clearly saw that their chief, Bay Liking, was using this vicious bird to hold this child in place. Sooner or later, he'll grow weary and would decide to resort to a simpler method to kill. Chief, didn't you just say you wanted to let this child go? I was only scared of him running away and wasn't serious. Only after knowing that he cares so much can we deal with him. With a potential this large, if this child grows up, what will happen then? Naturally, we have to kill him with all our might right now. The dense, iron arrows flashed with a cold light and created whooshing sounds as they passed by. Each one of them was extremely thick with huge force behind it. The 8 or 9 huge trees in front of the green-scaled eagle were all broken apart. The little guy was coping with his fatigue. He gritted his teeth and activated 2 silver-disked silver moons, but it was still hard to protect the green-scaled eagle. Pooh! The iron arrows penetrated into the wounds and brought with it a huge chunk of meat, causing great pain to the archaic devil bird descendant. Its body lightly shook as its eyes held anger and grief. Right now, it could not budge at all. Otherwise, on an ordinary day, how could these people even dare to approach it? Dang, dang. The arrows were as dense as rain, and the little guy blocked with all his effort. But it still wasn't enough, and the green-scaled eagle had already been pierced by 20 arrows on its wounds. All of them deeply entered within its body and blood gushed out. Ant green-scaled eagle. The little guy was grieving. With a sobbing tone, he had tears welling up in his eyes. He was nearing his limit. Pooh! An iron arrow penetrated a branch and almost tacitly penetrated the little guy's heart. He reacted extremely quickly and instantly sidestepped. However, it still struck the muscles in his little arm and blood sprayed out. "Aya!" the little guy painfully screamed. This was the first time in his life that he suffered such a heavy arrow wound. Not far away, Wolf Village Hunting Squad's captain, Bei Shan, sneered. It was precisely his arrow that pierced the little guy's arm. His complexion was pale since not too long ago as his belly was cut open by the silver moon. He armed his bow once again and hid inside a brush to start a new round of ruthless killing. He did not care about the green-scaled eagle and only aimed for the little guy's heart or throat. The little guy was hurting so much that his little face whitened. He tore off a strip of his small clothing to bind his wound. Symbols also circulated on his body to stop his wounds from bleeding even more. In these moments, the green-scaled eagle suffered another 10 arrow shots. His wounds were almost shot rotten. The little guy was weeping because he couldn't repeatedly guard it. He shouted, "I'll stake my life against you guys." He rapidly dashed forward and activated 2 disked silver moons. No matter what, he needed to kill those people who were unceasingly shooting those iron arrows. Living in this huge, desolate land, the Wolf Village's arrow techniques were shockingly powerful. Over 100 people simultaneously aimed in the same direction, and all the arrows were concentrated as they flew together, making it seem as if a huge iron hammer was striking at the little guy's body. Even though he used the silver moon to block in front of him, he still spurted out blood and was blown away. Shoot him dead. The Wolf Village chief, Bay Liking's eyes were cold, and he lost his smile a long time ago. He ordered everyone to fire their arrows straight at the airborne little guy. "Yeah." The little guy shouted loudly. 2 disked silver moons rotated around his body. Clink clank, the sheet of arrows all snapped. The broken arrowheads all piled up, emitting their ice-cold light. However, his little legs suffered another shot. Fresh blood dyed his legs red. He let out a soft and immature voice and tried to resist. He looked back at the green-scaled eagle on the ground and hurriedly staggered forward, rushing towards the group from the Wolf Village. The silver moons were dazzling, and like blades, the 2 discs shot out. Blood splashed everywhere as he frantically killed and beheaded. 17 or 18 wolf villagers collapsed during the bloodbath, causing an alarming array of chaos. Continue to shoot that green-scaled eagle to death. Don't be lenient this time, nail it down," the chief of the wolf village, Bei Liking, commanded. Woo-woo, ear-splitting whistles came through, and a sheet of iron arrows flew towards the green-scaled eagle. The situation was now extremely dire. The little guy's large eyes were thoroughly red. Tears already dripped all over his little face. He felt completely powerless. If he did not go back to help, the green-scaled eagle would most likely die. However, if he turned around, he would walk back into the difficult situation and would tire out sooner or later and be shot dead. "You guys are all evil people." This was the lament of an innocent child. "Bei Liking, you piece of shameless dog shit. You scheme like this against a child, are you still a person?" A loud shout echoed through. At the same time, arrows as dense as locusts and flying spears like meteors all densely dropped down. Blood-curdling screams came from the direction where the wolf villagers were. The reinforcements from Stone Village, led by the chief Shi Yunfeng, finally arrived. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the others also came, and were all furious as they fired arrows with their killing intent nonstop. Chirp, chirp. De Peng, Zio Qing, and Zai Yun fluttered their wings and quickly closed the distance. Although they could not really fly, their speed was still extremely quick. They pounced towards the green-scaled eagle and were all saddened. The three hatchlings all threw themselves onto a wound and used their own bodies to block the arrows. Wailing nonstop, they rubbed their heads against their mother's body, and they cried and wept as blood flowed. The iron arrows from the wolf village whistled over and knocked on their scales with a clanking noise. However, they were still young, and their scales were not that hard yet, and bloodstains started to appear. "You sons of B** teaches from the wolf village, go to hell," Shi Linghu angrily roared. "Counterattack, but do not kill those three hatchlings. Bring them back alive. Those birds will one day belong to the guardian spirit." The wolf village's chief's eyes shone red-hot. He stared at those three hatchlings and wanted to grab them right away. A bloody battle started, and spears danced through the air as broadswords beheading one after another. Both sides charged right at each other in intense close combat. "Grandpa Chief," the little guy loudly shouted. A group of adults saw that one of the little guy's arms as well as one of his legs were penetrated by an iron arrow. Fresh blood flowed, making them all feel sorry. This incited their anger and killing intent. "Don't be scared, child. There is nothing wrong with me. Grandpa Chief, quickly save Aunt Green-Scaled Eagle." The little guy wiped away a bunch of his tears, then loudly shouted and charged towards the people of Wolf Village. The silver moon flew about, and blood blossomed in the air. 7 or 8 people let out blood-curdling screams as severed arms flew out horizontally, covering the entire area in blood. "Bei Liking, you're just a lone wolf. Don't tell me you are going to break the rules in this desolate land. We don't bother each other in our survival, and neighboring villages will not do battle. What do you want to do?" Chief Shi Yunfeng angrily shouted. Naturally, although he was saying this, he already gave his command. This time, they definitely won't be as kind and would kill them all without pardon, fighting to the end. "Don't blame me. The Suan Nai's precious body and the mythic flaming devil bull's horn are all priceless treasures. Whose heart wouldn't jump out at this? Also, our clan's guardian spirit will be making a breakthrough soon and needs large amounts of true blood." "What, their guardian spirit is making a breakthrough?" Shi Yunfeng was shocked, and his eyes went half-blind as symbols faintly appeared on one arm. He made a rapid movement, took out his jade pot, and poured out his medicine to help the green-scaled eagle detoxify. The little guy's eyes were completely red from killing. At this time, there wasn't anyone from the wolf village around him. The ground was covered in severed arms, and there were roughly 20 individuals hacked apart by the silver moon. Suddenly, a sheet of splendid light rushed over from a bunch of shrubs, enveloping the little guy. Poo-poo sound echoed through, and 6 or 7 people from Stone Village were penetrated as fell into their own pools of blood, painfully rolling back and forth. Dang. Although the little guy used his silver moon to block, his shoulders were still scraped. A streak of terrifying blood appeared as his blood spewed everywhere. "Precious artifact," some people cried out in alarm. A youth with a pale complexion like a wolf kept hiding in the middle of the vegetation. He was waiting for the perfect moment to try killing the little guy. One of the light rays practically pierced his throat. It was actually Bei Feng, who was defeated by Shi Hao not long ago and had his bones broken by the people of Stone Village. That genius didn't even fully recover, but he was still calm as kept his gloomy and cold expression. "You're not the only ones with precious artifacts. I have one too." Bei Feng did not even take a glimpse at those who were rolling around in the middle of their own blood. Hearing them yelling, he appeared indifferent and cold. After that shower of light, it wrapped around his wrists and formed a beast tooth bracelet. Each tooth was a sparkling snow white, truly beautiful. He did not understand the bone text, yet he knew how to use precious artifacts. How could this be? It made people astonished. "Elder uncle." The little guy was getting anxious and supported those middle-aged men who were penetrated by the specks of light. Their injuries were extremely severe. Their innards were all torn apart and they could die at any moment. "Kai." Bei Feng flicked his wrist, and a rain of light flew out splendidly and beautifully, once again passing through the air like a meteor shower. Its killing power was extremely shocking. "I detest myself for being too kind-hearted. I let you off last time. This time I truly will not forgive you." The little guy's little face was full of determination and resolution. Chapter 24, Precious Artifact. While sparkling, the snow-white beast tooth turned into specks of light. The light's godly splendor spilled out as it charged forward like meteors streaking across the blue heavens, splendid and beautiful. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. A disc-shaped silver moon rose up, and as if it was suspended over a clear and gleaming sea, it emitted a peaceful yet auspicious feeling. Suddenly, an ear-splitting dang sound broke through this tranquility. Bei Feng and the little guy were currently having a showdown. One person used a precious artifact, while the other used his precious techniques. Splendid light drizzled like rain, and the clanking noises never stopped, shaking the entire mountain. There were a total of 42 specks of light dancing around in the air. They condensed together to become a meteor shower and were unfathomably dazzling. However, it was an incredible killing weapon nonetheless. With woo sounds, they whistled past the grass, grinding it into fine powder. The 6 to 7 meter long boulders were punctured with holes and were unable to stop them. The little guy had an unwavering expression. He was nearing the limit of his capabilities. He brought out another 2 silver moons, one to protect his body and the other to counter and charge forward with killing intent. Clank, clank, the specks of light violently collided. This was like a battle of the gods, bright and resplendent. It didn't matter whether it was the silver moon or the rain of light, they all sprinkled their godly splendor, illuminating the surroundings. Light, as red as sunset, scattered in every direction and streaks of auspicious vapors gushed out. After colliding a total of 10 times, one of the silver moons shattered. The little guy condensed another one to maintain 2 at all times to block those drizzling specks of light that were fluctuating and attacking wildly from all directions. Wang! A slight tremble was heard, and those specks of light reversed their directions before flying back to reform the beast-toothed bracelet on Bei Feng's wrist. Little grains of white, lustering gems dazzled beautifully in front of the people's eyes. This precious artifact really made people tremble in fear. Killing people while hardly being visible made it impossible to guard against. Looking at this exquisitely made artifact, one could not discern that this was actually an incredibly murderous weapon. "You're not using a precious artifact, you're using the strength of bone texts." Bei Feng was incredibly bewildered and changed his complexion for the very first time. This little child was able to grasp a hold of that type of mysterious power and was truly terrifying. What? Far away, the people of Wolf Village were all flabbergasted. Each of them stared at the little guy with shock and terror, as if they saw a freak of nature. "Bei Feng, kill him, we cannot let him live." Wolf Village Chief Bei Liking ordered. Little guy, pay attention. That's a precious artifact bestowed to them by their sacrificial guardian spirit. As long as it's alive, they can use their artifact without understanding bone texts. Anyone given the artifact can use it immediately. Shi Yunfeng warned while speeding up the green-scaled eagle's detoxification process. The symbols shined on his arms and palms as he applied medicine over several of its wounds. I will not let you go this time. In the span of just one day, the little guy experienced many things. His expression was compelling as he clenched his little fists and spoke with a firm and decisive tone. This small child understood how to operate the bone text's mysterious power and attained such depth and understanding. Even in those larger tribes, this must be considered a genius as well. Bei Feng kept a cool head while keeping his emotion cold. He formed an indifferent smile and said, "Too bad, you will not be living for long." With a wang sound, that beast tooth bracelet flew and dispersed once more. They formed specks of light and charged towards the little guy. This time, the specks of light formed into a monster with the shape of a wolf and pounced forward. It opened up its brilliant, fierce, and huge mouth as it swallowed the little guy. Clank! The silver moon rotated and cut towards that vicious beast. As it whistled through the air, it emitted a divine and peaceful moonlight. The two forces collided and sparks flew in all directions. Such a powerful, precious technique, it is truly able to match up to a precious artifact. Simply astonishing. This child is extremely young and unexpectedly so powerful. His capabilities could probably overwhelm those geniuses from larger clans. We can't spare him, Wolf Village's chief exclaimed with even more resolution in eliminating Shi Hao. Hatred had already been bred, and a benevolent relationship was no longer possible. Only after completely killing this child could they be at peace. Kai. Flames rushed towards the heavens, and that beast took form. The light scattered into different parts, and a sharp claw, bloody mouth, copper head, and iron back all dispersed. They were all comprised of specks of light as they moved towards the little guy. This precious artifact was made from 42 vicious beasts. They can combine and scatter, and there were many ways to utilize it to attack, making it unblockable. Right now, the little guy could activate 2 discs of silver moons. He was struggling with fatigue as he fought against the opponent's formidable precious artifact bestowed from their guardian spirit's precious bones. Let's see how you block this, Bei Feng lightly scoffed and chanted the secret incantation taught by their guardian spirit. The beast tooth transformed into a weapon, and the claws and beast head were all extremely lifelike. Dang! The silver moon struck against the sharp claws and bloody beak, creating an intense collision. Soon after, the silver disc-like moon was suddenly smashed to pieces, resulting in a cloud of silver sheen splashed outward as light specks were blown away. Far away, Bei Feng was shocked and took a few steps back. This was because the little guy used this rare moment to charge towards him with the intention of killing him first. The rain of light combined together before rapidly flying backwards and protecting the front of Bei Feng's body. His expression was calm and undisturbed. If you're so fast, can you be faster than a precious artifact? The little guy did not answer and conducted his attack. 2 disc-shaped silver moons rose up and chopped towards his opponent. At this time, the 42 beast teeth levitated, emitting resplendent rays of light as they linked up with one another before forming a piece of armor that draped over Bei Feng's body. The silver moon unceasingly chopped, but couldn't break through Bei Feng's body. Those 42 linked beast teeth had constructed an incomparably hard and resplendent armor of light. At the same time, some of the beast teeth were even more awe-inspiring, forming daggers, arrows, and other weapons. These light-formed weapons all shot towards the little guy. Dang, dang. The silver moon dimmed, and the little guy was knocked backwards. In this desolate wasteland, I am considered a genius, but then you came into existence. Now it doesn't really matter. Child, I'll send you towards heaven to end your short and sad life. Bei Feng's expression was overbearing as he advanced forwards, relying on his precious artifact to protect his own body. He did not fear those 2 disked silver moons. One beast tooth after another emitted light as they formed arrows, daggers, and other weapons before flying towards the little guy's body. This was the only time Bei Feng killed someone. Ever since his childhood, he was regarded as an unprecedented genius. His nature was tough and tenacious. Right now, to kill a child, he did not have a shred of guilt. Instead, he had a grim laughter. Break. The little guy lightly scoffed. He was never a person that felt discouraged. Although the precious artifact was strong, he had nothing to fear and still activated his ancestral precious technique. With a boom, two disc-shaped silver moons collided together, and glaring rays of light exploded outwards. Faint devil bird cries could be heard as they echoed through the air like raging waves striking the shore, causing rubble to fly high into the clouds, shaking a person to the core. The silver moon exploded into pieces as two fuzzy silhouettes flew out and combined together. This scene was somewhat surreal as they formed into the shape of a devil bird. It spread its wings and struck the air as they charged towards Bei Feng. Bang! Like a precious hammer striking downwards, Bei Feng immediately spewed out blood. The precious artifact on his body immediately dimmed by quite a bit. The 42 beast teeth armor dispersed and fell from his body. Bei Feng turned pale with fright, and others were shaken as well. This was a precious artifact bestowed to them by their guardian spirit. To their dismay, it was broken by just a small child. At a crucial moment, the little guy made another breakthrough in his comprehension of his precious technique. Using this rare opportunity, he leaped high in the sky and aimed his little feet towards Bei Feng's face. Bang! Although his stature was small, his strength was incredibly shocking. With one leap, he jumped several meters into the air. He dropped down and heavily stepped on Bei Feng's face. This was a really terrifying action. With a light caw sound, Bei Feng's left cheek was deformed. His bones were broken, his distorted face was in pain, and his eyes could not help but shed a few tears. He released a wolf's howl. Bang! The little guy stepped on his face with one foot, and the other towards his chest with the same astonishing force. His sternum creaked, and immediately afterwards, the sound of snapping bones spread through the air. Bei Feng before this day already had many bones broken by the people of Stone Village and had not even fully recovered from it yet. At this moment, his whole body flew sideways while spouting out blood, making his condition much worse. The little guy had kicked him in the face and trampled with his other leg on his chest. He then immediately followed and landed together with Bei Feng. Bei Feng's painful cry didn't resemble a human's because the little guy stepped on him as he fell. Half his face was flattened, and the right side of his chest was completely broken. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. All of this was too fast. No one could have thought that the little guy was so sharp. At a crucial time, activating a formidable precious technique to break apart a precious artifact bestowed by their guardian spirit. This strength was truly heaven-opposing. Stop. Quickly seize the precious artifact. Wolf Village's chief, Bei Liking, and the hunting squad captain, Bei Shan, both loudly yelled. The little guy brandished his hand, and a silver moon rotated before bringing the beast tooth bracelet towards himself. This bracelet was truly beautiful. 42 beast teeth, all as lustrous as pearls, flickering with sparkling light. It was splendid and dazzling, yet it contained a powerful and bizarre strength. The little guy felt it with his hands and then immediately wore it on his wrist. After seeing this, the people of Wolf Village were all shocked and angered. This was an important clan treasure, and it was stolen just like that by the little guy. Bei Feng screamed under the strength of the little guy's feet as it was destroying half his body. After seeing this and being made angry, they all rushed forward. As a response, the little guy powerfully stamped his feet on Bei Feng's body, breaking over 50% of the bones in Bei Feng's body. Afterwards, the little guy did not even turn his head around, and without batting another look, he used a silver moon and chopped down. The sound of liquid flowed, and a bloody light splashed out as both of Bei Feng's arms and legs were severed. Ayo! Bei Feng howled like a wild animal, painfully screaming and crying. This genius was completely finished. Although he was not dead right now, being alive was more painful than death. Guardian spirit, why haven't you arrived yet? I beg you, come quickly. The wolf village chief's expression was completely ashen. In the middle of the mountain forest, woo-woo sound echoed through as if a terrifying creature was approaching. The entire heaven and earth was suddenly filled with a cold, killing intent. Linghu, Fei Jiao, are you too ready? Those F** seekers. If the wolf village guardian spirit dares to show itself, kill it, Shi Yunfeng shouted. Chapter 25. The Wolf Village's Guardian Spirit. You want to kill the guardian spirit, you dare to think that way? Bei Liking's expression was gloomy. The genius, Bei Feng, was already a cripple, and their treasured artifact had been stolen. This was a massive setback to the wolf village. If it dares to come, we dare to kill. Shi Yunfeng was stern and grave. He was truly angry. The sky had already blackened a long time ago. The mountain forest had become cold and serene as the smell of blood lingered in everyone's noses. Woo-woo! Everywhere, beasts were howling. A cold aura filled the air and made everyone's hair stiffen. It seemed like there were evil spirits crying and howling. It was terrifying. Bang! Seeing the wolf villagers rushing towards him, the little guy kicked Bei Feng into the air with one leg, making him fly straight in front of the stone villagers. Although he's now handicapped, leaving him will eventually bring another disaster. End this matter with one strike, Meng's father said. He was extremely vicious. Without uttering another word, he spun his great swords in his hand. Pooh! He chopped Bei Feng's head straight off, causing his blood to spout several feet into the air. Ah, my son, Bei Liking shouted. He placed his hand in front of his chest, hurting so much that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. That was his grandson, and in the end, he was beheaded just like that right in front of his face. We spared him once earlier. For things to have ended this way, you only have yourselves to blame, Shi Linghu said indifferently. Shi Fei grabbed the bloody head with his palm and threw it over, saying, bury it back home. Guardian spirit, come faster. Bei Liking's hair was disheveled, and his face swelled up with blood and then became ashen. His expression was intimidating and no longer as easygoing as before. The people of Stone Village gathered and prepared to guard against that guardian spirit at a moment's notice. They feared that it would suddenly appear and start its onslaught. The people of Wolf Village retreated to the side. This time, their losses were too great, so they were on alert until the arrival of their guardian spirit. The dense forest was completely black. The roars of beasts repeatedly echoed through. However, there were no formidable creatures rushing towards them. The people from Stone Village surrounding the green-scaled eagle to protect it. Chief Shi Yunfeng tried all his methods and spread all the medicine he used on a daily basis, everywhere, and finally, he gave a dose of the archaic descendant's blood extracted from that horn that was red as jade. Kai. A cold arrow shot through the air. Its accuracy was impeccable, targeting only the eyes of the green-scaled eagle. The cold light was astonishing, and this arrow was probably shot by a fierce person that was able to lift 5,000 or 6,000 jinn with his arms. It was truly terrifying. The people of Wolf Village feared that the recovery of the green-scaled eagle would most likely end in a disaster for them, so they started to execute any measures to disturb and kill. Dang! Shi Linghu spun the broadsword in his hand and chopped the arrow shaft in half, knocking it away. Kai! The iron arrow was embedded into a mountain boulder, emitting strings of sparks. Yeah. The little guy raised his eyebrows and rushed forwards. Today, the wolf village wanted to kill them and the green-scaled eagle. He bitterly hated this group of people. A silver moon swept across like a bright whip, passing straight through. Like a stellar river from the highest level of heaven, the silver-disked moon glided forward like white waves, passing through the ocean, buzzing, rumbling, and shaking the entire mountain region. Pooh-pooh. On the other side, blood-curdling screams could be heard. Right away, 4 or 5 people staggered backwards as fresh blood sprayed outwards. Their wounds were intimidating, and soon after, another 3 or 4 arms fell off, causing the expressions of their owners to pale. They were all in such pain that they started sweating profusely. The little guy's movements were quick, leaping like a little paisiu. He used his hands to smoothly stroke that crystalline, snow-white beast tooth bracelet. Symbols flashed and he lightly scoffed. Zoo, zoo. The beast tooth bracelet released splendid rays of light. Each beast tooth was adorned with beautiful and eye-dazzling mysterious patterns. They separated from the beast bracelet and flew forward. A gorgeous shower of light rained down, but its murderous powers were shockingly powerful, causing people to be unable to react. Beast teeth like white gems penetrated many people's bodies. One flower of blood after another blossomed. Their bones were shattered as the people of Wolf Village wailed in fear, unable to protect themselves from the treasured artifacts, killing blows. What's happening, guardian spirit? You should be here by now. Why aren't you appearing yet? Come quick and rescue our clansmen. Bei Liking shouted in fear, his heart full of dread. If this continued, everyone from the Wolf Village would be forced to hand everything over. Retreat. That resplendent, treasured artifact was several folds stronger in the little guy's hands than it was in Bei Feng's hands, as he understood the bone text and how to operate it. The strength of the treasured artifact was now on a completely different level. The people of Wolf Village fell apart. Even if they hadn't heard the chief's order to retreat, they still would not have loitered around any further. They all fled for their lives, as their guardian spirit still hadn't arrived yet. Little guy, do not chase. Chief Shi Yunfeng was afraid of an unexpected accident. Yeah, this beast tooth bracelet's strength is truly formidable. Shi Hao lackadaisically scratched his head. He was surprised as well. 42 small beast teeth flew back and once more transformed into a bracelet of white gems wrapped around his wrist. Let's quickly leave as well. The Wolf Village's guardian spirit is innately doubtful. I said we would kill it, and so perhaps it restrained itself and did not show up. Shi Yunfeng muttered. The chief was merely bluffing. It had achieved a great effect, leaving the people of Stone Village speechless. Around 100 people moved one after the other to lift up the green-scaled eagle, tend to the injured, and carry the mortally wounded before they could quickly flee. They all grew up in this desolate wasteland. If they still had even one breath left, perhaps they could be saved. This group of people was following Shi Linghu's lead. Another group was in Shi Feijiao's squad. They were in charge of carrying and protecting the Suan Nai, the precious scarlet horn, and the demonic ape's arm. All of them were excited yet nervous at the same time. These were genuine pieces of priceless treasures. On the mountain floor, where shrubs grew and ancient trees reached towards the heavens, a group of people moved quickly despite suffering many setbacks. Woo-woo, a gloomy whistle sounded, rising and setting, echoing in all directions. Their distance from Stone Village was gradually lessening, so much so that they almost arrived. However, in this mountain forest surrounded by darkness, one pair of dark green eyes after another appeared like will-o-wisps. Heavens, such a large wolf. The people of Stone Village were shocked. They were surrounded. A group of huge, dark-backed and white-bellied wolves appeared. Each one was as large as a house. They opened their huge, bloodied mouths, revealing their half-a-foot-long snow-white teeth as well as their scarlet-colored tongues, making them seem incomparably sinister. There were not just one or two, but in fact over 40 to 50 of them. A group of savage, huge beasts surrounded them, much more threatening than the Wolf Village. Damn, the guardian spirit of Wolf Village is crafty as expected. It went so far as to gather up this huge group of mutated huge wolves. There were many wolves, and each were as large as a huge elephant. On normal days, even one would be considered a rare sight. This time, 40 to 50 had arrived. It was simply a disaster. In the dark midst of the mountain forest, those pairs of sinister and cold, dark green eyes were all as large as little bowls. Their vicious auras were extremely overbearing, unable to determine just how many fierce beasts they had hunted down in the past. Ow, the wolves, howls echoed through like sudden claps of thunder. A huge silhouette pounced forward and blood-curdling screams sounded from the rear of the stone village. One villager was bleeding from losing half his body. An arm was torn off by the shoulder by the claws of a huge wolf, creating a fatal injury. Pooh! At this crucial moment, Shi Hao threw forward an iron lance, penetrating the huge wolf's skin, causing blood to drip from this injury. This only redirected its bloodlust, allowing that villager to temporarily avoid being torn apart. A wolf as large as a huge elephant was too terrifying. If there were only a few, it was still possible to deal with them. However, 40 to 50 of them came all at once. This was not something 100 or so people could deal with. Ow! The huge wolves let out long howls. Leaves withered in the mountains and were shook off from the vibrations. Vicious auras surged like waves. Ah! 2 more blood-curdling screams were heard from 2 different directions. Several huge wolves executed their attacks at the same time. With those claws as sharp as spear points, one swipe could cause trees to tumble down. Despite them being grouped tightly together, 2 villagers were still gutted, revealing their flowing intestines. Quickly reform, Shi Hao loudly ordered. The mountain and forests were dark and gloomy. These huge wolves were ferocious and powerful. They had absolute superiority, yet they still did not directly attack, relying on flanking and guerrilla warfare. This time, over 10 huge wolves simultaneously moved out and attacked the villagers from the darkness. Kai. The little guy made his move and raised his wrist. Symbols interweaved, and in front of his body, those 42 crystalline beast teeth appeared, emitting a magnificent light. Pooh! The foremost huge wolves had their skull pierced from their eyes, and fresh blood spilt out. They let out wretched screams and immediately fell to floor, tumbling. Even these huge creatures could not block the treasured artifact. They were simply target practice, and if they did not suffer fatal injuries, they were dead. You evil wolves, back off, the little guy shouted. He activated 2 disc-shaped silver moons and leapt forward. With 2 poo sounds, he sliced 2 of the stronger and larger wolves in half from in between the eyebrows all the way to their legs. Fresh blood spouted out. The remaining huge wolves all became cautious and no longer dared to rashly attack. If we are truly at our wits' end, we should use an ancestral artifact and hide the other one. At a crucial moment, we can surprise attack that guardian spirit. If it knew about everything, it will be more on guard, Shi Hao muttered. Dark green eyes stared from every direction, and the huge wolves surrounded them. One nose after another spouted out white vapor as the vicious killing intent sent chills down people's spines. You guys are definitely going to die. It is your destiny today to be exterminated. Bei Liking appeared once again, and his expression was gloomy and cold. His eyes were like a viper as he rode on the back of a huge, silvery white wolf. The wolf villagers had returned. Many robust men climbed up onto the backs of huge wolves, each armed with bows and arrows. Their eyes were filled with hatred and coldness as they glared at the stone villagers. The people of Stone Village breathed in a breath of cold air. With the help of the huge wolves, the people of Wolf Village became formidable. This was not a power that a village should possess at all. Our clan's guardian spirit arrived. None of you can think about living. The Wolf Village's hunting squad captain, Bei Shan, loudly shouted. Isn't it just an old wolf? It has been alive for so long that I bet even its teeth have begun to fall out. I'm guessing it can't even walk anymore. What use does it have? Shi Hao sneered with deliberate contempt. The Wolf Village's guardian spirit was a legendary wolf. Both the Wolf Village's and Stone Village's clan names originated by using the guardian spirit as a pretext. Over 10 huge wolves bellowed and howled. The vicious aura in this area was flourishing. They could start killing at any moment. None of you will live, Bei Liking coldly said. You're not scared of breaking the rules of this desolate land and being attacked by every village, Shi Hao said indifferently. After killing you guys and then capturing your women and children, we will just say our villages combined together. If our guardian spirit makes a breakthrough, no one would dare question any further. The Wolf Village hunting squad captain coldly smiled. 40 or 50 huge wolves tested the waters with their attacks and struck occasionally. Everyone in the stone village was defending, while the little guy was in charge of a fence. Every time he attacked, he would kill 8 huge wolves. Huge wolf bodies fell to the ground, and the forest became saturated with the smell of fresh blood. After a full 2 hours, the guardian spirit of the wolf village still did not show up. Only the huge wolves attacked while Bei Shan and others shot arrows. A few other people from Stone Village were injured. The sweeping claws of the wolves slashed open their bodies. As expected, the wolf was paranoid, and it could not take this much. Ancestral artifact, break out, Shi Yunfeng commanded. Stalling did not benefit them at all, and there was no way to know what that cunning Bei was devising. The earlier they returned to Stone Village, the better. There, they were under the protection of the old willow tree. Chief, if we exposed our ancestral artifact, will that bring about a lot of trouble? Shi Feijiao asked. Let's protect our lives first, and then we'll kill everyone from Wolf Village at the scene. Since they forced our hand by being so heartless, don't blame our injustice, Shi Yunfeng coldly said, exposing a terrifying expression that he has never revealed in the past. They lifted up the green, scaled eagle very carefully, protecting it in the center. This was a strong power for their vengeance in the future. Perhaps it could even resist the enemy's guardian spirit. Everyone quickly scattered, and Shi Linghu took out a beast arm with the intention of activating it. This was precisely an ancestral artifact filled with an incomparably formidable strength. Suddenly, before he could even move, the distant mountains exploded like a flood. Ear-splitting beast howls never stopped and rushed towards where they were. A horde of beasts, damn it. That old wolf went to the heart of the mountain and chased a group of huge beasts here to attack. It's truly too devious. Shi Yunfeng's expression changed. Shi Linghu also shouted loudly, Damn that savage old wolf, using a flood of beasts to trample us to death. Everyone be on your guard. Not only their own side, even the people of Wolf Village changed their mood. Their guardian spirit was so fearsome. Even they would suffer from the terrifying stampede. Not everyone mounted on the back of a wolf. Half of them were standing on the ground. Quick, get on the back of wolves, Bei Liking ordered. However, there wasn't enough time left. Rumbling noises arrived in front of them. Even these huge wolves were not safe, and they fled quickly to hide. Ow! A howl echoed through like the cries of a mountain ghost, unspeakably terrifying. On top the flood of beasts, there was a strange creature flapping both its wings while coming towards them. It was only 2 meters long. Its tan skin was glossy all over. However, it looked very old, and a wolf face appeared with several wrinkles. This was a rarely seen legendary wolf. Even in countless groups of wolves, it was difficult for one to be born. Its front legs were short, seemingly impossible for it to walk by itself. Usually it needed to lie on the back of a huge wolf. It's fortunate that its own blood was extremely powerful, allowing it to grow a pair of wings, enabling flight. Clearly, this old wolf was terrifying. There were faint traces of ancient symbols flashing on its body. It was an extremely tyrannical, vicious beast. Chapter 26, Defeat. The mountains shook. Dragon-horned elephants, flame rhinoceros, tiger cubs, kiwis and hoos gathered as they charged towards them. Many towering trees were knocked over as if the mountains were met with a huge flood of darkness, pressing downwards. Messy leaves flew in the air and huge boulders tumbled downwards. The entire region's earth shook and mountains trembled. It was a terrifying scene to behold. The people of Wolf Village were the first to suffer from this wave due to the direction they were in. In the blink of an eye, over 10 people were knocked several meters into the air by huge beasts before getting trampled upon. Their bones broke, and they became meat paste. Tens of huge wolves turned around and escaped immediately. The wolf villagers sitting upright on the back of them turned pale. The people who just died were relatives that they had known for a long time. In a blink of an eye, they became separated forever. Get ready, Shi Yunfeng loudly shouted. The huge beasts arrived as if they were a flood, charging towards Shi Yunfeng and the others, pulling huge trees up by their roots and snapping them in half. There was not much resistance against their advance. Kill! Shi Linghu shouted. He took out a rather dull beast bone. Symbols flashed on his left arm. That bone artifact perfectly merged with his arm, creating an immense surge of light. The beast bone blended with his blood and bones, becoming one. The two were indistinguishable. A loud Hong sound echoed throughout the area, as if an archaic descendant resurrected. A vicious aura that shook the heavens appeared, shaking the entire region of the mountains as if an earthquake was occurring. All the huge beasts were scared stiff. Their bodies trembled as if they were facing a king of 10,000 beasts and did not dare to offend it. They rapidly halted and took a detour instead. Wu, in the air, that wolf was crying out loudly like the howl of a malicious spirit. Its voice intimidated everyone. It was currently directing the huge beasts to attack and eradicate everyone from Stone Village. Open! Shi Linghu shouted loudly. The densely packed, resplendent, and mysterious patterns on his left arm flashed, before finally becoming the runes of an ancient beast king's ancient imprints. A gateway opened, and a tremendous vicious beast appeared. Roar! An oppressive roar shook the entire mountain region. Shi Linghu's body, all of a sudden, grew rapidly and bursted out of his clothes. He was standing in place with his 3-meter-tall bronze-colored body. He smashed his fist forward, and with a rumbling sound, a huge beast released its wretched scream in place before its body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as broken bones splashed out in all 4 directions. The scene reeked of fresh blood. The most important thing was that an extremely overbearing beast king aura was covering the sky and the earth, oppressing these huge beasts in place. These beasts trembled and didn't dare to advance another step. Woo! The eyes of the old wolf changed its expression in midair. It was frightening, avaricious, and even craftier. It figured out where the confidence of the Stone Village originated from. This fact made it feel boundless threat, but it definitely would not give up. The Suan Nai's precious body was too important for it. It enabled itself to be reborn. The old wolf started its attacks, but it did not charge towards Shi Linghu. It was in fact aiming directly for the other people of Stone Village. It was cunning and cruel, and its intention was to force Shi Linghu to use his precious artifact for defense and tire him out. Spiteful. Shi Linghu's 3-meter-tall body released an explosive strength. His tendons swelled, and the rays of light on his left arm flourished. He exploded towards the sky, and with a buzzing noise, a silhouette of a fierce beast appeared. It charged forward like a hurricane rising towards the heavens, causing all the surrounding vegetation to shrivel up and die. The old wolf was shocked and rapidly dodged. The symbols in its mouth flashed before condensing into a red light and gushing out. Hong! It collided with that indistinct, vicious beast. Shi Linghu staggered a bit, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Ancestral artifacts were incredibly shocking, but he did not possess a strong knowledge of the bone text, making him unable to handle the power, only be able to activate a part of its strength. But even so, the strength was enough to astonish anybody. Clashing with the body of the old wolf, the red light was blocked. It showed its shocked expression and became even more intense. Right now, it was not just the Suan Nai, the precious scarlet horn, and the other stuff that attracted it. Even this ancestral artifact became something it wanted to acquire. A pair of wolf eyes flickered with cold and vicious rays of light. With a howl, huge wolves from all directions appeared once again after hearing its commands and aided with its attacks. The situation had become critical. This old wolf never approached and always watched from afar. It was in the air as it conducted its cowardly killing spree. Crippled old wolf, do you have the guts to come down? Shi Linghu pointed. As a guardian spirit, it would usually make clans in this desolate land shiver with fear. However, currently, it was holding back without a hint of anger. Its pupils still showed its cold expression and was never impatient. It was incredibly strong, able to destroy a village on a whim. Now it was being prudent, making people feel helpless. In every direction, huge wolves howled and unceasingly mounted their sneak attacks. The villagers were in extreme danger, growing wearier by the second. Hung. The old wolf made its move. Runes flashed, and its little front claws flashed with a splendid reddish-gold light. Its ancestral treasured symbols condensed and charged down with a boom. Anybody could clearly see a huge claw filling the air, quickly approaching. Everyone from Stone Village was frightened. This was an experience with an ancestral imprint that formed into a golden claw. It rushed out from its corporeal body, aiming to kill everyone. "You crippled old wolf, go die," Shi Hao shouted while nearing complete exhaustion. He urged himself to use the strength of bone text again. He lifted up his resonating left arm, and an ancestral rune flashed and another vicious beast appeared. He condensed quite a few runes to form a beast that resembled a who as it left the runes. Its vicious might reached the heavens. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard. It collided with the gold-colored claw. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled, illuminating the night sky. It was truly a sight to behold. The gold-colored claw was unable to descend any further. It streaked across the air, and with a snapping sound, a faraway mountain boulder snapped in half. Rumblings were heard as boulders tumbled down. Everyone was dumbstruck. This old wolf was too terrifying. Shi Hao panted loudly as he had difficulty bearing his own weight. The ancestral artifact was too powerful, and he had difficulty getting up again. Whoa! The old wolf howled and stirred up a group of wolves to charge forward with all their might. At the same time, those huge beasts began to move as well. Seeing Shi Hao in a disadvantageous position, they started listening to the commands of the old wolf again. The situation was extremely critical. The lives of everyone from Stone Village were on a knife's edge. They could be cut off at any time. Now the old wolf calmed down, confident in his estimation of Stone Village's strength. It was no longer bewildered and began to dive down unrestrained as it started to launch its attacks. Kai. The little guy made his move and activated his beast tooth bracelet. The treasured artifact emitted light, and every grain was as bright as a star as it rose into the heavens to penetrate the old wolf's body. This was the first time the wolf became angry. These were its own fallen teeth that were refined in every way possible. It was its own exclusive treasured artifact, but now it was in the hands of a child. It ferociously charged down and incited a chant to forcefully take back those crystalline snow-white beast teeth. Suddenly, the little guy's entire body dazzled. Bone text twisted around him like cobwebs, illuminating his entire body. He quickly applied a blood-stained piece of ancient beast skin to his stomach. There, constellations flashed. The beast skin mixed together with the flesh and blood in his chest and was absorbed into his body. A terrifying aura was emitted like a hurricane, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Long howls fell incessantly on everyone's ears. Many huge beasts were shocked into trembling, and many more even kneeled down. The beast skin became a part of the little guy's flesh, becoming a pattern of an ancient symbol, and his little body began to dazzle and spark like an ignited flame. A power that overflowed to the heavens filled the air, sending shock and awe into every direction. This was Stone Village's second ancestral artifact. It was originally used by Shi Hao, but the little guy's understanding of the bone text was as deep as the night and was secretly given to him, enabling him to become a murderous weapon. A barbaric beast roar sounded, trembling the desolate wasteland. Near the little guy's chest, runes transformed into a gateway, a terrifying vicious beast that resembled a Bian one. Bian rushed out, charging straight for the descending wolf. The old wolf was shocked. This was all too sudden. To dodge it was already impossible. It only waved its claws, and a huge gold-colored claw took form before pressing down once again. With a snapping sound as if the entire mountain broke down, the gold-colored claw disintegrated. That vague, archaic descendant wrapped its arms around the wolf's body. and with all of his killing intent, it released a blood-curdling screech into the heavens. The cunning and crafty old wolf's 2-meter-long body was almost snapped right into 2 pieces, and it had a tough time trying to escape. However, it was still struck by a claw on its back. With a snapping sound, that crippled leg was instantly twisted into a complete deformation. The little guy, when using the ancestral artifact, was on a whole different level than when Shi Hao and Shi Hao used it. The strength was upgraded by a huge amount, but he was unable to activate the full might of the ancestral artifact. Evidently, Stone Village had a glorious past. These 2 ancestral artifacts should not be exposed. Otherwise, it might incite the greed of larger clans to bring about calamities. The old wolf became furious and rushed towards the sky, spiraling high into the air. Not only was it unable to take back its own treasured artifact, it also suffered excruciating injuries. Considering its extreme craftiness, it had never suffered such a tragedy before. It could not tolerate this at all. It angrily howled while spiraling in midair. However, the other huge beasts and the vicious wolves did not dare to attack and did not listen to its orders right away. They all took notice of the ancestral artifact in the little guy's hands. The old wolf went wild and spiraled unceasingly and occasionally dived down to attempt an attack. Its speed was quick. Thus, it was difficult to predict its path, and none of the attacks of the ancestral artifacts hit its mark. Not good, it wants to expend all of our energy and then kill us. Using the ancestral weapon uses too much of our strength. Shi Yunfeng furrowed his brows. The little guy blinked towards him and saw a face of happiness. This time, the vicious wolf raided again, nearly tearing apart 10 people. That huge golden claw was too terrifying. Its strength was enormous. Luckily, it was blocked by Shi Hao. Even so, there were still gold-colored rays of light that dropped down. It made 7 or 8 people roll over right away. They appeared badly mangled and were very miserable. Qiang. Suddenly, the heavily injured green-scaled eagle swiftly opened up its eyes. It flapped both of its wings, creating a huge violent gale, and rushed towards the sky. Its half-meter-long beak released a glaring green light. A disked silver moon appeared and rapidly flew outwards. The old wolf could never have imagined that this half-dead bird could suddenly revive and become so fierce. It let out its ghastly cries and quickly dodged. However, it was a step too late. Poo, blood burst forth. One of its hind legs were smashed to pieces by the green moon. Its mangled flesh splashed across the sky. Bang! At the same time, the green-scaled eagle rushed forth. Its incomparably sharp, large claws stretched forward, and with the same eye-dazzling green light, it captured the wolf. Suddenly, its blood splashed out. The old wolf was frightened, angry, and tried to do everything in its power to struggle free. It was almost torn apart by the green-scaled eagle's claws, but it regained its freedom. Gold-colored runes swirled around its body with the intention of killing this vicious bird. Boom! Suddenly, it was shocked once more. Shi Hao borrowed the strength of his ancestral artifact and threw the little guy into the sky. Shi Hao's expression was as bright as day. He used the beast skin's mysterious power to kill this vicious wolf. A beacon rushed forth. Its vicious might terrified the desolate forest. 10,000 beasts knelt down and 100 birds quaked in fear. The heaven and earth all quieted down. Boom! The vicious beast struck the old wolf on its body. Runes interweaved and godly splendor blossomed like 2 comets colliding, sending out powerful, glaring light all over the night sky. Huge pieces of blood rained downwards. The old wolf let out its mournful cries. Its flesh and body were basically smashed apart. A large part of its lower body disappeared. This was an appalling scene, and it did not even dare to look far behind itself. The green-scaled eagle swayed its body and caught the falling little guy. After swaying a bit more, it dropped straight into the middle of forest. With a bang sound, it smashed straight into the ground. Quickly, return to the village, Shi Yunfeng loudly shouted. This time they won by a fluke. That vicious wolf was careless and was severely injured by the green-scaled eagle that suddenly revived. Otherwise, everyone might have died here. They feared that after the old wolf calmed itself down, it would become furious and turn around to kill them. If that happened, everyone would be in the same danger as before. That vicious beast's strength was too terrifyingly strong. Everyone stayed close together and rushed back to Stone Village. They did not dare to stop for even half a breath's time. As far as the people of Wolf Village were concerned, their casualties were too heavy for them to continue. When the huge beasts rushed towards them, over half of them became mincemeat. Right now, it was not time for them to settle their debts. Stone Village did not care about them and rapidly made their escape to avoid further disasters. However, when Stone Village was in sight, that old wolf that had half its body cut off by the little guy chased behind them. It could not lose the chance to obtain the precious body of the Suin Nai. If it obtained it, not only could it recover its wounds, it could also make another breakthrough. Drat, an injured vicious beast, is the most terrifying. It wants to fight with its life on the line. A dark shadow began to creep into the stone villagers' hearts. They were just 1 li away from the village, but it felt like there was a heavenly moat around it. The vicious wolf was blocking right in front of them, using all its power to stop their advance. Guardian Spirit, please protect your clansmen. Do not be so old-fashioned. Please leave the village and protect us. A few people prayed. A large, charred black willow tree with only one tender green branch was emitting one gentle thread of red light after another in this dark night, and an indistinct halo of light enveloped the entire village. Suddenly, that tender branch moved and transformed into a godly green-red chain. Unexpectedly, it rushed outwards as quickly as lightning to over 1 li away. Chapter 27, The Curtain Drops. Under the night sky, the vicious wolf was covered in golden runes from head to toe. Its fur was flowing with a bright luster. A pair of eyeballs flashed with an ominous glint, and its entire body blossomed with a jewel-like splendor. However, right now it was in a horrified state. That alluring, emerald, green, and tender branch stretched closer and made it so it couldn't help but howl out. The old wolf's eyes were brimming with fear. Both its wings flapped, and thunder interweaved with lightning as it charged towards the heavens with the intention of escaping. This tyrannical, vicious wolf did not have a shred of thought to resist. It only wanted to quickly leave this place. Every hair on its fur exploded upright anxiously as if it was a stray dog. The vicious wolf broke through the sky and continued further. However, when it was on the verge of disappearing into the middle of the night, the willow tree emitted a gentle light like a divine chain. It rushed toward the heavens and quickly overtook the wolf. Ow! The old wolf cried out in alarm. Every hair on its body stood erect. It did everything it could to flap its wings. Gold-colored runes interweaved, and it rapidly reached as high as it could, but everything was futile. That gentle willow branch with brilliant lights and vibrant colors had a dense foggy light rising out of it. The green buds pierced through the vicious wolf from its front all the way to the back, and a flower of blood splashed outwards. Woo-woo, the old wolf struggled. Its eyes were filled with dread and fear and let out a heart-tearing, lung-splitting howl to shake the entire mountain and ravine. Everyone from Stone Village there were dumbstruck. They knew that the old willow tree was very mysterious and was not exactly the same as ordinary guardian spirits, but they truly couldn't have known it was this shocking. This was the first time they had seen this. The formidable guardian spirit of the wolf village had its body penetrated without any ability to resist. This disparity was far greater than anyone could have imagined. Where did this willow tree come from? It made many people start questioning. Chief Shi Yunfeng's heart trembled. In his younger days, he once saw the old willow tree bathe in an ocean of thunder and lightning. It was an unexpectedly scary scene. The lush, green willow branch lightly trembled. Red light blazed, and the wolf village's guardian spirit let out its wretched howls as its body started to rapidly shrivel and disintegrate. Its fur and bones started to age rapidly and crack like rotten wood. Finally, it dropped down from the night sky. A small drop of gold-colored liquid condensed and dripped onto the tender branch to be absorbed. Green light started circulating vibrantly. The willow branch then retreated back to the village. A night wind swept past. On the tree charred black by lightning, a willow branch emitted a gentle light, enveloping the entire stone village in a white haze, peaceful and tranquil just like a painting. Everyone from Stone Village was stupefied, and they were not able to utter a word for a long time. This was the first time that the old willow tree displayed its terrifying firepower in front of them. Even if it only had one branch, it was still able to kill the old wolf. Formerly, it was continuously emitting tranquil rays of light at night time to protect the village. It never took the initiative to attack anything outside the village, but it made an exception for today. The old wolf died just like this. Many of them felt as if everything was surreal. They expended so much energy to battle the vicious wolf and even fought on the brink of death. In the end, the wolf village's guardian spirit was directly penetrated by the tender green branch of a willow. From start to finish, the disparity was huge and was much different from what they had imagined. Back to the village. The villagers were trembling with excitement as they averted this crisis. They lifted up the Suan Nai's precious body and raised the precious scarlet horn before taking large strides towards the village. "Quickly tend to the wounded," Shi Yunfeng anxiously shouted. This time, Stone Village's loss was not negligible. Many people suffered serious injuries, and a few of them even lost their limbs, destined to become a cripple for life. Some even lost their lives. Living in this middle of this desolate land was just this cruel. Every day, they battled with ferocious beasts. Injuries and death were plenty, but slaughter between humans were rarely seen. "Linghu, Fei Jiao, you two bring the ancestral artifacts and go massacre those people from the wolf village. Don't leave a single one of them alive." Shi Yunfeng was very decisive. He settled down the wound and then immediately gave this murderous command to kill those people from Wolf Village. They knew Stone Village's secret of the ancestral artifacts, and to avoid the information from leaking out and causing a disaster, they had to be eliminated. The little guy had an entire day's worth of adventure. He fought with other vicious beasts to obtain the Suan Nai's precious body and fought in close quarters with the people of Wolf Village. He suffered a few arrow wounds and afterwards had a huge fight with the vicious wolf. He was exhausted a long time ago. However, he still welcomed a fight and wanted to participate in this excursion. Shi Yunfeng hesitated slightly and finally nodded his head in agreement. A jade cannot make something out of itself. Only after experiencing a baptism of fire and blood could the little guy grow up. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Shi Linghu and Shi Fei Jiao carried their ancestral artifacts and brought their clansmen to relentlessly exterminate those men from the wolf village. Blood splashed, lives were taken, and the night froze. Mountains were dyed in blood, beasts grieved, and the atmosphere was somber and chill. In the cruel, desolate lands, lives were as common as grass. Many healthy males died in the mouths of vicious beasts, and death rates were extremely high. However, today, both their clans had a massacre. The wolf village this time sent out 123 individuals. Half of them died in the flood of beasts, and the majority of survivors were severely injured. When they noticed that their guardian spirit died, their morale was extremely low and they almost collapsed. After that, it was simply a one-sided search and kill. Everyone from Stone Village checked the head count. They kept on chasing and killing, not leaving a single one of them behind. The vicious wolf had died. Those huge wolves threw those from the wolf village off and returned to the mountains. There were even some huge wolves that became hostile and right away chewed many people from Wolf Village to death. "Vicious old bastard, where are you going?" Shi Linghu loudly shouted and armed his huge bow. An iron arrow flew outwards with a cold glint, illuminating the forest. Pooh! The arrow was embedded into Bei Liking's back. The thick arrowhead ran through his body, and blood blossomed. "Hate!" the chief of the wolf village angrily yelled. "Old man, you went too far with your evil deeds. I'll end your life as soon as possible. Shi Hao then spun his broadsword, then swung in a beheading motion. Pooh! A bloodied head flew several meters outwards and landed on the floor. Bei Liking died. All the survivors from the wolf village paled and trembled with fright. They all fled for their lives. Sue! A cold arrow shot out accurately towards the back of the little guy's head. If it hit the target, naturally it would pierce right through. Shi Hao heard the sound of the cold gust of wind and rapidly dodged. He then suddenly turned his body and stared towards that part of the forest. His pupils shot out with flaming fury and shouted, "You again." In the middle of some shrubs laid a strong man. However, he had already been exposed. His height was a towering 2.34 meters. His muscles were formidably strong. Flashing in a bronze metallic light, it was the hunting squad captain of the wolf village, Bei Shan. When the little guy started fighting with the people of Wolf Village, his first arrow wound was inflicted by Bei Shan. That time, he hid in the darkness, and with one arrow after another, he shot through Shi Hao's arm. A lot of blood splashed out, and now he attempted it again. Wang! Shi Hao raised his hands, and the bracelet of beast teeth flew out like a string of gleaming white divine chains as it emitted its glorious splendor. With a catch-a sound, Bei Shan's huge bow twisted into pieces. The vicious wolf had already died, so this treasured artifact no longer had any connection with him. The little guy had perfect control over it and was doing whatever he wished. The brilliant crystalline beast teeth broke through every obstacle with its enormous power. Bei Shan armed his broadsword and rushed towards the little guy. A cold and threatening light flashed through the forest. A shocking man with arm strength of around 5,000 or 6,000 jin used both his arms to revolve his broadsword to slash downwards like lightning. The little guy's fingertips flashed with symbols. The brilliant star-like beast teeth had completely tangled up the dazzling broadsword. With a catch-a sound, the teeth snapped it into pieces of scrap iron. This was the power of the treasured artifact. Pooh! 42 gentle crystalline beast teeth scattered outwards and transformed into a divine spear as arrows of light and other weapons collided into Bei Shan's internal organs. Blood spilt outwards, and his arms and legs were all broken instantly. The 2-meter-tall body full of grandeur dropped to the ground, causing a rumble. The specks of light gathered together and transformed back into the brilliant, vibrant beast teeth bracelet before wrapping itself around Shi Hao's wrist. "Little guy, kill him," Shi Linghu took large strides and came over and solemnly said. Shi Hao also carried his bloodied broadsword over and said, "How can a boy living in these desolate lands not take others' lives? Although you are still young, your strength has already surpassed ours. If you never kill another person, eventually you will pay bitterly." "I know." Little Shi Hao blinked and his long eyelashes trembled. His face showed a complicated expression: nervous, suffering, struggle, firm, all combined into one. "Child, I did not think I would truly be done in by you. Too bad my one arrow only tore through your little arm and not your throat." Bei Shan grinned and exposed a mouthful of terrifying, snow-white teeth. The little Shi Hao shut his eyes and thought about his uncle being shot through in the chest by an arrow. His eyes fiercely opened and chopped down with the broadsword in his hands. Pu! A head tumbled down, spraying out tons of blood. "Uncle Linghu, I'm tired." The little guy threw away his broadsword and said wearily. He had just went through a whole day of intense combat. He continuously, using his silver moon, faced enemies after enemies that grew increasingly fearsome. There were vicious beasts, ruthless people, and a vicious legendary wolf. Injured with a few arrows, he was tired out a long time ago. After saying his last words, he shut his eyes. "Just sleep then." Shi Linghu carried him on his back. When Shi Hao woke up again, the night had already passed. His wounds were all treated and getting better. As far as chasing and killing everyone from the wolf village was concerned, that ended as well. All of them were cleanly beheaded. This time, Stone Village's iron was struck with blood. They were ruthless with their executions and did not leave a single one of them alive. Over 100 heads were piled together, and some took the initiative to feed some to beasts. Pong! Suddenly, in the heart of the desolate lands, a flaming light that overflowed into the heavens exploded out. This magnificent blaze was unparalleled. A world-shaking bird call pierced the heavens. The flaming scarlet light was extremely magnificent, and it was burning so fiercely that the sky looked like it was on fire. A little scarlet bird flew across the sky, and its divine powers were extremely shocking. A winglong sounded, and in that thick layer of clouds, an earth-shattering huge golden claw stretched out to capture the little scarlet bird with his unparalleled might. Kai! The little red bird shifted horizontally and rapidly avoided it. That huge hairy golden claw crushed a mountain ridge with a single strike, and rubble flew into the air, terrifying beyond belief. Yeah, that's the little red bird I saw before. The little guy was shocked with his eyes wide open. He saw this shocking scene immediately upon waking up. What happened in the end? Could it be that the terrifying battle from 2 years ago hasn't ended? Could the tyrannical archaic descendant still be guarding its treasures in the mountains, and they are currently fighting over it? Shi Yunfeng was also stupefied. Hong! The gold claw descended downwards again. Its demonic powers were unmatched, and it scattered blazing scarlet light everywhere. It was impossible to imagine just how large its actual body was, since just its claw was already in the clouds. Chapter 28, Unstable Weather. Within the heart of the mountains, an intense battle started. It seemed as if everything that was happening came straight out of a legend. The earth-shattering gold claw would destroy a mountain ridge each time it descended. That little scarlet sparrow was not inferior in any way and melted many mountain peaks as it passed through. Scarlet liquid erupted into the blue heavens like red rivers connecting the heavens and earth. In addition, this was only the repercussions of their battle, as the actual great battle was still taking place high up in the skies. The little scarlet sparrow was only the size of a palm, and its feathers were alluring and bright red. However, it was incomparably bold and fierce as it dove deep into the clouds to confront the terrifying unknown creature. Everyone from Stone Village was left with their mouths gaping. Cold air softened their spines as they all knew that some unfathomably formidable archaic descendants were near them. With just a wave of its hands, it could eliminate a super-large clan. These creatures were just like gods, and after watching, the villagers could only remain speechless. Too bad we can't see it. The thousands of clouds were incredibly thick, as if a mysterious force wanted to isolate and prevent them from seeing it. It left them wondering where in the heavens this battle was actually occurring. So it turns out Little Red was actually this powerful. The little guy held his little chin, blinked his eyes, and murmured softly. After an hour, the heart of the mountain calmed again, but the clouds of fire did not dissipate and still hung around. The horizons were tinted in red, as if it was dyed in divine blood. What an eventful series of times. We still don't know what kind of treasure appeared in the mountains that was worth fighting over for 2 years. Could it be that there were still no results? Chief Shi Yunfeng wondered. This mountain treasure must truly defy the heavens, Shi Linghu said. There were many strange things in the most inner region of the mountain range. No one in Stone Village had gone that deep inside before, so no one knew just what kind of mountain treasure had actually appeared. During the following half-month, the heart of the mountains were incredibly tranquil. There were never any battles occurring, so people gradually forgot about that hair-raising battle. However, the regions even further away certainly weren't calm at all. These were pieces of rich and fertile land filled with vast and expansive fields, beautiful mountain peaks, and flowing rivers. Scaled horses like ocean waves galloped in huge herds. Those were squadrons of armored horsemen that covered the earth in their bright and shining armor as they roamed. Their murderous spirit overflowed the heavens while practicing their drills. On the horizon, there were continuous blocks of buildings as far as the eyes could see. This area was where a huge clan with millions of people flourished. The experts in this clan were like trees, passing on their generations until now without extinguishing. Geniuses appeared from every city within the clan to guarantee they can flourish to even greater strengths. Groups of buildings were veiled with golden canopies. A scaled horse charged in and an expert jumped off of it, landing on the ground. He reported in a loud voice, "Clan Master, there are great events occurring in the south, and rumors have it that a world-shocking mountain treasure has appeared." "Didn't it appear 2 years ago? How can it still be there?" The sound of an elder echoed through. I don't know why, however. The most formidable creatures were still engaging brutal combat. "If you say it like that, then a holy object that shouldn't be there has probably appeared, and no archaic descendants has obtained it yet, drawing attention from every direction." A tall and sturdy elderly man walked out from underneath that golden canopy. His eyes flashed with threads of golden lightning. He was incredibly terrifying. "Clan Master, should we head over? Although our population haven't yet reached 10 million, our strength certainly isn't below any of the others." Several experts walked over. Each of them were surrounded by an oppressing aura as if they were reincarnations of vicious beasts. Don't take any risks. Bring a few young guys and take them on a walk to see the outside world. Don't take any actions without my command." The elderly man warned and shot a terrifying glance at everyone. "Yes." In the distance, in another huge piece of land. A huge lake as blue as the ocean was blessed with a beautiful scenery. Islands one after another scattered like stars in the sky. The waves billowed, and several children were riding a water dragon. It leaped from the surface of the water into the rolling clouds. Its scales dazzled as it rushed into the sky. On the island, in front of Grand Palace, a group of adults pampered them as they watched. "Don't be so annoying. We'll bring you guys on a long journey later to see what an otherworldly genius looks like." "Gee, all mediocre. Didn't we see an unfathomable genius last time? Weren't they still defeated by us? If he didn't escape on his flame unicorn into a blazing cave, then we definitely would have caught him." A youngster refuted. "At another country, just as far away." This was a land ruled by its sovereign, and its borders had no boundaries. Their population reached 10 million, and one huge city after another were filled with heavy traffic. People came and go, and it was flourishing with life. The majestic and imposing city walls of a huge metropolis were built by laying hard metal on top of one another. It was as if a black mountain ridge was laid across a flat land, giving people a strong and oppressive feeling. The imperial palace was quite developed, and it looked as if a heavenly temple descended onto the human world. The interior was furnished with dazzling gold and jade, and the luxuriously ornamented building showed an abundance of wealth and honor. The archaic descendants fought for 2 years, and they still never backed off. Inside the grand silver palace, a serene and dignified voice sounded from the tallest throne. His face was hidden, but his entire body was like a purple sun. His entire person was bathed in its magnificent splendor. This was his incredibly frightening life force, naturally flowing out like a huge stove. He seemed like a deity in this glaring purple light, making people feel as though they couldn't approach and could only hope to look from afar. In the main hall, an expert kneeled on the ground and did not dare to lift his head, kowtowing there and said, "Yes, it's been going on for 2 years. It's suspected that a world-shocking divine object has appeared." In the silver throne hall, there were a few other people lined up in their seats. One of the youngsters among them stood up and said, "Ah, so unexpected. That piece of barbaric wilderness had this kind of opportunity awaiting there. Perhaps we could obtain it. Go find your grand uncle and tell him to bring you guys and those children to increase your knowledge of the outside world. However, without my command, no one can take any action. Otherwise, you will be convicted to death without any chance for pardons." A dignified voice passed down from the tallest throne. That purple sun continued to tremble, filling the air with its frightening aura and causing the entire main hall to shake. On another huge piece of land, there were many buildings constructed in a similar fashion, and its population also reached 10 million. This was another place ruled by its sovereign. Inside the huge, grand palace, thunder-like rumblings sounded, shaking many armored soldiers to the floor, making them kneel. That was the sound of a person talking. It was incomparably terrifying and shook the entire palace like exploding thunders in the highest level of heaven. Zishan 1, Zai Shan means purple mountain, who already made his move and sent his heirs out as well. Yunkun, go and bring your younger brothers and head out as well. If you meet up with those geniuses from the Purple Mountain family, beat them up for me. The thunder-rumbling voice echoed throughout, and inside the throne hall, several streaks of black lightning interweaved, wrapping themselves around a faint but imposing silhouette. An ocean of thunder was forming in that direction. Yes. Far away, in another valley surrounded by majestic mountains that reached the clouds. On its summit was a land adorned in silver and bound in white. Heavy snow thickly accumulated from the freezing temperature. However, a huge city was also built here. Situated in the middle of this huge mountain, it looked down upon all living things in all directions. The population here was few, but this was still a shockingly ancient clan with frightening inheritances from its ancestors. A lord ruled on this land once upon a time. A holy object actually appeared in that piece of barren and desolate forest, simply inconceivable. An elder spoke. It's been continuing for 2 years, and the archaic descendants still haven't left. It's worth investigating to finally understanding what is over there. However, we can assume that there would be a lot of other people thinking the same thing. Zai Shanhu and Lei One. Lei means thunder, who, these two old rivals, will certainly plan a confrontation between their heirs. Bring our young geniuses and go over to see the world. Grandfather, we all want to go. A few beautiful young maidens tread through the snow, each as beautiful as a little elf. Their eyes were sharp, and their charming faces were as bright as gems. Their shiny black hair fluttered in the wind as 2 youth followed closely from behind. All right, go. When the time is right, go and see how strong those other geniuses are. An elder smiled. This piece of land was quite bustling. The commotion within the depth of the desolate wasteland spread far and wide, drawing the attention of a few super-large clans. Inside Stone Village, Chief Shi Yunfeng was currently talking to the little guy. Your innate gifts are very good. You're so young, yet your knowledge of the bone text is so incredibly shocking. From today onward, I'll lead you towards your next step in your transformation. Is it different from what I studied before? The little guy asked in a daze. Bone texts are born from mankind observing and imitating the ancient imprints of other species to activate mysterious patterns. This means that it is simply a trick, and the final result must come from within yourself, Shi Yunfeng said. Grandpa Chief, explain it to me slowly. The little guy's desire to learn was very strong. Right now, his eyes were bright and clear. Take this time to concentrate and study hard, and then I'll prepare your true blood baptism with the precious body of the Suan Nai, the precious scarlet horn, and the demonic ape arm early. Otherwise, if you leave those things out for too long, the divine powers of their true blood will depreciate. We won't wait for you to become 5 years old anymore. Hopefully you can bear through it. Chapter 29. Relationships spread far and wide. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide. 1. This paragraph gave us headaches to translate, so just think of it as something profound. The chief spoke in a low voice as he looked towards the endless, desolate lands while thinking about the ancient times. Grandpa Chief, what does this mean? I don't understand. The little guy was very studious. His black jewel-like eyes blinked, shining with a radiance of thirst. Shi Yunfeng rubbed his head and said, in the far distant past, mankind had just started their legacy. They first built a tree in the middle of everything and then spread their roots outwards. The chief slowly explained from the start to reconcile the little guy's doubts and told him everything he knew to make him yearn for it from the bottom of his heart. This was equivalent to path of growth. Shi Yunfeng wasn't actually too strong, but as a result of his instructive nature, he naturally said these things. Right now, Shi Hao's eyes showed precisely reflected this path of growth. The true state of society naturally spread, and everyone had their own souls. A few intelligent species, especially their representatives, were taken care of extremely well by the heavens, gifting them a reincarnated body. Grandpa Chief, Are you talking about those ancient symbols branded onto the bodies of archaic descendants in the form of imprints? The little guy was quick-witted. You're so smart. The chief smiled and praised him. The ancient natives noticed this. During their barbaric battles with beasts, they slowly began to get the hang of the rules of heaven and earth. Through the remains of powerful creatures, they gradually understood a few simple divine abilities. Consequently, the bone text was slowly developed like this. Mankind borrowed their powers and began to fumble around with the powers that dictated heaven and earth. Finally, from their weak state, they took small steps and eventually prospered. Unfortunately, the head seniors of the humans were still few and pitiful. The archaic beasts were too powerful. If one appeared, it only needed a wave of its hand to eliminate a few super-large clans. Relatively speaking, mankind was still weak. Many other races were far more powerful, as if they were deities. In fact, the ancient natives had a firm conviction and often prayed and sacrificed to these divine deities. Grandpa Chief, be a little more detailed. The little guy was really thirsty for knowledge, wanting to learn more about those formidable and divine vicious beasts of the past. I only know so much. Grandpa has only traveled 80,000 li. Although this sounds like a lot, even the region we live in has several 80,000 li at least. You need to travel at least several million li before you reach the end of the world. Shi Yunfeng spoke softly. The places he had been to weren't few, but they were only a corner of an entire world. It was pointless to ask him about the mysteriousness of the outside end of the world, as those other huge worlds were entirely outside the realm of his comprehension. Learning 100,000 techniques is still inferior to walking 100,000 li. If you're strong enough, you should explore the outer world by yourself. Grandpa is old, so I don't have this opportunity and strength anymore. Shi Yunfeng sighed. Grandpa, I know you're suffering from internal injuries. In the future, I will promise that I'll bring you the mythical precious heaven and earth medicines to cure your illness and bring you along to see the entire world, the little guy said. Shi Yunfeng showed a bit of agony, but he was also very happy. All his wrinkles scattered and he smiled. As long as you're safe and grow up without a hitch, Grandpa will be relieved of everything. In the past, he suffered from a strange internal injury, and he needed a special medicine to cure it. However, even those huge clans with population of over several million might not have it available. Everything was easier said than done. Ayawu, Grandpa Chief is lecturing again. Quickly, let's come and listen. A group of children clamored and shouted. Right now, they were all different from before, and the children no longer complained. They all had a greater desire for strength, and every time Shi Yunfeng would teach about the bone text, a group of children would all rush over to listen attentively. Now, a few children had already shown some initial signs of symbols on their body. Without a doubt, they would be able to tread upon this path in the future. They were determined to be stronger than their parents. You bunch of naughty monkeys, hurry up and sit down. The chief smiled. A light wind blew over, on a big, thick, and charred black willow tree. A single tender branch as sparkly as gems swung back and forth in the wind. A group of children circled around the elder's body to listen to his lectures underneath the tree. To grasp the bone text is just like picking up a broadsword or arming a bow. But if you put these weapons down, then your cultivated fundamentals still required you to have a strong body. A few children were confused, and another few had flashes of sudden insight. Bone text is only a form, only a method. To truly make that power become yours is the true path. Otherwise, everything you learn is just duckweed. The only real way is to make yourself stronger. How do we achieve this? You need to make the bone text become a part of your body, and your flesh and bones must become like those creatures blessed by the heavens in order to become one with the heaven and earth. Otherwise, an imitation will only be an imitation in the end, and it will be difficult to display genuine power. The chief explained according to his ideas. The bone text was like your flesh and your hair. To truly make that power yours, you must make it a part of your body, and only then would it be considered true power. Chief, teach us quick. Be patient, take your time, Shi Yunfeng said. In reality, using symbols takes one's own life force. When the little guy was using his precious techniques, his consumption was tremendous. Continuously using such powerful techniques would harm one's own body, weakening them overall. Strictly speaking, it is not a bad thing to learn the bone text if they don't succeed. If they do manage to learn it, and they end up using it a lot during some special circumstance, it would gravely harm the body. After hearing the chief explain, the children's expressions all paled. Don't be scared, just pay attention to it. As long as you're not risking your life and limb to continuously use ancient precious techniques, then you'll be fine. You guys aren't like the little guy who grasped the obscure precious techniques. Also, even if you do lose a little bit of life force, you can always recover it later. Not only the bone texts of Stone Village was like this, even the huge clans of the outside world were the same. To be somewhat successful, one must always be like this initially. To learn it, one must all experience this incident. The little guys already had a deep understanding of the bone text, and we can learn from him about how he became like that. To actually gain understanding, and also after attaining certain levels of understanding, one's cultivation practices have to change. The chief carried over a few bone books and imparted to the little guy those last few symbols. After this, the chief lectured every day and taught these children. He taught each of them differently according to what their strengths were. Evidently, the little guy was a level above everyone else. Even if you put him in a huge clan in the outside world, his innate gifts would still leave people dumbstruck. These days, the little guy was intoxicated. Every day he would listen attentively and study the bone book. A smile always hung on his little face, and his eyes were almost becoming the shape of crescent moons. At the beginning, one must use their own life and blood to cultivate the bone text to make them stronger. Only when the power truly takes shape, and their understanding proceeded even more, could they can reverse the flow of the power. To become one with the symbols, to change it into a multicolored splendor, and to transform it into divine light, each of them must be like an everlasting furnace within every inch of your flesh. Refining of heavenly and earthly powers, drawing divine life force into body to completely transform your flesh and soul. This was the path that the little guy would undertake. He had already built a sturdy foundation that shocked everyone. His symbols had taken form a long time ago, and undergoing this transformation would not expend a great deal of effort from him. After only a few days, the little had some extraordinary results. After using his precious technique again, every inch of his blood and flesh emitted light. The symbols were vaguely visible like precious furnaces, unceasingly supplying him with power. This outcome left Shi Yunfeng stupefied. He knew that the little guy had a shocking, powerful, innate talent, but he was surprised once again. This was but a few days, yet little Shi Hao had already succeeded in revering the flow. If it was an ordinary person, it would have taken him several years. Even geniuses required several months. I predicted you would need 2 months, but after seeing this pace, you might only need 1 month, or perhaps even only 20 days. Little Shi Hao's performance was too stunning. A group of elders and children laughed to their heart's content. Even Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao and the others adults also cracked a smile, revealing their snow-white teeth, and laughed nonstop. Maybe he could compare to an archaic, vicious beast's offspring. Our stone village might be able to develop a person who could combat true archaic Hu or a pure-blooded Pai Ziu. This was a child bestowed to us by the heavens. Naturally, he would be extraordinary. Everyone was extremely happy and had a scrumptious banquet to celebrate on the same day. They had all kinds of different creatures meet. The fragrance filled the air in the village, making people drool with desire. Don't be too pleased with yourselves. At the ends of the earth, there are large super clans that are powerful beyond belief. In those advanced and prosperous territories, there has to be some heaven-defying geniuses, the chief warned. Naturally, whether it was praises or warning, no one said anything in front of the children, fearing the growth of the little guy would suffer. During the next few days, Shi Hao advanced at a breakneck pace. Every inch of his flesh and blood were releasing sparkling light, becoming more and more like a god. Those symbols were transforming and recombining to thoroughly transform his entire body. Shi Yunfeng was very excited and happy. If he kept continuing like this, perhaps he would not even need 20 days. In just half a month, he might succeed. At that time, he could undertake his baptism. Grandpa Chief, what path would I take in the future? The road is very long. Right now, you are in the blood transformation period. You are a long way off in your walk on the path of self-discovery. Genuine experts would be reborn with divine bones and develop their own ancient imprints to utilize their own exclusive ancient precious technique. It really makes people look forward to such things. The little guy's eyes were bright and grasped his own little fists. Shi Yunfeng said the ancient natives had already walked far along this road. This road is extremely long. When you are powerful enough, you could journey outside this piece of desolate land to take a look. There are things that I can't teach you that you'll have to experience for yourself in the outside world. When he talked about such things, Chief Shi Yunfeng's expression would shift. He touched around a shining white bone on his chest, and his entire body shivered. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide, the little guy chanted, and gaped into the boundless, desolate land. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless mountain ranges and view a different heaven and earth filled with unlimited possibilities. Chapter 30, Little Lonely Mountain Town. Little Lonely Mountain Town, a town not too large, was located in the external parts of the boundless mountain range. Its population was a bit over 2,000 and just over 100 li from Stone Village. This world was boundless. The forests were endlessly vast and flooded with vicious beasts and poisonous bugs. Human territories were situated within this ancient mountain range, and they were isolated, making contact with the outside world was difficult. Although this was a town, neither Stone Village nor Wolf Village would visit during the year. The 100 li of mountain road were sealed off by ancient trees, and there were extremely dangerous birds of prey, poisonous bugs, and vicious beasts. In fact, it was like this everywhere. This was a widespread situation. Even Stone Village and Wolf Village, being separated by just 10 li, would not meet each other for months on end. However, today, Little Lonely Mountain Town was filled with shining armor and the neighs of foreign horses. A group of armored horsemen that had tread through the mountains arrived. They passed through the endless mountain range, crashed through the domains of all kinds of vicious creatures, and safely arrived here. These 10 mounts were all scaled horses. The few people in the center were riding on long unicorns. Its body was pure white, and silver scales flickered on these mutated scaled horses. Its divine presence was out of the ordinary. Led by a middle-aged male with his black hair draped over. His eyes shone with a blossoming multicolored gold light, and even his pupils showed traces of gold. When he gazed into the middle of the town, he shot out 2 terrifying beams of golden light from his eyes. Riding on the other unicorns were 2 young men, a young maiden, as well as a little boy and 2 small girls. They looked smart and intelligent, and they were all cute and adorable. People of Little Lonely Mountain Town were bewildered. Normally, very few people would come to their town. However, for the past few days, waves after waves of people came. People from over 10 different huge clans all arrived, and they were all unimaginable experts. According to this trend, the amount of people would only increase. The forgotten hostels in the middle of the town were all filled up with people. Other people who could not find a place to stay and had to live in other people's households. After one group of people had just entered, another group arrived. Their prestige was even more shocking. There was a legendary flood dragon that headed the way. It was over 20 meters long, and it was covered with dazzling scales all over its body. It also had a huge pair of wings that allowed it to cross the sky. It casted a huge shadow over the ground, and a middle-aged man as well as 3 children were sitting on it. One of them was about 5 or 6, another 8 or 9, and the last one looked to be around 11 or 12. All of them were brilliant and promising youngsters that had extraordinary gifts. Around 10 meters from the ground, the three children jumped down. The wind whistled beneath them, and after seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted, "Slow down, don't be too rash." "No problem," the youngest child shouted. His eyes were shining and beaming, and it looked as if they belonged to a golden-winged Peng's offspring. He descended in a spiral, and with a hong sound, he landed on the ground with an imposing aura. Upon seeing this, the town folks' hearts all skipped in fear. That was only a child who was 5 or 6 years old, yet he had that kind of vicious and fierce aura around him. He could jump from a height of tens of meters into the air, and could certainly tear apart a vicious, huge beast with his bare hands. This town is called Little Lonely Mountain. Could it be their guardian spirit at a mountain? That 11 to 12-year-old child said to himself. Near the entrance of the town was a stone tablet. On the tablet, 3 words were inscribed, Little Lonely Mountain. You guys look, it's actually a living mountain. It could be assumed that the townsfolk all sacrificed many vicious beasts to it. Its interior could perhaps be filled with strange and rare true blood. Third uncle, kill this guardian spirit for us. After we get back, I want to use its true blood to refine my body. There would certainly be great benefits. The youngest child was only 5 to 6, but he had an incredibly imposing aura. His eyes terrified people like a vicious beast with its mouth wide open. The townsfolk hear this, and all paled. To kill their guardian spirit was no different than destroying their town. Fortunately for them, the middle-aged man did not do as he was told and reprimanded. Jiao won. Jiao is a flood dragon, and surnames in this novel are usually related to their guardian spirits. Peng, if you dare babble such nonsense again, I'll really send you back home. It's not like you haven't killed one before. When I bathed in a guardian spirit's blood years ago, it possessed a strange effect to it. The youngest child was called Jiao Peng. Shut up! The middle-aged man's eyes shined with conviction like 2 streaks of lightning flashing across. He opened his eyes wide and said, "We can't disturb mountain-type guardian beasts. Otherwise, we could be provoking a mountain deity." So boring. Can't look for treasures deep in the mountain and can't capture guardian spirits. Why did we come to this barren land anyway? Jiao Peng murmured. Child, you are quite spirited. A laughter echoed from far away. Outside the town, in the middle of the ancient forest, a thick beast bone over 6 to 7 meters long floated an inch from the ground. It was an unknown, vicious creature that emitted brilliant white rays of light, and its dense cymbals flicked before rapidly charging forward while floating. There were a few silhouettes standing there, led by an old man wearing feathered clothing. He wore a golden crown, and his entire body was covered with strands of purple air. He was faintly distinguishable, and it was difficult to distinguish his power. At his side, there was a young man around 20 years of age. He had a pressuring, heroic spirit. There were also 2 young maidens around 10 years old. They were as extremely beautiful and looked as if they walked straight out of a painting. Additionally, there were also 2 more young boys with sharp and spirited eyes. When they came close, they strode down the beast's bone. With a flash of light, that huge 6 to 7 meter long bone shrunk to the size of a palm. Gentle like a sparkling gem, it dropped into the hands of the elderly man. Clearly, this was extremely valuable, precious artifact, as it was able to fly off the ground while also having the ability to shrink down to size of an inch. Turns out it's the Purple Mountain Clan's heirs. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged male riding the Jiao opened his mouth and said. The elderly man was Zishan Hu's uncle. He smiled and said, "The great floating pool is quite fine, being able to develop this kind of youngster. He's not even 6 years old yet and is already this strong. After 10 years, his name will certain shake the world." You're praising him so much that his tail is almost pointing up. The great floating pool's middle-aged man shook his head. Elder of the Purple Mountain Clan, how about letting me and that your grandson have a fight? The 5 to 6-year-old Jiao Peng said. He had a fierce gaze in his eyes while looking towards those 2 children with a provocative expression. One of the children's eyes suddenly started shining purple like a hibernating Suan Nai. His aura immediately became much stronger. Evidently, these 2 clans' adults did not have a harmonious relationship. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such hostility between their children. After just seeing each other, they wanted to fight. What an interesting little guy. Do you really want to exchange pointers? How about this? This old man will add an incentive. I have a very rare and precious jar of a vicious beast's true blood here. Whoever wins gets it. The elder smiled and then looked towards those middle-aged men. Woo, let it be so. I have no reason to say otherwise. I have here a rare jar of a strange, vicious bird's blood. The great floating pool's middle-aged man said. Heh, fights. My Lay clan likes that the most. How can you have these types of things without us? A rumbling of thunder passed through from afar. In the ancient jungle, an ancient beast's skin was flickering with symbols. It was floating 3 inches from the ground and was several meters long. A plain azure aura circulated around it as if it was an archaic descendant reborn, causing people to tremble in place. The beast skin carried several people. One of them was a young man of roughly 20, and the others consisted of an old servant as well as several children, both male and female varying from 5 to 10 years old. There were black lightning flowing around their bodies. From a long distance away, one could already hear the rumbling noises, and it was loud enough that it violently shook the mountain earth. I will also wager the true blood I have on me. Ming Yuan and Ya, you two come over. Make Zishan, whose 2 dearest children, kneel before you. With a flash of brilliant light, the beast skin became the size of a palm and landed in the young man's hands. They were already standing on the ground. All geniuses together in a fight to determine who is the strongest. We have also fought many times in our lifetimes, so let the young ones exchange pointers as well. The townsfolk also spread rumors and started coming over. Naturally, we have to gamble. Don't bring anything other than an archaic descendant's true blood. Someone spoke out. This made many people take extra long breaths as the stakes were truly shocking. Little lonely mountain town was bustling over the last few days. In the middle of the town, the indigenous people's hearts were all jumping out of their body. During these past few days, many experts had come, making them very restless. Correct, let those children around 10 or younger fight to determine who's the strongest, revealing the absolute number 1 genius. Little lonely mountain towns, where all began to converge at this time. Over 100 li away, Stone Village was quite peaceful and auspicious. All of the villagers were in a cheerful mood because some large event will happen soon. Little Shi Hao took barely half a month to finish his cultivation and completely merged the bone text into his own flesh and blood. His entire body was shining all over, and there wasn't a single speck of dirt on him. Using precious techniques would never harm his own body again. Now, he was starting to refine it into heavenly and earthly powers, drawing divine life force into body to lighten and invigorate his body. The chief decided to use the Suan Nai's precious body, the mythical flaming devil bull horn, and the demonic ape's arm to start his baptism, refining his body with the true blood of archaic descendants and treasured bones. The other children would naturally not be left behind. There was such a large Suan Nai and an abundant amount of blood, so the children were all able to experience such fortune. The chief's expression was solemn and asked, "Child, are you ready yet? Typically, you need to be 5 years old before undergoing the baptism, however, now you're doing it in advance. You are still young, and I'm scared you won't be able to handle it." "Grandpa Chief, I'm not scared. I can certainly hold out until the end." "Well then, I'll have those people carry the golden Suan Nai, the demonic ape's arm, and start today." Shi Yunfeng made his serious decision. "Grandpa Chief, if the baptism is successful, how would my strength evolve?" The little guy blinked his large eyes and asked inquisitively. "There will be a nice surprise, and you won't be inferior to those geniuses from those large clans. Even if you do end up facing off against them in the future, although you're younger, I believe that you will still display an extraordinary performance," the chief said conscientiously. Despite seeing little Shi Hao grow up, he was still shocked one time after another. The little guy's displays were extremely shocking, making people wonder whether he was an archaic descendant's offspring in human form. Chapter 31, Baptism. Black dragon wood was hard and sturdy like fine metal. The body of the tree is shaped like a hornless dragon, snake-like yet robust. Drenched in complete black, even its leaves were like black jade. This strange wood was solid and profound, and could be refined into any type of weapon. At the same time, it had another use. After being ignited, it would produce a vigorous and flourishing flame. Even a palm-sized piece of it would be able to thoroughly cook 2 pots full of meat. Typically, regarding the smelting of ores and weapons, this was the best type of flame. "Hey, chop this down for me." In front of a vacant lot in Stone Village, Shi Hao and a group of able-bodied men were all hammering down with their huge hatchets. This black dragon wood was not something ordinary men were able to chop down. Catcha sounds echoed through occasionally, and sometimes even a kang-kyang sound could be heard as strings of sparks bursted out. The wood was truly too sturdy. For the sake of Shi Hao's baptism, the village was undergoing all kinds of preparations. Old medicines, poisonous bugs, ancient cauldrons were brought out, and even the wood used to refine the true blood was the best black dragon wood. On top of a huge piece of jade, the little guy was currently taking a bath. The villagers unceasingly rinsed his body in sweet mountain spring water to clean his body as much as possible before letting him into the cauldron. Everyone was serious, including the little guy. He did not mutter a single word the entire time and silently prepared. The Suan Nai was carried over a long time ago. Its entire body was golden as it flashed with brilliant radiance. Its golden fur was as shining like silk under the illumination of the multi-colored sunset. It was extremely beautiful as it glistened and dazzled. The several-meter-long scarlet-colored horn also laid nearby. It seemed as if it was made out of cornelian as scarlet light radiated around it. Like other archaic descendants, it contained the mythic flaming bull's most precious true blood. The demonic ape's arm was similar in length to that of an adult's. It wasn't actually too large, but it emitted an aura that overflowed into the heavens. It contained archaic true blood, making it very rare and precious. A black cauldron was emitting a simple odor. A sun and moon, as well as the mountains and rivers, were engraved upon it. Birds, beasts, fish, and bugs decorated the exterior alongside them, and the ancient natives, offering ceremony, looked mysterious and enigmatic. Right now, there was a lot of water in the cauldron. Under the cauldron, the black dragon wood burned, and the water rapidly boiled. The water needed to be as hot as possible in order to boil the most potent precious medicine. The chief had a serene expression on his face as he stood in front of the cauldron personally, tossing in one pellet of old medicine after another. They were all treasures saved from last year. In the guarded, desolate lands, medicine leaves were abundant. Not long afterwards, the boiling water released all kinds of medicinal fragrance. It was quite refreshing as the water changed colors. Soon after, Shi Yunfeng took out over 10 jars. Carefully and prudently, he opened them one by one. From the first jar, a kai sound was heard and a big purple centipede scurried out. It was 1/2 meter long and shocked many people. The chief's finger flashed with some symbols and held a little purple hammer before lightly striking, knocking out the purple centipede and throwing it into the boiling water. Afterwards, the second one was a jar wrapped in thick iron sheets. After it opened, silver light radiated outwards and a pangolin rushed outwards. It was only an inch long, and its entire body was shining with a dazzling silver. It was similarly knocked out in the head before being tossed into the boiling water. After a violent yet short struggle, it finally quieted down and became part of the auxiliary medicine. Over 10 jars were opened. There were strange little beasts and poisonous bugs inside them. They were all special, and critters such as golden snakes as long as chopsticks and silver flying spiders were among them. This cauldron water immediately became multicolored. All kinds of eccentric fragrances wafted out. The group of children's faces turned green at that time. This was too terrifying. All of these different types of poisonous vermins were packed so closely together, and all those old medicine were mixed in as well. No matter how you looked at it, it gave off an ominous presence. Fortunately, this cauldron was prepared for the little guy and those who needed to undergo refinement. As the water gradually boiled more and more, the water in the cauldron lessened and almost dried up in the end. Medicinal grass and all kinds of strange bugs were all boiled into a paste. This was the auxiliary medicine to ease the little guy's suffering and to help him refine the true blood. Dismember the Suan Nai and prepare to pour the true blood into the cauldron, Shi Yunfeng shouted loudly. The Suan Nai's entire body looked as if it was molded in an awe-inspiring and brilliant golden brilliance. Although it was dead, it was still emitting an utmost powerful aura. Its fur was incomparably sturdy, and normal hatchets could not hope to chop it off. Streaks of sparks would fly, and keng-kiang sounds echoed as if they were forging iron. The good news was before the old Suan Nai died of old age, it had engaged in its final combat and wanted to destroy itself. Although it did not succeed, its entire body was already cracking, and in its golden divine splendor had streaks of bloody scars. The villagers followed the split wounds and brandished their huge hatchets before chopping it open with great difficulty. Every person was incredibly shocked. Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao both had godly arm strengths of 5,000 to 6,000 jin. In this desolate forest, they were already considered one of the few stronger people. However, right now, they were out of breath and drenched in sweat. They were simply following the cracked flesh, yet chopping it tired them out to such an extent. Clearly, this showed how tough and durable the Suan Nai's precious body was, vastly exceeding a person's imagination. After completely splitting it open, a few elders personally took on the task of retrieving the true blood. The true blood contained a little bit of eye-dazzling and splendid golden liquid. This was where its treasures were hidden. This was the source of the archaic Suan Nai's divine strength. Hidden within its blood was a tiny bit of priceless gold-colored blood coveted by even the largest of clans. Although the Suan Nai was dead, its blood did not congeal, and it was quite easy to deal with. They brought silverware to store the true blood, and the floor was covered in brilliant and shining large silverware that were eventually filled to the brim. The chief decided to take action, and he brandished a jade knife filled with symbols. Hundreds of colored lights rushed outwards as he dug towards the precious heart. It was as large as a sink and faint gold all over. It contained an incomparably strong divine force, and when it was shaken, gold-colored rain began to fall out. The chief did not dare to dawdle, and immediately put this precious heart directly into the middle of the huge black cauldron, in fear of wasting the Suan Nai's precious divine splendor. At the same time, he shouted, "Pour in the true blood." Several able-bodied men carried the huge silverware over. Gyudong, Gyudong sounded as the blood was poured into the middle of the black cauldron, replacing the spring water. The precious liquid blood was the catalyst in mixing together the medicinal paste. The black dragon wood beneath the cauldron was burning ever so intensely, cooking this huge cauldron until it was rumbling. That most precious heart was even more eye-dazzling. Golden rain erupted and brightened up the entire cauldron. The liquid on the inside became gold in color, and an especially fragrant smell wafted into the air. This was an archaic Suan Nai. Its entire body was an extremely valuable treasure. Cook it until it boils into the medicine. Little guy, prepare yourself to quickly enter the cauldron, Chief Shi Yunfeng said earnestly. Understood, Shi Hao agreed with a loud voice. The raging inferno cooked the medicine, and the intensity of the fire was ferocious. Inside the cauldron, everything became a faint gold-colored liquid. From time to time, shouts from archaic descents could be heard, terrifying the human heart and soul. Sometimes, a golden Suan Nai faintly appeared before their eyes, terrifying even the heavens, swallowing the sun and the moon and trembling even the constellations. Everyone was dumbstruck and breathed in a large breath of cold air. Many people could not help but shudder. This is a fragment that the original archaic Suan Nai left behind within that diluted golden precious blood. An elder calmed down and exclaimed. This was not the end. Villagers also pulled out a few tendons and released them into the cauldron. They extracted some faint golden marrow from its precious bones and also released it into the black cauldron, making the medicine appear even more splendid as the fragrance became even more concentrated. "Chief, there is a symbol on this piece of bone flowing with mysterious divine power." At this moment, Shi Hao cried out in fear. "What?" The older generation of the clan all rapidly rushed over and could no longer keep a steady head. After peeling away the Suan Nai's flesh, a symbol appeared on its forehead. It was complicated yet subtle, dazzling and glistening as it constantly changed like the endless stars moving in the heavens. Wow, it was actually preserved. Shi Yunfeng was shaking with excitement and then bursted out into laughter towards the sky, and tears almost flowed down. The Suan Nai was self-destructing before dying, and its entire body cracked. According to the villagers' speculations, all of its primitive symbols were most likely destroyed. Archaic descendants would think of any way possible to destroy the imprints it inherited from its ancestors to prevent it from falling into foreign hands. This was the rare treasure of a vicious primitive bone. The reason precious techniques were priceless was because of this. Truly huge clans often only had one type of strong, precious technique and some weaker abilities on the side. This was the extent of their treasures. No one from Stone Village could have imagined that the fight between the Suan Nai, mythical flaming devil bull, and the demonic ape would unexpectedly fail to destroy that piece of imprint on its precious bone. Hide it well, no one can spread this information. Shi Yunfeng quickly came back to reality, and his face became serious and said, "The heavens spared my clan and gave us such a strong, precious technique. This matter is of the utmost importance. We must protect our secret well." Afterwards, the chief turned his head and urged, "Little guy, quickly enter the cauldron to start your baptism. When you come out, you can start comprehending the Suan Nai's most powerful and tyrannical precious technique." "Grandpa, Chief, I was prepared a long time ago." After the bath, the little guy was sparkling all over. He looked pretty and adorable as symbols flickered on his body. He leaped right into the boiling cauldron and was immediately submerged in this brilliant and splendid golden liquid. "Seal the cauldron," Shi Yunfeng shouted. The villagers brought over the huge black cauldron lid, and a few people cooperated to put the lid on and sealed it tightly. The other children all felt dizzy as their faces paled. If they sealed the lid this tightly, wouldn't the water in there be so much more painful? How would they breathe? The chief looked towards them and said, "When you guys have also practiced to the point that the bone text has entered every inch of your body, you will no longer need to worry. You will be able to refine it into a multicolored light, transforming it into a divine radiance. You will be able to draw the divine force of the heaven and earth to nourish your body. Entering water or fire for a long time without breathing for a long time will no longer be a problem." The multicolored precious horn and the demonic ape king's arm were not boiled inside, because Shi Yunfeng was wary that the little guy might be unable to handle it. After all, the little guy was still too young, and he would make a decision later based on the current circumstances. Chapter 32, A Shocking Transformation. The black cauldron trembled and emitted waves after waves of precious light. The little guy had already been sealed inside for more than 2 hours. The cauldron lid would sometimes shake open, and golden liquid would splash outwards, intoxicating many people with its rich smell. A faintly visible golden Suan Nai would seemingly charge out and continuously roared like thunder. The sound was truly genuine, scaring everyone from Stone Village until their scalp turned numb. It wasn't too big and was only an inch long. When it used its force to collide against the cauldron, its entire body's golden rays of light would dazzle the eyes. It would sometimes even charge and roar towards the little guy. The cauldron lid violently shook. All of the onlookers' hearts trembled with fear. The villagers were tempted several times to seal the lid even more tightly, but were prevented from doing so by the chief. Inside the cauldron was a medicine spirit, and it was the most important part of this process. It needed to be slowly refined like this and must not be agitated. The fragrance became increasingly dense. The heavy black cauldron continuously leaked out divine splendor from cracks under the lid. The little guy inside was floating and sinking, closing his eyes to accept the baptism. Dang, dang. The inch-long golden Suan Nai struggled even more intensely. Its entire body was engulfed in flames like a deity, charging left and rushing right, colliding against the black cauldron. Everyone's expression changed, and even Shi Yunfeng became nervous. He stared with his eyes round and closely observed the medicine spirit. It was precisely the emperor of the archaic Suan Nai race's inherited divine fragment. Letting it continue like this won't be good. Would it break out? Chief really won't allow us to interfere, Shi Feijiao asked. Shi Yunfeng's face became serious and said the medicine lid is already sealed. If we move it as we please, then it might cause the medicine spirit to explode, dissipating it between the heaven and the earth. Yeah, not good. It's starting to attack the little guy. Meng cried out from within the group of children. Everyone's hearts tightened. That divine Suan Nai's radiance became even more dazzling. It bore its fangs and brandished its claws, spouting out a mist. It emitted a thundering roaring before charging straight towards the little guy. Don't be nervous, it died a long time ago. This is only a divine fragment without an actual consciousness, Shi Yunfeng said. The little guy's appearing was very dignified. He never moved as his flesh emitted light. He was submerged within a strange situation, isolating himself from the outside world. Refining and wrapping himself within the divine radiance, he absorbed the symbols into his own flesh, refined them into a multicolored splendor, and transforming them into divine light. Each drop of his blood was a symbol, becoming like an eternal divine furnace emitting immeasurable amounts of light to nourish himself. This time, every pore on his body expanded, and each drop of blood had a divine property to it. Taking in and sending out the divine light, it looked as if a deity was sitting within the cauldron. His entire body overflowed with godly splendor. The specks of dense light were like innumerable deities chanting their sutras as they emitted radiance, illuminating the heavens. That golden-colored Suan Nai rushed over, and under the guidance of those specks of light, it transformed into strands of radiance. It was changed by those specks of light and refined into Shi Hao's body. This type of event is so mysterious. The villagers became stupefied, however, the tension in their hearts also eased up by quite a bit. Ayo! The Suan Nai struggled and resisted violently, avoiding where the little guy was and crazily rammed the side of the black cauldron, emitting waves after waves of rumbling sounds. It made the onlookers shiver, as they were afraid of this cauldron suddenly bursting open. Ultimately, the golden Suan Nai became increasingly fierce, knocking the black cauldron until it started to boom and shake endlessly. However, at this precise moment, the cauldron also began to undergo a transformation. On top of it, the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers, the birds, beasts, fish, and bugs all seemed to be resurrecting. Yea, could it be the ancient artifact passed down by our ancestors was originally a precious cauldron used to refine medicine? Chief Shi Yunfeng was amazed. This behavior was similar to a large clan's cauldron. The golden Suan Nai was angry and charged even more violently. However, this cauldron became less plain and simple. It emitted a mysterious aura, and on the walls of the cauldron, symbols flashed one after another like a spontaneous reaction. All kinds of different vicious birds and ferocious beasts, roars echoed through. Although they were very indistinct, they did not only appear within the villagers' imaginations. At this moment, the cauldron walls gradually began to shine and refine the golden liquid inside. The Suan Nai trembled with fright. Its angry cries were extremely painful to the villagers' ears. It was originally a divine body image, but now its voice was actually resounding, scaring many people. It was preparing its final stand, and everyone stood up as if they were going to vomit rays of electricity. It was almost as if it had the intention of completely shattering the cauldron walls. The big black cauldron shook, and the primitive residents carved into the cauldron became increasingly lifelike. They chanted waves of sacrificial prayers, and soon endless sutra chants could be heard as well. This artifact passed on to us by our ancestors was apparently a genuine and rare medicinal cauldron. Chief Shi Yunfeng trembled. Never had he thought that the ordinary and unremarkable black cauldron was unexpectedly this mystical. At the same time, the little guy within the golden liquid was covered in even more specks of dense light. It seemed as if a deity was becoming complete as he sat there chanting sutras that resonated within the cauldron. The Suan Nai was constantly trembling in fear before it finally disintegrated. The black cauldron refined it into streaks of divine golden beams of light, drowning the inside of the cauldron in a golden liquid. Finally, everyone calmed down. The cauldron lid joined up at the seams, tightly sealing the medicine inside and closing off everything inside from the outside world. It's over, the cauldron is finally sealed. If nothing unusual happens, then the little guy will succeed, Shi Yunfeng said excitedly. Chief, how long would this normally take? Shi Feijiao asked. Not sure, the baptism can vary quite a bit in length, from a single day to over 3. Shi Yunfeng frowned. What? Everyone was stupefied. No wonder the chief let them chop the black jiao wood and prepared so much firewood. After an entire day and night, the golden juice was boiling, but never dried up. The little guy was in there, floating and sinking with his entire body covered in a scarlet red as if he was the one dripping out the blood. The golden liquid unceasingly entered the pores of his body before seeping out with the impurities from within, repeatedly baptizing him. This was a scary process, incredibly overbearing and arduous. A normal child could not possibly handle it and would die from the pain. The golden liquid was not simply just washing, but was intruding and crazily battering the inside of his body as if it was splitting bones and mincing meat, frequently snapping tendons and muscles. The little guy gnashed his teeth tightly while remaining motionless, drawing in the golden liquid to baptize his flesh and blood. He was shining both inside and outside, and although it was incredibly painful, he felt his spirit was becoming increasingly powerful. Divine radiance tyrannically attacked him to the point of almost splitting open his internal organs. In the end, however, they were nourished before recovering with a sparkling luster. His bones were practically on the verge of collapse, but in the end they were all restored to a white and resplendent state that was stronger than they ever were before. Also, not only did his flesh obtain the effects of the baptism, the divine power also strengthened his spirit. After another day and night, the little guy experienced an unimaginable transformation. When dawn approached, he opened his eyes and yelled out, "Grandpa, the juice is almost dry." Success! Shi Yunfeng was elated and told others to uncover the lid. They saw the pores all over the little guy's body overflow with magnificence. The villagers were all shocked, and they didn't need to think and already knew that the little guy has gained tremendous benefits. Shi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, "Prepare to release the blood of the mythical flaming devil bull's scarlet horn and the demonic ape's arm." Shi Linghu drew out the archaic true blood that was as red as the sunset from within the precious horn of the mythical flaming devil bull, and also let out the black liquid from inside the ape arm before poured them into the cauldron. Moo. In that instant, a bull's voice tightened everyone's scalps and practically made them drop straight to the floor. Who? Immediately following that was the long howl of a demon. A demonic ape suddenly appeared in the middle of the cauldron and became angry along with the scarlet mythical flaming bull before striking the sides of the large cauldron. Afterwards, that golden treasure, the heart, once again leapt out a Suan Nai. 10,000 golden rays of lights shone outwards to batter the cauldron together with them. "Seal the cauldron," the chief commanded. This time it was even more intense. 3 types of true blood blended together: the scarlet mythical flaming devil bull, the golden Suan Nai, and the black demonic ape. They fiercely struggled and collided with the cauldron, wanting to smash it to pieces. On the walls of the cauldron, the first natives appeared once again. Chants started up once again, and countless sutras were being repeated to suppress these 3 archaic descendants. On the inside, the little guy was also like this as countless specks of light floated within his body. His bones and organs shook rhythmically as if it was a sonorous and divine sound. He emitted precious splendor as he resonated with the large black cauldron. Both the person and the cauldron were shining brightly, emitting all kinds of symbols and noises. Here, the clouds evaporated splendidly, flowing with kinds of different colors. This process continued for 2 days and 2 nights, before finally calming down. The cauldron lid was knocked open, and the little guy jumped 20 meters, charging straight towards the sky. Burning, burning! He continuously rubbed his butt, and his entire body was pitch black, and only a pair of eyes could be seen rolling around excitedly. Everywhere else was covered in charcoal. He looked just like a Pai-Hu. Everyone in the village was stupefied. Just then, the little guy rammed the heavy lid right off and rose up into sky along with it. To their surprise, he was able to leap 20 meters into the sky. The chief let out a hearty laughter. He knew that it succeeded. The little guy's actions clearly showed that, and after calming down a bit, he shouted quickly, "Put out the fire under the cauldron with water. The remaining medicine is still rare and precious." The little guy descended down to ground, and a group of children surrounded him. They poked and petted while teasing him. A few people poured fresh water to help rinse him off. People had shockingly discovered that he shed a layer of his old skin. After the black skin was peeled out, a sparkling and spotless little body was exposed with light surrounding him. "Wow, little guy, are you a type of silkworm? How did you shed that layer of thick skin?" A group of children fussed. A few little girls also joined the group. After seeing the shining and glowing body, they showed endless admiration. The little guy was embarrassed and quickly stole some cloth and covered his body, making everyone roar with laughter. "Child, let us look at what kind of transformation happened," an elder said. Shi Linhu and the other took large strides and came over, and each extended their large hands and groped him all about. They were all astonished. It felt as if they were stroking a piece of warm jade. The little guy's face blushed all over. People even played with his little thing, and the adults still treated him as though he was a newborn baby. He strongly resisted and pushed them away, almost pushing Shi Linghu right on to the floor. The group of adults burst into laughter, and the startled Shi Feijiao into saying, "You guys stop laughing. This little thing's strength is actually terrifying. One must know, with a swing of both arms, he can exert 5,000 to 6,000 jin of force." Unexpectedly, a 4-year-old almost pushed him to the ground. How could he not be shaken? "Come, little guy, come and lift the cauldron to test the strength of your body," Chief Shi Yunfeng said. "Okay." The little guy felt as if he dodged a bullet. He rapidly broke away from the crowd of laughter. The men surrounding him all moved to the side. Up. The little guy started off with the 1,000 jin cauldron and gradually pushed himself further. After that, he unexpectedly lifted up a black cauldron over 5,000 jin. Everyone in Stone Village was petrified. One must know, the little guy was really special in the past. Being able to lift a 1,000 jin cauldron was enough to completely astonish anyone. Now, he can lift up the 5,000 jin black cauldron in one breath. Everyone was stunned and speechless. This isn't his limit yet. More! Shi Yunfeng trembled with unimaginable levels of excitement. Pong! The final time of lifting a cauldron, the little guy lifted the clan's heaviest cauldron right above his head. That was a 8,000 jin cauldron with a terrifying Hu engraved on it. The group of people were all incredibly shocked. This age with this type of godly strength, they had never heard of it before. "Child, when you grow up, if you don't kill a genuine archaic descendant, a true Hu, or in other words an actual deity that the first natives worshipped, then you will be letting me down." Shi Linghu turned around and shouted. Chapter 33, Genius. Using both of his arms, a godly force of 8,000 jin was exerted. For a child that wasn't even 4 yet was unheard of in Stone Village. All of them were stupefied and were gaping in awe. The group of people shouted with strange noises and hurried to the little guy's side before hoisted him up in the air and pinched him all over. Is this really not a Hu in human form? "Little guy, what are you made of?" Meng's father was rather rough, and with his mouth wide open, he exposing his snow-white teeth while pinching him. The entire group of strong men were all like this. They were all pretty rough. Afterwards, a group of children also made a large commotion and ran towards him. They pinched him all over for a long time until they released him after a long while. The little guy's body was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. Divine splendor covered every precipice of his body, and pitch black, soft, and long hair draped all over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp. He was full of energy and was in very high spirit. The heavens truly spared my clan, giving us this kind of child. A few clan elders were incessantly chatting amongst themselves while trembling with excitement. "Child, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere at all?" Shi Yunfeng asked, afraid that the transformation would leave behind some dangerous side effects. The little guy's voice was young and tender and earnestly replied, "Nope, I feel really good. I feel so energized, like I have unlimited stamina." The chief laughed heartily and completely now. He examined the little guy all over, and he suddenly looked as if he was 10 years younger as many of the wrinkles on his face disappeared. Soon after, the little guy lifted up the 8,000 jinn who symboled cauldron again and walked around the empty space. Although it was extremely heavy, he wasn't panting at all. This divine strength was truly startling. When he put down the who-symboled cauldron, the earth shook around it, causing cracks to appear as the surface shook. The villagers were shocked to the point that their eyelids started jumping out. "Such a powerful strength, making a weapon for you in the future will be annoying." An elder smiled with delight. There wasn't a trace of annoyance on him, but rather a very happy expression. "Bring the clan's strongest bow over here. Let's see if the little guy can pull it," Shi Linghu said with a smile on his face. This was a huge, precious rhinoceros horned bow. However, it was a pity that it was too thick. Although the little guy was able to pull the bow right away, his arms were not long enough and could not completely pull it backwards. "Fortunately, your arms are short. Otherwise, you might pull too hard and snap this precious bow." Shi Linghu wiped off his sweat, and the villagers all bursted out in laughter. The villagers were all down-to-earth people, and all of their feelings were sincere. Everything they had on their mind could be seen on their faces. Although they were all quite crude, the feelings they send off were all very warm. "Little guy, come eat barbecue at Big Auntie's house." "Child, you're almost 4 years old. You should be considering your marriage by now. What do you think about Uncle Linghu's daughter?" "We were talking about weapons. Where are you guys going?" The villagers were all elated. Having a child like this, as long as he grew up, he would undoubtedly shake the world. He would protect this region and help Stone Village grow to the peak of its power. "Little guy, although your baptism was successful and your strength raised tremendously, you cannot be too prideful. There are many experts in this world, and they are all extremely terrifying," the chief warned seriously. "Grandpa Chief, I know," the little guy nodded. Shi Yunfeng was still not completely at ease and intentionally said, "They say that, during the archaic period, there were divine apes wielded iron sticks that weighed 108,000 jinn. They did this without the use of any precious techniques and only relied on the strength of their flesh." The group of children were petrified, and the adults were even more shocked as they became speechless. This was simply too terrifying. To simply lift up a weapon and actually wielding it were two entirely different concepts. How strong was it to actually be capable of such a feat? Afterwards, the villagers told Shi Hao to jump to see how high into the air he could leap. This time, they were frightened right away. The little guy jumped as high as he could and ended up 30 meters above the ground, and with a dong sound, he dropped to the floor. Like a steel spear, he inserted himself solidly into the ground, cracking the earth in all 4 directions. "My God, when we go hunting in the forest from now on, you should follow too. I feel with your strength right now, you are on par with those huge beasts." His body was extremely strong. The little guy's organs were sparkling and his bones were shining. His entire body was baptized, as the flickering symbols had combined with his flesh. His entire body was doused in a divine light. There was a speck of light on every inch of his flesh, making him look like a deity. They embodied the symbols, and endless extracted luck from the heaven and earth before drawing it into the body. Chirp, chirp. 3 little birds made their way towards the group of people. Their scales were emitting light as they fluttered their wings. Their eyes contained traces of divinity and looked as though they wanted to open their mouths and speak. They had extraordinary strength, and so the group of children were easily pushed aside when they made their way inside. De Peng, Xiaoqing, Ziyun, the little guy shouted and rushed over. The 3 hatchlings chirped in high spirits and used their heads to rub against his arm, showing great affection and joy. During the past half-month, they were protecting a cave behind the village to guard their mother. They would only occasionally run inside the village to find the little guy. Aunt Green's scaled eagle should no longer be in any trouble, right? Using the medicine by Grandpa Chief and the mythical flaming devil bull's true blood, a complete recovery will definitely happen. The little guy asked in concern. These 2 days, he was in his baptism and did not know the condition the green scaled eagle. When we dismembered the archaic descendant's precious body, we already delivered it a lot of the Suan Nai's flesh. It should currently be working hard to refine the essence inside the blood, the chief said. This time, the reason they were able to fight over the Suan Nai's precious body was all because of the green-scaled eagle, and it fought life and limb in several bloody battles. If they didn't have its support, it would have been impossible to return with such rewards. Stone Village would naturally not forget its kindness and bravery. These past few days, under the utmost care of the clan, the vicious bird that was on the verge of dying was slowly making its recovery. Only since it was in such a terrible state before, unless it consumed a bit of the bull's true blood to detoxify itself, there might have been permanent damages. Recently, it had been gradually began to recover as the people of Stone Village fed it the flesh and blood of the archaic Suan Nai. If it consumed a bit more of the archaic descendant's flesh and blood, perhaps it could obtain some great benefit, the little guy said. A bird cry pierced the vast skies like the descent of thunder and lightning, shocking everyone's ears until they were in pain. A huge, vicious bird with green light circulating around its body soared into the skies from behind the village. It hid within the skies and covered the earth before circling around the village for a bit, and then charging straight into the depths of the mountains. It had recovered already. Could it be that it left? The little guy waved and yelled goodbye, Aunt Green's scaled eagle. His long cry echoed through as he said his farewells. Then it disappeared into the clouds. It might be making a breakthrough and decided to isolate itself in another place. Chief Shi Yunfeng's face congealed and said, "Breakthrough?" A group of men exposed a bewildered look on their faces as they looked towards the clouds in the sky. If its strength advanced to another level, it would definitely be stronger than that vicious wolf from the wolf village. Afterwards, the villagers were all extremely happy. The green-scaled eagle already owed them its life and also entrusted its 3 children to them as well. The stronger it was, the better it was for Stone Village. "You guys grew up even more," the little guy smiled. The hatchlings' body lengths had already reached 3 meters. Their scales were shining with precious splendor. For the past few days, they had also been eating the flesh of the archaic descendant and gained tremendous benefits. "Chief, when will we have our baptism?" The group of children looked impatiently. After seeing the little guy become so strong, they were all envious and were no longer afraid of any sort of pain. "We start now, but you guys would never be able to bear a medicine that powerful. We can't use that. We'll have to dilute it," Chief Shi Yunfeng stated. Suddenly, Stone Village was bustling once again. One huge cauldron after another started boiling. Archaic descendants' true blood filled them up, and the villagers all benefited from it. Today, Stone Village wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Although the children all clenched their teeth to bear their pain, they were still unable to endure it and started to cry incessantly. After sundown, everything was over. A few able-bodied men also consumed some flesh and blood. Of course, they were the same as the children, unable to eat a lot of it and baptize themselves. Normal people could definitely not bear the pain. Stone Village finally calmed down after 2 days. The remaining true blood and precious meat were all sealed up. They would all be slowly refined, and not even a single bit would go to waste. After handling it for several days, Chief Shi Yunfeng took out a glowing white bone as big as his palm. It was precisely that bone with the primitive symbols left behind by the Suan Nai. After the able-bodied males, several days of effort, they finally managed to retrieve that bone from its body. Luckily, after the bone produced symbols, it was no longer connected to the forehead. It had been separated for a long time and became another piece of bone all by itself. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to move. The chief said with an extremely serious tone, "Little guy, don't do anything else for a few days. Instead, remember these symbols safely within your heart. After a few more days, the activity on this precious bone will disappear, and this symbol's mysterious imprints will disappear along with it. After it disappears, the bone would only become a precious artifact and would not yield any precious techniques." It was similar to the white gem-like beast tooth bracelet from the wolf village. If the white beast teeth had already condensed its symbols, its most divine secrets would no longer visible. It could only become a precious artifact and did not contain any precious techniques. The little guy heard what was said and nodded earnestly. For the entire rest of the day, he single-mindedly carried the glowing white bone while carefully analyzing it. His eyes didn't even blink, and he was concentrated to the extreme. Although it was just a symbol, it represented an entire race, and the precious technique would soon shock the world. The imprint constantly fluctuated like the stars in the vast sky. They moved about incessantly, complicated and mysterious. Only until late at night did the little guy finally successfully force himself to remember all the different variations, storing them inside his heart. "Grandpa, I remember them now, but the Suan Nai's precious technique is too complicated. I won't be able to understand it for a while," the little guy said honestly. Shi Yunfeng did not say anything. If someone understood it, then they would be able to recreate the archaic descendant species, divine power. No one could do it right away, as this took time to digest and comprehend. "Take your time, you'll understand it sooner or later. Right now, you should first comprehend the archaic devil bird's precious technique thoroughly. Don't bite off more than you can chew, keep that in mind." "Grandpa, I understand." 2 days later, groups after groups of experts charged into the mountains with the intention of entering the heart of the mountains. There was a clan riding on silver unicorns, a group of aristocratic heirs flying on top of a large beast bone, and a group of powerful individuals sitting on a flood dragon. "Yeah, Grandpa, quickly look. This village's guardian spirit is so strange. Why does this thunder-stricken willow tree have only a single tender branch?" An old man as well as 2 youths and 2 young maidens, as pretty as fairies, stood atop a snowy feather measuring 5 to 6 meters long. The pupils of their eyes were lively, as divine and holy light circulating around them. What an ancient and strange guardian spirit. Even in such a condition, it's still not dead with only 1 branch remaining. It must be extraordinary. After being struck by lightning, it must have given birth to a powerful force. It must certainly be rare and valuable treasure. No one fight with me over it. This willow tree is mine. A 5 or 6-year-old child that was still 10 meters above the ground jumped off the back of the jiao. "What kind of village is this? How can there be this kind of guardian spirit?" Within the people and horses of another group, a youth stared at the old willow tree that was charred black with a startled expression. So odd, it was met with a calamity, and yet it gave birth to such power from its destruction. This tender branch must be an absolutely priceless treasure, a few people said. "You few people all want to fight over it with me. I want to see you try. Let's see who the #1 genius is." The child who jumped off the back of the jiao sneered. "Good, then let's have a fight. This time, we are gambling with absolute treasures. If it's not precious blood that can transform your entire body, then don't take it out." Then a group of adults also stopped. Their eyes contained a strange light and stared towards the willow tree. They did not oppose to the children having a battle and even encouraged the gambling over precious blood. "Fight then, and see who amongst you is an absolute genius. In 20 years here, Let's see who sinks or floats. But don't easily go around and killing people's guardian spirits. A few adults opened their mouths. They were all experts whose names shook the lands. Chapter 34, A Terrifying Village. The child who jumped off the back of the flood dragon came from the great floating pool, and his name was Jiao Peng. Although he was small, he was still very powerful and threatening. With a sneer he said, "This willow branch is mine. If you guys have a problem with it, then just come and give me a try." One of Zishan, whose children was rather handsome and pretty. He steadily and patiently said, "Jiao Peng, don't say such conceited words. Even if you have some skills, there's no need for such arrogance. Take care of yourself to not die within this harsh, desolate land." His name was Shan Kun, and never got along with Jiao Peng from the very start. In addition, their clans did not have a peaceful relationship, so they always opposed each other. "Then let's have a fight to the death, do you dare?" Jiao Peng's tone was very aggressive. His eyes were shooting out cold beams of electricity, and they were threatening like the offspring of an archaic golden peng. "What are you arguing about? All of you immediately settle down." On the other side, a large child's eyes shot out beams of cold electricity. Above his head, black air swirled about and coldly swept over. He came from an aristocratic area and was the son of Lei Hu. He was named Lei Minjuan, and he originally wanted to deal with Zishan Hu's most beloved son, Zishan Kun. After seeing Jiao Peng's bossy and domineering attitude, however, he became irritated. Jiao Peng and Zishan Kun heard what was said and raised their eyebrows. They were all geniuses and had tremendous confidence in themselves. They would never lower their heads toward anyone. "Lei Minjuan, are you courting death?" Jiao Peng was young, but he had a very lofty attitude. He took a step forward, and the entire ground shook with a huge dong sound, like a huge monster was on the move. "Shut up!" Zishan Kun, also very direct, and shouted. They had a grudge with the Lei clan, and sparks flew whenever they met. Although the tension eased up a bit during the past few years, they still never stopped their hidden battles. "One fight to determine the victor and the loser," Lei Minjuan shouted. He leapt vertically, and his body flew 20 meters into the air before striking towards Zishan Kun with his palm. Despite saying all this, he was still trying to carry out the commands of his father. The wind caused by his fist were black as they crackled in the air. As a result, lightning interweaved within the air, forming bristles of concentrated lightning that descended down from the skis. This was only a child, yet he had such a remarkable ability. A strange symbol appeared in his palm. It was the obscure imprints of his clan's secret and rare precious technique. Wang. Purple clouds filled the air. Zishan Hu lifted up his right hand to defend himself, and symbols flickered from his palm as well, forming a blazing light. It surged out to form a purple sun before releasing outwards. Similarly, this was also a terrifying precious technique. It was precious technique that only the Purple Mountain clan possessed. Practiced to perfection, its power could move the heavens, as well as tremble the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The two forces collided, and both the black lightning and the purple light exploded. The two techniques exploded into symbols, leaving marks in the air. This scene astonished everyone. "Who is the #1 genius? Don't forget I'm still here." Jiao Peng suddenly executed his attack. The force from his palm was astonishing. A symbol flashed in the middle of his left palm, and a flood dragon made completely out of light rushed outwards. This was a genuine archaic flood dragon's imprint, and its aura was completely horrifying. The great floating Pong's ancestors met an archaic flood dragon before and unexpectedly inherited its strongest precious technique. Although the descendants could not use its ability to the fullest extent, it was still extremely powerful. The flood dragon made bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its entire body was a grayish-brown color, and it was signaling great misfortune, as if it had just awakened from its ancient slumber to wage war in the skis. This precious technique was incredibly powerful and attacked both Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan at the same time. Jiao Peng was very small, but he was extremely violent. He needed to take them both on at the same time to prove that his abilities were granted by the heavens. "You're looking for death," Lei Minjuan scoffed coldly. Black lightning gushed outwards and spread out to all 10 of his fingers. 10 streaks of black light shot forth, and bristles of lightning shout out as bird cries rang out. A purple vicious bird too formed from within the lightning, and its terrifying power was shocking as it dove straight down. Zishan Hu also retaliated, and purple clouds floated about as a sun flew outwards. There was a fire unicorn in the middle of it, emitting a frightening purple blaze. It leapt into the sky with its unmatched ferocity. Just like this, the 3 children were engaged in a muddled battle. They all attacked each other and drew surprising glances from everyone. Although they were still young, each of them were incredibly powerful. Their seniors all secretly nodded in approval, and at the same time, they were in awe of the abilities of their opponents possessed. So boring, they can't even fight with the intent to kill. With all these old men here, they can't fight with all their might. A child from the spectating group of children sneered. Exactly. True geniuses blessed by the heavens are born from great internal wars. What does this count as? Another child sneered as well. What are you guys talking about? This is also a life and death battle. The 3 children who were fighting fiercely were immediately angered. They expanded the range they fought in to involved those 2 children as well. This was a chaotic battle. Although they were still young, they all possessed breathtaking abilities as they demonstrated their terrifying talents, shocking all the spectators. Inside Stone Village, a group of naughty children were entertaining themselves when they were suddenly startled by the activities in the forest. They ran towards the front of the village and saw many villagers suddenly scared off their feet. They were all focused on what was happening outside. How did so many people appear? After seeing Jiao Peng and the others battling, they were all speechless. They were all able to grasp the strength of the bone text so well that the children all became jealous. Quickly, all of their attention had been diverted again. They saw a mutated scaled horse, a unicorn. Scales all over its body shone in a bright light, and the horn on its head shone like crystal. This was an extraordinary horse. I heard Uncle Linhu say that this type of mountain beast's speed is extremely fast, and that it can travel 10,000 li in a day. Last time, they met some in the desolate lands and chased them for several days without seeing a trace of hair. Shi Dazhuang said. Those experts in the forest were sharp and naturally heard everything. However, they all stared blankly at what they heard. According to them, this was a mountain village that fell behind and was not able to produce any experts. However, these children's words amazed them. Unicorns were a type of rarely seen ferocious beast. If they truly went berserk, then their vicious descriptions would be evident. They were powerful, yet a few villagers dared to chase them. How could they know that Shi Linhu and the others begged the chief for the 2 ancestral artifacts in order to wildly chase after them? A unicorn was able to traverse 10,000 li in a day. For men in these desolate lands, the unicorn was incredibly enticing. You guys look, there's a 20-meter-long jiao spiraling in the air. It has water sacs both thick and thin, and was actually hiding 2 long wings. Such a strong, vicious beast, it must certainly taste good, right? Mengyu food tank, is this stuff for eating? This stuff is to be refined into medicine. Even though it's not a pure-blooded archaic descendant, its blood is still very precious. Pai Hu retorted. Outside the village, a group of experts were petrified and were a bit stupefied. Such a strong jiao would unexpectedly be treated as food or medicine. What kind of village was this? This jiao certainly looks really good to eat, but it can't possibly be sweeter than the flesh of a Suan Nai. If it's not an archaic descendant species, then its true blood can't possibly compare. Another nasally child added. They had eaten the flesh of a Suan Nai for the past few days and also baptized in its true blood. After that, their expectations were extremely high. They thought they had been talking quietly, but they were definitely heard by those groups of experts. Whether it's the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan, or Jiao Clan who came from the Great Floating Pool, all of them felt their nerves burst. Did they hear wrong? Where did this village come from? Casually eating the flesh of a Suan Nai, and didn't look up to this formidable flying flood dragon in awe. One must know that this was an extremely terrifying, vicious beast. Normal experts would be far from being its opponent. "Child, what did you say?" Jiao Peng, who was in the middle of his intense battle, became angry. His eyes were cold and shot out a terrifying look towards the village entrance. His eyes are so clear, chilling people down to the bone. Why do I feel that it's similar in strength to that guardian spirit we killed, that vicious wolf? Meng muttered. He believed that he was talking quietly, but just like before, he was still heard by those people in the forest. What? Killed a guardian spirit? The group of experts all trembled and almost turned to stone. Even they did not dare to easily provoke a guardian spirit. Even the people from the great floating pool were rather prudent in killing guardian spirits. This was because behind each of those life forms potentially stood a terrifying and ancient deity. Recently, they came out by themselves for the sake of finding nirvana within human clans. They also wished to tread on the path towards becoming an ancient deity. What a pity, we couldn't eat that guardian spirit since it was instantly turned to dust, Pai Hu regretfully said. The group of people were stunned. How terrifying is this village? Why did all of this seem so fishy? Everyone was at a loss. It's so infuriating. Are you Bobbies looking for death? Jiao Peng was infuriated from being ignored. Wow, so vicious. Yi, could that idiot hear what we're talking about? Pai Hu was doubtful since they were very far away. Ji Jai, a light laughter echoed through as they heard everything. Standing on the snowy feather, those two young maidens in the air laughed with glee as they swayed back and forth. Although they were wearing different attires, their appearances were identical. Their skin was as white as gems, and they were otherworldly beautiful as they vividly glanced everywhere with their big eyes. Very interesting. Is he naturally stupid or doing it on purpose? Of course it's on purpose. Jiao Peng almost went crazy after hearing him. The two young maidens laughed nonstop. Although they were young, they were clearly identical peerless beauties with their bright eyes, long lashes, sparkling and adorable. The elders of Lightning Clan and Purple Mountain Clan all stepped forth and told the children to stop their battle. They wanted to personally see what was going on with this strange village. Could this actually be a hidden family of terrifying experts that still remained from ancient times? You bunch of wild children, you dare to laugh at me. After they stopped their fight, Jiao Peng shook both his arms. Like a vicious bird, he leapt 20 meters towards the village entrance, wanting to take action on those children. In a stone house at the village entrance, the little guy ran out. He was pretty and tender and said, "Yeah, how come so many people came?" "Way, little guy, you're still secretly drinking milk, right? When did you stop?" A group of bigger children teased when they found out the little guy had milk stains at the corner of his mouth. No, you guys have problem with your eyes." The little guy hastily wiped his mouth and didn't want to admit it even if he was beaten to death. He put his little milk-stained hand behind his back as his eyes turned back and forth. What a cute child. The two young maidens on the snowy feather were incredibly surprised. After seeing the jade-like little guy being this charmingly naive, they happily started smiling. At this time, Jiao Peng came towards them and lifted his palm and made a slapping motion. The sound of wind whistled through as this terrifying and shocking thousand-jin strength made its way through the air. "Yeah, big bro, what are you trying to do?" The little guy opened his eyes wide when he found something fishy. Jiao Peng's strength was too great as he charged towards Meng and Pai Hu. He rapidly came to the front, and his aura suddenly changed. As he extended his little tender hand to collide with Jiao Peng's palm, the sound of wind and thunder was produced. Pong! Sand and dust flew everything and shook the mountain. The little guy stood there motionless. Jiao Peng, seemingly as if he was struck by lightning, staggered backwards. Wherever his step reached the ground, a terrifying crack appeared as the ground shook back and forth. One step after another, he backed up almost 10 meters and almost fell straight on the ground. Wow, what a strong child. The two young maidens' eyes shone bright and leaped off the snowy feather and ran towards the front with the intention of pinching the little guy's cheeks. The little guy bashfully stepped back. His big bright eyes blinked and looked towards Jiao Peng and said, "Big bro, what you're doing is wrong." The The corner of his mouth still had some milk stains that he did not completely wipe away. With his black eyes that looked like precious gems shone in addition to his earnest attitude, it made those two elf-like maidens like him even more as they wanted to tease him. At the rear, the group of experts were petrified. This little F** seeker was still a milk-feeding baby, yet he was able to deflect the palm of the famous genius Jiao Peng. It was like they've seen a ghost. What kind of terrifying village was this? The group of people were dumbstruck and speechless. Chapter 35, Stupefied. Everyone was petrified and speechless. That was simply too shocking. Jiao Peng's arms lightly trembled, and it felt as if he collided against a who. He felt a fracturing pain. He absolutely did not think that a child still feeding on milk was almost able to knock him to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Was this really a desolate village? It was most likely a hidden clan of ancient descent. Many people were held back by their fear. If it was true, then a hidden clan that lived in seclusion in the middle of the mountains would be too terrifying. Although their population was low, each of them must be terrifying experts. Those two beautiful young maidens walked forward with a glitter in their eyes. A smile hung on their faces as their lustering white foreheads shone with intelligence. One of the young maidens asked, "Little brother, how old are you?" "I'm almost 4 years old." The little guy's big round eyes showed a clear expression as he answered. At the same time, he quickly wiped away the milk stain at the corner of his mouth to cover it up more. What? A baby who's not even 4 years old? This was too shocking, and everyone lost their cool as they breathed in cold air. Jiao Peng's eyes shot out beams of like a wild beast. His expression was terrible, and he wanted to immediately activate his clan's strongest precious technique to beat the little guy down into the ground with a single palm. Again, he did not use the Jiao clan's precious technique and still used his corporeal strength. He charged forth like a violent gale as his fist whizzed through the air. The trees in the vicinity violently trembled, and all the leaves and foliage fell to the ground. Like huge beasts making movements within the boundless mountain range, he brought with him a violent gust of wind. Jiao Peng's momentum was astonishing as he pounced towards the little guy. "Big bro, why are you trying to bully me?" The little guy did not understand as his big eyes shined with purity and innocence. He stared at Jiao Peng, extended his arms, and swatted in front of him. Pong! This time, everyone clearly saw this cute child used only the strength of his flesh and did not incorporate any mysterious power or precious techniques, and simply just pushed outwards. However, his power was incredible and his strength was ferocious. It left people speechless. With a wang sound, he pushed Jiao Peng back. The genius from the great floating pool was continuously forced backwards, and the earth cracked with each step he took. His arms spasmed as he groaned in pain. "So strong!" Jiao Peng clenched his teeth and exposed an incomprehensible expression. This time, he truly lost face because he was dominated by a baby still feeding on milk. His face burnt up with fury. "Ha ha!" Lei Minjuan was over 6 years old. He took joy in seeing Jiao Peng in pain as he swayed back and forth in laughter. Aside from the others did not have a trace of laughter. If one considered Jiao Peng a genius, then what was this child? This child's potential is frightening. If he participated in the great competitions within huge clans, then he might actually. A few people casually discussed. The children shook as they heard everything, and they kept looking at the little guy. These types of geniuses were destined to participate in that terrifying competition. Sooner or later, they would certainly meet. "Hi," Purple Mountain Clan's elder Zishan sighed. He had a high standing within his family and had great influence. Right now, he still had a kind expression as he said, "Child, what's this village called?" "Stone Village," the little guy replied with a crisp tone. "Can you let us inside to rest a while and get a drink of water?" Zishan asked in an amiable manner. Right now, Jiao Peng was already restrained by that middle-aged man from the great floating pool. The experts from all the other villages also walked forward since they wanted to clearly explore this strange village. So adorable. The two young maidens, as pretty as fairies, stood beside the little guy for a long time. They adored him as they pinched his little cheeks. "Sisters, what are you doing?" Little Shi Hao evaded. "Can you bring us into the village for a look?" the two young maidens asked. "Little guy, what happened?" The adults from the village appeared and approached the forest. Finally, those from the Purple Mountain clan, Great Floating Pool, and the other experts all entered the village. They observed every detail and paid especially close attention to the old willow tree. However, the burnt black willow tree did not have a trace of movement. Even though there were people moving around secretly, it never paid attention to them. After entering the village, these experts began to have some doubt. These stone houses and the limestone streets all seemed very ordinary and did not possess any extraordinary attributes. It was no different from any other villages within the desolate lands. Yea, these cauldrons are ancient. Many of these had already experienced years of hardship. Zishan Shu came from an aristocratic territory and had a high standing within his clan. Naturally, he was rather experienced. The few cauldrons in the middle of the village held an ancient history. Simple and natural carvings of birds, beasts, fish, and bugs attracted many people's attention. "These cauldrons seem out of the ordinary. What do you do with these normally?" the middle-aged man from the Great Floating Pool, Jiao Kang, asked. "Oh, we use these to train our strength," Meng replied as picked up 1,000 jin cauldron over his head. Everyone's hearts skipped. An 8 or 9-year-old child lifted up 1,000 jin cauldron with such ease. Even though it didn't mean much within a large clan, but for a little mountain village, it was a great deal. Additionally, none of the children here looked simple. These experts began to doubt again. Was this actually a hidden clan, so mysterious? Meng originally already could lift the 1,000 jin cauldron, and after baptizing in the true blood of the Suan Nai, his strength had improved by an entire level. Doing these types of things would naturally be much easier. But these experts didn't know that and thought every child was like this. Within their clans, the number of geniuses were limited. Not everyone was like Jiao Peng or Zishan Kun. The majority of children were far from Meng. An 8 or 9-year-old with such strength was remarkable. "Big uncle, did you bring that flying flood dragon to eat or to refine its true blood?" Meng dim-wittedly asked. "What does a dumb kid like you know? Don't speak anymore." Meng's father slapped his head and said, "These types of vicious flood dragons are rare and hard to tame. They must bring them back and breed baby flood dragons before you can eat them or refine their true blood. That's a true long-term plan." The people from the Great Floating Pool became depressed. They thought this rough-looking man would originally lecture the child or say something reasonable. Instead, these barbaric words came out. Could it be that everyone in this village was this weird? This wasn't a tree pig or a mud cow, and it certainly wasn't food. This was an ultra-strong, vicious beast. Such terrifying power, who would be willing to part with it? Everyone's eyes began to burn intensely as they stared towards Meng's gather. They wanted to carefully observe him, but they did not discover any traces of a symbol's power. Could it be that he's hiding his power? The vicious aura in these few cauldrons are so strong. You just bathed in the true blood of archaic descendants not long ago, right? Lei Hu's fourth son was a 20-year-old young man. His name was Lei Yungkun. He stood tall and upright as black lightning appeared in his eyes. He left the group and stood in front of the medicine cauldron, showing a shocked expression. The group of men all followed and closed their eyes. They carefully felt their surroundings and then opened their eyes in shock. It was absolutely the blood of a terrifying beast king that unexpectedly died here. "You guys didn't refine an archaic descendant here, right?" His balloon was just popped. The depressed Jiao Peng finally could not bear and opened his mouth. "Scared yet?" The nasally child was resentful towards Jiao Peng as he said with a childish tone. "What kind of vicious beast?" the genius Zishan Kun said and showed a curious expression. "An ultra-strong Suan Nai," the nasally child blurted out. "You dumb kid," his father scolded, but it was already too late. The nasally kid just remembered the warnings of the chief. Do not speak of the archaic descendants, otherwise it might instill a huge disaster. The kid felt stupid and said in a light voice, I forget, the chief said, we had to keep this thing low profile. However, after it reached the ears of those experts, these words held significant meaning. These Mother F asterisk seekers were definitely a hidden clan. These people wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to show off. Otherwise, who would just casually eat Suan Nai's meat? With just a tiny amount of pure blood, these types of creatures, power would overflow the heavens, and even more so with an archaic descendant that would be able to instill endless fear to the largest of clans. You are positive that you guys ate a Suan Nai? Jiao Peng asked with his eyes wide open. He lost his domineering attitude for the moment and showed the curiosity and astonishment of a child. One must know that even the great floating pool wouldn't indiscriminately disturb archaic descendants like a Suan Nai. Although they had baptized in similar blood, it didn't mean they could eat their meat often. Because in large clans, the rarer the archaic descendants, the finer they would prepare them. Every inch of its blood and bones would be refined into medicine. How could they afford to just eat it like that? The group of experts were left completely speechless. How strong was their background if they dared to directly eat the flesh of a precious Suan Nai? At this moment, although the group of experts came from large clans and knew many things, they felt suspicious of their surroundings. They had already determined that this was a terrifying hidden clan that absolutely could not be provoked. Where is your chief? This senior wants to pay his respects. Zishan Shu was in feathered clothing and a gold hat. Strands of purple clouds surrounded his body, and he had a strong and imposing aura. However, he constantly held back and did not dare to do as he pleased. The chief closed himself off in isolation and will not come out for a while, Meng said. Dumb kid, you really have a lot to say, don't you? His father extended his fan-like palm and spanked him with a loud paw sound. Meng felt wronged and didn't think it was a big deal. He wasn't warned to not speak of this matter. When the chief drank the precious blood of the Suan Nai, he felt the disease within his body getting better, and therefore decided to concentrate on cultivated in isolation. Zishan Shu, Jiao Kang, and the others looked at each other. They had a clear understanding and felt that this was definitely an extraordinary chief. The stronger a person is, the longer they would seal themselves off in isolation. Finally, the group gazed towards the old willow tree again. With such a mysterious village, the willow tree that's rooted here must certainly be extraordinary, right? This is a guardian spirit, right? What do you call it? Lei Yunkan carefully asked. Oh, just call it guardian spirit or call it willow deity, Pai Hu answered. Children's words were the most genuine, naturally making it sound more believable. What willow deity? The group of experts almost leapt up. Even Zishan Shu, with his powerful influence and a mighty aristocratic background, almost staggered back in shock. A mysterious village and a terrifying guardian spirit name. This made everyone dumbstruck. Chapter 36, Sudden Hostility. Deity. This word must not be used carelessly. To ordinary clans, this was an omnipotent and supreme being. During the ancient era, the first natives held firm in their beliefs and paid close attention to the offerings they made to the deities. They believed that deities certainly existed, and in the utmost important times, they could be summoned for protection. In fact, through the insights gained by later generations, it came to light that what the tribes kneeled down and worshipped to were actually unique and powerful creatures. These creatures included the true Hu and pure-blooded Pai Hu, and they were all creatures that could be considered the pinnacle of life. In the distant past, the first natives worshipped these creatures with their respect and sacrifices in order to receive their protection. However, there were mortals that dared to call themselves deities, and they had the strength to battle with ancient, vicious beasts. They had strength that defied the heavens, and with a wave of their hands, they could exterminate huge clans with an unfathomable level of divine power. It was simply impossible to resist. Rumor has it that vast and boundless ancient countries were still sacrificing to the heavens and conducting ancient ceremonies to this day. Although endless years had passed by, there might be traces left behind by these ancient countries, mysterious and terrifying deities. The people of Stone Village addressed this willow tree as a deity. How could people not be surprised? This title couldn't be given sparingly. You are positive this senior guardian spirit did not oppose being called a deity? A youngster, slightly over 10, from the Purple Mountain clan asked with careful consideration. Not at all. The willow deity is kind and always protected our clan, Meng recklessly said. A guardian spirit that did not oppose being called a deity. When this information was released, all of the experts immediately had a change of heart. They couldn't help but take a step back, as they all feared this burnt back and dying willow tree. But all those life forms that became a human clan's guardian spirit had some relations to a deity. They could have even been a direct descendant of an ancient deity. They were especially afraid of a title like this and did not dare to provoke and ridicule deities. All of them held themselves back. The willow tree in front of them had the impertinence to continuously act in such a manner and did not oppose being referred to in such a way. This proved that its power was terrifying, and it most likely had the strength to defy the heavens long ago. It didn't care at all. There's no way that it is actually an ancient deity whose strength was already on the decline and on the verge of dying right. This was what many people thought in their heads, but did not dare to speak out. Faced with this turn of events, they all felt reverence within their hearts and felt rather uneasy. They no longer dared to act as they pleased and began to walk carefully and cautiously. However, they still felt unresigned and wanted to understand where this hidden clan came from. They also wanted to find out what kind of divine powers the willow deity had and what divine artifacts it bestowed. One must know that an artifact made by a genuine ancient deity had to be extraordinary and heaven-defying. Everyone secretly hoped that if they offered their best sacrifices, the willow tree would in turn help them. They politely said that they wished to stay for a while, but although Shi Linghu and the others were simple-minded, they weren't foolish. They realized something was fishy and stated that there were only a few rooms and that there weren't many places to live. Although Shi Hao and the others wished that they left as soon as possible, these people certainly didn't give up. One after the other, they expressed that they did not need to enter the village and that simply living outside would suffice. They claimed that their only wish was that they could drink water from inside the village. Those powerful experts from the Purple Mountain clan, Great Floating Pond, Lightning Clan, the Golden Wolf Tribe, and the Heavenly Cloud Palace all stayed behind. They originally wanted to enter the depths of the mountain and scout out the mysteries behind the mountain's treasures. Venerable brother, do you know about the matter within the mountains? I heard that there was some extraordinary mountain treasure that made the archaic descendants go mad over them. Did you guys go look for them? The Golden Wolf Tribe's leader said to Shi Hao amiably as he tied up his unicorn. I've heard about it, but our chief won't let us go. To obtain those things, you need to be either an especially talented individual or a vicious beast. Otherwise, only death awaits. On the other side, Lei Yungkun took out a jar of spirit flowers and placed them into boiling water. Soon after, they became a fragrant perfume, overflowing with spiritual essence. He invited the villagers who were close to him in age to drink and converse with them. Comparatively speaking, the children were a bit purer. The two young maidens from the Heavenly Cloud Palace were chatting and laughing with the little guy. Sometimes, they pinched the little guy's tender cheeks because they felt that this child was too adorable. We've drank the rich, sweet milk of the snow-scaled leopard. When I was young, I drank a cup every single day, a young maiden said happily. And a beast's milk is really fragrant and very delicious. The little guy nodded as they unexpectedly started talking about milk. Little guy, what kind of milk do you like best? The two young maidens were identical. They were fine, exquisite, and pretty. From time to time, they would rub the little guy's shiny jet-black hair. Fire tiger, moon rhinoceros, dragon-horned elephant. If you mix these together into 100 beast milk, then it'd taste the best. Zishan Kun, Lei Minjuan and the others walked past here and rolled their eyes. What was this? They were unexpectedly talking about this stuff. Especially Jiao Peng, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was defeated and humiliated by a milk-feeding child. However now, under the assumption that this was a hidden clan under the protection of a deity, he could only be extremely angry. He did not dare to act imprudently. After 4 hours, the group of experts began to have some doubts. Stone Village was a bit odd. They've been repeatedly investigating, only to find that most of them did not understand the bone text at all. Shouldn't a hidden family be able to at least reflect that? Something's wrong. It shouldn't be possible that everyone is hiding right. Why can't the presence of an expert who has mastered the bone text be felt? There's a problem. It shouldn't be that we're scaring ourselves right. These people were sharp. If even the tiniest traces of evidence were placed before them, they would immediately find a trail or a loophole. Earlier, under their first impression, they were misled by various weird things. Only now did that end. After getting into contact with the people of Stone Village, they slowly detected abnormalities. They began to realize that it might have been possible that they were overly nervous and made a mistake. Many people's faces were starting to become unpleasant. Jiao Peng's lungs were about to burst. Zishan Kun, Lei Minjuan, and the other geniuses were also depressed, and those strong youths began to develop a downcast expression. All of them did not look well as they believed that they had been played. If this news got out, they would become a laughing stock. A few strong clans were almost scared by Stone Village. This would eventually become a fantastic story. Uncle Kang, I just found out this burnt willow tree had only appeared several tens of years ago. It can't possibly be a guardian deity from the ancient era. Also, after so many years, this willow tree had never talked with this village at all. I feel like it has already lost many of its powers as a guardian spirit. Jiao Peng's face was ugly as he clenched his teeth. Jiao Kang and the other could not hold out any longer. They made such a mistake under their first impression. Fortunately, no one did anything that would truly cause them to lose face, such as offering a sacrifice in front of the willow tree. The people from the Purple Mountain ranges were muttering as well and came to the same conclusion. Purple clouds were rising above Zishan Shu's head, and mist began to curl around his entire body like a great purple furnace. He was furious, but he did not explode and quickly restrained himself. Grandpa, they won't become angry, right? If they find this village unfavorable, then what would we do? The 2 young maidens from Heavenly Cloud Palace began to worry. The majority of them won't go far, an elderly man who held the snow feather said. When the sky darkened, these groups of people began to get a gist of what's going on. They knew they were wrong. This wasn't some hidden family, but it was certainly possible that they accidentally obtained the carcass of a Suan Nai. After this speculation came to light, not only the people from the Great Floating Pond, but even the Golden Wolf tribe began to tremble as they thought about what kind of powerful precious techniques this stone village could hold. Without a doubt, a Suan Nai's primitive symbols were extremely precious, and it was to the point that even a large clan would covet and envy it. An expert's precious techniques from an archaic descendant would usually be a family's strongest and most remarkable ability. For these types of things, the more the better. Moreover, under normal circumstances, a clan would only have one extremely strong precious technique with many other smaller abilities to assist that main technique. It was precisely because they were so rare that made them so precious. Wei, you wild children have been boasting too much. Talking about chasing a unicorn and killing a guardian spirit, you're not scared of lightning striking your tongue. Jiao Peng's face was terrible as he stared at Meng, the nasally kid, and the others. The villagers were astonished, especially the children. They felt waves of chilling air. How could they have a change of heart so quickly? As geniuses, they were certainly unruly, and ordinarily they were untamable. Jiao Peng had been holding out for so long. Now he wanted to take matters into his own hands. Jiao Kang did not stop him to see what kind of reaction Stone Village would have. The others watched with folded arms as they watched these course of events unfold. Big bro, why can't you see reason? The little guy walked forward and stretched out his little arms to block his path. He faced Zhao Peng before and knew how difficult he was to deal with. He feared that he might hurt Meng or the nasally kid. Zhao Peng was young, but right now he gloomily replied, "Reason. You're just a milk-feeding baby who doesn't understand that in this world, reason could only reach as far as where your fist could. Big bro, we stay away from worldly affairs and like peace. We do not want to have a conflict with you. Please don't be offended or get angry. If we had mistreated you, we will apologize." A child talking with milk on the corner of his mouth made some of the experts feel embarrassed. The elderly man from the heavenly cloud palace stood up and said, "Let it go. The people here are unsophisticated. Why make things difficult for them?" When he said these things, he looked towards the middle-aged man from the great floating pond, Jiao Kang, because he was needlessly polite towards Jiao Peng. However, everyone from Stone Village ate a suan nai and obtained a holy object, the precious bone. It made many of these experts' eyes green with envy. Many of them wanted it for themselves and had a hard time composing themselves. This village was playing with us. There were indeed things wrong here, the people from Golden Wolf tribe said. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a few chirping sounds echoed through. De Peng, Zio Qing, and Zai Yun, the three hatchlings all fluttered their wings and ran towards them. They were incredibly intelligent and rushed towards where the little guy stood. These few days, they constantly underwent transformations. After devouring the Suan Nai's flesh, to these devil birds whose blood vessels were strong, they obtained unimaginable benefits. De Peng's eyes became gold, and splendid stripes appeared on Zio Qing's wings. Zai Yun's purple scales became even more splendid. There was no need for explaining. After seeing those three hatchlings, they immediately understood that these were rare birds who had certainly inherited the true blood of an archaic devil bird. Additionally, they underwent some transformations, so they were even more precious. "These are my prey. None of you will steal them from me," Jiao Long said in an overbearing tone. He removed a precious bow from his back and directly pulled it fully to shoot an iron arrow. Jiao Kang from the great floating pond did not stop him. He only watched coldly from the sidelines. "Do you think it's yours just because you say it is?" Zai Shan Kun and Lei Minjuan also came and similarly took out their bows and considered those three hatchlings their prey. The group of experts were all amazed. These were three abnormal transformed hatchlings. If they grew up, they would be extremely powerful and would become incredibly powerful guardian creatures. "You can't hurt Zai Yun and the others." The little guy and the others became angry. His eyes lit up and stared at Jiao Peng and the others as he extended his little snow-white hands to block them. Chapter 37, Domineering. Although Jiao Peng and the others weren't that big, their eyes were extremely cold, strong, and decisive. He used his strength to arch his bow into a full moon armed with a cold iron arrow aimed straight towards those three hatchlings. Kai. A cold light whistled through the air with woo-woo sounds, and a strong gale that made sounds like the cries of a ghost threw itself at Zai Yun. He designated this bird as his prey, because it was the one that appeared to be the most mystical. Its entire body unexpectedly gave off a glistening and dazzling purple and golden luster. This made him want to capture it after injuring it with his arrows. With a kiang sound, the little guy threw himself in front of the attack. His snow-white hands slapped the iron arrow, causing it to stray from its trajectory. Everyone was shocked stiff. This little fellow's speed was simply too fast. With just a leap, he was able to intercept such a ferocious and powerful arrow. "Why are you being so fierce? Why do you want to hurt Zai Yun and the others?" Shi Hao was angry as his eyes widened. "Get out of the way," Zhao Peng shouted in a loud voice. His eyebrows stood up and aimed his arrows towards the little guy as he held a cold smile on his face. He was tyrannical and powerful, and it made Meng, Pai Hu, the nasally kid, and the others mad with fury. They've never met anyone so unreasonable. These three birds were raised by the villagers, yet he wanted to injure them and take them for himself. "Why won't you be reasonable?" Shi Dazhuang was angry. He lifted up 1,000 Jin cauldron and wanted to charge forward right away. "Big bro Dazhuang, back off," the little guy said, because he knew that aside from him, no one was capable of being Jiao Peng's opponent. "If you don't back off, then don't blame me for ruthlessly shooting my arrows," Jiao Peng said coldly and indifferently. His age and his expressions did not seem to match at all. "De Peng, Zai Yun, you guys go back." Shi Hao opened his mouth and told them to retreat in advance. He was afraid that they might be injured and protectively stood in front of them. "Not one of them will leave. These 3 vicious birds are my prey," Jiao Peng said coldly and once again drew his bow. He aimed his bow forward, and the cold radiance from the arrowheads assailed flickered as it permeated the air with a murderous aura. "Who?" The sound of wind whistled past. On the other side, Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan also began to take action as they were afraid of falling behind Jiao Peng. They charged towards the 3 hatchlings with their bows in hand, aiming to hunt them down. De Peng, Zio Qing, and Zai Yun all understood human nature. Apart from not being able to speak their language, their intelligence were not any bit inferior to humans. They already figured out what was happening in front of their eyes, causing them to be extremely angry. The little guy jumped up and stood in the way of these 2. He said in his soft and tender voice, "These are my partners. You cannot injure them." At that moment, Shi Linghu and the others were all alarmed, and a group of people rushed out in spitting anger. They considered these people guests before and never thought that they would actually be such tyrannical bullies. "This isn't too good, right?" The elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Palace spoke again to mediate the situation. "It's just a few angry children. Just let them have a fight to see who the #1 genius is. It's not a big deal." Some of them were trying to smooth things over, as they wanted the precious bones of the Suan Nai from Stone Village, but didn't have any excuse to do so. They wanted the situation to become a bit noisier. As for Jiao Kang from the Great Floating Pond, he was always cold and indifferent. He did not show any didn't move in to stop Jiao Peng. The Purple Mountain Clan and the Thunder Clan were also expressionless and had the detached views of bystanders. They all allowed their own children take actions while awaiting the results. "Good, since this is the children's problem, then let us simply spectate well and not take part in this." The elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Temple nodded and didn't add anything else. Although Shi Linghu and the others were in rage, after seeing the little guy wave his hand, they suppressed it. They understood that the situation in front of their eyes was critical, and that these were all frightening people. "Kai Kai." Jiao Peng suddenly armed his bow and shot out a string of dazzling cold arrows. All of them whistled viciously through the air towards those 3 birds. The little guy quickly stopped them, but it wasn't only Jiao Peng who took action. The other 2, Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan, also needed to be guarded against. In addition, Jiao Peng shot quite a few arrows, and it was difficult to stop all of them. Dang! Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The iron arrows landed on those 3 young birds' bodies, and keng-kiang noises sounded out, as if it were metal colliding against each other with extreme force. De Peng cried out and fluttered his wings with all his strength to smack the iron arrows. Although it had powerful scales for protection, it still sustained some injuries. Fresh blood spilt out and many green scales dropped to the ground. Kiang Kiang. The other 2 hatchlings were also struck by arrows. Zio Qing wailed as blood splashed out. Jiao Peng's strength was incredible. Although he was only 5 years old, his arms contained several thousand jin of force. The penetrative power of his arrows were terrifying. Although the 3 hatchlings were extraordinary in learning the bone text with Shi Hao, they were born only around 3 months ago. They were too immature and had great difficulties using the precious technique. The protection offered by their scales were far inferior to those of an adult green-scaled eagle's scales. Apart from Zai Yun, De Peng and Zio Qing were both injured. Their scales fell and blood splashed out. The little guy was extremely angry. He flew over and used his body to block in front of the 3 hatchlings as he stared toward Jiao Peng. "F*CK off!" Jiao Peng was domineering. His eyes were ice cold as he aimed his iron arrows straight at Shi Hao. He pulled his bow back all the way, aiming straight at his throat. The villagers were angry. The three hatchlings grew up in Stone Village and would eventually become members here. Unexpectedly, there were people brazen enough to run inside the village to hunt and steal them. It was truly intolerable. "Don't force me." To force the little guy to speak these words, anyone was able to see how angry he was. "So what if I force you?" Jiao Peng provoked. He lost a confrontation with his corporeal body before, and that made him feel quite unwell. He had decided to reveal his precious technique a long time ago. Zhu! A cold streak of radiance flew through the air as Jiao Peng released his bow, aiming straight at the little guy's throat. It was fast and terrifying as it whistled and ripped through the air. Bang! The little guy's movements were simple, yet they were steady and accurate. With a paw sound, he grabbed the cold and terrifying iron arrow. After exerting his own strength, the cold bristles flourished and the iron arrow flew back towards Jiao Peng. At the same time, he instantly leapt 20 meters as if he was a dragon and dove past. Although he was small, his strength was terrifyingly strong. The little guy took the initiative and attacked Jiao Peng. "I've waited for a long time already for this." Jiao Peng stood with his head held high. He had already lost once before, and it was now time to win it back. He threw away his bow and arrows and spread out his body like a strong and flexible demonic ape. He shifted his feet and moved 10 meters horizontally across the ground. Symbols flickered on both his arms before quickly shining and wrapping him in a layer of precious splendor, enshrouding him underneath. Uncivilized baby, living in the mountains, you have no idea how vast the heaven and earth in the outer world is. Right now I'll show you the power of the bone text. Jiao Peng's words were ice cold. After both his arms were completely shining, he began to feel confident in his own power and actively rushed towards the little guy. He wanted to oppress him with his absolute strength. As symbols flickers, his speed was shockingly fast. The little guy did not utter a word as he descended from midair in order to confront the enemy's killing technique. Multicolored light blossomed from within his body, and divine light gushed outwards. Heavenly and earthly powers were refined, and his fingers suddenly shined in a precious white. Pong! The two people's palms collided, and a huge sound rang out, and it was as if a landslide suddenly crashed down from a mountain peak. Jiao Peng groaned as he flew horizontally outwards. The webbing between his fingers split open, and fresh blood sprinkled out as his palm continuously spasmed. If not for the string of mysterious symbols on his arms shining at that crucial moment, causing two vicious flood dragons to wrap around his arms, his fingers would have most certainly been horrifyingly fractured. Putong! Jiao Peng flew outwards several tens of meters before dropping to the ground. He tumbled another few meters until he finally stopped and stabilized. Instantly, the entire scene was completely quiet. Even a pin drop could be here. Everyone stared blankly. No one had thought this type of result would occur. With just one exchange, Jiao Peng was blown back flying. Amazing divine strength. The elder from Heavenly Cloud Palace gasped in surprise. At the very least, in his age range, the little guy's corporeal body had long surpassed Jiao Peng and those other geniuses by an entire level. He could be praised as a heavenly gifted genius. Jiao Peng leapt to his feet and stood upright. His face was almost bleeding. This time he suffered a terrible tragedy, and it felt as if he had just been slapped on the face. His power level began to rise. Boom! A muffled noise echoed through, and the little guy kicked up that 1,000 cauldron with one foot and sent it flying towards Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan. As those two took advantage of their exchange to aim their bows towards those three hatchlings. The huge cauldron covered the sky. They were all stupefied. Was this truly a 4-year-old baby? He sent the huge 1,000 cauldron flying with one foot. Such a tyrannical strength, it really did not resemble his ordinary appearance as a white and tender baby. With a rumble, the copper cauldron flew over. Such deep, ferocious power was truly terrifying. The geniuses in this age range could easily lift a cauldron, but to use it as a weapon to hack horizontally and smash vertically, no one dared to do such a thing. The two geniuses quickly dodged, as they were afraid of being hit. If they were merely rubbed by it, then their bones would definitely break and their tendons would snap. Catcha. Finally, Zishan Kun's precious bow was snapped as the copper cauldron ferociously collided with it. It was very sudden, and he was afraid that he couldn't dodge, so he used his bow to block as he moved. Nothing happened to him, but his bow was snapped on the spot. "You two come." The little guy stared at two people as he berated. He then looked towards Jiao Peng, pointing at three people and said, "You three can come at me together." The group of people were dumbstruck. Experts from the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan, and the Great Floating Pond were all flabbergasted. Those were their clan's geniuses. They came to a wild mountain village and needed to work together against a milk-feeding baby. If Jiao Peng, Zishan Kun, and Lei Minjuan were geniuses, then what would you consider this child who wasn't even 4 years old yet? Chapter 38: A Confrontation of Precious Techniques. "To force me to actually use my precious technique," Jiao Peng muttered as blood congested, reddening and distorting his face. Being repeatedly suppressed irritated him, making it was simply unbearable. He was an untamable person and also a genius from a huge clan. His name was known in a vast circumference of over 50,000 li. To be defeated in a mountain village, it was truly too shameful and humiliating. Things had already reached such a point, so Shi Hao did not want to talk any further and only wanted to battle. "Jiao Peng, are you okay? You were knocked away several times and now you're in rage from being humiliated." Zishan Kun strode over. Although he was taunting Jiao Peng, he had a cold glint in his eyes as he stared towards the little guy. His precious bow was destroyed, making him feel rather uncomfortable. He was prepared to take action at any time. "You want to fight us three by yourself? You overestimate your abilities." Lei Minjuan stood at the side as he smiled coldly out of the corner of his mouth. "Just because your body is strong, it doesn't mean anything. In this world, precious techniques are the strongest things. Without the backing of divine abilities and only relying on your corporeal strength, how far can you go?" The little guy did not say anything and only stared at them. He then turned his head towards the group of experts and said towards the elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Palace, "I request grandfather to bear witness and judge who is strong and who is weak." Everyone was amazed. This little kid was truly clever and saw who was the strongest amongst them. He spoke towards the elderly man holding the snow feather and spoke in such a way to fairly administer and judge the fight. Buzz. This time, it was the little guy who took initiative. He first charged towards Zishan Kun, who held dense enmity towards him and reached out his hand. His fingers shined like a crystal of divine jade. "Good, let me try and have a taste of just how powerful your body is." He was known as a genius since he was young. Zishan Kun was always proud and arrogant. He sidestepped back a few steps to dodge Shi Hao's sharp strike. As the strength in his opponent's palm nearly faded, he ferociously brandished his palm to counterattack. Although he wanted to measure how strong the little guy's flesh was, he wasn't reckless. Seeing Jiao Peng suffer such a tragedy, he decided to use cheap tricks while fighting. However, the little guy did not have a fighting style. Growing up in the desolate lands, he did not learn any proper killing styles. He killed ferocious beasts and vicious birds using the most primitive methods. As his strength was fading, he lowered his entire body and kicked his right leg forward like lightning. Like a scorpion arming its tail, his attack was fast and powerful. Zishan Kun was shocked. This type of fighting style would only be learned after they grew up a bit. Their seniors have always told them that a style only set them on a path, and that a true fight to the death would have 1,000 variations. Life and death was decided in an instant. He rapidly dodged as that attack almost struck his skull. It continued sweeping towards his chest, and Zishan Kun used all his strength to block the attack with his palm. Boom! Like a fierce rhinoceros colliding against a cliff, a rumbling noise loudly sounded, sending rocks and sand into the air as dust and smoke filled the skis. Zishan Kunz felt an acute pain within his palm, as if something was fractured. If not for the ring on his thumb shining and mitigating some of that terrifying force, his arm would have most likely snapped off. Even like so, he flew backwards. Having been hit into the air by a single kick from Shi Hao, he flew back horizontally over 10 meters. Plop, he dropped to the ground. During this time, the little guy also flew out. However, it wasn't because he was retreating, but rather because he was moving by his own will. He rushed towards Lei Minjuan to once again violently strike with his fist. Wow, this doll-like baby was actually this strong. Those twin sisters were both watching the fight. They had clear eyes, long eyelashes, and a spirited nature. Their identically beautiful faces warmed the heart and delighted the eyes. After seeing those two other geniuses ferociously beaten flying by this little child, Lei Minjuan did not want to compete with just his body anymore. His eyes blazed brilliantly, and a black lightning surged around his body. A symbol appeared in his palm as lightning interweaved and surged outwards. The air was filled with the sounds of popping and banging. Sparks flew in all directions, creating turbulent electricity. A thick streak of black lightning charged frighteningly towards Shi Hao. The little guy was not scared in the slightest. He shook his right arm lightly, and symbols immediately flourished through his arms. Divine light filled his body, making him shine brilliantly like delicate gems all over. A loud boom sounded, and the little guy wasn't obstructed in the slightest. His right leg swept across and kicked out a large millstone towards Lei Yuanming. Ka-cha! Lei Minjuan snapped it with one palm. At this moment, the little guy arrived in front of him. He soared into the sky and stamped his feet down from the air. After a large bang, Lei Minjuan flew out. Although he crossed his arms to block, he was still struck by the heavy blow. The little guy could exert a godly strength of 8,000 jin with just his arms, and his legs were even stronger. Lei Minjuan looked as if he had been struck by a bull. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and both his arms shined and trembled as if they broke. Those must be the weakening symbols discovered by Lei Hu. Otherwise, both his arms would have been broken. People were genuinely shocked. In such a short time span, the little guy struck those three geniuses one after the other and held the upper hand. The experts of the three clans had ugly expressions on their faces. This was too hard to believe. Such a small mountain village had this kind of world-shaking genius that could have actually been called a heavenly gifted genius. Right now, not only was Jiao Peng's anger filled to the brim, Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan's faces also turned red with embarrassment. Their eyes shined with a cold glint as this made them lose a lot of face. They were unexpectedly knocked away flying with one foot. This was truly an embarrassment and a disgrace. Wang. Jiao Peng's gaze was ice cold. After watching for a while, he decided to take action and activate his precious technique with the intention of killing the little guy. In the middle of his palm, an ancient symbol appeared. It dazzled the air as its radiance was reflected in the sky. Hong, a vicious aura filled the air, and a gray-brown flood dragon took shape from within the symbol, charging towards the little guy. Shi Hao did not panic. He cut across the empty air with his right hand, causing silver splendor to sprinkle outwards. A disc-like moon emerged, and multicolored light reflected everywhere as it blocked in front of his body. The flood dragon was violent. Its water sacs were thick and thin, and its scales were dense as it brought with it an ancient power. It was as if it crossed over from ancient times to participate in this battle. Hong! The silver moon disk rotated in front of the little guy's body, and the essence energy between heaven and earth surged and accumulated into a vast ocean. As he rose from the middle of a vast ocean, he also grasped boundless divine power as he chopped towards the flood dragon. This was a confrontation of precious techniques. When the flood dragon collided with the silver moon, brilliant light flowed in all four directions and splashed outwards. This flood dragon danced across the heaven and earth as it raged up and down. One burning light after another surged out, snapping the trees and breaking the rocks within the vicinity. Catcha-catcha, the continuous sound of snaps and cracks sounded. With a bird's cry, the divine splendor of the silver moon flourished even more. A vicious bird flew out from the middle. Its image increased in size dramatically in just an instant, and like a cloud, it floated above the battlefield in the sky. Its violent killing aura shocked everyone. What, that is an archaic devil bird. Is it a heaven-swallowing sparrow or a green sky peng? Such a powerful, precious technique. The experts from the Golden Wolf tribe, the Great Floating Pool, and the other clans couldn't help but be amazed. Although Shi Hao only activated an incomplete technique, it still made other people aware of its terrifying aura. This was an extremely powerful, precious technique. If this technique evolved towards completion just a bit further, it would not be a bit inferior to the oppressing divine abilities of the Purple Mountain, Thunder Clan, and the Great Floating Pool. This was an ancient, precious technique coveted by all huge clans. Pub Future ads. Very quickly, everyone's gaze shifted towards those three hatchlings. Their eyes were blazing. If they had to guess, this precious technique definitely originated from those three mutated green-scaled eagles. An ancestral inheritance occurred. The archaic devil bird's strongest fragment appeared. A few people were keen on discovering where it originated from. Boom, that huge devil bird, not knowing whether it's a heaven-swallowing sparrow or a blue sky peng, dove down. With a pair of huge claws covered in drizzling mist, it grabbed the vicious flood dragon. With a bang sound, it used its strength and completely tore it apart. That gray, vicious flood dragon dissipated into light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the days after his baptism, the little guy's understanding and comprehension of the precious technique deepened, and that's how he rapidly increased the might of the precious technique to easily oppress Jiao Peng. At this moment, Zishan Kun, Lei Minjuan also took action and attacked intensely. Pooh! The archaic devil bee Erd flapped its wings and instantly covered the earth and shrouded the sky. Violent gales erupted everywhere and the terrifying aura spread. It dove towards Zishan Kun while covered in a mist. It appeared even more frightening since its body was barely visible. The little guy went on the offensive. He used the silver moon to protect his body and ordered the archaic devil bird to dive down and attack his enemies. Zishan Kun shouted loudly and his entire body shined. Purple mist soared to the sky and a purple sun flew out while rapidly enlarging. A purple flaming unicorn stood in the middle with its head held high, steaming in raging flames. Pong! The purple flaming unicorn was angry. It rushed towards the sky to meet the archaic devil bird in a head-on collision. Brilliant splendor emitted from between those two. Like two star systems colliding into one another, all four directions illuminated in a boundless white light. With a wail, that purple flaming unicorn trembled and retreated. The archaic devil bird dove toward it at the same time. Pooh, with one claw holding its head completely in place, it smashed it apart. Hong, purple flames overflowed the heavens as the flaming unicorn fell and became essence energy. Rays of light were released as it disappeared between the heaven and earth. Zishan Kun trembled, and with extreme speed, he used a precious technique to defend himself. The archaic devil bird flapped its wings and transformed into a demonic cloud. It filled the vast, empty skies and charged towards Lei Minjuan. The sound of wind whistled, and the little guy leapt 30 meters toward the retreating Jiao Peng. A silver moon suspended high in front of him as it shined down hundreds of thousands of rays of light. Ugh! Jiao Peng shouted loudly. His expression was of pure dread. He could no longer protect himself. The little guy tread down from the air as the silver moon sprinkled its radiance when the bone text was utilized. With a bang sound, Shi Hao kicked his chin. He tumbled out several revolutions until both his mouth and nose spurted out blood. The little guy landed on the floor, and his eyes were clear. He grabbed a several hundred jin millstone beside him and swatted the top of Jiao Peng's head. Ah! Jiao Peng cried miserably. Although his body was strong, he was about to be struck by such a huge millstone. His face held a bitter and unendurable expression as he could hardly believe the situation. Pooh, he spouted out a mouthful of foaming blood and then spat out 2 broken teeth. His entire face was in pain as he let out his blood-curdling screams. Chapter 39. The Strong and the Weak. The little guy controlled his strength and did not take Jiao Peng's life. Otherwise, the people of the great floating pond would definitely not take this matter lightly. Perhaps he might provoke a large tragedy in Stone Village. This was reality. To live in the middle of the desolate lands, apart from defending themselves from all kinds of desolate beasts, they sometimes had to lower their heads to prevent their clan from being exterminated. This was the first time Shi Hao thirsted for more power. Together, Lei Minjuan lightly shouted and began his attack. Zishan Kun also charged forward once again. The little guy threw away Jiao Peng like throwing away a broken jar. He used his precious technique and invited the other 2 to attack him. Rays of light burned brightly. Purple lightning emerged, and a vicious bird cried, starting the intense battle once more. Lei Minjuan extended his 10 fingers. In the middle of the glaring lightning, a vicious bird covered in black lightning flew out and attacked the little guy. Unfortunately, it was ineffective. Shi Hao activated his precious technique, and the archaic devil bird opened its terrifyingly huge mouth. To everyone's surprise, it swallowed that lightning bird whole and the technique crumbled. Everyone who saw this was alarmed. What an incredibly powerful precious technique. Zoo. Suddenly, a cold light sped toward the back of the little guy's head as quick as lightning. Jiao Peng was very firm and decisive. He crawled up from the ground and did not accept Shi Hao's kindness. He activated his precious technique again, and this time, the vicious flood dragon was transformed into a vicious arrow. He armed the arrow on his bow and aimed for a surprise attack. The light beams were shocking and the arrowhead was chilling. This made everyone in Stone Village cry out in fear as their faces paled. Ayaya! The 2 young maidens from Heavenly Cloud Palace also cried out in alarm. The little guy felt something was off and suddenly turned his entire body. His eyes were clear and pure. With a shake of his arm, flickering symbols appeared, and a second silver moon emerged. With one in each hand, he joined them together. Wang, the 2 silver moons combined into a spotless disk. The vicious flood dragon arrow shot through, and he lightly rotated the silver and shiny disk. Suddenly, catcha-catcha sounded, and he ground that vicious arrow into nothing. Everyone exposed their shocked expressions. The Heavenly Cloud Palace's elder lightly sighed and said, "So amazing, so young yet able to refine and combine precious techniques. Simply a heavenly gifted genius." This wasn't the first time he praised the little guy. The other experts also had no choice but to keep silent. In fact, whether it was the Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, or the Great Floating Pond, all of their main precious techniques had a huge reputation. Except, those 3 children did not fully utilize them, so they were defeated. Jiao Peng's expression paled. From the start until now, every time he fought this child, he was oppressed and never held the upper hand. It hit him really hard, and it was a huge blow to his self-confidence. "If you don't step down this time, you will take full responsibility of the consequence." Shi Hao said only this. Jiao Peng heard what was said, and his face whitened. However, his eyes immediately shone with a frightening light. With a fierce expression, he charged forward once again. The 3 geniuses combined their attacks against the little guy. This place was currently filled with ear-splitting thunder rumbles, unicorn howls, and vicious flood dragon roars. The archaic devil bird cried and beat both its wings. It covered the entire sky and casted a large shadow underneath. A vicious aura filled the air and made the people nervous and stifled. Its strength oppressed the flame unicorn, thunder bird, and the vicious flood dragon. Its vicious might was unrivaled, and it ruthlessly suppressed them. The archaic devil bird's killing intent overflowed into the heavens. That flood dragon was torn apart into 3 pieces, and the thunderbird was swallowed whole. That flame unicorn was smashed apart by both its wings. Pong! Jiao Peng, Zishan Kun, and Lei Minjuan were knocked away and sent flying. They all spouted out mouthfuls of blood as they tumbled through the ground while covered in smoke and dust. The experts were amazed. These were 3 geniuses that were unparalleled within a circumference of 50,000 li. Even after combining their attacks, they were still shocked that they were defeated by a baby from a mountain village. This was too shocking and hard to believe. This time, Zhao Peng, Zishan Kun, and Lei Minjuan were all angry and embarrassed at the same time. Normally, they would be known as geniuses. No matter where they went, they would be showered with praise. Right now, they lowered their head in shame and became tumbling piles of dust. This was hard to look at. Such a huge difference in strength made them want to go mad and loudly shout toward the sky. The little guy rushed forward and kicked Zhao Peng into a huge rock like a ball as soon as he came to his senses. Zhao Peng let out a wretched, blood-curdling scream like he never yelled before. Zishan Kun and Lei Yuaning wanted to retreat a long time ago, but they failed. The little guy chased after them and similarly kicked them twice in their mouths and noses. They rolled all over the ground, bleeding in pain. Finally, the little guy charged past and lifted both of them up. He lined them up and beat them with a millstone that he grabbed. Zishan Kun and Lei Minjuan were beaten until they cried. Although their bodies were strong, they were unable to withstand the torment of Shi Hao. They were limp, and their bodies were hurting all over. "You dare, if you treat me this way again, I'll massacre your stone village," Zhao Peng angrily rebuked. Seeing Shi Hao carrying a several hundred jin stone roller, he rushed towards him. Bang! The little guy did not even blink once, and immediately crushed his face with the millstone. Ow! Zhao Peng let out a cry that barely resembled that of a human's. His face was crooked and his nose was broken. This time, every teeth in his mouth broke from being smashed by that millstone. Not only himself, even the people watching felt as if they were hurt. The face of the middle-aged man, Jiao Kang, from the great floating pond twitched. He took a step forward and began to charge with great killing intent. "Junior brother Jiao Kang, what are you trying to do? Didn't you say earlier that these children were just angry at each other and they were to have a little fight with each other? The adults do not need to participate," the elder from the heavenly cloud palace said. "That's right, just a few kids having a little fight with each other. Why get angry over it?" The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe reconciled. This made others flabbergasted. Many people on this stage wanted to obtain the precious bones of the Suan Nai and looked at Stone Village unfavorably. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe was also very proactive. Why did he suddenly change his mind? "Child, your heavenly gift is amazingly rare, and you amazed everyone here. However, continuing to live on in this desolate land, you would eventually be left behind. Our Golden Wolf tribe is looking for a disciple, and we don't know whether or not you wish to join. When the time comes, I'll teach you the strongest bone texts and pass on our most powerful precious technique to you," said the head of the Golden Wolf tribe. Many people were startled and then lightly cursed. So cunning! Like this, he would obtain a genius and would also very peacefully be able to pocket the Suan Nai's precious bones for himself. "Little guy, come to our heavenly cloud temple. We'll bring you to look at the sea of snow and drink the most delicious milk." The two young maidens opened their mouth as little Shi Hao blinked. "I love drinking milk." The little guy blinked his large eyes as he said. Having heard that, the leader of the Golden Wolf tribe frowned. This kid is doing this on purpose and actually wanted to refuse them right. Although he looked simple-minded, his choice certainly wasn't bad. "Child, a master is very important. You must certainly make the correct choice of inheritance. We can control lightning, and we are able to turn into the embodiment of divine thunder. Would you be willing to consider joining us?" Even the old servant from the lightning clan started to talk. Even though their genius was already stepped all over, he still tried to persuade him. Everyone changed their expressions. Being able to take such an apprentice, take away the archaic devil bird's descendants, and also obtain the Suan Nai's precious bones was simply too great of a fortune. Therefore, the other powers started to persuade as well. "Little brother needs to leave these great desolate lands. You can't stuff yourself within the mountains your entire life. The outside world is so amazing, and our clan's strong, precious techniques will allow you to step into the heavens. Our clan has a mythical fire precious technique. If you master it, you can melt the mountains into a sea of fire and burn all your enemies within this world. Child, you should join our clan and maybe someday you can inherit from our ancient god, fire god's will. Not everyone was like this. Some people secretly sneered and said, "Everyone, stop being so artificial just for the sake of obtaining the precious bones of the Suan Nai. Why should we take away a child? Sooner or later, we will just kill him to get rid of an annoyance." The little guy stopped a long time ago. The other 3 children were helped up and brought back by their clansmen. They were badly battered and blood-stained, and they were angry and embarrassed as they lost face for their family. The expert from the great floating pool sneered and said, "Why be so pretentious? Our great floating pool just want to obtain the Suan Nai's precious bones. This village certainly cannot hide it forever." Indeed, a Suan Nai's bones certainly can't be guarded by a village. If we left it to them, their village would be exterminated. We could discuss how to handle this situation. Correct, let it be so. Also, 3 hatchlings of a devil bird is not something a small village can have. They should also be handed over. Many experts also joined him. They all completely ignored the people of Stone Village and did not ask for their permissions at all. Everything would be handled by the experts here to see who would get what. Everyone from Stone Village became furious after hearing this. This was simply too much. Just because they were weak, they were put into a position like this. They did not give them a single greeting or ask a single question. It was utter contempt. "Uncles, the Suan Nai's precious bone belonged to us. We paid the price for them with our lives and blood. De Peng, Zio Ching, and Zai Yun are also my partners." The little guy's eyes were clear, and his voice was crisp. He carefully picked his words and put the entire place into a state of silence. The 3 hatchlings leaned against his sides. Their eyes flashed intelligently. They rubbed their heads against his arms to show their intimacy. "If you don't want to be exterminated, you should hand them over. Whether it's those 3 birds or the Suan Nai's precious bones, they are not things that you can have," said an expert from a large clan. "Yours. After a while, Stone Village would cease to exist, and these objects would have no owners." Turning around slowly, the blood-stained Jiao Peng angrily said after wiping away his blood stains. "You are such bullies," the nasally kid sobbed. He understood the situation in front of his eyes as Stone Village could not keep these people away. A vicious aura emerged from Jiao Peng's body. He looked towards the flying flood dragon that was spiraling in the air and said, "Uncle Jiao, teach those wild children, especially that child with milk on the corner of his mouth. Grab his head, leave him with just 1 breath, and bring him to me." Ayoth. A muffled roar echoed. That flying flood dragon exposed his head from the sky and stared towards the children at the village entrance. Its gaze was awe-inspiring, and its killing intent filled the air. "You guys are bullying us way too much." Shi Dazhuang trembled angrily. "So what if we're bullying you? If you dare to talk back, we'll exterminate your village right away." Jiao Peng leapt up and sat on the back of the flying flood dragon as he stared down with his ice-cold expression toward the little guy. The middle-aged expert from Great Floating Pool, Jiao Kang, did not stop him. With his ice-cold face, he said, "Hand over the Suan Nai's precious bones and offer us your 3 bird. Otherwise, this village might not exist for much longer." This was a mountain village. Their customs were simple, but their village certainly did not lack a bloody nature. Shi Linghu and several others were angry and said, "We'd rather be broken jade than a complete roof tile. If you're truly forcing us into a bloody battle, then we'll fight down to our last drop of blood." They knew that even if they handed over the Suan Nai's precious bones, these experts would most likely exterminate them anyway. After all, the things they were doing were truly disgraceful, so no one wanted to give away anything. "Does your village really want to be massacred?" the Great Floating Pool's expert Jiao Kang coldly said. "Uncle Jiao, start right away. Shred these people for me." Zhao Peng sat on top and pointed toward where the little guy was. Willow deity, I know that you can certainly hear my words. We also know that you can protect us. Please guard this place. The little guy's eyes were clear as he lightly spoke towards the scorched willow tree. You truly want to pretend it's a deity spirit. Uncle Jiao, massacre this place for me and also snap that willow branch of their guardian spirit and give it to me. Zhao Peng shouted without any restraint. Zhao Kang did not speak a word as he coldly watched over everything. Who? The flying flood dragon started to move. Its huge body swooped down towards the stone village as it brought a violent gale with it. Grandpa Chief, stop them quick. The two identical young maidens were anxious and pleaded their own grandfather to help Stone Village. Don't rush, the elder from Heavenly Cloud Palace said lightly. Right now his heart was beating quickly and the hair on his back stood straight. Kai. Suddenly, a bright ray of light rushed forward. A dark green willow branch, as if it was sculpted out of divine jade, sparkling all over and emitted resplendent multicolored light as it pierced the sky. That flying flood dragon dove down with its mouth wide open. It intended to massacre Stone Village, however, it suddenly widened its eyes. It was startled to its limit and let out a terrifying screech. Ayo! Soon after, its cries were immediately silenced. A dark green willow branch, like a neat divine chain blazing in green multicolored light, pierced through its body. Chapter 40, Willow Deity. Unblackable. The tender emerald green willow branch emitted a multicolored green light. It looked incomparably soft, but when it pierced over, it seemed as tough as divine steel. Pooh, that flying flood dragon was nailed in the air, and its blood trickled down the otherworldly and mysterious tender branch. The flood dragon could no longer utter another sound, and every scale on its body immediately lost all of its former luster. Its fear reached the extreme, and it was quickly beginning to lose signs of life as it lightly shivered all over. What happened, Uncle Jiao? Zhao Peng shouted from the back of the vicious flood dragon in dread. This was a terrifying scene. The flood dragon was as thick as a water tank, and it stretched several tens of meters long. It was covered densely in scales, and on its back were a pair of wings. It was majestic and ferocious, however. It was still nailed in the air by the strange, tender branch and was unable to move an inch. How can this be? The experts cried out in alarm. Was this considered a guardian spirit of a mountain village? How could it be this dreadful? With just a single strike, it was able to pierce the body of such a powerful, vicious beast. Quickly save it, shouted Jiao Kang, the middle-aged man from the great floating pool. 10 shadows emerged from within the forest, their palms flickering with symbols. Suddenly, light beams shot toward the sky, covering the entire village. They wanted to kill the willow tree. The Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, and the Golden Wolf Tribe all shivered within their hearts. Great floating pools seemed to only have a few people on the surface, but a group of people secretly followed. They previously already made ample preparations. However, everything was too late. In just a split second, the thick flying flood dragon in midair had already lost its gaze and its 2 eyes. Its dazzling scales seemed to have aged 10,000 years and were beginning to split apart. Its body began to rapidly age and disintegrated as it fell down. This unforeseen event was too frightening. How could such a terrifying and mighty flood dragon turn to dust just like that as if it died of old age? Zhao Peng became terrified and fell onto the ground. He was really frightened. How powerful was this guardian spirit? He tumbled outwards and no longer held a shred of haughtiness. His face was deathly white as he trembled all over. The tender green branch had a drop of gray liquid on it, and the gray drop held an exuberant amount of life force as it lightly rolled around. This was extracted from within the flying flood dragon and was absorbed by the branch. From the flood dragon being penetrated to splitting into pieces and dropping to the ground, it was all completed within a split second. Those 10 experts who emerged from within the forest filled the skies with dancing rays of light and flickering symbols. Ancient and vicious birds took shape, and they all curled up in their dazzling lights as they attacked the scorched black willow tree. Zoo. The willow branch extended and transformed into a dark green chain. It quickly drew a beautiful, sparkling arc in the middle of the sky. However, the terrifying aftermath sent fear into everyone's hearts. Pooh. The willow branch streaked past and snapped an expert in half along the waist. It looked feeble, but it was undoubtedly a divine knife. It directly cut that individual in half as his blood gushed everywhere. What was that? Everyone was stunned. That was just the beginning. The experts who rushed forward began to enshroud the surroundings in sparkling light. The willow branch swayed with the wind as its multicolored green light blossomed. It streaked across the sky like a divine chain and hacked as if it was an immortal sword. One after another, the experts were either snapped into two pieces or cut into two parts. The attacks were absolutely dreadful. It was clearly just a willow branch, yet it streaked across the sky like the sharpest of swords, cutting everything in its path. Pooh, pooh. Blood blossomed and splashed everywhere. As the willow branch brandished quickly in the air, bodies dropped to the ground, and they were either split in half or broken. Blood bloomed like flowers, one after another. The sunset glow was cast on the horizon. It dyed the entire village in a golden splendor. During this sunset, on top of a scorched black willow, a willow branch swayed lusciously. However, the floor was filled with the bodies of the blood-stained dead. This unforgettable scene was permanently painted within every expert's head. In this way, all the experts from the great floating pool was killed in an instant without any suspense. All of the onlooking experts were cold all over from fear. Ugh. Jiao Peng let out a blood-curdling screech. He was frightened. A few carcasses landed on top of him as their blood sprayed all over his body and face. He was crying as he crawled and tumbled in an effort to escape. Jiao Kang's face paled. He had already lost all color from his face a long time ago. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and this insurmountable fear lingered within his mind. What a powerful guardian spirit. All the calm and composed experts from before all became dumbstruck. Just a few moments ago, they were looking at the people of Stone Village with utter contempt. They were discussing how to seize the Suan Nai's precious bones and take those 3 birds for themselves. Now, each and every one of them were staring in horror. Shi Jiao and a group of able-bodied villagers, as well as the children, women, and elders, were all at a loss for words. They stared stupidly at everything in disbelief. Absolutely mind-blowing. A single willow branch was able to pierce the heavens and the earth, killing and beheading all those experts. It made people shiver. For the last 10 years, the willow tree never made any attempts to communicate with the village or show any signs of abnormal behavior. Now, however, it brought about such a shocking scene, giving everyone a surreal feeling. Perhaps only the chief who isolated himself and the few people who had prior knowledge of this were not shocked. This was because over 10 years ago, during that flooding thunderstorm, they saw an even more terrifying scene. Wah! Jiao Peng finally crawled out of the pile of dead bodies and jumped towards Jiao Kang's side. He held his legs as he cried and shouted in fear. Only now was this peace disturbed. Those experts in shock gradually came back to their senses. They held reverence, yet they also held fear and did not dare face that willow tree. Jiao Kang was unwilling to give up, yet he was the one with the most fear. He stood at the village entrance and said, "Mighty guardian spirit, please excuse my ignorant and offensive behavior." As his voice just sounded, a gust of wind swept past. The willow branch swayed in the air as it brought about mists and vapors. It gradually descended downwards. With a poo sound, that willow branch pierced his right arm. Ugh! A miserable shriek echoed through the air. No matter how hard Jiao Kang struggled, it was useless. The divine light within his body rapidly vanished. His right arm was being absorbed, and then it began to crack. Pooh! It snapped off like rotten wood as it fell towards the floor. Jiao Peng howled miserably. He was right underneath Jiao Kang and was holding his legs as this dry and cracked arm smashed onto him. He looked up and saw a sparkling, tender branch. He immediately rolled his eyes back in fright and passed out. Jiao Kang smiled bitterly. Not only did he lose an arm, he also lost half of his cultivation. He was teetering on the verge of collapse and was incomparably bitter in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking highly of himself as he looked down at the villagers. He previously looked down on all of them with disdain, but it all changed in a flash. Never would he have thought that he could be crippled so easily, turning into a powerless man. The other two youths that were slightly older from the great floating pool walked forward to support Jiao Kang. The hands and hearts of these two geniuses were trembling. Everything they just saw would be forever imprinted within their hearts and would be difficult to forget within their entire lives. All the experts kept quiet in fear. Their hearts were still in terror. This guardian spirit was too frightening, as it sent a shiver down everyone's spines. Everyone from the Golden Wolf tribe, Lightning Clan, and Purple Mountain were all intimidated. They were just talking about how to punish Stone Village a moment ago to seize the Suin Nai's precious bones for themselves. But after this spectacle, they could only stand still in fright. Everyone was absolutely regretful. If they had known that this willow tree was this terrifying, even if they were demanded to hand over their treasured artifact, they wouldn't say anything against it. "Wei, didn't you guys want to steal our treasures? Just try it." The group of children were acting extremely indignant. After their mood recovered, they all started to rile up. Golden Wolf Tribe, Great Floating Pool, Lightning Clan, and Purple Mountain Clan, weren't you all acting high and mighty just now, completely looking down on us with disdain? How come you're all pale now? Meng said as he stared blankly. Furthermore, didn't several experts just now say that you massacre our village? The nasally kid clenched his fists as he brought up what they just talked about, rubbing salt on their wounds. The group of experts heard everything, and they all quivered. Their heads were about to explode. They looked towards that willow tree, afraid that it will begin to display its divine might once again. "Junior brother, we were just joking. None of it was real, don't hold it within your hearts." The group of experts shivered with cold sweat. They were all incredibly high and mighty, and they would never have cared about these villagers normally. They would be respected wherever they went, so why would they act differently in this kind of mountain village? However now, they had to summon up the courage and apologize to these villagers. "Elder brothers, can you overlook our mistakes this time? You would be rewarded if you let us go," the leader of the Golden Wolf tribe said as he looked towards Shi Linghu's group. "Kai." A streak of multicolored green light flashed past. The willow tree was on the move. That branch rapidly descended and pierced his shoulders. Half of the blood on his body dried up and an arm shriveled up and cracked as it dropped to the ground. Half of his body was crippled just like Jiao Kang. Afterwards, the willow branch quickly moved like a divine spear. It penetrated 7 to 8 experts in succession. These were people that either threatened or wanted to massacre Stone Village. Now, a large part of their strength and life force was absorbed by the willow branch. "You guys leave," Shi Linghu said. The group of experts trembled. This willow tree was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to deal with it unless they begged their clan heads to personally come. Otherwise, the experts here would simply be seeking death. The group rushed out of Stone Village. The Golden Wolf tribe's leader and the Great Floating Pool's Kang Jiao held a grieved smile on their faces. Zishan Hu's uncle, Thunder Clan's elder servant, were speechless. This time they were met with an absolute tragedy. Only the people from Heavenly Cloud Palace were unperturbed because they had absolutely no losses. The elder who led those two pretty young maidens squinted his eyes and didn't say much. The two young maidens blinked their large round eyes and looked towards Stone Village. They wanted to talk so much more, but they were stopped. The sunset glow had disappeared long ago, and the sky began to darken. Looking from afar, the willow tree from Stone Village was emitting hazy halos of light, enshrouding the entire village. "Our population is over 10 million and we hold vast amounts of territory. It treated us like this. Does it not fear that a great catastrophe might befall it?" From a distance of over 1 li away, a few people were extremely angry. We have to report this to our clan head and beg for him to come personally. Apart from the other stuff, the Suan Nai's precious bones and this guardian spirit is an opportunity that we can't miss." A few people were in complete anger. However, as soon as they spoke, although they were so far away, the guardian spirit also responded. A lush green willow branch shrouded in multicolored light extended out over 1 li away as it thrashed across. Pooh pooh. The angry people were immediately cut in half, as if they were split by the sharpest demonic knife. Their upper and lower bodies were completely separated, and blood began to gush out. All of the clan leaders were already wounded. The old servant from Lightning Clan and Zishan Hu's uncle both lost an arm as a warning. All the experts' heads became numb, and they didn't dare utter another word as they disappeared into the night. They held their shining precious artifacts, stuck close to the ground, and charged into the heart of the ancient forest. Chapter 41, Powerful Figures. Little Guy will be leaving. We'll see you another day. Under the night scene, a 5 to 6 meter long snow feather radiated a pure and holy white splendor, and a few figures stood on top of it. Those two fairy-like sisters were waving their delicate little hands. They were identical in appearance, and their skin shined like gems. Their large eyes were spirited as they bid their farewells towards Stone Village. The shining snow feather levitated 3 inches off the ground and quickly disappeared into the distant forest. They were the last departing group, and the sole group that left safe and sound. Goodbye, sisters. If you return, don't forget to bring some sweet beast milk from the snow-horned leopard and ancient frozen elephant, the little guy exhorted in his loud voice. Suddenly, laughter arose from within Stone Village. A group of children heckled and shouted, the 4-year-old sparrow chasing little Hao Hao who can't stop drinking milk. A large crisis was averted. Everyone's mood began to relax and began to laugh rowdily. The little guy's eyes were clear and his face was flushed red. He explained in a tiny voice, "I just wanted to have a little taste of the snow-horned leopard's milk. I heard it was quite unusual. You guys don't laugh. I don't really want to actually drink it." Shi Hao and the others walked forward and rubbed the little guy's hair and pinched his apple-like face. They all thought it was quite amusing. Stone Village began to calm down again, and the villagers' expressions gradually became serious. They held all kinds of offerings and stood in front of the willow tree, earnestly offering their gifts. Everybody was praying piously, and it resonated with the heavens and earths as strange powers began to arise. Everyone was startled, especially the few elders. They heard that when the first natives offered sacrifices to their gods, all kinds of strange and mysterious powers would arise. Never would they have thought that their pious ceremony today would also have such mysterious developments. Although it was quite weak, everyone still felt it. Moreover, the black medicine cauldron they inherited from their ancestors started shaking as well. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and even the first natives engraved on the cauldron became clear as they all began to flow with light. The only unfortunate fact was that they did not know how to utilize this mysterious power. The power from sacrificial ceremonies do exist, and they were incredible. If an entire country offers the sky to them, then what kind of power would be produced? A few elders' minds began to tighten and did not dare to think any further. This ceremony continued on for quite a while before it finished. The night was deep and the sky was dark. One lofty and majestic mountain peak after another towered above everything. All kinds of different roars echoed from within the ancient mountain ranges, shaking people's souls. Within the dark depths of the mountains, there was only one tranquil piece of land. From afar, one could only see a scorched black willow tree that only had one sparkling and tender branch. It emitted halos of light, covering all of Stone Village and isolating it from the outside world. This piece of peaceful and tranquil area became the only pure land within the mountain range. Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, the Great Floating Pool, and the Golden Wolf tribe utilized the entire night, and they were in such a hurry that they didn't make a stop even within little, lonely mountain town. They were truly terrified. That willow tree was too mysterious, and made their hearts trembled with incomparable fear. At this very moment, they only wanted to quickly return and leave this demonic ancient mountain range in fear of encountering another disaster. The scaled horses galloping was incredibly fast, especially the mutated one, the unicorn. Their entire bodies were covered in dense, glistening scales, and a single horn sat on top of their head. They were able to travel 10,000 li in a day. The Golden Wolf tribe was over 40,000 li away from the endless mountain range. These people needed to rest. They had been escaping with all of their might for 4 days, and the unicorns as well as the people all dropped to the ground in fatigue. At the end of the horizon, buildings started to come into view. The center of the tribe was covered by a huge golden canopy, and it was embroidered with a huge, majestic, and fierce wolf head. Putong. Just before arriving in front of the golden canopy, the few people atop the unicorn rolled down. The middle-aged man with one of his arms broken looked pale and immediately passed out. Batu, what happened to you guys? In the middle of the canopy embroidered with the golden wolf head, a tall and elderly man walked out. Strands of golden light flashed whenever he blinked, terrifying one's soul. He held the broken-armed man, and a symbol emerged from within his palm. Multicolored light shot out and entered his body. Ah! The cripple middle-aged man looked as if he just woke up from a nightmare and shouted, "Clan head, you must avenge me." Speak, what happened? We entered a weird village and discovered the precious bone of a Suan Nai. There was a thunder-stricken willow tree, and you people weren't able to resist at all. Many people were cut in half or pierced dead. After the Golden Wolf tribe's old clan head heard everything, he couldn't help but feel his emotions stirring. From his gut feeling, he knew that the guardian spirit must have been extremely powerful. It was certainly nothing a mountain village could possibly possess, and it definitely wasn't any inferior to their tribe's guardian spirit that overlooked 10 million people. Clan head, there are also some archaic devil birds' descendants there, as well as the Suan Nai's most precious imprints. We cannot miss this opportunity. The other people spoke out as well and begged the clan head with all their might. After contemplating for a long while, the lofty old clan head whose eyes shined in dim gold nodded. 2 golden flashes of lightning shot out from his eyes as he said, "An incredibly powerful guardian spirit appeared, so we must take a look no matter what. As extra precautions, I'll plead our wolf god to follow us on this journey." Everyone's hearts trembled, and then they exposed a cheerful expression. The clan head planned to plead their powerful guardian spirit for help, meaning that they no longer had anything to fear. That golden life form was truly terrifying, and it was revered by every single person within this tribe. Woo-woo. Not long after, a golden whirlwind rapidly approached this huge field. Similar affairs also went down within the other large tribes. This was a vast and boundless lake as dark blue as the ocean. Jiao Kang and the other returned and entered within a holy island. They reported everything and instilled rage within the tribe. They pleaded their ancient barbaric flood dragon to appear, and as a result, the entire lake shook with white tsunamis that reached the skies. Within another vast and aristocratic tribe, the population reached 10 million. Huge cities covered the lands one after the other, and they were extremely prosperous. In the middle of a grand and dignified ancient city, its black city walls rolled with a never-ending metallic sheen. The grand steel wall was situated within this flat plain, and it gave a feeling of oppression to all who laid their eyes upon it. A powerful guardian spirit. Within a palace at the center of the capital, an awe-inspiring voice sounded. A round sun illuminated the entire palace hall. Sitting within the palace hall was a supreme expert. He was vaguely visible as a purple light blazed around him. His aura was like the ocean, exerting pressure on every expert within the palace hall, forcing all of those before him to lower their heads. That day, within a circumference of 50,000 li, all the huge clan were shaken one after the other. As news regarding a powerful guardian spirit appeared, namely the thunder-stricken willow tree, it swept across the entire region like a great wave. News of the mountain treasure within the desolate mountains, the appearance of the precious bones of a Suan within Stone Village, and the mysterious guardian spirit shook all the experts' hearts. All of the tribe's strongest experts were unable to sit around any longer. We haven't moved in so many years. I think it's about time to take a look to see what kind of secrets that place holds. After several days, little lonely mountain town's peace was no longer peaceful. Some people saw the huge clan's lords personally come visit these lands, and all the powerful individuals who came in search of the mountain treasure were amazed. Catcha. Lightning interweaved as the head of the Lightning clan stood beside a mountain wall. Huge flashes of lightning interweaved around his entire body as he easily hacked off half of the mountain cliff. It was truly a sight to behold. So strange. Ordinary people are unable to notice anything, but the more powerful the individual who gazes upon that direction, the faster their heart would beat. This willow tree truly isn't simple. The Lightning clan head did not act rashly. His voice was like rolling thunder, and it shook the forest around him. All the ancient beasts quickly left the vicinity. After 4 hours, water vapors drifted around the area above the ancient forest's rivers. A low, muffled roar could be heard, and it sounded as if a vicious flood dragon descended into the world. All of a sudden, mist and fog rushed towards the heavens as a silhouette emerged. In the middle of the mist, its figure was very indistinct. Only a pair of bright and fiery eyes could be seen. It penetrated the mist, and its appearance was soul-crushing. From a distance, it overlooked Stone Village and lightly said, "Is it this the guardian spirit that killed many of our clan's experts?" After 2 days, a golden whirlwind passed through the ancient forest, terrifying many of the native vicious birds and fierce beasts into fleeing. The region was suddenly put in a deathly silence. A tall and dignified elder stood atop high ground and gazed towards Stone Village as he said to himself, an encounter with a lightning strike, and was still able to gain rebirth from its destruction. This willow must be truly terrifying. A golden wolf god stood beside him. It wasn't tall and only 5 meters long, and was far from the size of other wolves within the mountains. However, it was discharging a terrifying aura. Its body and its eyes flashed in gold. Symbols were vaguely visible, and it was extremely terrifying. Their arrival wasn't slow. After all, they were the strongest experts within their respective tribes. They lingered around outside of Stone Village as they carefully surveyed the area in preparation for the Great Storm. Chapter 42, The Great Wave. The endless mountain range was no longer tranquil as the various experts roamed about. Some of them were here for Stone Village's guardian spirit, while others wanted to investigate the mountain treasure. They came quickly and in bunches, so little lonely mountain town was packed with people. The head of each clan did not act blindly without thinking. They all felt that this willow tree was extremely mysterious and held a deep and immeasurable feeling. During these past few days, quite a few experts entered the depths of the mountain range. They wanted to see just what kind of divine object was worth fighting over for more than 2 years non-stop by these archaic descendants. The group of experts, made up of individuals from different tribes, combined to form an incredibly powerful army. They broke through the outer region, massacring all the fierce beasts in their way before entering the heart of the mountains. What kind of treasure do you think it is? To be able to hide for over 2 years without being found, could it possibly be a living creature? Woo, perhaps it could be a holy medicine that's capable of flight. The group was chatting amongst themselves, but they didn't neglect to make some preparations. They set out towards the mountains, and each of them had some sort of expectation. If they couldn't obtain the treasure, then even obtaining some sort of legendary medicine would make this trip worthwhile. Of course, if they were to see for themselves the carcasses of archaic descendants who fought to their deaths, their hearts would be much more anxious. Without a doubt, each and every one of those creatures was a priceless treasure. Ow! Suddenly, a dull roar echoed from within the heart of the ancient mountain range, shaking the entire mountain. Huge rocks tumbled down and crushed the towering trees. It was as if the mountain exploded. We didn't even enter that deeply yet. How can there be such a terrifying roar? Everyone was startled. Violent winds whistled past, swaying the ancient trees. A strong odor assaulted everyone's noses from within the forest, making them all feel disgusted. At the same time, a wave of frightening and fiendish aura assaulted them. Not good, the vicious beasts are moving about. Quickly get into the defensive formation. A golden-furred bear rushed out while running upright. It was over 10 meters tall, and a large horn stuck out between its brows as it rapidly arrived. Pooh! Although its body was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. Its speed was incredibly fast as it arrived. It slammed a palm into the ground before anyone was able to react. One unlucky person was directly squashed by the fan-like bear paw into a pile of meat. Kai. One of the experts activated his precious technique and attacked the single-horned golden-furred bear. Bone text spread out and flames blazed downwards toward the bear. However, this bear was not at all interested in fighting with them. It leapt up over 20 meters before disappearing far away in a flash. Not good, quickly run away. It's a beast flood. Everyone cried out in alarm. That bear was incredibly powerful and ran at the forefront. Behind it was a huge horde of other vicious beasts that flooded over like a vast expanse of darkness. Their hearts and bladders began to tremble. No wonder there was such a strong odor that previously assailed their nostrils. Frantic winds whistled past, and an enormous group of vicious beasts advanced. The ground was shaking, and many ancient trees were broken apart. Groups of huge beasts ran away violently, flattening the mountain ground. They ran from within the heart of the mountains in tight groups, and all of them were incredibly powerful. Mother *** Seeker, what happened? Why are there so many vicious beasts? Everyone ran without the slightest hesitation. Within such a large beast flood, even the clan lords would find it to escape. No one dared to face this head-on. Ow! Another thunderous roar echoed from within the depths of the mountains. Rubble flew into the sky, and mountain peaks began to vibrate. Huge mountain rocks incessantly tumbled down. An extremely terrifying situation was occurring. Heavens, an archaic descendant, that's a devil ape. Everyone turned around and shockingly discovered that a black ape king appeared. It was shrouded in a black mist that overflowed into the heavens, making him look like an unrivaled demon king. It stood upright in the sky and flapped its two large demonic wings as it looked down on everything. It was the ape king that was driving away this group of beasts. What shocked people even more was that this tyrannical archaic descendant had one of its arms snapped off, and it had only one arm left. Its eyes revealed a vicious light as it stared at this place. The group of experts escaped as fast as they could, yet they were still discovered in the end. The demonic ape flapped both its wings, and with a flash of black lightning, it stirred up a violent gale. Rubble began to tumble as it swooped down from the sky. The person running at the head of the group suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes lost all expression as blood began rushing out of his head. His skull flew away from his body, and that demonic ape opened its mouth to directly suck out all the brain tissue within his head. It did not stop there. Its body suddenly flashed in front of another person like black lightning. It was a speed that no one could react to. Pie. With a light flick of its fingers, another head flew off. It opened its mouth to suck the brain from within the skull, and it licked its scarlet lips before finally letting go. In the face of death, that person who had his brain emptied released a miserable howl that stopped spontaneously due to all of this happening way too quickly. Everyone was in absolute horror and couldn't help but scream for their lives. Their heads became numb with fright, and none of them could have ever imagined that they would meet an archaic descendant as soon as they entered the depths of the mountains. It was an enemy they absolutely could not attempt to fight with, and the only option was to run for their lives. However, this struggle was obviously infutile. The demonic ape began to flash about, leaving the place in a wretched state. Heads flew off of people's bodies nonstop as it basked in the pleasure of this delicacy. Ultimately, not a single person was left alive. Each and every one of these experts lost their lives in that place. If the people of Stone Village were here, they would recognize the creature right away. This was the archaic descendant that fought against the Suan back then. However, now, it was even more ferocious. The beast flood was astonishing as it destroyed huge portions of the forest. They converged into a great tsunami and rushed out of the mountains like a tempest. Not only were the villages within the vicinity nervous, even the experts who came from far away were apprehensive. They thought that something definitely happened within the depths of the mountains for so many beasts to be scared like this. From afar, a large black shadow emerged. It looked as if it was covering the entire mountain range, and countless vicious birds escaped from the mountains at their utmost speeds. Woo, what a terrifying beast flood. Originally, I thought this desolate and harsh land lacked spiritual essence, and it was improbable that an extraordinary creature would appear. I never could have thought there could be so many vicious creatures. Golden Wolf Tribe's clan head stood atop a mountain rock as he overlooked the beast flood. His brows were locked. A golden wolf deity stood beside him on the mountain summit, all high and mighty as they stared toward the distance. Yee, it's an archaic descendant that's driving away this group of beasts. The Golden Wolf Tribe's clan chief exposed a shocked expression and said to himself, "Such a powerful descendant, it seems like it's taking orders from something else." After he came to this conclusion, he was suddenly shocked. That was an archaic descendant. No one within a large distance from here could be its match, yet currently it was under the bidding of another. He understood vaguely that since the mountain depths were being forcefully evacuated, the mountain treasure must be coming into existence. At the same time, the Lightning Clan and the Great Floating Pool's most powerful individuals understood as well. They were the strongest within their respective clans, and although they controlled enormous tribes within their lands, currently, they could only let out a sigh. They knew that it was impossible for them to claim the mountain treasure, as they lacked the strength to seize it. After 4 hours, the beast flood dispersed into every corner of the outer forest. Also, this was merely the first beast flood. The weakest creatures were chased out. Clearly, there was a second wave. This huge land would no longer be in peace. The experts retreated back to Little Lonely Mountain Town as they felt that the situation was becoming more and more problematic. The scene at the mountain range was too terrifying, and it was impossible for them to even enter. Forget about the mountain treasure, they could not even obtain the carcass of a beast descendant. "AI, we came for nothing. I never thought the mountain range was this frightening. A powerful demonic ape was only in charge of driving away beasts, and this wasn't even the deepest region of the mountains. What kind of inconceivable thing do you think appeared within this endless mountain range? Perhaps a holy medicine, or a heavenly bone from ancient myths. I have no idea, but we wasted our time here today. I don't want to stick around any longer. I'm leaving tomorrow, otherwise I might just die here." Everyone became dispirited. Many tribes joined together to muster up this large force, yet the end result made everyone irreconcilable. Right, within this territory, didn't some of the strongest tribes come here to fight against some small village? What happened? I heard they suffered some major losses. Isn't there a disciple of the Golden Wolf Tribe and an expert from the Great Floating Pond here? Let them speak. Little Lonely Mountain Town was bustling. The foreigners almost reached the number of the native population. Golden Wolf Tribe, Lightning Clan, and large quantities of other experts entered and awaited orders. That village wasn't simple. It caused the strongest groups within this vast land to experience great losses. Are you bullshitting me? I don't think it's possible. The Golden Wolf Tribe and Great Floating Pool were both aristocratic groups. Don't they have the power to shake this boundless land? None of them could believe it, and they all revealed astonished expressions. A cold grunt echoed through, and an expert from the Golden Wolf Tribe came. He had an indifferent expression, and he spoke with ice-cold eyes. "That village is almost finished. They are going to be wiped from existence." He was extremely confident since the Golden Wolf deity from his tribe came with them. This was the strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li, and it had already lived for a long time. His clan lord might not be this area's #1 expert, but this golden wolf deity could certainly be the guardian spirit of any of their clans. All the experts were alarmed. Golden Wolf tribe is instilling such thunderous methods. How could the village possibly resist? Within the mountain range, kings of archaic descendants lived there. Our tribe has no methods of fighting over the mountain treasure. However, eradicating a village that does not know how high the heavens or how thick the earth is wouldn't take too much effort. A disciple from the great floating pool said in awe. Not long ago, they were met with a huge tragedy. Their leaders as well as Jiao Kang suffered great losses. The experts they dispatched were practically all exterminated, and this made their entire clan furious. This time, the strongest experts within their clan came personally, so how could they lack the strength to exterminate a simple village? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Right, we don't stand a chance for the mountain treasure, so we'll settle with getting revenge on that village. They obtained the precious carcass of a Suan Nai. How could a simple village possess such a holy creature? The people of Lightning Clan said. Zishan who arrived. At this moment, voices of shock swept through little lonely mountain town. A round purple sun covered the sky. It was 3 feet above the ground as it rushed straight past the front of little lonely mountain town, heading straight in the direction of Stone Village. Although he passed by instantly, the terrifying aura that followed behind made everyone shudder. Apart from the hidden family, Cloud Clan, that is to say the powers from the mysterious heavenly Cloud Palace, everyone knew that within a circumference of 50,000 li, Zishan Hu was the #1 expert. Even he came. Could it be he also wanted to eradicate this no-name village? The #1 expert came. If he took action, perhaps only the Lightning Clan, the Golden Wolf tribe's guardian spirit, and a few others could resist him. Heavens, it's actually Zishan Hu. Let's quickly take a look and see what he's going to do. The other experts were inspired because these utmost powers rarely went into action. Each time they did move out, however, a great tsunami would occur. Clan head made his move, and naturally it's to flatten that village. They offended our clan lord. A youngster from Purple Mountain Clan said proudly. If Zishan Hu made his move, who could fight him? If he truly went all out, that group would certainly be extinguished, said a few people as they sighed. They had experienced this long ago. In the past, Zishan Hu personally exterminated powerful tribes. Precisely at this moment, the people of Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pond, and the Golden Wolf tribe all seemed to be acting on some kind of order as they rushed into the forest. Soon after, Purple Mountain Clan's people started moving out as well. Several huge clans were actually moving in one direction. What was their target? Stone Village. They couldn't obtain the mountain treasure, so they left to exterminate that village. Someone said with a sigh. To actually go as far as to make several huge clans act against them, and even making the 4 clan lords come, this mountain village really isn't simple. Quite a few people were surprised. Purple Mountain, Great Floating Pool, Lightning Clan, and Golden Wolf tribes people moved out in an orderly fashion. This was a rare occurrence, and when people discussed it, they all became excited. This was truly a weather-shifting war. The land's #1 expert Zishan Hu, the #1 guardian spirit Golden Wolf deity, as well as several other clan lords of large tribes all came. This was truly going to be a fierce battle. Chapter 43, The 4 Great Experts. Little lonely mountain town was suddenly vacant. The strongest experts all left together, and everyone followed the 4 huge clans, experts out of the village to witness the upcoming large-scale battle. The forest was lush, and over the years, the leaves on the ground accumulated to over a foot thick. The ground was incredibly soft, and this didn't include the leaves that had decomposed into black soil ages ago. Otherwise, it would be even thicker. The mountain ground was fertile, and ancient trees reached the skis. Many fierce beasts lived within the mountains, but with so many people moving together, whether it be huge beasts or vicious birds, they all withdrew from fear due to the number of people flooding through. This is the village. There was still quite a bit of distance in between them. Yet the 4 huge tribes stopped roughly 2 or 3 li away and no longer moved forward. They scaled the cliffs, ascended onto high ground, and took advantageous positions as they overlooked that village. This common and simple village did not seem to contain a trace of abnormality. Stone houses built from mountain rocks had beast skins drying on them, and smoked meat hung nearby. Chickens and dogs moved about as elderly people basked in the sun while leaning against the walls. A group of children were running around each other for amusement. Is a village like this worth mustering such a large force over? In my opinion, a random horse running in this direction could flatten this entire village, said a person from the Golden Wolf tribe. This was a group of armored horsemen, and all of them rode on top of scaled horses while clad in shining armor. Their spears were sharp, and their swords were dazzling as they pointed forwards. They dare to offend our great floating pool's prestige, so they must be punished by death. This village must certainly be extinguished today. The group of young men clamored, and their expressions were cold. Jiao Kang lost an arm and became a cripple, so they had to avenge him. However, the 4 great clan heads ordered that no one was allowed to act blindly without thinking. They had to wait for upper command before moving out, and anyone that dared to act without permission would be severely punished. Looks like this village truly isn't simple. They made these groups of powerful people so careful and prudent. Yi, where are the 4 tribes leaders? Why aren't they here? What are they doing? The experts who followed along struck up a discussion, and they were closely observing everything. Stone Village was tranquil. In the courtyard at the front of the village, the little guy held a pot and was preparing to boil some beast milk. He was trying to be sneaky and looked toward the village entrance once in a while to avoid being discovered by the big kids. So sweet! On top of a campfire, beast milk began to boil within a jar. He opened his nostrils and closed his eyes halfway. His eyes held an intoxicated expression. Piling glang. Suddenly, the sound of bird wings flapping sounded. The little guy raised his head and showed an alarmed expression. How come there's so many birds? Could it be that there's another beast flood? He stood upright and left the courtyard before gazing towards the sky. He quickly discovered that something was strange. All kinds of flying beasts were scared off from the surrounding forests, and it looked like they all flew over 2 to 3 li away. Something's wrong. They're probably either vicious beasts or humans surrounding us right now. Shi Hao was quick and intelligent. He shouted out warnings to the other villagers right away. As a matter of fact, Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao both sensed it immediately as well. The villagers were simple-minded, but it didn't mean they weren't vigilant. To live in these vile, desolate lands for so long, they had to constantly hone their acute perception. It shouldn't be those bastards who came last time, right? Meng's dad shouted. On the hilltop, the 4 tribes' experts were all amazed. This village's reactions were too fast. The village was indeed quite abnormal. Ye, the chief came. The people of Golden Wolf tribe cried out in alarm. A bold and powerful elderly man appeared. Dim golden light shined inside his eyes, as if lightning was shooting out. The appearance of this incredibly powerful old man made it impossible for anyone to stand still. A golden wolf deity also stood at his side. It wasn't too tall, but it took long strides with its head held high as it looked down on everyone else. It had a domineering attitude that made everyone revere it. Golden splendor circulated all over this wolf's body, and it was more awe-inspiring than any human could ever be. Its golden eyes held a callous feeling as it swept through everyone, and anyone who saw it began to take a step back. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. It was even scarier than that old man. Everyone knew that this must be that so-called strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. Golden Wolf tribe, you people cannot hastily send out your troops. Please back off another li and wait for my command. After hearing these words, the bold and powerful old man disappeared into the forest like a streak of golden light. He quickly shortened the distance to a single li. Meanwhile, that guardian spirit stood on top of a mountain peak while staring down at Stone Village. At the same time, 3 supreme experts appeared at the same time from 3 different directions. They scaled the mountain cliffs and also began to survey Stone Village. Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, Purple Mountain Clan, and the Golden Wolf Tribe's clan lords had all arrived. They each occupied one direction, and they wanted to employ a lightning method to carry out the extermination. A huge wave of sound exploded like thunder. From the west, a large river snaked its way in from the mountain forest, and the Great Floating Pool's clan lord currently stood on top of it. His entire body was enshrouded in water vapors, and light radiated about him from head to toe. A huge, vicious flood dragon was beginning to take shape. This was caused by the activation of their blood essence, and he was trying to summon a huge flood dragon. Unexpectedly, it slowly struggled free out of his pack, and it was rather intimidating as it coiled around itself on the ground. He was using a precious technique, but his method seemed to be a bit strange. This flood dragon appeared from within his spine, and it rapidly expanded. It was 10 feet thick and over 2,000 feet long, and its terror overflowed the heavens. Gray mist curled around it, and huge flickering symbols appeared within the hollow sky. The vicious flood dragon roared, and the various lands around them all erupted into chaos. Boulders began to tumble down, and leaves began to madly flutter about. Ayo! With a roar, the gray, vicious flood dragon swooped down from the skis to initiate its powerful offense on Stone Village, and this was a mind-blowing type of attack. The body of the huge flood dragon covered the sky, and the thick gray mist surged forth as if it appeared from primal chaos. It hissed and spat out a huge, terrifying ray of light, shaking the mountain boulders below until they shattered. Outside of Stone Village, those mountain rocks and trees were long destroyed by this attack, and even the ground was cracked as a result. This vicious flood dragon was huge, and its terrifying attack shook everyone's hearts. What a powerful, precious technique. 2 to 3 li away, everyone was amazed. Their hair all stood upright, as this type of technique was simply too shocking. It really had the sufficient firepower to wipe out an entire tribe. That's not right. That village isn't affected at all. At the village entrance, the tender green branch of the willow tree was shining. It was emitted hazy halos of light to protect the village, blocking the vicious strike of the flood dragon. Afterwards, the branch quickly extended and rushed into the sky. It wanted to penetrate a hole out of that vicious flood dragon. Pong! Suddenly, a blazing and thunderous light shone from the north. Those were streaks of black lightning that struck down from atop a mountain summit, aiming to intercept the willow branch that stretched toward the sky. Lei Hu decided to make his move. When such a powerful emperor used all of his strength to activate his strongest precious technique, it appeared as if he had transformed into a thunder god. The spring comes upon a withered tree. I represent the thunder god to once again destroy you. This time, you will be thoroughly disintegrated. A huge voice was released, and it sounded like the rolling of thunder, shaking the entire area. All the experts covered their ears, as the penetrative force of this voice was simply too powerful, causing leaves to fly about frantically. He did not attack the trunk of the willow tree, but rather to intercept that slender branch. This black lightning danced wildly through the air and oppressed its surroundings. Even the heavens and the earth became dark, and the black light surged violently. Directly south, a wolf's howl resounded through the heaven and earth. The wolf deity howled towards the moon, and a veil of bright golden light covered the entire mountain peak. That guardian spirit was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Its back split apart, and a golden crack appeared. Its hairs moved apart as its howls shook the entire mountain. Unexpectedly, it was molting. After the golden hair split apart, an even brighter wolf deity appeared from within. Each hair on its body looked as if it was casted out of gold. Yeah, that golden wolf is indeed terrifying. No wonder it was known as the most powerful guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. It already obtained a new body and shed its old skin, refining it into a precious artifact. Everyone was startled. Ordinarily, this golden wolf would wait patiently and continued to wear its old skin on its body. But today, it exposed its real body and its real strength. Multicolored golden light flourished intensely. That wolf's skin rapidly expanded and became lifelike. It was as if a second wolf deity was alive, and it even had teeth as it flickered in cold light. Clearly, this guardian spirit was very thorough when it shed its skin. The skin it shed was completely intact, which made this treasured artifact very rare and powerful. Ow! The wolf deity released a long howl that moved the heavens and the earth. The treasured artifact that the wolf shed began to send out immeasurable amounts of light, dyeing the heaven and earth in gold. It charged towards Stone Village to attack that willow tree. Everyone was shaking in fear. It was deserving of its title as the strongest guardian spirit within a circumference of 50,000 li. This type of might was simply dreadful, and everyone felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. The wolf deity that was transformed from the golden wolf skin pounced directly towards the thick black trunk of the willow tree to pull it from its roots. Golden light began to submerge the village. Hung. Purple clouds came from the east. These thick, drizzling purple clouds covered the entire forest. Its terrifying might flowed into the heavens, and the #1 expert, Shi Hao, also began to make his move. Chapter 44, Shocking. Purple clouds gathered, and like a vast body of water, it exerted pressure over the sky as it covered the entire valley. The clouds were majestic and boundless, and it was so oppressing that the onlookers felt their souls shudder. The clouds and mist transformed into a purple-colored giant, and the giant stamped down with one of its feet before heading towards the thick willow tree. It seemed to carry a divine power of the heaven and earth, as if heaven itself decided to take action. This kind of scene and atmosphere stunned everyone. Shi Hao was indeed exceptional. His reputation was not in vain, and with that single foot alone, a tribe could have been completely destroyed. No wonder there was a rumor that whenever Shi Hao decided to undertake a task, several enormous tribes would completely disappear. This method frightened everyone, and it was indeed a divine power that was hard to resist against. Stone Village was in a state of crisis. The willow tree was under joint attacks of 4 powerful supreme experts, and from top to bottom, each and every attack were astonishingly powerful. The willow branch did not change its trajectory, and continued to advance upward like before, to face the attack of the great floating pools clan lord. That creature in the sky was a vicious flood dragon over 2,000 feet long. It filled the western sky as it emitted powerful multicolored rays of light. Its offensive power was terrifying, and it caused many of the mountains and forest stones to disintegrate into fine powder. Kai. The green tender willow branch was able to overcome any obstacles in its way, and to everyone's surprise, it directly pierced through the forehead of that vicious flood dragon. It pierced all the way through, and like a divine chain with the might of heaven, it swept away everything in its path. The flood dragon was too large. Although it was penetrated thoroughly, causing its divine essence quickly dissipated, it was still making threatening gestures. It flew between the sky and the earth as it spat out multicolored light to attack downwards. That terrifying attack struck Stone Village from all 4 sides. Rocks flew, mountains disappeared, and the great earth cracked. Zoo. The tender branch swayed back and forth as it emitted bright rays of light. The dark green branch wriggled around like a dragon before rapidly twisting itself around the neck of the vicious flood dragon. Then, with a fierce pull, the head of this flood dragon dropped straight towards the ground. From afar, the great floating pools clan lord who stood in front of the river in the forest spat of a mouthful of blood. Both his eyes emitted rays of light as he expressed his astonishment. He knew that the precious technique that contained his divine essence had been broken, and a split second later, it became that willow tree's tonic. That vicious flood dragon was shriveling at a visible rate as its divine essence was being sucked dry by the green tender branch, dispersing its divine light. Meanwhile, the willow branch was met with an attack from the north. Over 10 lightning strikes arrived, and the black lightning danced violently in an attempt to intercept the alluring emerald green branch. Could it resist such an attack? No matter how you look at it, this tender and sparkling branch seemed weak and soft, while the lightning seemed so crazy and violent. The dark lightning interweaved, and even if it was fine metal, it would still be blasted into dust. Everyone held their breath. Thunder and lightning were some of the strongest forces between heaven and earth, and in particular, this willow tree was met with a similar attack before. It was burnt black previously, which meant that it was vulnerable to lightning. Confronted with this type of attack again, would it be able to survive? "By my name, I'll destroy you," Thunder God howled loudly and magnificently. The mountains resonated, and the earth trembled. However, an unexpectedly shocking event occurred. The thunder covering the sky surged forth and submerged the willow branch within it. Despite that, it seemed greener and more replenished than before, almost to the point that fresh dew was about to drip out. Everyone was overwhelmed with amazement. Lei Hu was tongue-tied, and it was the first time in First's entire life that he lost his confidence. The willow branch swayed back and forth and sent out green ripples. The thunder and lightning was absorbed completely and disappeared from the sky. All this happened within a split second, causing everyone's mouth to be agape and speechless. Kai. Specks of green light rippled outwards. The willow branch gently swayed and drew a beautiful arc before extending towards the large river to the east. There was a figure standing there. He was shrouded by hazy water vapor and emitted a formidable aura. This was precisely Great Floating Pool's clan lord. They were over 1 li apart, however. The willow branch arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that no one could react to it. Whoa! The tender branch slammed down with all its might. And Great Floating Pool's clan lord shouted out. At the extent of his resistance, he managed to bring out a beast bone. That beast bone was an extremely powerful precious artifact that acted as a substitute while his real body rapidly ran away. The entire region was brilliant and dazzling. Both the forest and the river reflected a brilliant light. However, this powerful precious artifact was not able to block the attack. With a poo sound, the tender branch smashed it apart into powder. Symbols immediately disappeared, and its essence was absorbed into the green branch. "Ah, no!" Great Floating Pool's clan lord shouted in dismay. Although he fled quickly, it was too late. The willow branch that descended from high in the sky was sharper than an immortal sword. With a light stroke, it cut him into 2 pieces, causing its corpse to land in his own blood. Afterwards, essence began to boil and the man seemed to have aged 10,000 years. His flesh began to dry and crack apart as the corpse lost all of its divine powers. At this moment, everyone there became absolutely terrified and kept quiet out of fear. The faces of the people from the Great Floating Pool all paled to the limit. Not long ago, they were still talking big. If their clan lord came, then a simple village would be completely flattened to avenge Jiao Kang. Now, however, the results were simply cruel and frightening. Great Floating Pool's most powerful expert, the clan lord, was directly chopped into 2, and his blood spilt everywhere as he dropped straight to the ground. Clan lord, many people were grieving. At this moment, countless people's hair began to stand up, and their scalps began to numb. This willow tree was too frightening, and it simply wasn't an enemy they could face. "Clan lord, run away!" Lightning Clan's people cried out in alarm as they warned Lei Hu. Because the tender branch was emitting specks of divine light, it turned around and changed its direction towards the north to attack Lei Hu. In reality, Lei Hu discovered that something was off long ago. He reacted immediately and took out his precious artifact to draw out the power of thunder and lightning. He elevated 3 feet off the ground as he prepared to escape into the distance. However, the willow branch's speed was too fast. Like a green beam of light, it swept across the northwest direction until it arrived. With a ziu sound, the mountain where Lei Hu stood was cut off like a hot knife through butter. It still did not stay still, and within a breath's time, it sculpted upwards towards Lei Hu's back with the intention of penetrating his heart. "Open for me." Lei Hu shouted out loudly. Every hair on his body stood up, and rays of electricity shot out everywhere as he was enveloped in a sphere of glaring lightning. He released incredibly large amounts of electricity and collapsed that mountain. The willow branch stopped at this moment and did not pierce his body, but instead absorbed the electric light. Then, it suddenly curled around Lei Hu and hung him on the branch before returning back to Stone Village. To many people's surprise, the powerful Lei Hu was captured just like that. The willow tree did not kill him, but instead brought him back. Lei Hu hissed and continuously tried to struggle free. His precious artifact emitted light and resonated as he wanted to snap the willow branch apart. However, everything he did was futile, as it didn't harm the branch at all. The willow tree pleasingly absorbed all the electricity he released. Everyone was astonished and figured out what the willow tree wanted to do. It wanted Lei Hu to continuously use his precious technique to constantly shoot out lightning so that it could absorb everything. Being reborn from within its destruction, it was unexpectedly nourished from the lightning. Everyone was scared stiff. This willow tree was too demonic and could not be measured by common sense. The 4 huge clans attacking it together like this, yet it was still such a fatal miscalculation. Lei Hu was hung from the willow tree at the village entrance as he continuously struggled, but his strength was gradually weakening. It did not look like he could live much longer. Everyone trembled. This was the magnificent Lei Hu, one of the 2 clan lords of an aristocratic territory, yet he became a prisoner just this. It was truly inconceivable. The things that happened today were destined to spread throughout the land. The name of Stone Village would shake the world. It was just a guardian spirit that looked as if it was on the verge of death, scorched black all over, yet it was so terrible. It killed one and hung the other. Those were 2 of the 4 huge clan lords. It truly held a world-shocking divine power. Lightning Clan's people expression were ugly to the extreme. Their majestic clan lord that commanded everything and taken control of countless territories had actually been taken prisoner. Not long ago, the experts from their clan were still talking about how effortless it would be to get rid of Stone Village, and how the Suan Nai's precious bones as well everything else in the village would be theirs. The things that happened now wasn't just a slap on their face, this was peeling off their skin. Their clan lord was going to die. Everything happened within a spark's time. One clan lord was killed right away, and another was taken prisoner. The attacks from the other 2 directions just barely started. That golden wolf skin precious artifact and the genuine wolf god weren't too different from each other. Their entire bodies looked as if they were casted from metal. They pounced right in front of the willow tree and used their huge claws to dig away the soil and the rocks in order to uproot the tree. However, after the surface barely exposed a root, the wolf god immediately became horrified. The root rushed out like a dragon and constricted it right away before dragging it through a crack in the ground. Aluo. The golden wolf god let out a long wail. Each and every strand of dazzling hair stood up from its body, and they emitted brilliant light as it struggled violently. It grabbed toward the root using both its claws with all its might. Catcha. What shocked people was that those huge, sharp golden claws were directly snapped apart into 3 pieces by the root. With a brush of its roots, soil and rocks flew up, submerging everything within. Everyone stared blankly and were stupefied. Such a powerful, precious artifact, practically identical to the personal strength of the wolf god, was immediately destroyed. Before the sandy soil completely covered up, the people discovered that the golden wolf's skin began to rot and break down into fertilizer. This powerful, precious artifact, the skin of the #1 guardian beast within 50,000 li, could only become fertilizer. Everyone present was terrified. The faces of everyone from the Golden Wolf tribe lost their color. That was their supreme wolf god with the reputation of being this land's #1 guardian spirit, and it was oppressed just like that. They remembered what they said not long ago, to ride their horses over and flatten this land. Now, those words seemed like a joke. With this willow tree here on this huge piece of land, who else would dare be called the #1 guardian spirit? Hunglung. In midair, a huge purple foot descended and treaded toward the willow tree. That was Shi Hao's attack. He was the #1 expert in this piece of land, and this attack could be said to shock even the heavens. The willow branch coiled around Lei Hu and swayed with the wind. It then lifted up its most tender part, the tip of the branch, and lightly flicked. Suddenly, a green whirlpool appeared that gradually grew in size until it created a hurricane. This scene was absolutely astonishing. All the experts who looked at this became stupefied. This change was all too sudden. It was just a tender bud flicking lightly, yet it created this dreadful force of nature. This was the first time the willow branch employed another attack. It saw Shi Hao was out of the ordinary, and that he deserved his reputation as the #1 expert. Pong! That green whirlpool expanded and connected the earth and the sky. It was lofty and imposing as it shook everything in all 4 directions. Like a violent mountain torrent, it struck the sky. Rumbling sounds followed, shaking all the experts until they collapsed and choked. That big purple foot was pulled into the middle of the whirlpool, and then the entire huge purple giant toppled over with a rumble. Its entirety collapsed within the hurricane and was torn apart. Now the scene only contained shock and dismay. Chapter 45, Omen. The willow tree was far more powerful than anyone could have imagined. The green whirlpool reached the skis and ripped everything apart. That huge purple giant was obliterated into fine powder. The clan lord of the great floating pool met his death. Lei, who was taken prisoner. The golden wolf's precious skin artifact was destroyed, and the collapse of Shi Hao's giant all happened in an instant. Ow! During the course of these events, the wolf god's reaction was quick. When the clan lord of the great floating pool was killed, it turned around and fled, leaving behind a golden trail. A wolf's nature was cunning. It immediately felt that something was wrong. Its golden body collided against mountains and destroyed forests, and its speed reached its peak as it charged into the dense forest. In reality, when it activated the golden wolf's skin to attack, it had already become a golden light beam as it fled into the ancient mountain range. Known as the #1 guardian spirit in a circumference of 50,000 li, its instincts and perception were both extremely strong. Right now, however, it did not hold a tyrannical aura and instead only had fear. It did not dare to stop for even a moment. Although the strength of the old man from the Golden Wolf tribe was powerful and controlled a lot of territory, in the end he was still no match for the wolf god. His reactions were slightly slower. As soon as he snapped back to reality, he hurriedly tried to escape. Release the arrows. At the same time, he gave the orders for the experts of his tribe to stop and buy him time. At just that moment, 10,000 arrows flew up, and the sound of air cracking continuously rang out. The dense sheet of iron arrows flew together in the direction of Stone Village. However, this act was absolutely useless. The green whirlpool expanded and distorted the trajectories all the flying arrows. They were snapped and broken one after another. This spectacle shocked and stunned everyone in place. It was too terrifying. This willow tree was absolutely too powerful. How could anything oppose it? Whoa! The hurricane whistled like the howl of an archaic descendant, trembling the entire mountain range. The Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord screamed out as his body involuntarily flew into the eye of the storm. No, he cried out in horror. If he were to enter inside, his death would be certain. Even with his immense powers, he could not possibly defend against the attacks of the willow tree. Shua. An incredibly shocking streak of golden light rushed forth and fluctuated like the rising tides. This sun-like ray of splendid light made everyone shudder as it hacked towards the hurricane. Ancestral artifact. The clan lord brought the ancestral artifact. Everyone from the Golden Wolf tribe cried out in shock and became excited. They awaited the destruction of the hurricane and the death of that willow tree. However, right as they began to get excited, everything changed. When the golden light beam met the green whirlpool, the Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord lost control. The light began to darken and was expelled out. Golden Wolf tribe's clan lord let out a huge scream. His own body was being torn apart and his blood began to float outwards. He became a muddled pile of blood within the hurricane and ceased to exist. Everyone was terrified, and they all felt waves of dread. Puh. The ancestral artifact that escaped landed in front of the people from the Golden Wolf tribe. This was a dagger over a foot long, and a golden shine flowed from its tip to its shaft. After encountering the green whirlpool, the symbols on the dagger dimmed, but it still managed to finally escape. If one examined carefully, one would discover that it was polished from a golden beast tooth that held a mysterious and terrifying strength. All the experts from the Golden Wolf tribe began to tremble. An elder shuddered as he cupped the artifact in his hand, and his heart began to bleed. Never could he have imagined that even this wasn't enough to defeat the willow tree. This wasn't a tooth dropped by their guardian spirit. This was an artifact that came from an ancient country. In the past, before the Golden Wolf tribe migrated, they had to present tribute to an ancient country each year. Their ancestors offered their great services to them and also bestowed their tribe with a precious artifact, the wolf tooth dagger. At that time, the Golden Wolf tribe was extremely powerful and incomparably glorious. Later on, it began to decline, and after many years, a branch of the original tribe migrated here to form the tribe here today. This precious artifact fell into their branch's hands. The wolf tooth dagger was a tooth dropped by the ancient country's guardian spirit. Although the innate divine essence was extracted by the ancient country, after being transformed into precious artifact, its might was still beyond comprehension. However, it unexpectedly faced the tragedy of meeting this willow tree, and so it ran away with only a dim luster remaining. Zishan, who ran away too. Only at this moment did the people discover that the reputed #1 expert within a circumference of 50,000 li had long transformed into a purple sun and fled into the ancient mountains while sticking close to the ground. He fled at the same moment the Golden Wolf did, and he left a precious artifact where he originally stood. It emitted multicolored light that condensed into a human body to become his scapegoat. In the end, there was only one willow branch, so after sweeping in all 4 directions, it only had enough time to pursue and destroy the precious artifact. It withdrew its divine essence and did not chase after the #1 expert. The hurricane that reached the sky began to rapidly shrink and disappear, returning tranquility back to the area. The 4 experts' attacks were all fruitless, thus, everybody there felt deep dread. Silence spread throughout the 4 huge clans. They mustered up their forces to come here, but in the end, only one clan lord managed to escape. The rest were either killed or taken prisoner. This slap on their faces was too loud and clear. They believed that since they had control of this great land, no one could resist them. Each time they moved out, they would gather all the tribes. The reason for their arrival this time was to flatten Stone Village, however, this was the final result. Looking back, their powerful extermination operation was simply a joke. In front of this terrifying willow tree, they really were insignificant. Right now, the 4 huge tribes were scared, afraid, and angry. Their emotions were complex, as their clan lords were killed. This sort of disgrace made them indignant yet fearful as they clenched their fists. "My father cannot die like this for nothing. I need an explanation." One of the majestic youths of the Golden Wolf tribe roared. His eyes were like a wolf's, flashing with violent radiance. "Little clan lord, calm down. We have no way of resisting against this demonic willow. No matter how many people we send, it will all be for naught. Even the clan lord has perished. Wolf Tooth Dagger fell here, but the demonic willow did not pursue and attack here. I speculate it could only stretch out over 1 li and not any further," said the youth in a cold voice. His eyes swiveled and he prepared to dispatch his army. After saying this, everyone became startled. Bang! At this moment, Lei Hu, who was hung on the willow tree, finally exhausted all of his divine essence. He had difficulty activating his thunder again, and his entire body dried up before falling to the ground like a broken teapot, cracking into pieces. Ugh! Within the Lightning Clan, many people were letting out long cries. They were angry and mournful. The eyes of Lei, whose hair were completely red. He wanted to start a huge battle with everything on the line. Our great floating pool would not back off easily as well. Since it can't attack here easily, let's cook Stone Village from afar and start a massacre, shouted a few people from the Jiao clan. Their clan lord died here, so their animosity was too great to hold back. Only Purple Mountain clan did not show any expression, because Zishan who had fled. Back off, let's try an attack. Great Floating Pool, Golden Wolf Tribe, and Lightning Clan all backed over 5 li. They left some people at the original location. They armed their huge bows and shot out one arrow after another towards Stone Village. These archers' arm strengths were incredibly strong. Accurately and steadily, they concentrated all of their firepower on Stone Village. Sure enough, their distance was far enough. The willow branch did not start any of its attacks. Only a layer of light shrouded the entire village, breaking all the arrows on impact and preventing them from entering. A huge fire ignited outside the village. However, the raging flames were unable to extend into the village. It's useless. Everyone sighed, and at the same time were afraid. Siege here, the villagers here cannot leave. If they can't hunt, sooner or later they will starve. Golden Wolf Tribe's little clan lord fiercely shouted. Little clan lord, let's just back off. Otherwise, a clan extermination calamity will occur, some people urged. In actuality, all the experts of the 4 huge clans still had some lingering fears. The vast majority of them wanted to escape right away and did not want to stay here for another second. However, the clan lord's heirs and the other authoritative personnel only had blood within their eyes, losing all reason. They wanted to take revenge no matter what. Our great floating pool will never cower. We will certainly avenge our brethren, siege this place and starve those people to death, roared the clan lord's younger brother. Jiao clan's people had a huge fear within their hearts. Some unwilling people were opposed to this. You know that death is certain, so why fight? We can't do this. That's your brother, so you take revenge. We don't want to give up our lives for nothing. What did you say? Our clan lord just died and you guys don't want to take revenge and instead want to run away. Are you still men of the Great Floating Pool? Suddenly, the Great Floating Pool almost rebelled and started a revolution. The same thing was happening within the Lightning Clan and the Golden Wolf Tribe. No one wished to throw away their lives, and they all wanted to get as far away from that demonic willow tree as they could. In the end, some people ran away while others obediently surrounded Stone Village, preparing to sever them from any food source. Who? That Golden Wolf god rushed back and directly returned in front of the Golden Wolf Tribe's little clan lord. He sent him flying with a slap, and afterwards, it put the precious artifact, wolf tooth dagger, into his mouth before turning around and fleeing. It became a streak of golden light beam, and it disappeared within the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbstruck and cried out in fear again. Little clan lord, let's back off. This is a bad omen. Our guardian spirit abandoned us and took away our tribe's ancestral artifact. A clan elder shouted in dismay. Not only their clan, but even the Great Floating Pool and the people of Lightning Clan were frightened, and all of them wanted to leave. As far as Purple Mountain Clan was concerned, they left a long time ago. Not a single one of them stopped, and it was obvious that Zishan who gave the orders to back away and discontinue the struggles. Zoo. Suddenly, that willow branch moved again. This time rays of light flourished greatly and was far more dazzling than it had ever been before. In the blink of an eye, it shot out over 4 to 5 li. It fiercely waved and peeled off the mountains and cut off their peaks. Rumbling noises sounded all over and the forests were swept away. The Golden Wolf Tribe's little clan heads screamed loudly. Heads started flying, and many of the people who remained to fight were chopped directly into 2 pieces. Carcasses dropped to the floor and blood splashed everywhere. Soon after, the Jiao clan of Great Floating Pool also became like this. Many of the people in power were killed as the willow branch swept through. Blood blossomed into the air as one head after another flew up. At death's door, these people's faces froze in horror as they felt endless remorse. It wasn't that the willow tree couldn't stretch to this place, but rather that it was merely ignoring them. Pooh, pooh. After beheading the important characters, the willow tree did not massacre wantonly and only targeted their mounts. The willow branch successively penetrated one mount after another until it pierced the majority of them. Finally, over 100 mounts, including the scaled horses, unicorns, and moon rhinoceros, were all pierced by the willow branch and dragged back into Stone Village. This time, it did not absorb their divine essence, but rather threw them right onto the streets. Run! The experts of the 4 huge clans were appalled. They fled for their lives and did not dare to stay another second. Everyone within Stone Village became stupefied. The willow tree was too powerful. After a long while, Shi Hao turned around and begrudgingly said, "This is an unicorn, able to run 10,000 li a day. It's such a rare mount. There's still a couple of feathered tigers here and some other rarely seen beasts," a few village elders said in surprise. Everyone held the willow tree in an incomparable and heartfelt reverence. The willow tree protected their village. In everyone's mouths were the words "willow deity" as they piously prayed to it. Suddenly, a divine message rang out. "This is food, prepare an adequate amount of it. A great calamity approaches." Who? Everyone was shocked. "It's the guardian spirit. The willow deity that defended us has spoken." The little guy stared with his eyes wide open. Bright rays of light flickered within his eyes as he stared at the scorched black willow tree in amazement. Author notes, some people were calculating the length of 50,000 li and say it's only 130 li, and I began to sweat a waterfall. This is just an estimate and not exact. The 50,000 li in the novel means a radius of 50,000 li or a length of 50,000 li. This wide of a range is bigger than even the earth. Chapter 46, The Heart of the Mountain Rain. The willow tree had been broken for a long time, and what remained of it was a scorched black trunk with a diameter of roughly 12 meters. It only had a single willow branch that was glistening and replete with moisture as it swayed freely in the wind. For over 10 years, it never said a single thing. Why did it decide to speak today? The little guy blinked his large eyes. He was extremely curious. "We pay respects to the willow deity." The villagers were all frightened, and their hearts were extremely reverent. The willow tree's actions greatly exceeded their imaginations. Everyone prostrated themselves in front of it as they prayed for Stone Village's continuous protection. A few older elders trembled as they led the prayers. With devout hearts, they spoke out sincerely to convey their respects. A mysterious power appeared, and it was extremely bizarre. It was similar to the power that the first natives received when they sacrificed to their gods, as recorded in the ancient bone texts. Power rippled and began to spread outwards. The ancient cauldron that they inherited from their ancestors began to resonate. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, as well as the first natives on the cauldron began to appear more distinct. A simple, ancient, and mysterious power circulated about as it filled the air. However, the willow tree stayed silent, just like it had been for the past 10 years. It was almost as if it never even spoken at all. "Listen and obey the warnings of the willow deity. Start storing up food." A village elder calmly gave out instructions. The village suddenly became busy and bustling. Over 100 mounts' corpses laid in the middle of the street like a mountain. There was enough food to last the villagers for quite a while. To prevent it from rotting, they had to find ways to preserve it. Today, the smell of meat wafted throughout the village. All the households were either nervously making jerky or smoking meat. Even the children helped. The willow tree spoke. This had never happened in the past 10 years. The villagers did not dare treat its words as a hollow threat. Their hearts were anything but calm as they earnestly prepared for an imminent disaster. Purple Mountain, Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, and the Golden Wolf tribe all mustered up huge forces. In the end, however, they all fled for their lives. They were put into an extremely difficult situation, and little lonely mountain town was in a state of chaos. All the humans and creatures within the 4 huge clans were dejected. They all became birds that were scared away by the twang of a bow. Dread lingered within their hearts, as they had truly lost all face this time. They were resting and reorganizing within little lonely mountain town, none of them as valiant as they were before. No one dared to raise the subject of attacking Stone Village again, and many of them no longer dared to utter that name. Such a disgrace. The powerful 4 great clans that controlled so much land and commanded so much prestige in these lands weren't even able to strike down a little village. A few clan elders were angry beyond belief. After venting out their anger for a bit, many people shivered. The willow tree was too powerful, and it was impossible for them to defeat it. This time their losses were too great. They beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. This type of huge event would naturally instill a great commotion and attract many misfortunes. The 4 clans decided to leave as soon as possible. For them, this was a demonic land stained with blood. A village was actually able to cause 3 lords from the great clans to die. This defeat was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the heart of the mountain range began to rile up as well. Strands of mist rose up into the air, and the mountain scenery began to distort as if it was put into a state of chaos. Suddenly, the cries of the beasts stopped, and a deathly silence loomed over. A huge silhouette emerged, curling around the dense mist. Its body wasn't visible, but its terrifying aura trembled the heavens and the earth. The ravines and mountains shook, and all the birds and beasts trembled on the floor as they paid their respects. It was holding up the heavens while standing on the earth. Its height was immeasurable. Its figure entered the clouds, and only its huge eyes could be seen. They were shining with a ghastly green, as if they were 2 lakes floating in the sky. Their diameter was several li, and its murderous aura shocked the heavens. It was difficult to imagine exactly what kind of creature this was. The immensity of its body was unknown. If news of this spread into the outer world, the entire world would tremble. "This divine object is mine," it bellowed out with a deep voice that was as oppressive as a thunderclap. It shook the mountains so much that they practically collapsed. The birds and the beasts in the far distant mountains were all shuddering slightly. Dong. What he got in response was a huge iron rod, and it was so thick that it seemed like a pillar that supported the heavens. It swept past, bringing with it whistling violet winds. Mountain rocks flew about, and a fog surged up. This attack looked like it could destroy the world and pierce the heavens. Ayo! A demonic roar engulfed the 9 heavens. That huge silhouette stretched out its enormous earth-shattering claw. It was powerful enough to crush the mountain ridge, and cold light flickered about this incomparably sharp claw. Dang! The huge claw collided with that iron rod above the clouds, and it looked as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Clouds dispersed, and all kinds of multicolored light burst forth. This supreme precious technique erupted, drowning the heaven and earth. Ziu, ziu. In the sky, one strange bone after another fell down. Some had the scarlet color of a blood diamond, others were as pitch black as ink, and there were even many that were spotless and shiny. They were all mysterious precious bones that blossomed with a precious light. If the experts outside of the mountain range saw this, their eyes would all become red. These were all bones from the bodies of archaic descendants. There were over 10 pieces. How shocking of a treasure was this? These precious bones that had primitive symbols condensed on them flew down, scattering everywhere within this boundless mountain range and fixing themselves to the insides of the valleys. Astral winds from the upper heavens once again powerfully smashed down, yet it was still not enough to collapse the great mountain. That huge body surpassed the clouds, and it towered between heaven and earth. With 2 ghastly green eyes as large as lakes, it opened its ice-cold mouth and said, "Too soft-hearted." Pong! It spurted out terrifying rays of light that directly engulfed the heaven and earth. If the precious bones from earlier suppressed the boundless mountains, people would inevitably be put into grave danger. It shook the clouds in the sky loose and hacked forth with a resplendent divine light. This was its strongest precious technique. Dong! Once again, the only response it received was an iron rod. It split the bright, precious technique open, and huge sound waves exploded through the air. Moreover, an extremely powerful primitive symbol appeared, and with a kang-kiang sound, the rod emitted immeasurable amounts of dense light. With the addition of this light, the divine might of this rod rapidly increased. This was a fierce battle. Two unimaginable existences were laying down their primitive symbols within the mountain valleys as they fought a life or death battle. You and that little scarlet sparrow both suffered from the previous fight, so retreat is your only option. Its green eyes only held a terrifying, ghastly, cold light, exposing its endless killing intent. The great battle continued. Hong. Suddenly, from the other side of the heart of the mountain range, a blazing light shot into the heavens. A little red bird appeared as it battled with another frightening creature in a world-shaking battle. I never thought you'd still be alive in this world. Who? Altogether, there were 4 supreme creatures whose terrifying might surpassed all imaginations as they battled. Even the demonic ape, flaming devil bull, and other strong archaic descendants were trembling as they hid in the distance without a trace of movement. Within little lonely mountain town, the experts were shocked as even they heard the noises within the depths of the mountain range. They gazed in that direction and saw chaotic mist swirling about and over 10 pieces of beast bones suppressing the mountain range, but no one was able to see what exactly was happening. What happened? Could it be the mountain treasure actually appeared, and that they are currently fighting a final decisive battle over it? Just as they spoke, a divine light broke through the skis within the boundless mountain, and a chaotic mist surged violently. Even though over 10 precious bones suppressed the valleys, the mountain range still trembled violently. A peerless, precious technique was activating, and the heavens and the earth quaked in fear. Everyone was scared and overwhelmed. At this moment, their souls began to throb as many of them kneeled onto the floor. Everyone's bodies shook and shivered. That was the most powerful pressure they've ever faced, and it made them involuntarily kowtow and worship. How frightening were these creatures? Everyone was cold from head to toe. A few people thought back to when they still had thoughts of searching for the mountain treasure. Those truly were thoughts belonging to those who were tired of living. It was fortunate that they backed off. Run. This was what everyone thought within their heart. In this desolate land, staying still for even a moment could increase the dangers by tenfold. If they messed up by even a small bit, they would cease to exist. Lightning Clan, Great Floating Pool, and Golden Wolf Tribe's mounts and men were trembling even more. A willow tree already made them feel such dread, yet with these existences within the heart of the mountain, they felt that this place was not a place people could stay at. Their best choice of action was to turn back and escape as quickly as possible. The villagers of Little Lonely Mountain Town were frightened. Even the huge clans and their utmost experts were fleeing for their lives towards the open land, and none of them wanted to be near this place for a second longer. Hong. Suddenly, in the middle of the boundless mountain range, a world-shaking sound was produced. Rubble penetrated the sky as they bursted in midair. A chaotic mist began to spread, covering the entire mountain range. An immortal light rushed towards the heavens, and auspicious vapors surged up as they arrived in front of the open skis. It was like the birth of the most valuable treasure since the creation of the world. It floated and sank there, and it shook the entire desolate region. The mountain treasure has entered the world. At this moment, no one needed to say anything. Everyone knew that it was the divine object that emitted that light. With a rumbling sound, the far side of the mountain range began to boil, and the battle increased in ferocity. The 4 incomprehensibly powerful beings were fighting life and death for the mountain treasure that had just appeared. Chapter 47, Incoming Calamity. Who? A sudden roar shocked the land. The loud roar could be heard even from the outermost regions of the boundless mountain range. The experts who were running away immediately began to feel weak, and many of them fell onto the ground. Their mounts stopped listening to orders a long time ago, and their bodies were weak as they laid on the ground. They were shivering nonstop, and they were so terrified that they didn't even dare lift their heads as they kowtowed towards the desolate lands. At the farthest ends of the mountain range, dreadful auras shocked the world as the four great creatures engaged in a fierce battle. Just like the birth of a new world, fire sometimes pierced into the heavens, black mists sometimes covered the sun, and sometimes an iron rod would fly across the vast sky. This was a world-shaking battle. If not for the 10 or so precious bones within the valley suppressing this vast mountain range, it would be hard to imagine the state these lands would be in right now. In this chaotic mist, a bird cry pierced the 9 heavens. The little fiery red sparrow fought angrily against its opponent in close quarters. It controlled scarlet flames that pierced the heavens to cook half of the sky in unbearable heat. Hoo! A large roar shook the heaven and earth. Its opponent swallowed mountains and rivers, and it possessed majestic aura that overlooked the world. Multicolored light exploded into the heavens to suppress the blazing fire in the sky. If anyone was here, they would be left dumbstruck. The little red sparrow's opponent was a huge bird that sounded just like a beast. It swayed the mountains and rivers, and if not for the precious bones suppressing the mountains, everything would have been destroyed. Honglung. Its huge wings covered the sky, and like a black cloud, it concealed the heavens. It unexpectedly dimmed the scarlet fire by a great amount, and a pair of huge talons probed downwards in an attempt to grab the little red sparrow. That vicious bird was too big, and it filled the entire sky. The pair of feathered wings lying across the sky covered 100,000 mountains. Its strength was tremendous, and it made the humans' souls shiver with fear. Jew. With a shrill chirp, the fiery red sparrow flew up. Although its size wasn't great, its power was incomparable. After it collided against the huge talons, sparks flew in every direction. The two exchanged blows with all their might. The huge bird shrouded the skies and covered the earth. Its entire body was surrounded by black fog, so it was difficult to see its body. From the distance, only its huge, bloody red eyes that looked like 2 bloody moons were visible in the sky. Hong. That huge, vicious bird was simply too large. As its 2 wings flapped, it seemed as if the skis could no longer contain it. Its attack power was unmatched, and it shook the heavens with each movement. The little red bird was struggling from its injuries. It had already fought day and night against that iron rod creature, and both sides suffered as a result of that fight. Ziu. Multicolored scarlet rays broke through the skis. Dense symbols interweaved as they flickered all over the little red sparrow's body. It opened its sparkling red diamond-like beak and spouted out streaks of blazing light. This was an incomparably powerful precious technique. Divine light transformed into sharp scarlet immortal swords that brought out heavenly flaming light as it chopped towards the huge bird. Hoo! That huge black mist-covered vicious bird let out a wild roar. It sensed a great danger approaching, and therefore unraveled its wings before entering the blue skis. At the exact same time, a black mist began to boil. After entering the boundless blue skis, all of its iron feathers spread open. Symbols flickered and covered the entire heaven and earth. It rained down endless black light onto the ground. Kiang. Divine rays of light exploded out of the sky. Black and scarlet divine swords collided with each other like comets, and clanking noises resonated outwards, shocking the desolate lands. Woo. On the other side, strong winds whistled through the air and broke through the 9 heavens. That huge iron rod held by the large hairy hand swept through the sky and earth as its fierce battle with the indomitable creature reached its climax. Each time the two collided, the skis would be torn open, and their chaotic auras would spread out. Multicolored light was released in all 4 directions, and sharp vapors cut through the air. The artifact that appeared bobbed up and down in the air. However, the 4 great creatures did not take control of it right away and instead focused on taking care of their opponents. With these 4 creatures here, no other life forms dared to approach. Even archaic descendants like the demonic ape and the flaming devil bull could only shiver with coldness. They hid far away and feared getting any closer. The intensity of the great battle gradually increased. The four unimaginably powerful existences were risking life and limb as they fought. A terrifying atmosphere rushed out into the desolate lands, frightening the spectators until their souls trembled. Wang, the heaven and earth shook dramatically. A huge, dreadful claw that covered the skies struck towards the little red sparrow. Divine light surged like raging waves beating against the shore. This was a surprise attack. That towering creature with ghostly green eyes suddenly unleashed an attack, ignoring its iron rod opponent, and aimed towards the little red sparrow. The fiery red sparrow was angered. Both its wings spread out violently, and a scarlet hurricane that was able to rip apart the heaven and earth surged forth. Terrifying flames filled its interior as it swept towards that huge claw. At the same time, that huge bird on the other side swooped down right away in a criss-cross path towards the iron rod. The creature amidst the chaotic mist cut horizontally across the sky. It appeared more majestic than the black clouds and emitted black fog that reached the heavens. Its pair of blood moon-like eyes shot out two bloody spears as thick as the loftiest mountains and flew forward. Hanglung. The heaven and earth shook and violently swayed. The four great life forms switched opponents in the blink of an eye. They used everything they had to kill each other in this life and death battle. The mountain range was endless and majestic. There were tens of thousands of lofty peaks situated side by side. One patch after another of flourishing symbols flickered. Some symbols were scarlet red like blood, some were pitch black like ink, and some were as pure white as crystals. However, they all blossomed between the heavens and the earth, and these symbols represented the archaic descendants, precious bones suppressing the entire mountain range. Otherwise, during this fierce battle, even if they did not bring the entire sky down, a difficult-to-deal-with disaster would be imminent. On the far reaches of the mountain range's border, those experts endured this soul-crushing fear. They staggered as they fled for their lives. This area was too frightening, and it was difficult to imagine just what kind of creature those were. Even the light they emitted made their knees weak, and their hearts were in a constant state of fear. At this very moment, they wished that they could escape into another country and avoid this calamity. In Stone Village, the towering willow stood there with its single swaying branch. Although the villagers were palpitating, they weren't like those experts from the outside world whose souls were trembling. Evidently, they were receiving some protection. A large battle is occurring in the middle of the mountains. We truly have no way of knowing just what kind of divine creatures are causing such an intense battle. I've always felt that there was a mysterious power locking the mountain valleys in place. Otherwise, everything within a range of 50,000 li might have encountered disaster a long time ago. Shi Jiao and Shi Linghu were muttering. The two became anxious and frightened at the thought of how long this terrifying battle would continue for. Suddenly, a loud bird cry echoed through the sky, and a large, vicious bird covered in dense green scales appeared, and its silver-polished wings were dyed in different hues. Its ant green-scaled eagle, its appearance changed. Its green wings became silver wings. The little gazed into the sky in surprise. Jiu. De Peng, Xiao Qing, Zai Yun were all very excited. They flapped their wings and rushed toward the village entrance towards the cry in the sky. The green-scaled eagle transformed. Silver light flickered along its metallic pair of wings as a holy aura flowed along it. It devoured the meat of a Suan Nai and underwent this transformation. One could clearly feel that its aura became even more fearsome, and its power greatly exceeded before to a whole level. Who? A violent gale whistled past, and the green-scaled eagle descended. It withdrew its pair of huge wings, and those three hatchlings pounced towards it immediately before continuously rubbing their heads against its body. Right now, this vicious bird was very uneasy. It escaped from the mountain ranges because the battle within the heart of the mountains was too terrifying. Even though it sealed itself away, its soul was still trembling. Auntie Green, don't go out again. Stay in this village for a while. The little guy walked forward. The villagers all came up as well. They were quite familiar with this archaic devil bird's descendant now, and as they all experienced trials of life and death together, they did not want it to leave anymore. The green-scaled eagle nodded, since its original intention was to avoid disaster. The desperate battle continued. Within the heart of the mountains, if it wasn't a tsunami like beast cry that engulfed the 9 heavens and trembled everything between heaven and earth, then it was an astonishing bird cry that sounded like the soul-crushing voice of a deity. This battle unexpectedly went on for several days, with no sign of stopping. All the clans finally escaped back from whence they came, but their hearts were still beating incessantly. Even though a distance of over 10,000 li separated them, a dark mood loomed over them as they all felt as if an ominous event was about to occur. 3 of their clan heads had perished, and they were all defeated by a single village. This news naturally shocked all the large clans. Moreover, the mountain treasure finally appeared, and it was unimaginably powerful. Supreme existences were fighting over it, and their battle was even more soul-shaking one. The land is going to go nuts. There's no way to know what's going to happen, a few tribe elders muttered. Hopefully the confusion would stop soon. Many people were praying. In the far reaches of the boundless mountain range, a pure white divine object was being battered between these 4 supreme life forms. Their fierce fight never stopped as they sometimes reached out to try and grab the divine object. Pong! Chaotic mist surged up, and that pure white divine object was knocked away, flying into a distant location. It unexpectedly pierced the dense mountain valleys covered with symbols, and those 10 or so precious bones were unable to lock this place down anymore. Pong! A huge beast's foot treaded outwards. It stood in place with mist curled up all around it, and his ghostly eyes swept in all 4 directions as it said, "This divine object is of utmost importance. The fewer the amount of people who know about it, the better. Then kill them all, starting with all the humans. Wipe all these loose-lipped humans and creatures clean," retorted the vicious bird. It also rushed out while covered in a chaotic aura. Its omnipresent wings flapped and covered the entire mountain range below. Its size was unrivaled, and with a pair of eyes like blood moons, its vicious might astonished even the heavens. Dong, an iron rod as large as a mountain ridge stabbed outwards. It was majestically held within a huge hairy hand. This creature was also shrouded within a mist. Each swing of its iron rod contained an unrivaled divine might. A little red sparrow followed, and a blazing light covered the entire sky. 4 creatures with unimaginable divine might fought and roared as they shook the entire area. The ancient precious bones were struggling to restrict the area. Every soul listened to my commands, flatten the entire area. In the middle of the mist, a pair of ghastly green eyes increased its ice-cold intensity as the frightening, towering creature ordered. "Go, sweep everything in your path flat." That vicious bird no longer produced a beastly cry and started using human speech. Its voice rumbled as it ordered, and those blood moon eyes were incredibly cold and terrifying. Chaotic air filled the area as that pure white divine object bobbed up and down. It was on the verge of falling into the hands of that creature with the iron rod, and the other 3 terrifying existences all cried out as they charged and chased after it. Chapter 48: Chaos on Earth. Within these vast and desolate lands, total disorder erupted between the lofty mountains and vegetation. Ancient beasts roared, and fierce birds struck the skies. This entire area was in complete chaos. Moo! A bull roared, and its voice echoed over a distance of 100 li. Flames rushed into the heavens, and a crimson-red blood bull with a height of over 10 meters and a length of roughly 30 meters hacked open an enormous mountain. Wrapped in flaming light, it created a trail of magma as it charged outwards. This was the same flaming devil bull that fought with the golden Suan and had its scarlet-red horn torn off as a result. It had lived for so long within this desolate land that even the elders of Stone Village heard stories about it growing up. Its 4 hooves were engulfed in flames, and its entire body was bathed in a blazing light. With its silky red fur flickering in scarlet light, it quickly rushed into the distance. Behind it was an inexhaustible amount of densely packed vicious beasts. They followed it outside the boundless mountain ranges and killed everything outside while avoiding the magma and flames. No. A village with a population of several hundred was in complete dismay. With so many vicious beasts charging forth with a flaming devil bull in the lead who was vastly superior to their own guardian spirit, what could they possibly do? This village's guardian spirit found something was off and immediately decided to give up on the village. It didn't dare to resist and immediately escape. In the end, it even assimilated into the beast flood and became one of its members. This was an utter calamity. The flaming devil bull charged right past it, and let alone their guardian spirit, even the guardian spirits of larger tribes were no match for it. There was simply no way for them to possibly resist its power. Their stone houses, altars, and other things were thrown in the air by its big scarlet horn, as it ruthlessly knocked away everything in its path. Smoke and dust filled the air as it headed to an even more remote region. Behind it, beasts as far as the eyes could see bore their fangs and sharpened their claws as they pounced right through. These village defended to their last breaths. However, due to the scale of this beast flood, they were insignificant. Poo-poo sounds rang out non-stop. Those big sharp claw and snow-white fangs took one life after another. This was an absolute calamity. A village was wiped out by the beast flood in the blink of an eye, and not a single survivor remained. The same scenario occurred in many other regions as well. In a brief moment, 7 to 8 villages in the outer regions of the boundless mountain range were instantly leveled, and only large pools of blood remained. In the far reaches of the mountain range, those two frightening existences gave the order, and none of the beasts or birds dared to disobey. They charged out from the desolate lands and shed bloodbath to the entire area. In reality, a portion of these vicious birds and fierce beasts had been hindered. The little scarlet sparrow and that creature armed with the iron rod forced them to stop. Otherwise, there been even more casualties. Within little lonely mountain town, a lion with glossy fur and an entire body doused in multicolored golden light rushed in. It unexpectedly stood on its hind legs and was over 20 meters tall. Between its brows was a large horn that flashed with rays of electricity. With a pair of blood-red eyes, it rushed into the town. Heavens, that old golden lion actually came. The townsfolk began to dread. This was an ancient beast, and many old men heard legends of it in this desolate land, but they never would have thought that it would actually come here. Quickly run. No one could defend against this extremely terrifying descendant. With a single wave of its palm after entering the town, over 7 to 8 people were smashed rotten into badly mangled pieces of flesh. A claw followed, and several stone houses collapsed, and over 10 people were crushed to death by the huge rocks. Chaos brewed in little lonely mountain town as people fled in all directions. However, they soon discovered that the little town was surrounded in every direction by vicious beasts. They had nowhere left to run to after their town was submerged in the beast flood. "Why must the heavens punish us like so?" bellowed the elders towards the skis in rage. "Father, save me," children wept in terror. Little lonely mountain town sank into a state of panic. Doomsday approached, and many people wanted to flee for their lives. However, they soon discovered that there was nowhere to go, and so they angrily gave up all hope. "Old golden-furred lion, fight to the death with me." The strongest middle-aged man in the town, who held a broadsword measuring half a person's body in length, charged towards the shining beast. Pooh! Unfortunately, he was far from being this descendant's opponent. With just a single claw, it cut both him and his sword in half, and his blood gushed high into the air. Dong! In the center of the town, that short rock mountain shook intensely. A huge, glistening rock rushed out from within. Covered in dense symbols, it rapidly collided with everything in its path. Dang! The golden-furred lion waved its large claw and smashed the ground. Suddenly, sparks flew in every direction and huge boulders tumbled out. Who? The beast flood drowned little lonely mountain town, and a group of beasts ripped at the huge rock covered in symbols. With keng-kiang sounds, fragments of rock flew off. The huge rock shone with light, and a boundless strength jolted out. It continuously smashed about, and with poo-poo sounds, it instantly turned the groups of beasts into meat paste and fresh blood. The golden-furred lion released a huge roar that shook the entire town. The horn on top of its head released a bright light. A streak of lightning struck forth towards that huge rock. With a catch-a sound, a few streaks of cracks appeared on its body. Being this savage and massacring the entire land, are you not afraid of punishment? I am the descendant of the mountain deity. The huge rock shone, and divine powers spread out. Say these things to those existences within the mountain. The golden-furred lion also released its divine powers. It opened its big bloody mouth and spouted out even more dazzling electricity before throwing itself towards the huge rock. Catcha. Although little lonely mountain town's guardian spirit resisted intensely as its symbols interweaved, it was still smashed to pieces by that golden-furred lion. Glittering blood splashed outwards as the vicious beast swallowed it whole. A brief moment later, little lonely mountain town fell into ruin, and the area was filled with bloodstains and broken rubble. Everyone died and was eaten by the fierce beasts without even a trace of a bone remaining. There were vicious beasts as far as the eyes could see. Doomsday struck the outer regions of the desolate lands. Under the guidance of a few powerful descendants, the beast flood massacred everywhere as they rushed toward the ends of the earth. In Stone Village, the willow tree was soundless. That tender branch shrouded the entire village in halos of gentle light. Even though the beast flood surged outwards, they stayed far away from this place. Perhaps this was the only place that narrowly avoided the calamity. Humanity is in a terrible situation. I can only imagine how many people passed away in this disaster. I fear that the nearby villages are no longer in existence. A few elders were sighing, and sorrow hung from their faces. Struggling in this desolate land together, they sympathized with everyone in this coming disaster. They couldn't possibly have imagined that this disaster was actually several times more severe than they had thought. The chaos was no longer restricted to the area surrounding the mountain ranges, and also radiated out into the boundless earth. This day, the fresh blood of many tribes spilt over the earth. Vicious birds and fierce beasts ran amok as they engulfed the region in disaster. In the vast mountain range, chaotic auras filled the air. Divine light rushed forth from time to time as the four supreme and powerful existences engaged in a fierce battle over the divine object. Divine fire burned half the sky, and the huge bird swept the 9 heavens. The fierce beast ripped apart the sky, and the iron rod pierced into the heavens. The huge battle became increasingly intense. The owner of the pure white divine object was constantly changing. The 4 creatures all had their hands on it at least once, but none of them could truly possess it as this intense battle continued. The 10 or so primitive precious bones of the archaic descendants could no longer protect this mountain range together. The decisive battle of these 4 utmost powerful creatures caused Rubbed to fly into the sky, collapsing one mountain after another into ruins. They constantly moved towards the distance as they battled. Their battles spread into the vast lands, but their power wasn't something that several thousand li of the boundless mountain range could handle. In Stone Village, the scorched black willow tree suddenly shook. The tender branch shone magnificently, causing people's heart to shake. Gorgeous multicolored rays of light spread outwards, covering the entire village. What happened? The little guy who was playing with the 3 hatchlings beneath the tree lifted up his head and exposed a shocked expression. Everyone inside the village trembled as if they were confronting a deity. The medical cauldron they inherited from their ancestors began to shine and resonate as the pictures of the first natives above the cauldron became more distinct. Wang, the green light of the willow tree broke into the heavens, and the divine chains orderly interweaved, making people unable to open their eyes. Afterwards, it enveloped the village and suddenly disappeared from the world. Nothing else remained in this place. Its entire body was scorched black, and it suffered from devastating damages. When disaster approached, it could only protect itself and could not fight against those terrifying creatures. In the far reaches of the endless mountains, a pair of ghastly green eyes within a thick mist gazed towards here. It was extremely sensitive and had a feeling as it muttered. It escaped. With this speed, who knows how many days it'll take to massacre this entire place? Too slow. The vicious black bird that looked like black clouds streaked across the sky, and its blood moon eyes emitted a ruthless strength that overflowed the heavens. I loathe the humans. Their reproduction rate is astonishing. "Let's do it ourselves and finish this job faster," roared the vicious beast. Its dark green eyes were filled with killing intent. It shot out 2 thick streaks of light as it struck towards where Stone Village was originally. Pong! The mountain range collapsed, the earth split, and smoke rushed into the heavens. A deep crater appeared where Stone Village was originally. It became a huge, deep, and bottomless pitch-black dark hole. There was a deity who perished here. No wonder it took root here. What a pity that I let it get away. The creature with flashing dark green eyes roared as its killing intent reached the heavens. The pure white divine object bobbed up and down as light flowed out from it. The 4 great creatures continued to battle with their precious techniques. The entire endless mountain range was destroyed as there were broken mountains everywhere. Their battle extended outwards several thousand li into the vast earth. Your murderous nature is so heavy. Are you not afraid that someday that you'll receive retribution? Who can stop me? The creature with the pair of terrifying dark green eyes roared. After it roared, all the black clouds within the sky dispersed. That vicious bird was even more straightforward. Shaking both its wings, it covered the sky. Black fog sealed the heavens, and its entire body was even larger than the black cloud. This time, it grabbed the pure white divine object with its claws and flew outwards several tens of thousands li. The other 3 creatures naturally pursued closely behind and activated their most powerful attacks. I loathe the humans. I'll massacre them for you guys to see. That vicious bird released a long cry. It flapped both its wings and swept across the endless earth in an instant, and the mountains behind it disappeared in an instant. Very quickly, it reached the aristocratic land of the Lightning Clan, whose population reached 10 million. It threw down the divine object and directly massacred this entire region. Who? It was clearly a vicious bird, but it let of the cry of a beast. It opened its beak, and a terrifying stream of black light shot out, covering the entire population of 10 million within this aristocratic land. The Lightning Clan was vast, and one huge city was laid after the other. Its population was numerous, and they were very prosperous. However, today, they experienced a genocide of its people. Like an avalanche flowing backwards, and the vast oceans striking the sky. After this aristocratic land was enveloped in this black light, the entire population rushed into sky towards the huge open beak. This was a dreadful scenery. It was impossible to prevent, as after these 10 million people were enveloped by this black light, their lives were already forfeited. If they struggled even the slightest within this black light, they would explode it into blood. Heaven-devouring sparrow. It's a mythical heaven-devouring sparrow. Heavens, how did my clan mess up to provoke this legendary devil bird into punishing us? Cries echoed throughout the Lightning Clan. Everyone was stunned because they simply had no way of resisting. Resistance was futile because there was no one to save them. The black light was omnipresent as it shrouded the entire region. The only thing they could see were people being swallowed into the bird beak. This was a hideous scenery. A huge vicious sparrow with a pair of eyes like bloody moons was curled up in black fog. It covered the entire sky, and as it opened its huge mouth, over 10 million people were swallowed within. Pooh, pooh. After these people entered its mouth, they all exploded into blood as they entered its stomach. So much blood essence, I can be a little satisfied with this. With a huge nourishment of blood essence, this heaven-devouring sparrow seemed revitalized as its weary expression disappeared. Chapter 49, 100,000 li of flowing blood. An iron rod swept past, smashing the heavens, and headed towards the skull of the devil bird, whose size was even greater than an ancient mountain, with the intent of splitting it open. Unfortunately, this vicious bird was too powerful. With a flap of its wings, it ripped the sky apart and ran far away in the blink of an eye. Although its body was incredibly large, it was extremely nimble and possessed lightning-like speed. "Why are you so savage? Aren't you afraid of heavenly consequences?" A sound transmitted out from within the mist as the iron rod swept across again. "Why does the heavens matter? God can't do anything to me." The huge body of the vicious bird filled the entire sky. It fiercely flapped its wings with the desire of shaking the world into pieces. A violent gale erupted, shrouding the entire world in darkness. This huge, vicious bird was using its unrivaled demonic precious technique. Ghastly sounds echoed through the air as if it originated from the nine hells. Thick black feathers filled with innumerably dense, terrifying symbols shot out and whistled through the air, and as if they wanted to destroy the world, they charged towards the creature holding the iron rod. Another intense battle began. That iron rod pierced the heaven and earth, striking against the infinite numbers of black feathers. The brilliance of its precious technique blossomed. It flipped the world upside down, making it unstable and illusory. Kai. The black light flourished as the entire sky was filled with dense black feathers. Suddenly, they all transformed into a black furnace that was larger than thousands of mountains combined. Its aura was intimidating yet majestic as it stood between the heavens and the earth. This was a great heavenly earth furnace. The heaven-devouring sparrow's demonic feathers weaved, and the symbols condensed into a terrifying demonic furnace. A light wang sounded, and it started absorbing that creature holding the iron rod. Wang. That huge creature exhaled hot air like a bull as it brandished its iron rod, and a vertical eye appeared in between its brows at the same time. Golden light flourished, and symbols filled the sky as it transformed into an immortal sword before chopping towards the furnace. This was a battle of life and death, and they finally began to use their true strength. On the other side, the scarlet sparrow was engaged in a fierce fight with that huge, vicious beast with everything on the line. Flames collided against that huge claw, and the clanking sounds of the battle resonated with the heavens and the earth. They fought this great battle along the way, covering the skis and passing over the endless mountain range. Their battlefield gradually became larger and larger. On the Great Lands, a huge calamity befell the prosperous Lightning Clan, and they became a thing of the past. Huge cities were deserted as the tens of millions of people were swallowed by that heaven-devouring sparrow. The four great creatures went further and further. Wherever they brushed past, cities and walls collapsed instantly into rubble. They once controlled a great deal of territory, yet the most rich and powerful Lightning Clan was now history, and no longer ceased to exist. Within a circumference of 100,000 li, not another life form would exist again. Only dyed in blood could the mountains and rivers be considered beautiful. That vicious beast, shrouded in the dense mist, stood between the sky and the heaven and earth. Its ghostly green eyes reflected its terrifying killing intent. It had commanded over 10,000 beasts, but now it also began to act by itself. It broke away from the little red sparrow and rushed into the distance towards the end of the horizon. Heavens, what kind of divine object is this? Within the territory of another aristocratic land, the entire Purple Mountain clan were shocked. They were looking at that boundless mist, and as those lake-sized green pupils closed in, they were oppressed to the point of suffocation. Zoo. A little red sparrow chased from behind with its mouth wide open. It spouted out multicolored light that formed into a divine heavenly fire. From within the fire emerged an immortal scarlet sword, which hacked towards that vicious beast. Unfortunately, it couldn't prevent it in time. This indomitable creature's body was in the clouds as it opened up its huge mouth. It swallowed the entire region as if it was an ocean of blood. Heavens, no! What kind of vicious beast is this? How can it be so strong? The Purple Mountain clan was horrified. The entire capital city, along with its black mountain ridge-like walls, were ripped off of the ground. Many structures, including the palace, cracked apart, and the entire population of the clan entered within that huge, bloody mouth. The little red sparrow wanted to prevent this from happening, but the humans were just too weak. Just a tiny bit of force would cause their human bodies to burst and transform into a bloody mist. This was due to the fact that everyone was within the range of this vicious beast's precious technique. A demonic light rushed into the far ends of the open earth as it engulfed every living being in its path. The tens of millions of people within the Purple Mountain clan all flooded into the creature's bloody mouth and swallowed into its stomach. Even that powerful guardian spirit lacked the strength to retaliate. It exploded into bloody mist in the air as it floated into that huge beast's mouth. A genuine disaster for mankind. Purple Mountain clan was exterminated. Apart from Zishan, who was in an unknown land, not a single person survived. The little red sparrow was angry. It tried to do its best to prevent harm to these innocent people. However, this vicious and violent creature was not so scrupulous. It swallowed over 10 million people whole. A wind blew past, and an air of chaos permeated into every direction. Every city in this place collapsed into rubble. Within a circumference of 100,000 li, whether it's humans or other creatures, as long as they formed a tribe or clan, not a single one will remain. I'll purge them all. The four utmost powerful creatures were struggling for supremacy. Two of them were crazy, ordering the beasts to flatten the earth and turning the territories into dust. Over 10 archaic descendants lead the way as they ran amok in this land. They attacked the shelters of one tribe after another and eliminated them all, turning this entire place into a river of blood. Who? A thunderous roar echoed from within this ancient tribe. A single-armed demonic ape with tyrannical eyes and a body enshrouded in black mist appeared, and it was as if a demonic spirit came from the underworld. Both of its wings flapped, and like a streak of black lightning, it cut across the horizon as it dove downwards. Heavens, archaic descendants are invading. This tribe wasn't considered small, and their population reached 200,000 to 300,000. There wasn't a lack of experts among them. A few experts who studied the strength of the bone texts rushed out to help. Pooh. However, before they even barely met face to face, their heads were instantly smashed open by the demonic ape. It suddenly inhaled with its mouth, and their brains were cleanly sucked into its mouth. There was no way of stopping such a powerful archaic descendant. Not even 200,000 to 300,000 people combined was enough to be its opponent. It wasn't something numbers could make up for. This tribe's guardian spirit, a silver crocodile, appeared. But after only a few exchanges, it was ripped apart by this single-armed demonic ape into two pieces. Silver blood bubbled outwards as it met a violent death. Not far away, a beast flood appeared and rapidly drowned this entire region. A 200,000 to 300,000 population tribe became a thing of the past. The ground was stained with blood as everyone became buried inside the stomachs of these beasts. The beast flood became larger and larger because as they rushed into the ends of the earth, more and more vicious birds and fierce beasts joined in. This was a magnificent sight that caused everyone to feel numb. Vicious birds and fierce beasts rebelled as they obeyed these new orders, massacring in every direction. Let's dye this entire earth in scarlet blood. I'll bring the most excellent one among you onto my divine mountain and allow you to cultivate there, roared one of the supreme creatures. With this said, there wasn't a single beast among the flood who wasn't excited. If they were allowed to follow alongside this kind of existence and cultivate where it lived, they would eventually obtain great benefits. This earth was completely filled with violent actions. The sound of roars boiled and beasts surged out like a flood as they slaughtered everything along their path. A long bird cry sounded, and a huge, vicious bird flapped its wings before disappearing into the clouds. The vicious bird brought with it a densely packed group of vicious birds, and they rushed a tribe with a population of over 100,000. "Release the arrows." The tribe leader shouted, and all the warriors arced their bows toward the sky. Iron arrows ascended into skis and shot down many vicious birds. However, most of them were unaffected, because the bird in charge was a terrifying archaic descent. It opened its mouth, and symbols began to interweave into a splendid flame that covered the earth. Ugh! Blood-curdling screeches occurred again and again within the tribe. Entire groups of people were buried within the sea of fire. Unable to resist the flames, they were cooked into ashes. 2 hours later, a tribe with a population of 100,000 turned into dust. Vicious birds flew over the sky and scattered broken pieces of feather on top of these ruins, indicating their pain and death. Why are the heavens punishing my tribe? Some people were shouting loudly as during this day, many tribes were attacked without any chance to resist. Once their guardian spirit was killed and their strongest experts perish in battle, their entire tribe was inevitably going to perish as well. Mankind already has enough difficulty surviving. We struggle day after day in this desolate land. Why would such an extreme disaster fall upon us? Ordinarily, fierce beasts walked all over the great earth, and vicious birds streaked across the sky. This was what humanity faced against in order to survive. They needed to struggle, they needed to fight, and there were no other ways to survive. Now, even if they struggled and fought for their lives, their tribes were still doomed to be extinguished. This was an apocalypse engulfing the great earth. Under the guidance of that heaven-devouring sparrow and that indomitable vicious beast, the rivers and mountains were dyed red as entire tribes were wiped out. Destruction was eternally easier than creation. Even though the little red sparrow and that creature with the iron rod was considerate enough to prevent some of this disaster, their results weren't good. If they got a bit careless while fiercely battling against the heaven-devouring sparrow and the vicious beast, mountains would collapse and cause an even greater disaster. The mountains and rivers were scarlet red as blood flowed through them. The Golden Wolf tribe and Great Floating Pool eventually met their destruction as well. Their entire clans were left without a single survivor. As of now, the 4 strongest clans in this huge region were already completed extinguished, and their resting places became bloody ruins. Many other tribes followed in their footsteps and weren't able to avert the disaster, eventually resulting in the same fate. On this day, the heavens and the earth were sobbing as countless humans died under the vicious birds and fierce beasts, sharp claws and snow-white teeth. Apart from the humans, the winged races, tree races, as well as several other large groups also suffered from the terrifying attacks. They were wiped completely clean from this land. All the large tribes were exterminated, and the calamity rippled to an even greater distance. It was precisely as the heaven-devouring sparrow and that other utmost powerful creature said. Everything would be extinguished within a range of 100,000 li. The mountain valleys would be dyed with blood, and people cried during this doomsday. The once prosperous cities turned into ruins. Vast lands suitable for living turned lifeless as bones covered the land and blood flowed through them. No one could have avoided the current disaster because this great calamity affected the heavens and the earth. The people wailed in anguish as blood and disaster spread across the entire world. Pong. The life and death battle of the 4 utmost powerful creatures concluded after several days. Then, a curtain of silence draped over the heaven and earth. Gazing from afar, if the lofty mountain weren't collapsed, they were broke. The great land was split apart, and life could no longer be supported. The blood-stained area became a graveyard. This was the current situation, and the environment was vile and nasty. Beasts flooded the land, birds covered the sky, and poisonous bugs hid within the forests. For the sake of survival, they had to continuously resist and struggle. Today's terrible tragedy played out in every region. As the silver moon rose into the night sky, the mountains were quiet as a deathly air loomed over them. The night wind whistled mournfully across the great earth. Chapter 50, Seeing the Light Again. This was a strange space glittering with hazy white light, and it was similar to the marble white color of the dawn sky that the common people would see from the east. Waves of mist curled and lingered around this area. What kind of place was this? No one from Stone Village knew as they all stared blankly. How could they have suddenly left those desolate lands and from that mountain range? The little guy looked left and right within the hazy mists, and what seemed like a chaotic world loomed outside of Stone Village. There was a desolate yet ancient aura colliding against him as he walked forward. It was quite easy for a person to get lost. The thick willow tree was ingrained at the entrance of the village. The scorched black bark of the old willow was split open, and its single branch no longer seemed tender and alluring. It only emitted a dim light. What the villagers saw in front of them made them frightened. A beast flood ran through the endless mountain ranges, and they suddenly detached themselves from the mountain grounds. Where did they end up? Everyone stood in front of the willow tree and piously prayed. Willow deity used its supreme technique to help us avoid disaster, Chief Shi Yunfeng said. With such major events unfolding, he was naturally alarmed and came out in advance. Where they were wasn't important. The most important thing was that they were all alive. Don't get flustered. We prepared enough jerky, nuts, grain, and enough dried vegetables to last several months, a village elder said. That's right. As long as we wait patiently under the protection of the willow deity, we won't face any problems, Shi Linghu added. After several authoritative members of the village spoke, everyone began to calm down and no longer worried. Everyone started to handle their own affairs, such as grinding dried vegetables and taking the dried jerky off of the rooftops. In a flash, 2 months passed by and the little guy became 4 years old. His soft hair reached his shoulders, and his divine black jewel-like eyes shone even brighter and lovelier. Although he looked like a little white baby, he had extraordinary strength. He became the #1 expert of Stone Village, and he was able to leap 30 to 40 meters away instantly. Little guy, why are you lost in thought again? Were you drinking milk again? Quick, come here, there's a bowl here. He held both his knees as he sat below the willow tree. The little guy who was in a daze heard what was said and quickly stood up. His large eyes swiveled as he shouted, Where? Ha, you actually were thinking about milk. We can't leave right now, so without the taste of milk in your mouth, you're being smothered now, right? A group of larger kids all started laughing. The little guy was greatly embarrassed as he explained, What? I'm just asking around a bit. The group of kids broke out into a huge laughter. The nasally kid had a rotten idea and whispered, A little child was just born into Uncle Linghu's family. Little guy, if you truly want it. Go away. The little guy hastily stopped him in the middle of his sentence as he stared at the nasally kid. The nasally kid was just a few months older than he was, yet had so many evil tricks up his sleeves. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. The nasally kid wiped off his mucus and quickly backed off. Catcha. Suddenly, the sky split open and a ray of sunlight shone upon them, dispersing the ashen mist around them. The entire space instantly brightened up. Yeah, it's daylight again. A group of kids shouted loudly, and all of them let out a pleasantly surprised expression. The adults were alarmed as well, and they all stood up while gazing towards the sky in excitement. They were trapped for over 2 months, and their bodies were beginning to get rusty. Catcha. Like a jade vase cracking apart, the area violently shook. Then, with unceasing flickering and a final weng sound, the hazy ashen mist completely dissipated. The chaotic world was no longer visible as sunlight finally shined down. The sun was suspended in the sky. Although it was rather glaring, everyone was still very excited. They kept gazing towards it as they cheered. They finally escaped from that prison and arrived on the great earth again. A group of children were unable to wait any longer. They loudly cried as they rushed out of the village. They greedily breathed in the smell of plants and fresh air as they jumped up and down. Yi, something's wrong. This isn't the forest outside of our village. Meng was stunned. What was in front of him right now was completely different from what he had experienced as a child. A river flowed past the front of the village, and large fish leapt out from within. Their golden fish scales flickered splendidly as they stirred up ripples in the river. Not far from their location was a clear and dark blue lake. A few beautiful bright-winged birds were leisurely packing back and forth. Each of them were over 2 meters long as multicolored lights surrounded them. Lastly, there was a group of unicorns flickering in silver while drinking from the side of the lake. What a beautiful scenery! The group of children were shocked as they stared in amazement. The adults were all dumbstruck as well. When they broke out from within the strange space, what was in front of their eyes wasn't the forest they were familiar with for over 10 years, but a completely different one. They were surprised that they arrived at such a beautiful place. Jiu Jiu. Zai Yun, De Peng, and Xiao Qing rushed out in excitement. They were salivating at the sight of the big fish in the river. Currently, their body lengths were 3.5 meters long. For the past 2 to 3 months, their growth rate had finally slowed down. The green-scaled eagle appeared and flapped its enormous silver wings. Waves crashed against the shore, and 7 to 8 big golden-scaled fish flopped up and down on the shore. Each of them weighed over 10 jin, but what was most mystical about them was that at the side of their mouths were 2 sparkling dragon whiskers, and they emitted a sweet smell. The 3 hatchlings cheerfully rushed up to enjoy their delicious food. Shi Yunfeng was shocked and quickly followed. He held a big fish and turned it over and around several times and alarming, said it's actually a genuine dragon-whiskered fish. A really high-quality one at that. This certainly is valuable stuff. They contain plenty of spiritual essence, so if we eat them for a long time, our strength will increase and our bones and muscles will grow strong as well. It will greatly benefit our children. A group of children heard everything and immediately shouted as they charged towards the river shore. Fish that contained such abundant spiritual essence was quite rare and very costly in the outside world. Now, there were enough of them within this lake to sustain the village for a long time. Chief, look, isn't that flock of large birds beside the lake made of 5-colored chickens? Meng's father was a bit emotional as he pointed ahead. He once met one from very far away in mountains, but he wasn't able to catch it. Looks like it actually is. Shi Yunfeng stared with his eyes wide open, and he also became emotional as soon as he saw them. 5-colored chickens had very gorgeous feathers. Their appearances were close to a Luan one. Luan is a type of phoenix, and were all over 2 meters long. They could be made into a type of rare bone-repairing medicine. The 5-colored chicken was a divine medicine. If one fell and broke their bones or injured their muscles and ate a cauldron full of 5-colored chicken as well as drank its soup afterwards, their broken bones would be repaired. Shi Yunfeng turned around and carefully warned, "There are a lot of them living here. Don't rush out indiscriminately and kill them as you wish. I'll support you guys if we need its medicine. We can't startle them, as we need them to stay by this lake all year round." A group of able-bodied men all nodded in agreement because their gazes were not on the 5-colored chickens. Their state of mind weren't clear, and they were actually all staring toward the unicorns on the other side. Those precious silvery mounts made their hearts beat in excitement. After living for such a long time in the middle of the mountains, all the strong males wanted a mount that could run 10,000 li a day. This was the males' dreams and wishes. Unicorns were mutated from scaled horses. They were extremely rare, yet there was an entire herd of them present. There wasn't any less than 50 to 60 of them, and it naturally made a bunch of old men's eyes turn red. They all knew, however, that these were hard to deal with vicious beasts as well. Slowly, we will catch a few sooner or later. Don't startle them. So long as they live year-round in this beautiful land, they will eventually be ours, Shi Feijia whispered. The scenery outside the village changed greatly after their initial shock. None of the villagers were frustrated anymore because this place was just too wonderful. They were surrounded by many rare and intelligent creatures in this beautiful and precious land. The little guy was stupidly lost in his thoughts. After seeing the golden-scaled dragon-whiskered fish in the middle of the lake and those unicorns on the shore, he became distracted as well. He muttered to himself, "I've seen this place before. A large lake, and birds more beautiful and larger than these little Luan being hunted by an aristocratic tribe." Seeing him like this, Chief Shi Yunfeng's wrinkled face trembled. Even Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the others' expressions changed as they looked away from those unicorns. "Father, Mother, I miss you," the little guy said in a saddened voice as he sat by the lake despondently while embracing his knees. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the others looked at each other without saying much. "Grandpa Chief, are they still on this earth or not? I miss them." The little guy suddenly raised his head with a watery mist in his eyes as he carefully asked. This was the first time that he was this direct. Shi Yunfeng remembered all kinds of things about the past, and his heart suddenly became complex. He squatted down and rubbed the little guy's head with affection, but he did not know what to say. Suddenly, a splendid scarlet electricity streaked across the sky. It immediately dyed the entire sky red like the sunset glow. A sparkling, blazing red sparrow, bright, red, and alluring, and only the size of a palm fell from the sky in front of the willow tree at the village entrance. "Ya, little red," the little guy immediately stood up and rushed over. This sparrow's entire body was scarlet red, but after falling down, all of its divine light had dimmed. Its scarlet feathers darkened and a terrifying wound cut across its chest, practically splitting it in half. Furthermore, there were a few claw marks on top of its head that practically penetrated into its skull. This scarlet sparrow looked miserable, and its injuries were incredibly severe. Terrifying symbols flickered by its wounds, and they were still destroying its life force. The little guy didn't dare act prudently, because after this red sparrow dropped from the sky, it immediately burned the entire ground like a frighteningly high-temperature furnace. "Little Red, what happened to you?" the little guy quietly asked. The only part of the sparrow that weren't red was its two eyes as it laid on the ground, and they were distinctly black and white. They were like gems, and they blinked at the little guy with superiority. The extreme bitterness and anger it showed made the little guy scratch his head in embarrassment.